Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. This can happen to you tonight. You're listening to this program when...
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative was telling me about their life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give all you people who are on the way up full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Unfortunate Daughter.
FBI prides itself on the fact that one of the things which has helped to make the Bureau an internationally famous crime-solving agency is that it has made a study of the criminal mind. One of the results of that study has been the realization that in the case of most criminals, they commit every crime according to the same pattern, time after time. That knowledge has helped your FBI in many of its most complex cases. But occasionally a criminal appears who is more difficult to catch, who varies not only his pattern, but his crime. He does not fall into the obvious trap. He uses his cunning to avoid being caught. And sometimes his plan works, for a while. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small town in one of our southern states. On one of the tree-lined streets of this village, a car is parked. A woman is seated alone behind the wheel. The car motor is idling. Suddenly, from a nearby side street, hurried footsteps are heard. A man appears. He runs swiftly to the car, opens the rear door.
Get moving.
Where's Charlie?
He didn't make it. Move, will you? Head for the highway, then drive north to Richmond.
Right.
I'm going to stay down on the floor here. Don't drive fast. We don't want nobody stopping us.
Okay. What happened?
We, blew everything.
Didn't you even get into the bank?
Sure. Almost had the dough in our mitts.
What went wrong?
A local cop was in there. He pumped 3 slugs into Charlie.
They got it bad?
They were in the head.
Oh,
I, squared it a little, though. I got the cop.
that's no help.
How does the road look?
No trouble.
You know, this puts us in a tight box. We ain't holding.
No dough at all?
Not even enough to bail us out of that rooming house in Richmond.
Oh, fine.
You on the highway yet?
Couple of more blocks. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
Big Charlie might bail us out.
Roth, I told you. He got 3 slugs in
I
his...
don't mean personally. He's got a 10 box he always carried around with him. Must be something of value in it.
I never seen it.
Back in his room in Richmond. Could be full of cash.
All we need is getaway dough. When we get back there, we'll tap it out.
How's it coming?
This should do it now. There. Well, I don't see any mountain of green stuff.
No, let's see what's under these papers. Dump the whole thing out.
Okay. Still no cash, Ruthie.
No, look in some of these envelopes.
Oh, look here.
Huh?
Bunch of pictures. Snapshots of a young dame.
Look for the money.
I don't think you'll find any.
Why did Big Charlie carry this box every place? Must have some value.
Ruthie, there's nothing but pictures, newspaper clippings. Oh, look at this. A birth certificate. Oh, what do you know?
What?
This birth certificate, it says, Claudia Pierce, daughter of Charles and Ethel Pierce. Charlie had a daughter. All these pictures must be of her. I never knew he had a kid.
Nobody did.
Probably why he put this stuff in the box, wanted to keep it a secret.
None of this gets us out of town. That's what we've got to do in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute. Look at this newspaper clipping.
Tom, you're wasting time.
Look at it, will you?
Oh, what?
It's a picture from the society page of a Boston paper. Ralph Griffin, prominent socialite, and his bride, Claudia Baker.
So?
Well, look at her picture. Compare it with these snapshots here.
Same dame.
Sure. That's Charlie's daughter. He must have changed her name from Pierce to Baker.
Look, none of this is helping us.
Honey, we can hawk Charlie's clothes and get enough for our fare to Boston. This can help us plenty.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Jim, I've been looking for you. I want to go over that file in the Bartlett case with you.
Ken, I'm afraid I haven't got time right now. I've just been out on a job that requires some immediate attention.
What is it?
An attempted bank robbery down in Vernon. I've just come from there.
What's the story?
2 armed men entered the First National at approximately 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh?
They slugged the teller, but before they could get any money, a local policeman came in.
Yes?
The bandits opened fire on him. He shot it out with them. He killed one of the men. The other one killed him.
I see. What happened to the surviving bandit, Jim?
He got away. He evidently had a Confederate someplace in town with a car. There's been no trace of him since.
Has an alarm been sent out?
Yes, but we have only a very vague description on him. I don't think it'll be any help in turning him up.
Did you identify the thief who was killed?
Yes, his name was Charlie Pierce.
I seem to remember him.
Well, he was an old-timer. He'd been mixed up in a number of bank jobs in the past.
Did you pick up anything there that might lead you to this man who got away?
Well, nothing too good. Found a card of matches in the dead man's pocket, though. They advertised a bar and grill right here in Richmond.
You think maybe Pierce hung out there?
Well, there's a slight chance that he did. I'm going over there now and find out.
Hey, get a load of this house.
Yeah, real class.
Surprised Charlie didn't put the tap on his daughter himself instead of going around sticking up banks.
I know.
You know what you're going to say to her?
Yeah, just let me handle it.
Yes?
I want to see Mrs. Griffin.
I'm Mrs. Griffin.
Claudia Griffin?
That's right.
That's swell. We'd like to come in and talk to you.
Who are you?
Friends of Charlie.
What?
Yeah, Charlie Pierce, your father. Can we come in?
Yes.
Good. Go ahead, Ruthie.
Right.
Anybody home here?
No.
What about servants?
We have a couple. They're on vacation.
Oh, well, that makes it real nice.
What is this all about? How did you know who I am?
Oh, your pop told us. He said if we ever needed anything, we should look you up.
I don't believe you.
He gave us these old pictures of you. He said that'd be proof enough.
Let me see them.
Yeah.
Now, do you believe us?
What do you want?
Well, we figured we might sort of move in here for a while.
Oh, no.
Why not?
My husband doesn't know about my father. He's a respectable businessman.
Well, so what? We won't tip him off.
You can't do this.
Honey, you don't have much choice.
What?
You don't take us in, then we'll have to tell your husband.
Oh.
Now, let's sit down and talk this thing over.
Ken, that book of matches was a good lead.
Really, Jim?
Yes, I went to the place that advertised Bill's Bar and Grill.
Yes?
Showed the bartender a picture of Charlie Pierce. He recognized him immediately.
Good.
Said he'd been in there quite a good deal in the past 3 weeks. His constant companions were another man and woman.
Evidently his Confederates.
That's right. The bartender also remembered that Pierce lived in a rooming house right around the corner.
Well, that's a break.
I went around there and talked to the landlady. She told me that another couple had lived there with Pierce, but they had packed and left around noon today.
The bank robbery was at 10?
That's right.
That just about gave him enough time to get back from Vernon.
Yes, I know. I got a good description of him from the landlady, though. The man had a scar on his face. From his general physical appearance, he sounds like an ex-convict named Tom Dawson.
Anything else, Jim?
Well, I found this old snapshot on the floor of the room. It obviously belonged to one of the bandits.
What is it?
Picture of a girl in a graduation gown. It says, "Love to Daddy," signed Claudia. Well, I'm going to get Dawson's picture from the files and take it back and show it to the landlady.
Now, look, don't you think you've done enough of that crying?
Why did you come here? Why?
Honey, we already told you we needed a hideout.
Well, you're not going to stay here.
You mean you don't care if your husband knows about you?
No.
Who are you kidding?
I mean it.
Honey, he's a respectable guy. This could upset him plenty.
I don't care.
Hey, the car outside.
Huh?
The guy getting out.
That's my husband.
Tom, what do we do?
Take it easy.
She's going to tell him.
No, she ain't.
Yes, I am.
Claudia,
Yes, Ralph?
where are you, dear?
I'll be right there. Good evening, dear.
Hello, darling. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Well,
You've been crying.
yes, darling.
Why?
Ralph, I have something to tell you.
Oh, can it wait, honey? I've got something to tell you first. It's the biggest news of the year.
But, Ralph-
Guess who you're talking to right now? I'll give you one guess, honey.
Ralph,
You're talking to the new vice president of the bank. What do you think of that?
Oh,
They just told me right before I came home. Isn't it wonderful, honey?
oh, yeah.
I couldn't wait to...
Hello.
Hello?
Aren't we going to meet your husband, honey?
Ralph, this is Mr. and Mrs. Dawson.
Oh. How do you do?
Hello.
Hi.
The Dawsons know my father. I've asked them to stay a few weeks here with us.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to men and women who are on the way up. To those of you who are confident that sometime soon you'll be making a telephone call like this.
Hello? Hello? That you, Bess? Listen, there was a surprise in my pay envelope today. Yes, a raise. A big one.
Now you know what I mean by men on the way up. Men who are going to get somewhere or know the reason why. If you're that man, then make sure you have insurance designed to order for you. Right now, investigate the Equitable Society's special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. A plan for people of all ages who expect to be earning more money 5 years from now.
I get it. This plan is elastic so a man can make changes when his ship comes in.
Exactly right. And that's just one of several advantages of this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this Equitable plan is flexible at all times. Can expand or contract as you see fit.
Okay, Mr. Keating. I've got enough faith in my future to want to look into this plan. What do I do first?
Just get in touch with your Equitable Society representative. Phone him for full information on the Equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Unfortunate Daughter.
It happens every so often that a decent, honest citizen is called upon to make a choice between some unpleasant publicity and the condoning of a crime. In many cases, the decent citizen becomes a victim of fear and panic, loses his ordinary sense of judgment, and decides to do business with the criminal. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is an example of just that. And it is difficult to say that in the same position, any of us would be inclined to do differently. However, the experience of your FBI has shown that year after year and case after case, the decent citizen who chose to do business with the criminal was hurt because the criminal failed to keep his part of the bargain. Morally, that is wrong. But what the honest, law-abiding person forgets is that criminals have no morals. Tonight's file continues at the Richmond field office of the FBI. This early evening, Special Agent Jim Taylor is talking to his fellow agent, Ken Monroe.
Well, what did you get from the landlady, Jim?
She definitely identified Dawson as the man who lived at her rooming house with Charlie Pierce.
I've got further confirmation for you.
Oh, how's that, Ken?
One of the local police down in Vernon came in right after you left. He had an employee of the bank with him.
Yes.
I showed him Dawson's picture. He recognized him as the other bandit.
Good.
I put out an alarm on him.
I know where he's gone.
Really?
Yes, as soon as I knew who we were looking for, I went to the railroad station, bus line, and airport.
Well?
The ticket seller at the airport recognized Dawson from his picture. He sold him 2 tickets to Boston on the 1 o'clock plane.
Let's see. It's after 8 now.
It's too late to contact the Boston airport. He's already gotten there.
What's the next move?
We'll notify the Boston office, send out an alarm on Dawson, and tell him we're on our way.
Ralph,
Yes, sir?
will you have some more coffee?
Thanks, I will. Are the Dawsons still sleeping?
Yes. How about some more toast, dear?
No, I have plenty, thanks.
Ralph, if you get a chance today, I wish...
Wait.
What?
This picture here on the front page. Claudia, look at it.
What is it?
It's your friend Dawson.
What?
I'm sure of it. Look.
Oh,
He's wanted in connection with a bank robbery. He tried to hold up a bank in Richmond yesterday. He and a female companion eluded the police and took a plane here to Boston.
I see.
Another bandit named Pierce was killed on the job.
Oh, no.
Honey, we've got to call the police at once.
Just stay where you are, mister.
Huh?
You're not calling any cops.
Why didn't you tell me that my father had been killed?
I didn't want you to feel bad.
Claudia, what's this all about? Answer me.
You want me to tell him?
No. No, I'll tell him.
Claudia, what is this?
The man who was killed, Ralph. The other bank bandit. He was my father.
What?
That's why these people are here. They wanted to hide out from the police, and they threatened to tell you about my father if I didn't shelter them.
Oh, honey, why didn't you tell
I was
me?
going to, Ralph. I'd made up my mind to tell you as soon as you came home.
What stopped you?
When you told me what had happened at the bank, that you'd been made vice president, I knew then that if the truth about my father came out, you'd be ruined.
And she has a good point there, Mr. Griffin.
This is awful.
It'll be a lot worse if you call the cops. Just think that over.
Ken, I just talked to the agent in charge.
Any developments?
No, the police here in Boston have contacted all hotels, tourist camps, rooming houses, and no one answering to Dawson's description has been seen.
Well, he must have had some specific reason for coming here.
It's probably a hideout.
Yes.
The local papers have cooperated. Most of them carried his picture on the front page.
That might get results.
I sure hope so. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor. Yes. Yes, I see. Well, what was that address again, please? 47 Rand Drive. Thanks a lot, sir. We'll get right out there. It's a break, Ken.
What?
One of the local agents has been working all morning out at the airport. He finally ran across a cab driver who identified Dawson's picture.
Good.
His trip record shows that he took them to an address out in the suburbs late yesterday afternoon.
You have the address?
Yes, let's go.
What's the name of the man who lives here again, Jim?
Ralph Griffin.
Pretty impressive-looking house.
Mm-hmm.
Strange place for someone like Dawson to come to.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Is Mr. Griffin here, please?
Who wishes to see him?
Now, we're special agents of the FBI.
Oh,
Here are my credentials.
I see.
Are you Mrs. Griffin?
Yes. Just a moment. I'll call my husband.
Thank you.
Ralph,
Yes, Claudia?
there's some men from the FBI to see you.
FBI?
Yes, they're at the front door.
Looks like that's where we're going to stay, Ken.
Yes.
Hello?
Mr. Griffin?
What can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Griffin, we're looking for a man named Dawson. We have information that he and a woman came here to your address yesterday afternoon.
Dawson?
That's right.
I'm sorry, I've never heard of him.
Would they have come here to see anyone else?
I'm afraid not. My wife and I are the only ones here. Our servants are on vacation.
Oh. Well, looks like we got a bad lead.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you anyway, sir.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Ken.
You think we should get a warrant and come back here?
No, I just remembered something. We got some work to do at the office first.
Are they gone?
Yes.
Nice work, Mr. Griffin.
I didn't relish it, believe me.
Ralph, I'm sorry. This is all my fault.
Oh, it's no one's fault, Claudia. But I'm not putting up with this any longer.
What do you mean by that, mister?
You and your husband are getting out of here.
You kidding?
No. Regardless of the consequences, you're not spending another night in my house.
Look, we're staying as
Hold
long...
it, honey, hold it. I think we better do like he says.
Oh, thank heaven.
It ain't for your sake, it's for ours.
What do you mean, Tom?
The heat is on. Those guys will be back.
You think so?
Sure, the next time they'll have a warrant.
Where do we go?
I don't know yet.
What'll we use for money?
That part is easy.
How?
Mr. Griffin here is in the banking business.
What do you mean by that?
You're giving us some getaway dough.
Oh, no.
We need $5,000. We want it this afternoon.
You're not getting it from me.
Look, I'm letting you off easy. For $5,000, you get rid of it.
I'm getting rid of you the way I should have, right from the beginning. I'm going to call the FBI and tell them you're here.
No, you're not. Keep away from that phone.
Get out of my way.
Not a chance. I will talk business again when he comes to.
Jim,
Oh, yes, Ken.
I checked up on Ralph Griffin.
Good.
He's legitimate, all right. He works for one of the banks here in town.
Did you get all the details on his background?
Yes, I have him right here.
Fine. Oh, anything there about his wedding?
Here's a newspaper clipping on it. I got it from the morgue at one of the local papers.
May I see it?
Sure.
Thanks. Ralph Griffin, prominent socialite, and his bride, Claudia Baker.
What's this all about, Jim?
You remember that graduation picture I found in the rooming house in Richmond?
Yes.
I brought it along in my briefcase. Here it is right here.
Well?
Compare it with this picture, Griffin's bride.
Hey, it's the same girl.
That's right. Now, let's see if this newspaper article tells us where the bride went to school.
There it is, Jim. State College.
Yeah. Let's contact them at once and see what they can give us on her background. Should have a good deal of bearing on this case.
Ralph, dear. Don't try to move, darling. Just lie still.
How is he doing?
Please get away.
Look, we have some business to take care of, remember?
Leave him alone.
Is he coming too?
Yeah.
Oh, my head.
Just take it easy, darling.
Ready to talk yet, Mr. Griffin?
What?
I'd like to know about that $5,000.
Oh, you're still here.
Naturally. Now, how about that dough?
I'm not giving it to you.
Maybe he'd like another treatment.
Yeah,
Keep away from him.
we ain't got much time. How about it, mister?
No,
Okay.
Wait! I'll get you the money.
Claudia.
I can't let him hit you again.
Where is the dough?
In that desk.
Claudia, come back here.
Ralph, I've got to do this.
No.
Just stay put, mister.
Let me go.
Take it easy.
Mister, you better do like he says. He'll only get hurt again.
How you coming with that dough?
I'm getting it.
Oh, Claudia, don't.
Go see what she's doing, Ruth.
She's coming back now.
Here. Here's your money.
Swell.
It's a little over 4,000. That's all there is.
Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. We've got something to attend to first.
Please go.
And have you blow a whistle on us the minute we're out of the door? We ain't that stupid.
I promise you we won't.
That is worth exactly nothing.
Claudia, he has a gun.
That's right. I'm using it, too.
No, wait!
Hi. There we are, Dawson.
The FBI.
That's right. Ken! Ken, are you in there?
Yes, stay put, everyone. Jim, can you open that window?
Yeah, I can manage. Ken, get his gun, will you?
Yeah.
I'm grateful that you're here, sir.
Well, we came back because we checked at your wife's school. We learned there who her father was. That more or less explained everything. I'd say we returned just in time.
For his wanton murder of the bank guard, Tom Dawson was tried and convicted on the charge of first-degree murder. For serving as his accomplice, Dawson's wife, Ruth, was sentenced to serve 20 years in the penitentiary. And thus, two people who had committed bank robbery, murder, and blackmail were stopped from pursuing their criminal careers. Because they changed their crimes and their patterns, they were difficult criminals to catch. But they were caught because your FBI does not discourage easily nor quickly. Once a criminal escaped and remained at large for 16 long years. But your FBI never closed the file on him. And in due time, that criminal, like the ones in tonight's case, learned that so long as law enforcement agencies like your FBI are on the job, crime will forever be an unprofitable occupation.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Henpecked Swindler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Henpecked Swindler on This Is Your FBI.
Here's a reminder. Daylight saving time starts next Sunday in many sections of the country. But regardless of which time zone you live in, this program will continue to be broadcast at the same time by your clock that you heard it today. There's $4,050 in Break the Bank's jackpot. Stay tuned now for radio's biggest money-paying show, Break the Bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Do you have a mortgage on your home? The reason I ask is this. In about 14 minutes, our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society, is going to tell you about America's finest plan for home ownership. It's called the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. Don't miss this important information. It's sure to save you worry. It may save you money. Tonight's FBI file, The Curious Cameraman.
When you hear that there is an army of 6 million people in the United States today who have engaged in criminal activity, you're likely to think of them as being all the same kind of people. But that would be a mistake, because men and women become criminals for many different reasons. Some do it out of desperation and hunger, others because of passion or revenge. But one group of criminals, however, engage in crime as a business. They are likely to be shrewd and cunning, and are the hardest to catch. This is because they plan their crimes well. And usually they all have one goal. Each one wants to commit the perfect crime. Tonight's FBI file opens in a car that is driving slowly through the factory district of a large eastern city. A man is seated behind the wheel. The girl is beside him reading a newspaper.
Pete,
Huh?
will we get to the track in time for the second race?
I don't know.
There's a horse here called Paul's Dream. Gee, I gotta play him. It's a hunch for me. My sister used to go with a fellow named Paul. He was all the time having dreams.
That sounds very scientific.
What are you slowing down for?
We're stopping here.
Why?
I'm going to take your picture.
What?
Sure. Let's get out, Ruth.
Are you serious?
Yeah, sure. I've got my movie camera right here.
Yeah, but what about the track?
Don't you want to have your picture taken?
Well, sure, but...
All right, then just stand over there by that lamppost.
Oh, you do the silliest thing.
It won't take long.
Well, is it color film?
No.
Well, I'll fix my makeup first anyway.
No, don't bother.
Okay. Pete, are you taking the picture from there?
Yep.
With that half-finished building in the background?
Uh-huh.
Well, look, couldn't I stand in front of something better than that?
No, just stay right where you are.
Okay. You taking it now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, should I wave or something like this?
Fine, honey.
Well, how about if I was to, well, maybe blow kisses, huh?
Great.
Now I'll spin around. Open my coat?
Terrific.
Well, Pete, I can't think of anything else.
Oh, you're doing swell, honey. Just hold it there another few seconds.
Okay.
Ah, that's it.
All over?
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, when will they be developed, Pete?
Oh, next week.
I'm dying to see them. I hope they turn out good.
Well, I got some news for you, honey.
Huh?
You're not even in them.
Will you have another drink, Marty?
No, thanks.
How about you, Lee?
I'm okay.
Ruth, what's with Pete? What's he doing?
Oh, he's fixing up something in the next room.
Well, what's the stall? I thought he asked us here to talk about a job.
He did.
Well, where's the action?
Well, he just...
Hiya, fellas.
Oh, hi, Pete.
Say, come on in here, huh?
Hey, okay.
Me too, Pete?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
come
go
in here.
ahead, Ruthie.
Thanks.
What goes in here? I want to show you guys something.
Hey, what's that thing?
It's a movie projector.
Huh?
I'm going to show you some pictures.
What is this? I thought we came here to talk business.
This is part of the business. Put out the lights, Ruthie.
Oh, sure. Are these the ones you took last week, Pete? The ones I'm not in?
Yeah. Now, let me give you a short rundown here first. This is a job I've been casing for the last 4 weeks. It's a payroll job. I want you to watch it closely, fellas.
All right.
Now, this first picture is an alleyway. The construction job on the right is a big factory that's being put up. I took a picture of the alley because that's where we're going to park the getaway car. You'll be driving, Lee.
Okay.
Now, this view is the whole building. And you see that little shack?
Uh-huh.
That's where they handle the payroll. That line of guys there now are getting paid off. There's one guard on the job. On payday, which is Friday, that line forms at 11:30 sharp. Now, the guard starts at the shack and works down the line checking badges. I got 2 badges. You'll be wearing one, Marty.
Huh?
I'll wear the other.
Oh, okay.
Next Friday, we'll be at the head of that line. A whistle blows when they start paying off. Lee,
Yeah?
when you hear the whistle, you move the car out of the alley and start slowly down the street.
Right.
By that time, we'll be in the shack. You park behind that pile of bricks. That'll give us cover. By the time you're there, Marty and I will have knocked off the payroll. We'll hop out and join you in the car. Well, that's the story, boys.
Sounds real good, Pete.
Yeah, it'll work.
How big is the payroll?
Around 30,000.
Hey.
Now, I'll run it over again, fellas, so you'll remember it good.
Wait, look.
Huh?
There I am. I'm in the picture after all.
This is okay, Pete. Right at the head of the line.
I told you we would be.
Only 2 guys in the shack.
I know. Well, this is it.
Right.
All right, you guys, come ahead.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right, boys. Come ahead.
Yes, sir. My name is Summers, sir.
Badge number.
Never mind that, you. This is a stick-up.
Huh?
Cover them, Marty.
Right.
Give me them envelopes. Slap in this bag.
Look here, you.
Shut up, you.
How you doing?
Okay. Anybody help outside?
No, not yet.
Give me that bundle, too, mister.
All right, here.
Nearly done?
Yeah. Yeah, this does it. Now, listen to me, both of you guys. Keep your trap shut until we're out of here. Do you hear me?
Okay.
Now, let's go. Around this pile of bricks, Marty.
Is that car there?
Yeah.
Good.
Everything okay?
Yeah, get going.
Any trouble?
No, it was a breeze.
I'll cover the back.
Okay. Here, Marty. Hold the money back there.
All right. Yeah, right.
How much you get?
The works.
The payroll guy's just coming out in the
Lee!
street. He has...
Lee, look out for that cab. He's making a left in front of you.
Yeah.
Well, do something. Swing your wheel. You stupid
You
jerk.
okay, Pete?
Yeah, we got to get out of this heat. Oh, wait, fellas, my leg.
Hey, look. There's a cop in the corner there. Let's blow.
Don't leave me.
We're all on our own. Meet back at my apartment.
Pete, the cop's pulling his gun.
Yeah, scatter.
Wait, you guys, wait.
Several miles from the scene of the stick-up, at an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just giving a report on this daring job to a fellow agent.
It looked as if they were going to get away clean until a cab accidentally cut in front of the getaway car, Dan, and the 2 cars crashed. The stick-up men abandoned theirs and made a run for it.
This was just a block from the scene of the stick-up?
That's right.
What happened then, Jim?
Well, there was a policeman on the corner. He called out to the men, ordered them to halt, and when they didn't, he fired upon them.
Any results?
He killed one of them, and he believes that he wounded another. The second man, however, still made a getaway along with the third.
Yeah. How about the money?
Unfortunately, one of the 2 men who escaped still has it.
How do we come into the case, Jim?
Oh, the car that was used had out-of-state license plates. It was from Illinois. That gives us a basis to help the local authorities. Incidentally, a checkup revealed that the car had also been stolen.
I see.
It was the driver of the car who was killed.
Well, any identification on him?
I don't know, Dan. The body was taken down to the morgue. I'm going down there now to pick up his fingerprints and check over his effects. I'll contact you as soon as I return.
Who is it?
Me, Marty.
Oh, well, just a minute.
Let me in.
You alone?
Yeah.
Well, where's Lee and Pete?
I don't know.
What do you mean? What happened?
Just let me sit down.
Where are they, Marty? Where are they?
We all scattered. We're all supposed to meet back here. I don't think Lee will make it.
Why not?
He got shot. Bad. Last I seen of him, he was stretched out in the street.
What about Pete?
He got away okay.
Did the job go bad?
No, that worked okay. After we got the dough pulling away, we ran into a cab.
Oh.
Cop seen us. When we made a break, he started shooting. Help me get my coat off, will you?
What's wrong with you?
I got hit, too.
Oh, Marty. Where?
Here in the chest. Pull that sleeve.
Oh, gee, you're bleeding bad, huh?
Yeah, kind of.
We better call a doctor or something.
No dice.
Well, look, if you...
Just help me in the bedroom. let me lay down a while.
Sure, Marty. Here, just lean on me.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
What about the money?
Oh, we got that okay.
Has Pete got it?
No, I took it. I stashed it away. I didn't want to carry it around.
Oh. How'd you get here, bleeding like that?
Well, it didn't start to get bad till just before I got here. Just let me lay down here, huh?
Oh, sure. There you are. Well, I'll go get some towels and stuff and fix you up.
Jim, did you go to the morgue?
Yeah, I just came from there.
And?
The police have been working. They contacted the Illinois State Police, gave them a complete description of the man who was killed.
Yeah?
They seem to think it was a man named Lee Perry. He had a long criminal record. I got a set of his fingerprints and sent them on to the bureau in Washington.
I see. Did the Illinois police have any idea who Perry's associates might be here?
No, Dan, they didn't. They're checking on that now, though.
How about the paymaster at the construction job? Was he able to identify the other two hold-up men?
Oh, he's down with headquarters now looking over pictures. He didn't remember them very well, though, so that may not lead to anything.
Was there anything found on Perry that might help?
The only thing that might be important is a note. I have it here.
Huh?
It reads, go to Ruth's apartment on 12th Street. Pick her up and have her bring the movie projector to my place.
Any signature?
No, but this note is written on the back of an envelope which originally contained snapshots, see? It's from the Argosy camera shop.
Oh, they're down on Spring Street.
Yeah, I know, Dan. This envelope has a number on it. I'm going over to the camera shop now and see if they have any record of the name of the person these pictures were developed for.
I went there. I was there on time.
Marty.
Little boy. Blue suit. Always wears a blue suit.
Marty.
Don't try it now.
Marty.
Huh? What?
Don't you think I should get a doctor?
Send the little boy up and down, race you to the
Marty,
corner.
will you listen to me? You need a doctor real bad.
Water. Get me some water, huh?
Water. Sure, Marty, sure. I'll be right back.
Everybody can swim but me. All the guys.
Who is it?
Pete.
Oh, Pete, I'm so glad to see you.
Anybody get here?
Yeah, Marty.
Where is he?
He's in the bedroom. Oh, he's in bad shape, Pete. He got shot, see, and he's bleeding real bad.
Never mind that. Did he bring the dough?
No, he didn't.
What happened to it?
He said he stashed it away. He didn't want to carry it around.
I gotta go talk to him.
I'll get him a glass of water. He's been saying right along how thirsty he is, and I was just going to get him...
Ruth!
Yeah? What is it?
Where did Marty stash that dough?
I don't know.
Didn't you ask him?
No.
Oh, you blubberhead.
Look, ask him yourself.
I can't, stupid.
But...
He's dead.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
My house is not the largest in the world, not the finest, not the most luxurious, but it's a good place to live in. The place I love the best. It's my home.
You're the kind of man, you who think a lot of your home, that the Equitable Life Assurance Society had in mind when it created its famous Assured Home Ownership Plan. It's a money saver, it's a home saver. It's America's finest plan for home ownership.
Sounds good to me so far. Let's hear more.
Well, this Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan has 4 main advantages. First, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. Second, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Third, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years. Fourth, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs.
You mean it? Interest only 4%?
Yes, and it's a true 4% rate because interest charges go down every month. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an equitable, assured home ownership plan.
Well, how can I find out if I qualify, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the two major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Curious Cameraman.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI proves that no matter how carefully a crime is planned, there is always some unlooked-for incident that throws all previous calculations into discard. For example, the unforeseen automobile accident which resulted in the death of two of the conspirators. There was no margin for error in the master scheme, and when the accident occurred, the chain was broken and panic replaced planning. Once again, it had been proven that there is no such thing as the perfect crime. Tonight's file continues at Pete Warren's apartment. He is pacing the living room floor. The girl Ruth sits dejectedly on the sofa.
Oh, weeks I spend on this job. Weeks. And what have I got to show for it? A great big hunk of nothing.
I'm awfully sorry, Pete.
Oh, look, instead of being sorry, if you just had brains enough to ask the guy where he stashed the dough, a 5-year-old child would have done that.
But you always told me not to ask questions.
Shut up.
But you did, Pete.
Shut up, I said. I'm trying to think. Not having the dough ain't our only problem.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know how bad off Lee was. He might be singing to the cops right now.
Oh?
And that ain't all. We got a stiff in the bedroom. A dead body we got to get rid of. What do we do with him?
Well, let me...
I'm not asking you.
Okay.
Oh, give me a cigarette, will you?
Gee, I don't think I have any. Oh, wait, I'll look in Marty's jacket.
Gotta figure some way to blow town. I better get a hold of some cash in a hurry.
No cigarettes in his pocket. Nothing but this claim check.
Oh, for the... What?
This, here. It's a baggage check.
Let me see that.
Sure, here.
This is from the railroad station. There's a timestamp on it. Hey.
What?
He checked something this afternoon. Honey.
Huh?
This is where he stashed the dough.
Dan, over here.
Right.
Did you pick up that search warrant for me?
Yes, I have it right here.
Oh, swell. Let's go inside.
Now, what's this all about, Jim?
Well, I went over to the camera shop and had them check the number on that envelope for them. Go ahead, Dan.
All right.
Camera shop said that the films were left there by a man named Warren. He lives at this address.
Oh, I see.
We go up one flight.
Okay.
I arrived here, but there was no answer at Warren's apartment. The superintendent gave me a key. So I've been waiting for you with that warrant.
Well, do you think Warren was one of the stick-up men?
Well, according to the superintendent, he answers to the general description. It's this apartment right over here.
Okay.
Camera people said he was a regular customer, that they did an awful lot of work for him.
I see.
Here we are. Go ahead, then.
Thanks.
Well, let's take a look around, huh?
Right.
Well, look here.
What?
This movie projector. Imagine it's the one that was mentioned in the note, and there's a whole stack of movie film here, too.
Jim. Look at this.
What is it?
Jacket. Pretty well soaked with blood.
Hmm.
And there appears to be a bullet hole in it, too.
Dan, looks like this was a good lead. Let's search the rest of the rooms.
Okay.
Let's try this one first, huh? This appears to be the... Look, Dan.
Yes, I see him.
Even from here, I'd say he was dead.
Hmm. Do you think this is Warren?
No. No, he looks nothing like the description. This must be the one who was wounded. Dan, we'd better call the police at once.
Right.
And suppose you wait here for them. I doubt that the money is here, but they can search for it.
Okay, Jim.
I'm going to take these rolls of film back to the office. I want to see what's so important about them that they needed a projector. Yes, come in.
Well, how are the movies going, Jim?
Oh, Dan, you're just in time. Snap that light off, will you?
Sure.
This is the reel I want you to see.
Okay.
Now, these pictures are where the stick-up took place.
Oh. You mean this is the way they cased the job?
Evidently, yes. See, that's the construction job there.
Pretty clever of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, there was no trace of the money at the apartment.
I didn't think there would be.
One of the men from homicide identified the body.
Oh?
A man named Marty Stone. He'd been involved in another holdup several years ago.
I see.
Is that all there is to this, Jim? The scene of the crime?
No, there's something coming up right now that should be very helpful. Here it is.
Oh, that girl? Opening up her coat?
That's it. She has to be a friend of Warren's, Dan, so I'm having a blow-up made of her. There might be something she's wearing that'll give us a lead on where to pick her up, and if we find her, we might find Warren.
Steve, I'm over here.
Okay.
You got the money, huh?
Yeah.
I thought you said it was in a canvas bag.
It was.
Well, where'd you get that suitcase?
I bought it in a luggage shop. The canvas bag was a dead giveaway.
Oh.
So let's get going.
Where?
To get some tickets. We're blowing out of here, honey.
Now?
Right now.
Oh, Pete, we can't.
Huh? Why not?
I gotta go back to my apartment and pack.
Ah, no good.
But I haven't any clothes.
I'll buy you some new ones.
Look, there's a mink coat there, and I'm not leaving it.
Honey, we can't take the
A
chance.
mink coat's a mink coat. You can buy the tickets, take me home, then we'll get a train.
What's happening, Jim?
I just got the enlargements on that girl. Here they are.
They lead to anything?
Yes, I found out that she's the one who was mentioned in that note.
Ruth?
That's right. Look, she has a lapel pin there. R-U-T-H, see it?
Oh, yes.
I found something else here, too, but I'm a little puzzled by it.
Oh, what is it?
Well, as you can see, she's holding her coat open. Now, many times, women have their name written on the inside lining.
Well, there is something on the lining.
Yes, but it isn't writing. It's a couple of bars of music.
Let me look at it.
Here, take this magnifying glass. Helps.
Okay.
Dan, can you read music?
Yeah?
Well, is there any melody there?
Yeah. It goes... Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. That's the melody.
Sounds familiar. Hum it again, huh?
Da, 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 da,
Hey, wait a minute. That's an old song called Sweet Lorraine.
That's right.
Dan, her last name could be Lorraine, and that note said she lived on 12th Street. Come on, let's get busy.
Aren't you finished packing yet?
These are the last things. There, that's all.
Well, close that bag and let's get out of here.
Okay.
Now, come on.
Wait a minute.
Oh, what now?
My coat. I almost forgot my coat.
Well, honey, hurry it up, will you?
Okay. What time does the train leave?
In a half an hour.
Oh, there. Now I'm ready.
Good.
I forgot to ask. Where are we going?
West.
Where west?
California.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks.
Just a minute.
Huh?
Are you Ruth Lorraine?
Yeah. Why?
Well, then you must be Pete Warren.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh.
Look out, Jim! Oh! Now, when he comes to, miss, we'd like to talk to you both about some pictures.
Pete Warren was convicted in a federal court for violation of the National Motor Vehicle Theft Act and sentenced to serve a 5-year term. He was then turned over to the local authorities for prosecution on robbery charges. The conviction of the two criminals in tonight's case makes you stop and wonder why two such people never learned the futility of crime for profit. That such a career is futile is proven again by the fact that prisons all over the nation are full to the point of being overcrowded. And yet criminals will not learn. They continue to try to commit that perfect crime. But they will not succeed so long as there are law enforcement agencies on the job. Law enforcement agencies like your FBI.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
Mr. Keating, the more I think about that assured home ownership plan, the more interested I am to find out if I qualify.
You're right, Ed, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Horoscope Homicide.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Jim Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Horoscope Homicide on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now let me read a telegram to the Equitable Life Assurance Society from St. Louis. I quote, Dear Equitable, at discussion group meeting last Wednesday, your Equitable Society commercials were voted best on the air. No high-pressure selling, lots of facts and helpful information. Keep it up. Well, we are. Tonight's Equitable Society commercial will deal with a type of insurance that's important in the lives of 1 out of every 3 Americans. Yet most of you people who have it know almost nothing about it. So listen carefully in just 14 minutes to a message on group insurance from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight's FBI file, The Runaway Dancer.
Your FBI makes periodic studies of the field of crime in an effort to be better prepared to apprehend every criminal possible. And from each of those studies, certain facts are deduced. One of those facts is that there are no 2 criminals exactly alike, even as there are no 2 decent, law-abiding citizens who are exactly alike. Yet there is at least one common characteristic among all criminals who commit crimes as a business, who try to make their living by stealing, lying, cheating, or killing. That common denominator is brutality. Brutality born of the constant effort to take what rightfully belongs to someone else. Brutality which has always accompanied every evidence of the lust that helps make some men criminals. The consuming lust for power. Tonight's file opens in a shabby second-floor dance hall located in a large western city. It is early evening. One of the hostesses is seated at a cornered table as another hostess approaches.
Hi, Sally. Oh, hello, Peg. Oh, mind if I sit here a minute? Oh, my feet are killing me. Oh, that's a shame. How many tickets you got so far, kid? 3. Oh. Look, honey, do you mind if I tell you something? No. You're brand new here, and I've been at this thing a long time, so I feel entitled to give you a little advice. I wish you would. Honey, you don't spell enough. Spell? Yeah, laugh, talk, turn it on. But, Peg, I try. Sweetheart, nothing comes out. Well, what do you suggest I do? I mean, what should I laugh and talk about? You talk about him. That's all the guys are ever interested in. Oh. You butter him up, you laugh at his jokes, and you don't look so sad. You just got to remember, there'll always be nights like this. Well, Now, you wait. Here comes a guy now. Turn on the charm and you nail him. No, you dance with him, Peg. None of that. Stand up there and let me see you go to work. Come on, get up. Well, Go on, talk to him. Hello there.
You want to dance?
Oh, sure.
Here's a ticket. Come on.
Excuse me, Peg. By all means. My, but you're an awfully good dancer. You just seem to have so much rhythm, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you come up here often? I certainly hope so. You just dance so wonderfully
Is there another way out of here?
Huh?
Is there any way to get out besides from them front steps?
Oh, yes, the forest gate.
Where is it?
Right behind those curtains in the back.
We'll dance over there.
Why?
Please, just do as I say.
You want to leave?
That's right.
But we just started dancing.
Look, just let me...
What? You're hurt.
It's nothing.
Your shoulder is bleeding.
Is this where the door is?
Yes, but I...
Take the rest of my tickets. Just let me go out. And do me a favor, will you? Forget you ever saw me.
Wait.
Huh?
That shoulder, I can't let you. Look, I'm coming with you.
The following morning in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just greeting his fellow agent, Pat Walsh.
Hello, Pat. Welcome back.
No, thanks, Jim.
How was the vacation?
Great.
Well, good. Oh, you've been in to see the boss yet?
Yes, that's what I'm doing here. He wants me to work with you.
Fine. I can use the help.
Well, what's the story?
A bank job. 4 men held up the Travis National.
Well, how'd they work?
Well, 1 man went into the bank and did the actual job. 2 others stood guard outside, and the 4th man stayed in the car.
Any identification?
Teller at the bank saw the one who did the actual stick-up.
No mask?
Oh, yes. He had a handkerchief over his face. They got a coughing spell, and it slipped. Teller is downstairs now, going over our file of pictures.
Any ident on the others?
No. You know, there's one thing about this holdup that puzzles me, though.
Oh, what's that?
Well, the bank is on a corner. The getaway car was parked right in front of it on Main Street.
Yes.
Now, when the bandit ran out of the bank, he didn't make for the car. Instead, he turned the corner onto 3rd Avenue and ran into the railroad station.
Well, what happened then?
According to a few of the eyewitnesses, one of the men in the gang ran after him, but he got away. The other 2 drove off in the car.
That is odd. Did anybody think to get the license number of the car they used?
Yes. The car turned up abandoned this morning.
How much did they get?
$18,000. Excuse me. Special Agent Taylor. Yes, Jack. He did? Belmont, huh? Yeah, fine. Thanks very much. That was the ident section. Teller just definitely identified a thief named Belmont as the man who did the job.
Well, that's a break.
They're sending us up Belmont's record. As soon as it gets here, we go to work.
Hello.
Huh?
Do you feel any better?
Who are you?
Sally?
Sally. Oh, the girl from the dance hall.
Yes, that's right.
Where am I?
Well, this is my place. I brought you here last night.
My shoulder.
I bathed it, and I put a bandage on. He made me promise not to call a doctor.
Did you call one?
No.
Oh, thanks.
Can you eat something?
No, not just yet.
I gotta be getting to work soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6.
At night?
Yes.
Really, Bernard? Wait a minute. What do you knock yourself out for?
What do you mean?
Bringing me here.
You needed help.
I can't pay you nothing.
I didn't expect nothing.
I'm sorry.
I know what it is to be alone and need somebody to help you.
I suppose you've been wondering what this is all about. Why I got shot.
I didn't ask you, did I?
No. There's some guys who want to get their hands on me.
Gangsters?
Yeah, I guess you'd call them that.
Well, why don't you call the police?
I can't.
Why not? They'd help you.
I'll explain some other time.
You better get some more sleep.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm going to work.
Sally.
Huh?
I'm going to ask you one more favor. Would you call the place I work? I'll give you the number. Tell them I won't be in.
Sure, but
But what?
you never told me your name.
Oh, it's Belmont. Tell me about that.
Hello, Pat.
Hi, Jim.
Anything happen while I was out?
Bill called. He went out and examined the car that was used in the bank job, but he couldn't find a thing.
Oh. Any news from the police?
No. How'd you make out?
Well, I finally found the hotel where Belmont was living.
Was living?
Yes, he checked out the morning of the stick-up. One of the bellboys said that he took Belmont's bags down to the railroad station and checked them, but Belmont never came back for the claim checks.
Oh, that's funny.
I got the claim checks and went down to the station. The bags are still there.
Did you go through them?
Yes, but there wasn't anything in them that might be a lead. Just some shirts and socks and 2 old suits.
Sounds like he intended to come back for the checks, but never got a chance.
Yeah, I guess that must be it. He must have just grabbed a train when he ran into the railroad station.
Did he have any friends at the hotel?
No, he was a loner. But the clerk told me he was sick a lot, that he used a house doctor.
Did you get to see him?
Yes, he told me that Belmont has quite a bad case of tuberculosis.
Would explain the fit of coughing during the stick-up.
Yes, it explains that, but it doesn't explain why he didn't use the getaway car.
No. Jim, I'm convinced of one thing. He ran into that railroad station on purpose. It wasn't just the first safe place.
Yeah, I'm inclined to go along with you on that. I've got the switchboard working now on something that might prove you to be right.
What's that?
The doctor at the hotel told Belmont to go away to a sanitarium up in the mountains.
Any particular one?
No, I gave him a list of places. I got it. Oh, pardon me. Special Agent Taylor. Yes. Oh, yes? Oh, yeah. Yes, thanks very much. Now, look, will you put a call through the police headquarters up there for me? No. That's fine. Thanks. That was the switchboard, Pat. They were working on that list. They've located Belmont at one of the sanitariums.
Good.
You hold down the office. I'm going to take a run up there right now.
Sally. Huh? Sally, what happened to you last night? Why, I went home. And what happened to that tall kid you were dancing with? Who? The tall kid, your last customer. Oh, he didn't feel good. He needed some fresh air. So you went out the back door with him and down the fire escape. Well, how do you know? I saw you. Oh, look, Sally, I don't want to run your life, but be careful. What do you mean? That tall kid is red hot. I don't understand, Peg. There was a guy in here last night right after you two left. He was looking for him. Huh? No, a hoodlum. And he's here again tonight. Where? He's walking toward us right now. In the brown suit? Yeah. Hey, what'll I do? It's too late for anything now, honey.
I got some tickets here. I want to dance.
With me, honey.
No, honey. With her.
But she's kind of tired.
Shut up. Come on, sister.
But I...
Dance, I said. That's it.
My, but you're an awfully good dancer. You just seem to have so much rhythm.
Stop the routine. Where's Tommy Belmont?
Who?
The guy you took out of here the back way last night.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You took him out of here. He didn't go home, so he must have gone to your place. Where do you live?
That's none of your business.
Look, you'd better answer me.
I don't have to. I don't have to dance with you either. Find yourself another girl.
Is that you, Sally?
Yes, Tom.
Ain't this pretty early for you to be home?
Yes.
You didn't get fired on account of me, did you?
No, Tony, no. I came home because you're in trouble.
Well, what do you mean?
A man came up to the dance hall. He was looking for you.
What was his name?
I don't know. He danced with me, and he asked me where you were.
What did you tell him?
I said I didn't know.
Oh, what did he look like?
Short, with black hair and a mustache.
And the scar on his right cheek?
Yes, that's right.
That's Marty Stokes. He's the guy who shot me.
Well, what does he want?
Nothing. I don't want to get you in trouble. I gotta get out of here.
Look, you can't get out of bed. You're too weak. Tommy.
What?
Please let me call the police.
No.
But he'll kill you. I know he will.
Let me take care of myself.
They shot you once. They'll kill you the next time. Please, Tommy.
Honey, there's an awful good reason why I can't.
But you...
Look. I got a brother. He's older than me. His name's Frank. He's been in trouble ever since I can remember.
Trouble?
With the cops. Last week, 3 of his gang held up a bank.
What?
Yeah, they held up a bank. Frank found out the other 3 guys were going to double-cross him, so he beat them to it and ran away with the loot.
Were you mixed up in it?
No. They came to my house and talked to my landlady. She told him I'd gotten a phone call from my brother.
Well, how did she know?
The phone's in the hall, she answered. These guys want to know where Frank went with the money. I'm not going to tell them.
Tommy, I think it's swell you're that nice to your brother, but if it means getting killed,
Sally, Frank is sick. So sick, he's only got about 6 months to live. That's why I can't go to the cops. I have to tell them where he is. Don't want him to spend his last few months in any prison.
I understand. Tommy, what are you going to do?
Oh, one thing I got to do for sure. That's get out of here.
But you're safe here.
You don't know that mob. They'll find out where you live.
We've already found out, Tommy.
Marty.
How did you get here?
I followed you. Now get out of my way. Okay, Tommy. Start talking.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Now, a 50-second interview on group insurance with a man in his 60s who's just about to have himself a vacation in Florida. Andy, how soon do you expect to get back to work?
I'm never coming back to work, Mr. Keating. This vacation's going to last for the rest of my life.
Well, you must have saved a lot of money to be able to retire these days.
We saved what we could. But what really fixed things up for my wife and me was my company's complete group insurance with the Equitable Society.
That included a pension plan, too?
That's right. Every month, as long as I live, the postman's going to hand me a check from the Equitable Society.
Yes, group insurance with the Equitable Society was a mighty good thing for you, Andy, and it's just as good for your company. For 3 good reasons. First, it means satisfied, loyal workers.
Yep. Think of getting life insurance, accident and sickness insurance, and retirement income, plus hospital, surgical, and medical benefits, all in one package from the Equitable Society, without any medical examination.
Second, group insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society decreases labor turnover.
Right. A fellow thinks twice before he walks out on a job which gives him extra insurance coverage at far lower cost than he could buy it as an individual.
Third, Equitable Society group insurance improves quality and quantity of production.
Believe me, a man does better work when he's rid of all those worries about sickness and accidents and his wife and kids' future.
Andy, I hope every employer in this radio audience hears what you've said, and that every one of them is resolving now to get the facts on complete group insurance protection from an Equitable Society expert. Get in touch with the nearest office of the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or write direct to the New York Home Office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Runaway Dancer.
Occasionally, there are extenuating circumstances which tempt a decent, right-thinking citizen either to consort with criminals or to shield a criminal by hiding something from the police. When that happens, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, that citizen thinks he is doing the right thing by following the dictates of his conscience. But in every case, and there are no exceptions, he is not only doing the wrong thing, but he is endangering himself. If a situation should ever arise in your life where you have some information which would help to solve a crime, even though it compromises someone near to you, there is only one step you can take, only one thing you can do which will be to your ultimate advantage. Call your local police. Tonight's file continues in the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned from a visit to the sanitarium and is relaying his information to his fellow agent, Pat Walsh.
Jim, did you find Belmont?
Yes.
Oh, where is he?
He's still at the sanitarium under protective custody.
I see. What did you get from him?
He admitted taking part in the stick-up. I brought back his written confession. It's in on the boss's desk now.
How much did he tell you?
Everything.
Including the names of his accomplices?
Yes, he named the 3 others who worked on the job with him. I sent out alarms on all 3.
Isn't it kind of odd that Belmont talked so freely, Jim?
He had a reason for talking.
Well, what's that?
He says that he found out the gang was going to double-cross him. So he decided to double-cross them instead and run away with the loot.
Uh-huh.
This morning, he just received word that the other 3 hoodlums are gunning for his kid brother and may kill him if he doesn't tell them where he's hiding.
Well, that might be the truth, and then again, it might not.
I think it might be for one reason, Pat. Belmont still has that money someplace, and he offered to make us a deal.
Well, what kind of a deal?
Well, we've got him, but we haven't got the money. He says that if we capture the other 3 and in that way remove his kid brother from any danger, he'll turn in the money.
So our job now is to find the other 3 Confederates and Belmont's brother.
That's it. And if Belmont's story is true, we'd better hurry.
Tommy.
What is it?
You know I'm a nice fella. I don't like to hurt nobody. But I may have to start if you don't open up soon and tell me where your brother is.
He has been telling you. He doesn't know.
You keep out of this.
She's right. I don't know where Frank is.
Okay, kid. Let's forget about where he is. Make believe I'm not interested. We'll change the subject. Okay?
Fine.
Suppose you just tell me where he stashed the dough.
I don't know that either.
Look, Tommy, believe me, if it was just me, I'd walk out of here and forget the whole thing.
Then why don't you?
What would I tell my partners? That I came here? You told me a story, that I was a big slob and said forget it. They wouldn't understand, kid.
No?
No. So why don't you make it easy for both of us? Tell me where we can find Frank or the dough, and let me get out of here.
The 100th time, I don't know.
Look, kid, I never belted anybody who was laying in bed. Don't make me break my record.
You leave him alone.
You hear what I'm saying, Tommy?
I hear you.
This is your last chance. Where's your brother?
I don't know.
Okay. I guess you gotta get the full treatment.
Jim, we just got a phone call from police headquarters.
On that alarm we sent out?
Yes, they pulled a surprise raid and arrested 2 of the 3 men who worked with Belmont.
Good. Now, which one is missing?
Marty Stokes.
Stokes, I know him. He's a killer.
How about you? Do you have any luck?
Yes, when I left here, I went up to the rooming house where Tommy Belmont lived.
Anybody home?
I spoke to his landlady. She told me Tommy hadn't been home last night at all.
Sounds like Frank's story might be true. Did you know where he works?
Yes, in a garage on 11th Street. I went over there.
Any luck?
Well, I spoke to the garage manager. He said that he received a phone call earlier tonight about Tommy.
Who called? What did he say?
It was a she. She said that Tommy was sick and he wouldn't be into work.
Well, did he get her name?
Just a first name. It was Sally.
Well, that's not much help.
No, but the manager remembered that she said she worked at the Rainbow Ballroom.
On Main Street?
Yes, that's the place. I called them. They have a hostess named Sally, but she wasn't there. Pat, I think we should go over to the Rainbow Ballroom. Pardon me, are you Miss Peg Jackson?
Yeah.
We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
What do you want?
We'd like to ask you a few questions about your girlfriend, Sally Adams.
What about Sally? What's happened to her?
Nothing, we hope.
No riddles, mister.
Well, from what the manager says, Miss Adams just came to work here last week.
That's right.
And he says that because you girls get paid on the 1st and the 15th of the month, well, he still hasn't gotten her address.
Well?
Miss Jackson, since you seem to be the only friend she had up here, we thought that you might know her address.
You came to the wrong store, Mr. Taylor. I don't turn in my friends.
We don't want to arrest Miss Adams, but she might be in very serious danger. We'd like to help her.
Are you leveling?
We have absolutely no reason to want to arrest Miss Adams. You can take our word for that.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Where does she live?
I don't know. I went there last Thursday night with her after work, but we went in the cab and we were talking all the way. You know the way it is. You don't pay much attention.
Yes, I understand. Do you remember anything about the house?
Yeah, it was number 333. But I don't know what street it was on because there was so much excitement.
Oh, about what?
There was a big fire right across the street.
Miss Jackson, can you remember what kind of building was on fire?
I think it was a store. Why?
We may be able to check the fire department records and see what fires they covered on Thursday night.
Oh, I see.
Miss Jackson, did you take the cab to Miss Adams' home from here in front of the dance hall?
Yeah, we did.
Now, this is very important. Do you remember how much the cab fare was?
Let's see. I paid it. The meter read 60 cents.
Well, that means it's less than 2 miles from here. Pat, let's get a map of the city and check with the fire department on what fires they covered within a radius of 2 miles of here last Thursday night.
Okay, Jim.
A fire across the street from a building numbered 333 ought to give us Sally Adams' address.
Tommy.
All right, break it up. Get away from the guy. It's time I went back to work.
No, you can't hit him anymore. He's unconscious now.
I just want to bring him to.
No.
Shh. Look. I told you before about that screaming. If anybody comes in here, your boyfriend never gets off that bed. Now get away.
Don't hit him anymore, please.
I ain't going to hit him. I give you my word. All right, Tommy. Come around. Come on. You got water in that glass?
Yes.
Come here.
Here.
All right, Tommy. Come on. That's it.
What is it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Look, I ain't working out on you anymore, kid. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
I got a better way to get my information. I'm using your girlfriend here.
Huh?
Yeah. Let me lift you up a minute. There. I want you to have a ringside seat for the main attraction.
Leave her alone, Marty.
Come here, sweetheart.
No, let go of me.
Now watch this, Tommy.
Wait, you...
And this will keep up till you decide to do business. You want her to take any more?
Taking enough, Stokes.
Who are you?
From the FBI.
Jim, he's taking a break.
Oh, no, he isn't. Well, thanks, Stokes. Thanks for trying to get away.
Mister, you're not going to arrest Tommy.
Oh, no, Miss Adams. You take care of Tommy. We'll take care of Stokes.
Marty Stokes was given a 25-year sentence in federal prison for bank robbery. The other members of his gang were sentenced to 15 years each for their part in the crime. And thus, by careful deduction and painstaking investigation, your FBI was able not only to round up the 4 criminals who wantonly robbed a bank, but also to save 2 young innocent people from further sadistic torture meted out by a brutal thug. In this case, as in so many others, time was an all-important factor. And for that reason, the special agents assigned to this case worked through the night. Criminals have no office hours. And as many of them have learned to their regret, neither does your FBI.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, some more useful facts on Equitable Society Group Insurance. It's a bargain for workers because it enables the company to give its employees the benefit of its wholesale purchasing power. It's a bargain for the management because it builds loyalty and goodwill, decreases personnel turnover, improves quality and quantity of production. For almost 20 years, we have provided our employees with group life, health, and accident insurance, writes Mr. J.W. Glenn, president of R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company. And we consider that this insurance, one of our many benefit plans, contributes greatly to the morale and security of our employees. If your company does not have group insurance, or if your group program is incomplete, get in touch immediately with the nearest office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case involving crime on a tropical island. Its subject, jewel theft. Its title, The Flying Felon.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis, your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Flying Felon on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. We are acutely aware that our Equitable Society radio messages are listened to in millions of homes. To the Equitable Life Assurance Society, that means a serious responsibility. Therefore, our Equitable commercials are keyed to your home and family problems. Tonight's message is on education. Are there young children in your home? Then be sure to listen to the special message on the Equitable Education Fund, coming in just 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Benevolent Corpse.
If you think about crime or criminals very much, you're likely to think that most crimes are committed out of hunger, out of passion, or a desperate need for revenge. But if those are your thoughts, then you are laboring under a popular delusion. The simple truth, and it is proven by the records of your FBI, is that more than half of all persons arrested have records of prior arrests. That a large number of crimes are committed by those who have devoted their lives to this field. Therein lies the great tragedy behind the current crime wave. For the number of people who enter this field every day is increasing. And there is a serious question in many minds as to whether or not any nation can long stand the steady drain of its manpower. As a people, we have faced our problems honestly and squarely. We have succeeded in solving most of those problems by combined national effort. The time has come to turn that national effort into fighting the nation's criminals. Tonight's FBI file opens in a modest apartment located in the downtown section of a large Midwestern city. In the bedroom of this flat, a haggard-looking elderly man is lying on a cot. A young couple sits beside him.
Wilbur.
Yes, Uncle Ben?
I want you to know how pleased I am that you and Trudy could come.
Oh, gee, we're We're glad to be here.
Of course we are. As soon as we heard you were sick, Uncle Ben, we rushed right over.
You're good kids. Both of you.
How long have you been in bed like this?
Almost a week.
Well, have you had a doctor?
No.
Gosh, don't you think you should get one?
No.
Why not?
I just don't believe in them.
Yes, but...
Trudy, whenever Uncle Ben makes up his mind, don't try to change it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, can I get you something, Uncle Ben?
No. Stay where you are. Let me tell you why I sent for you.
Okay.
I got a very strong feeling that I'm not going to get over this one.
Oh, Uncle Ben.
Quiet. So I want to do something for you kids. I want to leave you something. Sort of a combination inheritance and wedding present.
Gee.
It's right there in that box. Get it, Trudy.
Yes, sir.
You can open it now.
Yes, sir. Wilbur, look.
What?
Look in here. It's full of jewels.
Yeah.
Oh, Uncle Ben, they're wonderful.
They should be. They're the reason why I'm on my deathbed.
What do you mean?
I had to stand for 2 hours in the pouring rain, waiting for the people that own them things to go to bed.
Oh. Did you steal them here?
No, in Detroit. Now, here's what I want you to do with them. There's a card there on the dresser.
Uh-huh.
A man named Ritchie. He's a fence. Take them to him.
All right.
Say I sent you.
Okay.
He'll give you enough for you to have a real good honeymoon.
Uncle Ben, we couldn't do that.
Why not?
It'd leave you with nothing.
I'm going to die anyway. All I ask is that you save enough out of it to give me a decent burial.
Gee, you're the best uncle a fella ever had.
In the same city, at a local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk as a fellow agent approaches.
Oh, Jim.
Yes, Andy?
How about coming down for some lunch?
Oh, I can't right now, Andy. I'm waiting for reports from the local police.
Oh, what on?
Suspect that's wanted by the Detroit office.
And what's the story, Jim?
They had a jewel robbery out there about 3 weeks ago. Local residence was broken into. Very professional job.
Yeah?
Over $30,000 worth of gems were stolen.
I see.
A car was seen pulling away from the house the night of the robbery, and a witness spotted the license plates. They were from our state.
Did he get the number, too?
Fortunately, yes. I did a checkup and found that the car was one that was stolen from here.
Oh.
The Detroit office combed the car for prints and finally found one behind the driver's mirror.
Mm-hmm.
It was worked up, sent on to the laboratory, and identified as belonging to an old-time thief named Ben Cooper.
Cooper? Mm-hmm. The name sounds very familiar.
Yeah, it should. I checked with our local police. They knew him very well. In fact, to the best of their knowledge, he makes his headquarters here. Oh, excuse me, Anita. Special Agent Taylor. Hmm? Oh, yes, Sergeant. Yes. Wait, let me write that down, will you? 342 North River Street. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, thanks a lot, Sergeant. Goodbye. There's an address on Cooper. The police say he's still living there 2 months ago.
Well, that's a break.
Yeah, I'll get a warrant. I'm sure the police will be glad to go over with me and pick Cooper up.
Sit down, both of you.
Thanks, Mr. Ritchie. Sit here, Trudy.
Thank you, dear.
Now, then. You say Ben Cooper told you to come here to see me.
Yes, sir.
I haven't seen old Ben in a long time. How is he?
He's not, Mr. Ritchie.
Huh?
He's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yep. He died the day before yesterday.
Oh, what happened?
Well, it was sort of in the line of duty. He caught a cold while he was doing the job.
I see. Poor old Ben.
We gave him a very nice funeral, Mr. Ritchie. The best that money could buy.
Good for you.
And that's one of the reasons we've come here. We have to pay for it.
Oh. Well, look, Ben was really just an acquaintance. I never...
Oh, we're not here for donations. No, Uncle Ben sent us to you on business.
What do you mean?
Show him, Trudy.
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Well,
Those are from his last job.
quite a haul.
Uncle Ben said you could get rid of them for us.
Oh, what do you think they're worth, Mr. Ritchie?
That's hard to say.
Well, could you give us an idea, maybe? This is all kind of new to us.
You mean you're legit?
Oh, no. I've stolen some stuff, but never anything big.
Wilbur's sort of just starting, Mr. Ritchie.
Yeah.
He's stolen cars, clothes, things like that. But he's a comer. His Uncle Ben told me that.
I see.
So, what do you think we can get for them?
Well, I'll have to make an estimate. That'll take time.
How long?
I'm not sure.
Could you kind of hurry, Mr. Ritchie? Wilbur and I want to go on our honeymoon.
Yeah.
Well, come back tomorrow.
Well, Jim, did you pick up your suspect?
No, Andy, we didn't.
Oh, what happened? I thought you had an easy one there.
Well, it would have been, except for one factor. Cooper is dead.
Well, when did this happen?
Oh, he died 2 days ago. And of natural causes, too.
Did you get this from an authentic source?
Oh, yes, it's true enough. I talked to the undertaker who buried him.
Mm-hmm. What about the jewels?
No trace of them.
Oh, fine. Searched his living quarters?
Yes, I spent all afternoon in his apartment. No trace of them at all.
Did he live with anyone?
No, lived all alone.
How about a safe deposit box?
Oh, I'm checking on that angle now.
Maybe you already cleared them with a fence.
Yeah, it's a possibility. However, there was no trace of any cash around the place.
I see.
I'm checking to see if he had any bank accounts, too.
Jim, you've really run into a stone wall, haven't you?
I did pick up one piece of information which might be a lead.
What's that?
I told you I talked to the undertaker who buried him.
Yeah.
He said a young couple had arranged for the burial.
Oh?
One of them, the young man, said that he was Cooper's nephew.
They paid for everything?
No, they just gave him a small deposit. They said they'd pay the remainder in a few days.
Did he have an address on this couple?
Just the uncle's residence.
They may just forget about it.
Well, I felt that way too, Andy, but the undertaker said that they seemed like very nice kids. He was certain that they would pay him.
Let's hope he's right.
Yes, I told him if he did hear from them to let me know at once.
Is that you, Wilbur?
Oh, yes, dear.
I'm out here in the kitchen.
Oh.
Come on out here. I want to show you something.
Okay.
Wilbur, look at what I'm doing.
Huh?
I'm making my first cake.
Oh.
It's going to be sort of like our wedding cake. I went to the store and bought a little bride and a little groom. I'm going to put them on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Wilbur, aren't you interested?
Huh? Oh, sure, honey bun, but...
But what?
Well, I've just been to see Mr. Ritchie.
Yes?
He gave us back the jewels.
Huh? What for?
Well, he said he didn't want to handle them.
Why not?
Well, he said they were too hot for him.
Oh.
Oh, gee, this is awful, Trudy. Now we won't have any money for our honeymoon or for Uncle Ben's funeral.
Wilbur, don't be discouraged. We'll still get the money for those things.
Oh, how?
Well, we'll go to Cleveland. There's a fence there we can see.
Oh.
Oh, very nice man. He's an old friend of my father's.
Did your father ever do business with him?
All the time. You know yourself he was the best jewel thief in the business outside of your Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
Now, just give me those jewels.
Okay. Here.
We can start packing right now. And as soon as we... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
This brooch.
Well, what about it?
Those aren't the same stones that were in it when we took it there.
What?
Let me look at some of this other stuff.
Trudy, what do you mean they're not the same stones?
These are imitations. Fakes.
Oh. How can you tell?
Wilbur, I used to look at diamonds when I sat on my father's knee. I had one of those glasses that fit in your eye before I had dolls.
But they look just the same.
They are the same setting, but the real jewels were removed.
Well, the only one who could have done that is Mr. Ritchie.
I know.
Oh, so that's why he gave them back to us.
It must be. Wilbur, we're going back there to see him right now.
Just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Ritchie.
Oh. What do you want?
We want to talk to you, Mr. Ritchie.
Well, look, I'm busy right now.
This is very important.
Go ahead, Wilbur.
Now, just a minute.
Sorry, Mr. Ritchie.
What's the meaning of this?
Tell him, Wilbur.
Well, we came here because... Well, because you...
We came back here because the stones were taken out of our jewels.
What are you talking about?
I know jewels, Mr. Ritchie. The ones Wilbur brought back were fake.
Well, they were fakes in the first place. That's why I wouldn't handle them.
Oh, but you said before they were too hot.
Oh, I thought you were nice kids. I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
I don't believe you.
Now, look.
You give us back the real stones. We want to take them to Cleveland. We know someone there who will treat us fairly.
All right, I've heard enough of this. Get out of here.
Wilbur, don't you let him talk to us that way.
Get out, I said.
Wilbur, make him give us back those jewels.
Mr. Ritchie, you heard what she said. Now, if you don't give them back, I'll...
You'll what?
He'll use force. Won't you, Wilbur?
Yes.
Why, you little punk.
You hit him.
That's right.
Wilbur, you get right up and hit him back.
Very well, Fruity.
Mr. Ritchie, that's just about it. Stop. Now, Wilbur, let's look for those jewels ourselves.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. How that grand old song brings back memories of bright college years. Years when you were forming friendships that were to last you all your whole life through.
You're right, Mr. Keating. They were mighty good years.
Profitable years, too, Bob. You may not know it, but the more a man learns, the more he earns. The fact is that the average college graduate earns $72,000 more during his working years than the average American. Of course, exceptional individuals do rise to the top without higher education. But the fact still holds good. College is the best investment loving fathers and mothers can make for their children.
I wish I could be sure that my two boys would go.
Don't just wish, Bob. Make sure they go. Make sure with an equitable education fund.
What is an equitable education fund?
It's a surefire plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society, and it includes these important features. 1, you start when your children are young and spread their educational costs over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a licking in 4. 2, when your boy or girl is ready for education, the money is ready and waiting for him, right there in the Equitable Education Fund. 3, this equitable plan works whether you live or die. If you are totally or permanently disabled, the fund continues to build up without any further payments. If you die, the education fund becomes fully established immediately.
Boy, that's just what I need. How do I start an equitable education fund for my kids?
The man to see is your Equitable Society representative. Give your children their chance to earn that extra $72,000 by getting in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Benevolent Corpse.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI deals exclusively with professional criminals, with those who make their precarious livelihood illegally. There's a reason for presenting this file to you, because there has been built up in the public mind a false picture of the typical criminal. There is no such thing. Now, tonight, for instance, you meet 4 separate and distinct types. 1, the old man, whose age lends him a false gentility. 2, the young novice, whose youth lends him a false note of innocence. 3, the young bride, whose background gives her a knowledge of crime beyond her years. And 4, the fence, whose hardness and cunning make him difficult to detect. There are many other types of criminals whose age brackets likewise cover the young, the middle-aged, and the old, whose appearances are equally varied. So take this bit of advice from your FBI. Do not assume that you can spot a criminal by the way he looks, because no one can. Honesty is not in the face, it's in the heart. Tonight's file continues several hours later at the apartment of young Trudy and Wilbur Sheridan.
Hmm? Oh, yes, honey bunch.
What are you doing?
Oh, just writing a letter to the undertaker.
Oh.
Yeah, I explained to him that we were going to be out of town and that he'd have to wait a few more days for his money.
That's very nice.
Well, I didn't want him to think we'd try to cheat him.
You're so sweet.
You know, Trudy, I was just wondering.
What about?
Well, Mr. Ritchie, we don't know if he's alive or dead.
Wilbur, whichever he is, it's his own fault. He's a very dishonest man.
Yes, that's true. Oh, by the way, did you look over the stuff we took from him?
Yes.
His stuff, too?
Yes, some of it's almost as good as ours.
Oh, hey, that's swell.
Wilbur.
Yeah?
I think we'd better start packing.
Oh, for Cleveland?
Uh-huh.
Are you sure we can stay at your aunt's apartment there?
Of course, she'd love to have us. Oh. She told me that any time I wanted to use it, to just get the key from the superintendent.
Oh, she won't be there.
Oh, no, she's in jail.
Oh.
Wait until you see her apartment.
Yeah?
It has a wonderful kitchen. And you know something?
What?
I'll finally get a chance to make you that cake.
Andy, over here.
Oh. Hope I haven't kept you waiting, Jim.
No, I just got here. You got that warrant for me?
Yeah. Have it right here.
Oh, swell. Let's go inside, huh?
All right. Is this where that young couple live?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks.
Let's see. Apartment's right down the hall here.
How'd you finally locate them, Jim?
Well, that undertaker received a letter from the young man. His name is Wilbur Sheridan.
Sheridan?
Mm-hmm. He explained he was going out of town, said he'd forward the money later. He put this return address on the outside of the envelope.
I see.
Here we are.
Do we ring the bell?
No, they're not at home. Superintendent saw them leave with luggage last night. He gave me a key. That does it. Okay, after you, Andy.
All right. Did Sheridan say anything in the letter about where he was going?
Yeah. Cleveland.
Oh, did he give any address there?
No. Oh, I thought we might find something around here that'd give us a lead.
The place looks pretty barren, Jim. I'd say they're gone for good.
Would appear that way.
I'll take a look around in the bedroom.
Wait a minute.
Huh? What do you got?
This card was on the table there. George Ritchie, exporter.
Hey, that name sounds familiar, Jim.
Yeah, it should. There's a George Ritchie who's an old-time fence. I ran across him several years ago on the Lewis case.
Oh, yes, I remember him.
It's got to be the same one, Andy. This is the same address here on the card.
It sounds as if he might know something about those jewels.
Yeah. Andy, look, why don't you go back to the office? Contact Cleveland. I'll give you a description of the young couple and have all hotels and rooming houses checked.
Right.
I'm going to pay a call on George Ritchie.
Trudy!
I'm in the kitchen, Wilbur.
Oh.
Close your eyes before you come in.
Oh, what for?
Oh, Wilbur, please.
Okay.
That's it. Now you can open them.
Gee, the cake.
Uh-huh. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, yeah.
See the little bride and groom on top.
Sure, swell.
You want a piece?
Oh, be ashamed to spoil
Oh,
it.
don't be silly. I'll cut you one right now.
Okay, thanks. Oh, I saw the fence.
What did he say?
He said the stuff should be worth at least $10,000.
Oh, that's wonderful. Wasn't he a nice man?
Yeah.
When did you collect?
Oh, he said I should come back this afternoon.
Then we won't have to stay here at my aunt's at all.
No.
As soon as we get the money, we can go right off on our honeymoon.
Sure.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I dropped a piece of the cake.
Jim, I didn't know you'd come back.
Oh, I just came in, Andy. I was just going to look for you.
Well, what happened?
Well, I went over to George Ritchie's place.
Yeah?
He wasn't there. I learned from the elevator operator that he'd gone out of town.
Everybody disappears on this case.
It seemed that way.
Any idea where he'd gone?
No, but we may have.
Well, how's that?
Oh, I got a warrant. Searched Ritchie's apartment. I found some pencil notations on the telephone pad.
Oh, what were they?
Well, one said 10:55, the other said 3:30.
Well, they sound like a train or plane time.
I believe they're train times. I talked to the switchboard operator in the building. She said that Richie had put in a call to the railroad depot just before he left.
Oh.
So I'm having railroad schedules checked now to see if they have a train leaving and arriving at a destination at that time. We should get some word soon.
Good.
Oh, Andy, I found something in Richie's apartment that definitely links him with a jewel robbery, but I must say I'm a little puzzled by it.
What do you mean?
Oh, wait a minute. Here. Take a look at these. Will you?
Well.
Now, those are the same settings that Cooper stole in Detroit. But all the original stones have been removed. These stones you see there are just worthless hunks of glass.
What do you make of it, Jim?
Well, nothing yet. Oh, by the way, anything turn up from Cleveland on that young couple?
No, not yet. I'm still checking rooming houses and hotels.
Well,
Jim.
Yeah, Bob?
Here's the information you wanted from the railroad.
Oh, swell.
They have a train that leaves here at 10:55 for Cleveland.
Does it arrive there at 3:30?
Yes.
Fine. Thanks a lot, Bob.
All right.
Andy, what time are you?
1 o'clock.
I think we can catch up with Mr. Ritchie.
Trudy, honey bunch, I got it.
Huh?
I got the money, look.
Oh, Wilbur. How much is there?
$10,500.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Wait, now, let me spread it out on the table and you can see the whole thing.
Oh, golly.
Look, let's not hang around here 1 minute. Let's get started on our honeymoon.
Sure.
Did you pack anything?
No, but it won't take a minute. I hardly finished unpacking.
Who can that be?
Oh, probably some friend of my aunt's. Whoever it is, I'll get rid of him.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Hello, young lady.
Oh,
Surprised to see me?
yes.
Who is it, Trudy?
It's Mr. Ritchie.
What?
Stand aside and let me in.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
How did you get here?
How did you know where we were?
I remembered you saying you had a fence in Cleveland. I know most of the fences here, so I just inquired around until I found the right one.
That was very unfair.
Really?
Wilbur, you tell Mr.
Now, wait
Ritchie...
a minute. We're not going through that again. This time I have a gun. You see?
Oh, what do you want?
The money you got from that jewelry. I see you very conveniently laid it out for me.
Keep away from that money.
Oh, no.
Mr. Ritchie, that's for our honeymoon.
Very touching, but I'm taking it with me.
Oh, Wilbur, this is awful.
These bundles may bulge my pockets a little, but I don't think the inconvenience will be too great.
Wilbur, what can we do?
I don't know.
There's nothing you can do. I have the money, and now I'm leaving.
No, don't. Wilbur, call the police.
I think you'd have a tough job explaining things to them. You just stay put. Goodbye, suckers.
Just a minute, Richie.
Huh? There you are.
Oh, thank heaven. Who are you?
Special agent of the FBI.
Huh? Let me out of here.
Oh, no. No. We spent too much time locating you. You were picked up at the train, Richie, and trailed while you visited all those fences. I arrived here in time to see you visit the right one. Now, come along, all of you.
George Ritchie was given a 10-year sentence. Wilbur Sheridan a 5-year sentence, and Trudy Sheridan was given a 3-year sentence in federal prison for violation of the National Stolen Property Act. And thus your FBI ended a few more criminal careers, and ended them because of a factor in law enforcement that few criminals consider. They commit a crime in one city, sell their loot in another city, and then flee to a third city. There, they assume that they are safe. The distance lends them security. But your FBI is more than just a collection of trained specialists in crime investigation. Your FBI is also a network of field offices, each one available to every other office, which makes the flight of the criminal valueless, because he can find no dark corner of the nation without an arm of that network, without a representative of your FBI.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
Mr. Keating, that Equitable Education Fund you were telling us about sounds swell. But I'm just wondering whether I can afford one for my boy.
Don't let that worry you, Bob. If you can't afford a fund that will pay the full cost of your boy's education, why not start one that will pay part of the expense? In any event, the man to see is your Equitable Society representative. Get in touch with him soon. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Innocent Witness.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Innocent Witness on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you the owner of the house you live in? If so, and if that house has a mortgage on it, then our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society, has some interesting and important information for you. In just about 14 minutes, the Equitable Society will give you the facts about America's finest plan for home ownership. It's called the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, a money-saving plan that has meant increased security for thousands of homeowners. Tonight's FBI file, The Mysterious Fugitive.
It is the proud record of your FBI that 97% of those the Bureau apprehends and takes to court are later found guilty and sentenced. Now, that record indicates a thoroughness and a basic respect for detail in every investigation, because it often happens that the only testimony for the prosecution is given by special agents of your FBI. After conviction, the file on that case is marked closed. Now, those files are records of jobs well done, records of which the Bureau is justifiably proud. For that reason, it is understandable that your FBI does not like to reopen a file that's been marked closed, does not like to have to do its job all over again. That does not happen very often, but as you will see in tonight's case, it does happen. Tonight's FBI file opens at the mouth of a river located in one of our eastern seaboard states. A cabin cruiser courses slowly down the stream. Rounding a bend and reaching the sea, it noses into a weather-worn dock. Its pilot, a young man in his middle 20s, ties the boat to a stanchion and walks down the dock to a dilapidated waterfront hotel. He opens the sun-warped screen door and enters the lobby.
Hello? Anyone here?
Just a minute. Well,
Hello.
what do you want?
Are you in charge here?
Yeah. Why?
I'm looking for information.
What about?
One of the boats that's tied to the dock out there.
Which one?
The Sea Maid 2. Who owns that, do you know?
No.
Well, isn't that dock connected with your hotel?
Everybody uses it.
Oh.
Look, mister, if you just came here to ask questions, I haven't got the
Oh, no,
time.
wait, please.
What is it?
The sea maid passed me an hour or so ago upstream, and I thought I recognized that pilot. Did you see that boat tie up?
No.
Well, perhaps you know this man. He's about my size, blonde hair, mustache. His name is Sebring.
Never heard of him.
But if he uses this dock...
I told you anybody could
Well, he
use
couldn't
it.
have docked more than 10 or 15 minutes ago. Where could he have gone from here, do you know?
Oh, to town, maybe.
What town?
Fairfield, Clearwater, Twin Falls, they're all near here.
Let's see. Well, I guess I'll just have to wait for him.
Sometimes people leave their boats here for days.
I'll wait.
Who's there? What is it? What do you want?
I gotta see you.
All right. Come in. I told you, Anna, that I wanted to take a nap.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, why do you disturb me?
Well, a man was here looking for you.
Huh? Who was he?
I don't know.
What did he want?
He didn't say.
Did he ask for me by name?
Yeah, he said you passed him in your boat upstream, and he thought he recognized you and followed you down here.
Where is he now?
He left. He returned to his boat.
What did you tell him?
Said I didn't know who you were or where you'd gone.
I see.
He was going to wait for you anyhow.
This is bad.
Well, I tried my best to get rid of him, Frank.
Raise the window shade.
Yeah, sure.
Just a trifle.
How's that?
Fine. Now, which one is his boat?
Oh, yeah, at the very end of the dock there. You see it?
Yeah.
Well, he must be below.
Where's your husband?
He went into town.
As soon as he returns, send him up here. I have some work for him to do.
Hello, aboard there.
Yeah. Someone hailing me?
Yeah.
What do you want?
Are you the owner of this boat?
Yeah.
I see your license.
Boat license?
Nope, the license for using this dock.
Oh, I didn't know that one was necessary.
It's a town ordinance.
Who are you?
Deputy sheriff.
Oh, I see. Well, can I arrange to get a license from you?
Nope. Got to get one in town.
They open this time of night?
Nope.
Well, then what do I do?
Leave the dock.
I couldn't do that.
Look, mister, that's an order.
Sheriff, Well, I might as well tell you why I'm here.
All I'm interested in is a license.
Listen, Sheriff, that boat right over there, the Sea Maid 2. I followed it down the river this afternoon. There was a man aboard that I think I recognized.
Well?
I know that government agents will be very anxious to apprehend him, if he's the man I think he is.
Are you a government agent?
No.
Any kind of policeman?
No.
Well, then why are you so interested?
I was in Army intelligence during the war.
Buddy, the war's all over.
Yes, but don't you...
Look, which boat are you talking about?
That one down there, with the black hull.
Her name ain't Sea Maid 2.
Oh, yes, it is.
That's the Ebony Queen.
I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Come on, have a look for yourself.
Very well.
I'll prove to you that that's the Ebony Queen, mister. It's owned by a man named Smith who lives in Twin Falls. He ain't been in no trouble with the government ever.
Well, is this Smith about my size, blonde hair, mustache?
No, sir. He's short, fat, and bald.
Well, would anyone else be using his boat?
Nope. Well, what does it say there?
Ebony Queen.
Yeah.
I don't understand. That's the boat I followed.
Look, mister, your story just don't make sense. You go on back to your boat. Cast off your lines and pull out of here.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. I'm staying.
Some 50 miles away in an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just approaching the desk of the agent in charge.
Mr. Price.
Yes, Jim?
Could I see you for a moment, sir?
Surely. What's on your mind?
Well, I received a phone call late this afternoon from a friend of mine named Tom Logan.
Yes?
Tom was in Army intelligence during the war. We worked together on a number of cases involving enemy aliens. That was when I was with the New York office.
I see.
One of the men we picked up at the beginning of the war was a Nazi named Frank Sebring.
Mm-hmm.
He'd been engaged in subversive activity. He was convicted on several counts and sent to a federal prison.
I remember hearing about him.
Well, then you may recall also, sir, that Sebring was released at the end of the war and deported to Germany.
Yes, I do, but what's this got to do with your friend's phone call?
Oh, well, Tom has been out on his boat for a fishing trip for the past week. This afternoon, a small pleasure cruiser passed him. Tom was almost certain the man at the wheel was Sebring.
What?
Yes. He said he followed the boat to a dock down near Twin Falls. No one was aboard her, so he inquired at a nearby hotel as to where the man had gone, but he couldn't learn anything there.
Jim, this sounds more like a case of mistaken identity.
Well, I thought so myself at first, sir, but Tom insisted he had the right man. Knowing him, I'm inclined to believe him.
We have a file here on Sebring, Jim. Check it. It's possible that we're both mistaken. Maybe he wasn't deported.
I already have checked on it, sir. He was sent out of the country over 6 months ago.
Oh, I see. Where's your friend now?
He's standing by down there waiting for the man to return.
Has he contacted the local police?
I advised him to, but I'm not so sure that he will.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Price.
Yeah?
I wonder if you'd give me permission to go down there. If this is a false lead, I'll be back by tomorrow night.
Yes, go ahead, Jim.
Yes?
It's me, Carl.
Come in. What happened?
Weren't you watching from the window?
It was too dark to see, but I didn't hear his boat pull away.
Well, he ain't going.
Why not?
He just said he was going to wait until you came back.
Did you impersonate a deputy sheriff?
Yeah.
Didn't you threaten to arrest him?
Yeah, and he just said go ahead, so what could I do?
What about the boat? Did you repaint the name?
Uh-huh, but he's still going to stay.
What did you find out about him?
He said he was in Army intelligence during the war.
Oh?
And he also said that government agents would be very happy to grab you.
He's really going to be difficult to get rid of.
Yeah.
Where's Anna?
Downstairs.
Bring her up here at once. We're going to have to deal with this man a bit differently.
Can you see all right, mister?
Yes, just lead the way. When did this man come to your hotel?
Oh, about 20 minutes ago. Took a room for the night.
His name is Sebring?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's got blonde hair and a mustache. Just like the fellow you was looking for. That's why I came right down to the boat to get you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, here's the back door. You can go in this way. Now, his room is right at the head of these stairs.
Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute, mister.
Yeah.
I just happened to think. There ain't going to be any trouble between you two, is there?
Well, to tell you the truth, there might be.
Oh. Well, then I'd better get the sheriff. He's right out in front in the lobby.
It might not be a bad idea. Bring him up to the room.
Yeah, okay.
Come in. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Sebring.
Hello.
You remember me?
Yes, of course. You're the young man who was in Army intelligence.
That's right.
What brings you here?
Your boat passed mine on the river today. I recognized you.
So?
You were deported from this country about 6 months ago, weren't you, Sebring?
That's right.
And how did you get back here?
Illegally?
You admit that?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to have to see to it that you're deported again.
Really? How?
By turning you over to the FBI.
Have you the authority to make an arrest?
No.
Then how are you going to do it?
This should be your answer. Come in.
Here's the sheriff, mister.
Good. Come in, Sheriff.
Okay. You wanted to see me?
Yes, Sheriff. This is the man I was looking for.
Well?
He's in this country illegally. He should be arrested and turned over to the FBI.
Did you hear that, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, now, let me see.
You should obey the man, you know.
Oh, you think so, huh?
Of course.
What is this?
Show him, Carl.
Okay.
Nice work, Sheriff.
Tonight's case from the official files will be reopened in just a moment.
Home, Sweet Home. A song that never grows old because love of home and love of family are emotions that never die. Never fade, never wither.
Yes, and as long as men love their homes, we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society will continue to feel proud of our assured home ownership plan, Proud because it's both a money saver and a home saver. Proud because it's America's finest plan for home ownership.
Just what is this plan, anyway?
Well, it has 4 main advantages. First, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. Second, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Third, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years. Fourth, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs.
Could I prepay this mortgage at an early date if some unexpected good fortune makes it possible, or if I should decide to sell the house?
Yes, there is a liberal prepayment privilege. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an equitable, assured home ownership plan.
Well, how can I find out if I meet those qualifications, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Mysterious Fugitive.
The desire to see that justice is done is strong in almost every one of us. But sometimes that desire leads to trying to take the law into your own hands. As tonight's case from the files of your FBI illustrates, that is the wrong course of action. In every city, there is a local police force. In every state, there are state troopers. And in every section of the country, there are field officers of your FBI. It is their job to see that laws are enforced, that justice is dealt out fairly. Your job as a citizen is to respect and obey those laws. And when, as will sometimes happen, you know of a crime that's been committed or a criminal who has gone unpunished, do not assume the responsibility of seeing justice done. Your responsibility ends when you have done your duty, when you have notified your local police. Tonight's file continues at the police station in the town of Twin Falls. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just introduced himself to the chief of police.
Sit down, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Did a man named Tom Logan contact you at any time yesterday or this morning?
Logan? No, he didn't. Why?
Well, he called me yesterday afternoon. He'd been out on his boat on the river, and he thought he recognized a man who had been deported from this country some 6 months ago.
Where was this?
On the river. This man was in another boat. He trailed him to a dock about 2 miles north of here.
The one near the Riverview Hotel?
Yes, that's it. I told him to contact the police. I thought he might have come to you.
He didn't. Have you tried the Fairfield police?
Yes, I have.
How about Clearwater?
Oh, they hadn't heard from him either.
Have you looked for him?
Yes, I went down to the dock, but I couldn't find any trace of his boat.
Maybe the man took off again and Logan followed him.
Yes, that's very possible.
Did he give you a description of the other boat, the one the suspect was on?
No, he didn't.
Well, I'm afraid that... Oh, excuse me.
Oh, certainly.
Chief Merrill? Yes? Yes. What's that? Where was this? I see. What's the name of the boat? Right. Thanks a lot. I'll be right down there. Mr. Taylor.
Yes?
What does Logan look like?
Oh, he's about 6 feet tall, has dark hair.
Was the name of his boat the Lucky Star?
Sounds like it, yes.
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
What?
The body of a man of that general description was just found in a boat named the Lucky Star.
Oh, no.
We can't be sure that it's Logan, of course.
Where was this?
About 10 miles down the bay. It drifted in ashore.
Let's get down there at once.
Anna, find out who that is.
Okay. That you, Carl?
Yeah.
We're here in the back room.
Carl, did you go into the village?
Yeah.
Any news of the boat?
Nope.
It'll probably be found sometime this afternoon.
That soon?
I imagine so.
Well, what'll we do, Frank?
I'll leave tonight, just as I planned.
I suppose the police should come here.
Why should they?
Well, when they find his body. They could also learn that he docked here.
My dear sister, in the first place, we took great pains to make it appear that his death was accidental.
Why, sure we did.
Furthermore, no one knows that he used the dock except us.
I hope not.
Oh, look, Anna, stop worrying. Everything's going to be okay.
There's the body right over there, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, I see.
Well?
That's Tom Logan.
Too bad.
Well, I guess we'll have to examine him.
Look at the back of his head.
Yes, I see.
Say, there's blood on the back of that boat hook there. From the position of the body, he could have very easily slipped and fallen against it.
He could have, but I don't think he did. I'd say this was very carefully staged to appear that way.
You think he caught up with the man he was looking for?
Yes. If only he'd contacted you, Chief, instead of trying to do the job alone.
Yeah. Well, shall we go below?
Oh, wait, I want to search his pockets first.
Very well.
Just barely possible that he might have left a note of some kind.
Telling you more about this man he was following?
Mm-hmm.
We just had a description of his boat.
Yes, I know.
Find anything?
Just this book of matches. Might be of some help to us.
How's that?
They're from the Riverview Hotel. That's the place by the dock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, then you must have gone in there at some time. Chief, do you know the people who run it?
Yes, a couple named Bremerton.
Well, they might be able to give us some information.
Well, we can...
Hold on a minute.
What is it?
Some blue paint here on the deck. See it?
Yeah.
Very odd shade of blue. There's no color like it on the boat. Been spilled there. Looks like it rubbed off or something.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to scrape a few flecks of it off.
Want a knife?
Oh, I have one, thanks. Chief, why don't you go ashore and notify the coroner? I'll finish up here.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thanks.
Who's that?
Chief of Police Merrill, Mrs. Bremerton.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Merrill.
Hello. This is Mr. Taylor, Mrs. Bremerton.
How do you do?
Hello.
Mr. Taylor is a special agent of the FBI.
I see.
You might be able to help him.
How?
Well, yesterday afternoon, a man named Tom Logan put his boat into that dock outside.
Tom Logan?
That's right. He was a man about 6 feet tall. Had dark hair, slightly broken nose. Did you see him by any chance?
No, sir.
We have reason to believe that he came here to your hotel.
Well, I didn't see anybody that looked like him.
Did you see his boat? It was called the Lucky Star.
No, sir. Oh, well, here's my husband. He might be able to help you.
Oh, good. Mr. Bremerton?
Oh, hello, Chief.
Oh, this is Mr. Taylor. He's from the FBI.
Hiya.
Hello there. We're looking for information, Mr. Bremerton, about a man named Logan who docked his boat outside here yesterday afternoon. It was called the Lucky Star. Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
Maybe you saw him. He was 6 feet tall, dark hair, slightly broken nose.
No, but I didn't see him.
Well, Chief, I'm afraid this was a bad lead. We'd better get going.
But
thanks a lot anyway, folks. Come on, Chief.
Okay. After you, sir. Right.
Carl.
Huh?
Get upstairs. Tell Frank who was here and hurry.
Chief, let's head out here to the end of the dock.
Okay. Say, don't you think we should have questioned the Bremertons a little more?
I purposely cut that interview short.
Why?
Did you notice Bremerton's trousers?
No, I didn't.
Well, there was a streak of blue paint on his right leg. And I'm certain it was the same color paint that I scraped off the deck of Logan's boat.
Wow.
And that reminded me of where I'd seen that paint before. I noticed a can of it yesterday when I came down here to the dock.
Whereabouts?
Right alongside this boat up here. Chief, Shine your flashlight around, will you?
Oh, hey, there's a paint can.
Yeah, I think that's the one. See? That same odd shade of blue.
Yeah.
I wonder if... Wait a minute. I'll shine your light again on the stern of that boat.
Right there?
Yeah, that's it. Look, Chief, the name on that boat has been freshly painted.
Ebony Queen.
Hey, do you suppose it was called something else before? But the name was changed to avoid suspicion?
Could have been.
Well, if it was, then that's Sebring's boat.
Oh.
This whole paint cycle ties together. I think Bremerton's mixed up in this, too. Look, you go aboard, search the boat.
Right.
I'm heading for the nearest phone to call my office. I want to see if anyone named Bremerton has ever been mixed up with Sebring.
Is that you, Mr. Taylor? I'm below here. I've just been going through this chest. I found some papers that
Kindly put up your
Huh?
hands. What are you doing on this boat?
I'm Chief of Police Merrill.
You haven't answered my question.
Who are you?
That doesn't matter.
Would your name be Sebring?
Yes, it is.
Then you know why I'm here.
Yes, but unfortunately, it isn't going to do you any good.
What do you mean?
I'm about to take a trip down the river. I need a change.
You won't get very far.
I will if I travel alone. You'll be with me, Chief, but only in spirit.
You talk real tough.
As a matter of fact, I am. Is that you, Carl?
Yeah.
Come below. We have company.
Okay.
You undoubtedly know the chief of police.
Yeah.
He was nosing around down here. We're going to have to take care of him.
Uh-huh.
Go above and cast off the line first. I would prefer that this happen while we're out on the river. Well, do as I say.
I can't.
Why not?
Because I have a gun in his back.
Huh?
Drop yours, Sebring. Pick up his gun, Chief.
Okay, and thanks.
My office told me that Bremerton was Sebring's brother-in-law, so I dropped by, picked him up, and brought him down here.
I'm sure glad you did.
Now we can place them both under arrest.
It was proved that although Logan was assaulted in the hotel, his death occurred on the boat. Therefore, Sebring was convicted in a federal court for murder on the high seas and sentenced to be executed. Carl and Anna were convicted as accomplices and given a life prison term in a federal penitentiary. At this time, your FBI marked its file not closed, but dead. And it was able to do that only because of the shrewd powers of observation of a special agent who remembered where he had seen an off-shade of pink. Now, those powers of observation are not a talent that anyone is born with, but they are a talent that can be developed, that has been developed in the course of study that every special agent must pass before he becomes a qualified member of your FBI, before he goes to work for you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
You know what I'm going to do first thing tomorrow, Mr. Keating? I'm going to find out if I can qualify for an assured home ownership plan.
Mighty good idea, George, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Juvenile Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. And inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Juvenile Shakedown on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If you're a regular listener to this Equitable Society program, you've probably noticed this about the commercial messages. There's no high-pressure selling. Each Equitable Society message is designed to help you, to give you expert advice on home and family security, to keep you abreast of the latest development in life insurance. For instance, tonight, our Equitable Society message deals with a type of insurance most people know little about. Yet it's important in the lives of 1 out of 3 Americans. So, in 14 minutes, listen carefully for interesting information on group insurance from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight's FBI file, The Gullible Groom.
There has never been a time in the long history of the nation when there was so much money in circulation as there is at the present time. And when you have that situation, it is axiomatic that you will also have a certain proportion of the population trying to get their hands on some of that money illegally. Some criminals will take a gun and stalk the highways, robbing stores or gas stations or people in parked automobiles. Others will break into homes, steal whatever is available, and convert the loot into money through the use of a fence. But there is one special brand of criminal to whom these days are the days of milk and honey, to whom prosperity presents a personal challenge. He stalks his prey carefully and makes elaborate plans to separate the victim from his wealth. But this criminal does not use force. He uses cunning. He is the confidence man. Tonight's file opens in a football stadium in a small college town. The game is in progress. It is midway in the second quarter. The two teams are lined up on the midfield stripe. The ball is snapped. Both lines lunge, pile up. Suddenly, out of the pack, a player carrying the ball, seen streaking down the sideline. He's at the 35, the 30, the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. He's over for a touchdown.
What was that? That was a touchdown. Is that good?
Oh, honey, how can you be so stupid? It's terrific.
Well, Grace, I've never seen a game before.
I thought you told me you used to go to games every week back home.
Well, I always went with fellas, so I never looked.
Not with either head?
Huh?
Oh, nothing, honey. Just be quiet for a minute. I want to watch this conversion.
What's that?
They kick for the extra point after touchdown.
Oh.
There it goes.
Did he convert?
Yes, dear.
Well, what happens now?
State College kicks off.
And they start all over again?
That's right.
That's silly.
Hey, here comes Walter.
Where?
Coming down the aisle.
To see us?
I guess so. Walter! Walter, over here!
Okay. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. I'm sorry, please. Excuse me.
Well, hiya, girls.
Hello, Walter. Hi.
How you enjoying the game?
Never mind that. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
Who's the man you're with?
Oh, he's the sucker I'm building up. His name is Herbert Franklin.
Has he got money?
Oh, loaded with it.
Where'd you meet him?
Hey, I told you this morning I met him last night at a bar. He thinks I'm an old grad, too.
Is that why you're carrying that pennant?
Yes, Fay, yes. It's also the reason why I'm wearing this feather, this badge, this school tie, and this horse throat.
They're lining up for the kickoff. You'd better go back.
Yeah, okay.
When do we go to work?
I'll be with Franklin in the cocktail lounge at the hotel at 8 o'clock tonight.
We'll be there.
Fly, O sons of old, stay you are always right. So, on you go, on down the field and fight.
Oh, Herbert, you've got a magnificent voice. The best voice in this whole saloon.
Well, Walter, I love to sing, but I don't get much chance.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't tell me that. To sing as gloriously as you do, a man has to get plenty of practice.
No, really, Walter. I never get a chance to sing when I'm home. Emma doesn't like noise.
Emma?
Didn't I show you her picture?
Oh, no.
Well, wait. Here it is. Here, that's Emma and the kid.
Oh, hey, fine-looking woman.
Yeah, she is.
And those husky youngsters, why, they're going to be football players.
I certainly hope so.
Oh, pardon me.
Yes?
Aren't you Herbert Franklin?
Why, yes.
Don't you remember me?
Well, I remember your face, but
Oh, we met in New York when you were there last April. My name is Grace Carter.
Well, I was in New York last April, but
Herbert, what's wrong with you, man? Where's your old state spirit? Invite the ladies to sit down.
Oh, yeah. Please pardon me. Will you join us?
Oh, surely. Mr. Franklin, this is my friend, Fay Madison.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Madison.
How do you do?
Miss Carter, Miss Madison, my old chum and classmate, Mr. Roberts.
Well, how do you do? It's always nice to meet any of Herbert's friends. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thank you.
Hey, waiter, bottle of wine, please.
Oh, swell. I just love wine. Do you, Mr. Franklin?
Well, yes.
Bubbly wine?
Yes.
In big bottles?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Franklin, we have so much in common.
Say, Herbert, let's sing the girls our old school song.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, come on, everybody sing.
Well, you start it. Go ahead.
All right. Loyal sons of old state, you are always right. So, on you go, on down the field and fight.
Who's there?
It's me, Walter.
Oh, Walter. Wait a minute, Walter. Good morning, Walter.
Good morning.
Come on in.
Well, how do you feel, Herbert?
Awful. Just awful.
Well, then you better sit down, Herbert. I have some upsetting news for you.
What is it?
How much do you remember about last night?
Not too much.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
What do you mean?
Herbert, you're in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, last night when we were celebrating our victory, we met two young ladies.
I remember that.
And you remember that we bought them a couple of bottles of wine downstairs in the lounge.
I remember that perfectly. We sang some songs.
That's right. Then you insisted on leaving here and going over to Pete's Tavern.
I used to go there when I was a student.
Yeah, I know. So we went there and we had some more wine. Then about 10:30, you and the girl called Fay got up and said you were going someplace with her and that you'd meet us later.
Did you let me go?
Oh, sure. You look sober to me. Well, in a couple of hours, Herb, you came back. The two of you were giggling like school kids, and you told Grace and me you had gotten married.
What?
Well, that's what you said. Oh, at the time, I just laughed it off.
Well, it was a joke.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But this morning I got to worrying about it, and I checked with the justice of the peace you mentioned and the town hall.
Well?
I'm sorry to tell you this, Herbert, but you really did get married last night.
I couldn't have.
Oh, believe me, you did.
Oh, heavens, Walter. What am I going to do?
Well, I've been thinking about that, Herbert. Maybe there's some way of buying people off. Let me investigate, and you wait right here until you hear from me.
Meanwhile, in a nearby city in the FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated with his fellow agent Carl Putnam discussing a new case to which they have both been assigned.
I'm sorry I had to call you away from the family on a Sunday, Carl, but the boss wanted you to work with me on this.
That's all right, Jim. What's it about?
Well, I don't know whether you remember a circular some time ago about a trio of swindlers, 2 women and a man.
No, I don't. Who are they?
Well, the names are Grace Carter, Fay Madison, and Walter Robertson.
I see. What's the swindle?
Well, in the past, we've wanted them because Robertson was marrying these girls off to servicemen and then taking their allotment checks.
Well, that must have been some time ago, Jim.
Yes, it was. That racket stopped with VJ Day. But then, 2 months ago, the same trio changed their pattern.
Oh? What did they switch to?
An old racket. They found a wealthy married man, took him out, got him drunk, and then in the morning they told him that he had married one of the girls.
What's their angle?
Well, the married man naturally can't afford to have that become known, so Robertson acts as a go-between and buys off the girl. And Robertson also acts as if he doesn't know the girl.
And somebody actually fell for that swindle?
A man named Stewart in New Orleans just 2 months ago.
Well, if it worked, how did we find out about it?
Well, after thinking it over, Stewart decided that he'd been clipped, so he came into the New Orleans office. They sent out the circular on it.
But you said all this happened 2 months ago. What's the rush now?
Well, New Orleans got a tip that they hid out down there and just headed up this way last week.
Oh, I see. What's the first step, Jim?
I've already taken care of it, Carl. The police have been alerted, and they're checking all hotels and rooming houses in the city. Look, while we're waiting for them to call back, why don't you take the records on this trio and study them, huh?
Okay.
I'll check with you as soon as I hear from the police.
Grace? Grace?
I'm in here.
Oh. Where's Fay?
Down having breakfast.
Well, how do you feel?
Awful. Have you seen Franklin?
Yeah, I just came from their dreamboat, and there's good news tonight.
He paid off?
Please, tempo. I haven't asked him for any money yet.
Why not?
I told him I was coming over to see Fay to find out whether I could make a deal for him.
Did he remember anything about last night?
Remember anything? From the amount of stuff you put in his last drink, it's a wonder he even woke up.
I had to do something the way you were going.
What do you mean?
You got that wine in you and almost killed the whole deal.
How?
You told Franklin that he shouldn't marry Fay, that he was too good for her.
I don't believe you.
Look, you got plastered and you pulled the same thing in Pittsburgh, remember?
In
Shut
Pittsburgh.
up! When are you going back to see that guy?
I told him I'd return in half an hour.
How much are you asking him for?
10,000.
That's too much.
But he's loaded with dough.
That means nothing. I cased the guy last night. For 10 G's, he'd rather be a bigamist.
But, Grace,
Ask him for 5. He'll go for that much. And when you collect, bring the dough right back here to Mama.
Carl, I located Robertson and his female accomplices.
Good work, Jim.
No, not too good. They were at the Central Hotel, but they've checked out.
I see. I don't suppose they left any forwarding address.
No, none at all.
Did you check with the local hotel accounting department?
Yes, most of the charges on their bill were from the cocktail lounge.
I'm looking for a sucker, I suppose.
I don't think so, Carl. I learned that he spent most of his time there with the piano player.
An entertainer?
Yes, I spoke to him. He told me that Robertson had staked him pretty well to teach him the State University songs.
What would he want to know those for?
I think I found the answer in this morning's paper.
Oh, what is it?
There's a story on the sports page about State winning its homecoming game, 7-6.
Do you think Robertson was there?
I'm sure he was, and probably as an old grad. We'd better alert the police up there at once.
Come in.
Hello, Herbert.
Hello, Walter.
Well, you feeling any better, old-timer?
Frankly, no.
Well, I got some news that should cheer you up. It's about your marriage.
Oh?
Yeah. I've been doing lots of running around trying to fix up things, you know. My first stop was to see the Justice of the Peace, the one who married you.
Yeah?
I had to do a big sales job on him, and he finally agreed to do business for $500.
What do you mean, business?
Well, you know, forget that he ever married you.
Oh.
Yeah, then I went to see the man at the town hall who issued the license, and for another $500, he'll forget all about the license.
Walter, I'm sorry you went to all that trouble.
It's no trouble at all. We're old schoolmates, aren't we? I did it for good old State.
I know, and I appreciate it, but...
But what?
I wish you hadn't done it.
Oh, why not?
Well, since you told me all about what happened, I've been sitting here thinking.
Yeah?
Mostly I was thinking about Fay. What a pretty girl she is.
Herb, what's your point?
Well, I've decided that I want to stay married to her. You what? I want to stay married to Faye.
But you can't.
Why not?
Well, that's obvious, isn't it?
Well, what are you talking about?
Emma and the kids. You showed me their picture, remember? You'll be arrested for bigamy.
But, Walter, they're not my children. They're Emma's children. I just helped to raise them.
What about Emma?
Well, she'll be mad, I suppose. But she'll get over it.
Get over it? Your wife will get over it?
Wife? Emma's my sister.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Now, a 50-second interview on group insurance with a man from Boston. Pat, what are you going to name the new baby girl of yours, eh?
Mary Ellen Ryan, Mr. Keating, after her mother. But we really ought to name her Equitable Ryan.
Equitable Ryan?
Yes, sir. Our company has complete group insurance with the Equitable Society. And my group insurance is going to pay all the bills for Mary Ellen.
Hospital and doctor bills both?
That's right. Before we had complete group insurance, my first two kids each put me in debt. But this time, we own our baby, free and clear.
Yes, group insurance with the Equitable Society is a mighty good thing for you, Pat, and it's just as good for your company, for 3 good reasons. First, it means satisfied, loyal workers.
Yep. Think of getting life insurance, accident and sickness insurance, and retirement income, plus hospital, surgical, and medical benefits, all in one package from the Equitable Society without any medical examination.
Second, group insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society decreases labor turnovers.
Right. A fellow thinks twice before he walks out on a job which gives him extra insurance coverage for lower cost than he could buy it as an individual.
Third, Equitable Society group insurance improves quality and quantity of production.
Believe me, I do better work now that I've got rid of worries about sickness and accidents and my wife and kids' future.
Pat, I hope every employer in this radio audience hears what you've said and is resolving now to get the facts on complete group insurance protection from the nearest office of the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or write direct to the New York home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Gullible Groom.
There is no telling with any degree of accuracy how much money confidence men have cost the American people in the past year. But despite the absence of any official records, it is safe to say that the amount runs into millions. And yet, as illustrated by tonight's case from the files of your FBI, there is no reason why these swindlers should be as successful as they are. There is one weapon at your disposal with which they can be stopped. And this goes for any swindler. That weapon, and your FBI asks you to use it whenever you're approached with any kind of a proposition by anyone who is at all a stranger to you. That weapon with which every one of you is armed is common sense. Tonight's file continues in a hotel room in the college town. Walter Robertson has just finished explaining his failure to his 2 female accomplices.
So that's what happened. Instead of being his wife, this Emma he kept talking about is his sister.
That's just great.
Now, look, don't start hopping on me. It's bad enough as it is.
Walter,
What is it, Faye?
I don't understand how he could be married to his sister. That's bigamy.
Honey, just keep out of this, will you?
What made you think this Emma was his wife?
He showed me a picture, said it was Emma and his kids.
Walter, if he's not married, he couldn't have kids.
I know, Faye, I know. That's bigamy, too. Now, please shut up and let me figure a way out of this.
You shut up, too. I'll do the figuring from now on.
What am I, stupid?
Now that you brought it up? Yes. You've run this show long enough. It's my turn now.
Okay, Mrs. Genius.
Now listen to me, both of you. Faith, this Franklin guy wants to stay married to you. Okay, let him have his way.
But, Grace, we're not married. How can we stay married if we're not married in the first place?
I know you're not married. But go along with the game.
He wants to take Faye back to Aurora with him.
When?
On the train in a half an hour.
You can make it. You're all packed.
Sure, I'm packed. But don't I have anything to say about this? Who wants to live in Aurora?
Faye, you go with him. The whole trip only takes 2 hours. Walter and I'll be on the same train, and we'll see you in Aurora.
Oh,
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hello, Carl.
I've checked the other two hotels. Robertson didn't
Robertson stayed here, Carl, but he'd checked out by the time the police made their call.
I see. Any idea where he went?
To a town called Aurora. That's about 2 hours from here.
It's also across the state line.
Yes, I know.
How did you find out they went there?
The transportation desk got 2 tickets for Robertson on the 2 o'clock train.
He's there by now.
Should be. I've already alerted the Aurora police to check all the hotels and rooming houses every hour.
You think there's anything else to do here before we go to Aurora?
Yes. Now, look, Robertson must have gone to Aurora to follow a victim.
That's logical. It isn't the kind of a town he'd pick to live in.
All right, that's point 1. Point 2 is the victim must be an old grad who was back here for the homecoming game.
Right.
Point 3 is that the old grad must be married because that's Robertson's pattern.
How does knowing all that help us?
I'm going over to the alumni office and get a list of the married alumni who live in Aurora.
I hope you find somebody at the office. It's Sunday, you know.
Oh, I've already gotten the alumni association secretary on the phone. He's going to meet me at his office in 10 minutes.
Good. Now, what do you want me to do?
Well, look, Robertson's room hasn't been cleaned since he checked out. The manager will give you a pass key. So, Carl, why don't you go up there and see if you can find anything?
Okay, where'll I meet you?
When you're finished, come over to the alumni office. I'll wait for you there.
Are you sure this is a place you told Fay to meet us?
Certainly, I'm sure. How many cocktail bars do you think there are in this town?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Oh, there she is.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Fay. How was the trip?
Oh, it was just fine. We had lunch on the train, and he bought me some magazines with pictures in them and some candy.
Oh, never mind that. What kind of a joint does he live in?
Well, it looks like one of those castles in fairy tales. I never saw a place so big in my whole life.
I knew the guy was loaded.
He hasn't paid off yet.
But you've got a way to make him pay off, remember?
That's right. And here it is. You're going to call Herbert in a couple of minutes and tell him we just got into town. Tell him you've got to see him.
Why?
Tell him you spoke to the Justice of Peace and the guy in the town hall again, and that they're going to give the whole story about the marriage and the attempted bribery to the papers.
Implicating Herbert in the bribe, too?
Right. Then you tell him that they're both waiting for a call from you, and that for $5,000 you can chill the beef.
Whoa. Not bad.
Thanks. Fay, he'll undoubtedly talk to you about this. You advise him to pay. Then we come over and pick up the $5,000.
Grace.
What?
I don't want to do it.
Huh?
I don't want to do that. Herbert's been very nice to me, and I'd like to stay married to him.
Listen, lame brain. You forget you're not married to this guy. He only thinks you are.
Oh, that's right.
Look, you just go back home and keep Herbert there till he gets our phone call.
This Alumni Association's office?
Carl, I'm in here.
Oh, fine. Had any luck yet, Jim?
I spoke to the police at Aurora a couple of times since I saw you.
What did they say?
They've checked every hotel and rooming house twice now, and still no sign of any of the trio.
I don't understand that.
No.
The transportation desk at that hotel said definitely that Robertson bought tickets to Aurora.
So they did. You know, he might be staying at the home of the victim.
I never thought of that. How about the alumni records?
Well, I've come up with 45 alumni who live in Aurora who are married.
That's not too many. We ought to be able to comb through them in time to stop Robertson.
Carl, I'm afraid we've made a mistake someplace along the line.
Why?
I phoned the list to the police in Aurora and had them contact every one of the names.
And none of them was the right one?
None of them had ever even heard of Robertson or the girls.
How do you figure that, Jim?
Well, we must have made a mistake.
What do we do now?
We retrace our steps and see where we went wrong.
Well, where do you want to start?
Look, before we do that, let's go over your stuff. Now, what did you find in Robertson's room?
Well, nothing very much, I'm afraid. This football program, for one thing.
Any writing on any of the pages?
No, I checked through every inch of space.
Okay, what else?
This red feather that I suppose Robertson wore on his hat yesterday.
No, that's no help.
And this banner that he probably waved as he sang the state alma mater.
With tears in his eyes.
Yeah. And then in the wastepaper basket, there was this ticket stub. I guess that's where he sat for the game.
Let me see that, huh?
Yeah.
There's a red A printed on it. That means it was in the alumni section. Hey, that also means that ticket was sold to an alumnus through this office.
But Robertson's no alumnus. How did he get this kind of a ticket?
I don't know, but I think we can find out. Come on.
I hope Fay kept Franklin at home.
Of course she did. She's not that stupid.
Don't underestimate that girl.
Well, hello there, Herbert.
Oh, hello, Walter.
You remember Miss Carter, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course. Hello, Miss Carter.
Hello, Herbert.
Okay, come in, both of you.
Well, thanks. Go ahead, honey.
It's Grace and Walter.
Oh, hello there. It's been such a long time since I've seen you.
Herbert, I want you to know how awful we feel about this shakedown you're getting.
Oh, thank you.
Have you got the money, Herbert?
Yes, I have it right here.
Good.
I certainly appreciate your taking care of this for me.
Think nothing of it, old man.
Are there any other steps I should take?
Oh, no. I'll handle the whole thing so that no one will know about the marriage until you get ready to announce it yourself.
Oh, thank you.
Herbert, I think Fay had better come back to town with us, just so nobody sees her around here and starts to talk.
Well, that's probably a good idea. Fay, I'm sorry that you have to start your married life off this way.
Oh, that's all right, Herbert. This isn't the first...
We'd better be going.
Yes.
Go ahead, honey. You run along with them. I'll talk to you in the morning.
All right, dear.
Well, come along, girls. Good night, Herbert.
Step back, Robertson.
Oh, what?
I said step back in me, you and the girls, too.
What is this?
Yeah.
Looks like we arrived here just at the right time.
Who are you? We're special agents of the FBI. Are you Mr. Franklin?
Yes? Why are you here?
To arrest this trio of swindlers.
Oh, wait, Fay's not a swindler. She's my wife.
Mr. Franklin, that makes you a member of a very large club. However, I seriously doubt that you are married. We can check that, though, when these people are booked in jail.
Walter Robertson was tried in federal court and was sentenced to serve 5 years in prison in violation of the National Stolen Property Act. His 2 female accomplices were also convicted and sentenced to terms of 18 months. And so your FBI captured 3 criminals for whom it had been searching a long time, and captured them because of one single slim clue. That clue was the stub of the football ticket found in the hotel room. Alumni Association records showed that the ticket had been sold to Herbert Franklin, and it was at his home that the arrests were made. Thus, once again, your FBI showed that one way to help curb the crime wave is to follow every clue, however meager it appears, to its conclusion. That is a part of the training given to every special agent before he becomes an accredited member of the agency which serves every one of the 140 million Americans from coast to coast. Your National Law Enforcement Agency, your FBI.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, some more useful facts on Equitable Society Group Insurance. It enables the company to give its employees the benefit of its wholesale purchasing power. It builds loyalty and goodwill, decreases personnel turnover, improves quality and quantity of production. For instance, the president of General Tire and Rubber Company, Mr. William O'Neill, says, "We believe that group protection has made our employees happier by freeing them from some of the major worries of life, and has thereby helped to improve the morale of our organization. This protection is one of the strongest ties that a man and his family can have with the company that employs him, and it comes to him on such easy terms. If your company does not have group insurance, or if your group program is incomplete, get in touch immediately with the nearest office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States."
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case that dramatizes the pursuit of an innocent fugitive by a relentless killer. Its subject, mob vengeance. Its title, The Runaway Dancer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis, your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Runaway Dancer on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If you have a friend who is a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, maybe this phone conversation will sound familiar to you.
Hello?
This is your Equitable Society representative. I just called up to remind you to listen to This Is Your FBI tonight. The Equitable Society has some good news for you in the middle commercial.
What news is that?
There's a new edition just off the press of the Equitable Society's famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. That's the chart that made such a big hit with members of this audience last year. So be sure to listen to the middle commercial to learn how to get your copy of the Equitable Society's new fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Tonight's FBI file, Lady Luck's husband.
It is a regrettable but true fact that many decent, hard-working citizens hear or read about the current crime wave and regard it as something which only remotely concerns them. They are wrong. And if you believe that the crime wave does not directly affect you, then you are wrong, too. In the first 6 months of this year, thieves in the United States stole property worth almost $60 million, an average of well over $2 million a week. That property was not stolen from any special class of people, but from everyone, in every strata of our society. More than one theft was committed every second of every hour around the clock, day and night. And the thing to remember is that for every theft, there was a victim who might just as easily have been you. Tonight's file opens in a gambling house located in a suburb in one of our large eastern cities. The owner, a lean, hard-looking, gray-haired man, is standing near the entrance and watching the various tables as a woman approaches.
Where have you been?
At the bar.
I told you to lay off the grog, didn't I?
I only had 2 drinks.
Our, boy is here.
I know. I got the office from Charlie. Which one is he?
The guy in the gray suit, standing next to Harry.
I see him.
You remember everything I told you?
Don't worry about it.
Here's some chips. Go over and bet with him, whatever he bets.
There's only 200 here.
You won't need any more. He's going to win tonight.
Okay. See you later.
Yeah. Good luck.
5 and a 2. Pay the cum and take the line. Next shooter.
I'll shoot 50.
50 is right.
And make your plays. Here he comes. 6 and a 1, natural. Pay the line.
Now let it ride.
I'll stay with him. Keep lucky, mister.
Coming out. E11, pay the line.
Keep those dice hot.
I'm shooting 100.
And another 100 with him.
2 and a 4. 6 is the point.
20 on a hard 6.
Bet me 20 the same way.
Here he comes. It's a 3 and a 3. Hard 6. Pay the line. Pay the hard 6. Make your bets. Same man shooting.
You're my lucky man.
Yeah, you ain't doing bad for me either.
Make your bets. All right, make your bets.
Shoot another 100. How about you, honey?
I'll go. Uh-oh. I've got to quit.
What's the matter?
I have to duck somebody.
Still your dice.
Now, wait a
mister.
minute.
Come on,
I don't
shoot.
want to lose you. You're too lucky.
Well, then cash in my chips for me and meet me later at the bar. Hey, over here.
Oh, sorry I kept you waiting, honey. I had to finish my shoot.
How'd you make out?
I won about a G.
Well, not bad.
Yeah, here's your dough. 600.
Say, thanks.
Can I buy you another drink?
Sure.
What is that, scotch?
And water.
Hey, Joe, 2 scotch and water, huh?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I had to run out on you like that.
Well, did you have to?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, I spotted a fellow coming in. Friend of my husband's.
Your husband's?
Uh-huh. You see, he doesn't want me to gamble, so I have to sneak out and come here alone.
You must be daffy. If I was married to anybody as lucky as you, I'd drive you to the game.
Well, I'm not usually so lucky.
Maybe it was me.
It was.
Why don't you just say we're a good combination?
Okay.
One that ought to stay in business.
Is that an invitation?
Well, now that you bring it up. Yeah.
But I'm a married woman.
Well, you're with me now.
Well, big, strong type fellow.
Nah, it's like rolling dice. I pick my spots.
I see.
Hey, I don't even know your name.
It's Hazel.
Oh, I'm Bill.
Hiya, Bill.
Hi. Hey, look, I got an idea.
What?
Where'd you tell your husband you were going tonight?
To the theater with a girlfriend.
You got any more excuses like that?
That depends.
What do you mean?
I'm like you. I pick my spots.
Well, how about picking a spot to meet me tomorrow night?
Now, look.
We'll listen to music instead of dice. What do you say?
Well, okay.
Meanwhile, in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk when Special Agent Frank Brady enters.
Oh, Frank, pull up a chair.
Thanks, Jim.
Hey, congratulations on the baby.
Oh, that's right. I haven't seen you since then.
Oh, how's Evelyn?
Fine, Jim. She and the baby came home from the hospital this morning.
Oh? No sleep at night for you for the next couple of months.
I've been thinking about that. I hope there isn't too much night work on this new case.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
What's it about, Jim? All I know is that the boss assigned me to work with you.
It's a bond job, Frank.
Huh?
$88,000 worth of negotiable securities was stolen 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles.
Oh, and they think the bandits are back here?
No, the Los Angeles office arrested the bandits the day after the job.
Well, I don't get it. What are we supposed to do?
Find the bonds.
Oh, I see.
The L.A. office got a tip that the bonds were sent east right after the robbery.
They don't know how, do they?
No, but my guess is they were sent by messenger.
Now, have we got the records on the 2 bandits who were arrested?
Yes, I've gone over them 3 times now, but I haven't been able to find any link that they had with anybody here in the East.
Well, did either one of them have any family back here?
No, not according to the records.
What do you think our first move ought to be, Jim?
Well, I guess the only thing we can do right now is send out an alarm on the bonds, Frank. I've got all the serial numbers right here.
I'll get up a list of security officers here in the city.
Fine. And we'll follow up the circular with some phone calls. Check with me as soon as your list is ready, Frank, and we'll go to work.
Hazel, throw me a match, will you?
Hmm? Oh, sure. Here.
Thanks. Oh.
Jack, you look tired.
I am. I was up all night.
Again?
Yeah, the tables ran late. We let the suckers play till 6 o'clock.
It's lucky I've got a boyfriend to take me out.
How you doing with him?
Not bad. We had another date last night.
That's 3, isn't it?
Yeah, 3.
You got another date tonight?
Mm-hmm. I'm meeting him at 7.
How nice for you.
How nice for him.
You think you got him on the hook?
Well, all I can tell you is, last night the way he talked, you'd have thought I was the original dream girl.
You like that, huh?
Sure. Why not?
Did you tell him you were married?
Uh-huh.
Have you given him the husband routine yet?
You mean that he doesn't understand me?
Yeah. Have you used it?
Not yet.
You, kind of like this assignment, don't you?
Jealous, baby?
No, baby. I'm just reminding you. This is a business deal you're swinging.
Look, why do you need this guy so bad?
I already told you we need somebody to crack a safe.
Why couldn't we hire him?
We'd have to cut the job down the middle. This way, we get it for free.
Oh.
Honey.
Huh?
You've had enough fun with this guy. Tonight, I want you to go to work.
Sorry I'm late, Jim. I was on the phone with Evelyn. The baby's been sick.
Oh, really? What's wrong?
Doctor says it's nothing serious.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's quite a relief. He cried all night.
Oh, well, you'll get used to that.
Yeah, so I understand. Has anything come in on the alarm, Jim?
No, not a word so far. But we did get a teletype this morning from the Los Angeles office.
About the bonds?
Yes. One of the men who committed the robbery decided to change his plea to guilty.
Oh, that's good. You tell the whole story?
Yeah, just about.
Including the location of the bonds?
He says they sent the bonds back here with a messenger.
Well, that's what you guessed, Jim. Who was the messenger?
The young hoodlum they gave $50 in expenses to.
Pretty cheap for transporting that kind of loot.
Well, it seems the messenger didn't know what he was carrying.
I see. Who'd he bring the bonds to?
A fence named Tom Reynolds.
Tom Reynolds? Don't I know that name?
Sure you do. He's got a record that runs 2 pages long.
A big, heavy-set man with a small mustache?
That's the guy. And now we know what our next step is. Let's see if we can find Tom Reynolds.
Hazel?
Yes, honey?
Now, what's the matter with you tonight?
What do you mean, Bill?
No chatter, no smiles. You want to dance?
No, baby. I got other things on my mind.
Trouble?
Well,
Talk, spill it. Maybe I can help you. Come on, talk.
Well, I left my husband.
Oh?
I couldn't stand his nagging another day.
That kind of a guy, huh?
Yeah.
Now, what was the final rube about?
Well, it's a long story. The main thing was he always complaining about my spending too much money.
I understand. That's a pretty common beef with husbands.
He had no right to use it. It's my own money I was spending.
You mean really yours?
Yes.
Well, you should feel happy to be rid of the guy.
I would, but for one thing.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, it's a personal matter.
Oh, what is it? Maybe I can straighten it out for you.
Well, I had $88,000 worth of bonds, my bonds, in my husband's safe at home. And when I left, he wouldn't let me take them.
Why not?
He said if he kept them, it would make me come back.
Are you going back?
Not if I get the bonds away from him.
And if you don't?
Well, then I'll have to go back. I haven't got anything else to live on.
How do you feel about the guy?
How do you think?
You think you'd like to stay away from him?
You're so right.
How do you feel about me?
You should know by now, Bill. I'm really hooked.
Honest?
Honest.
Look, baby, you never did tell me where you live.
I'm staying at the Central Hotel.
I don't mean now. Where did you live before with your husband?
28 Mapleton Drive.
Honey, we're getting out of here.
Why?
I'm taking you back to your hotel. Then I got a little trip to make.
Where to?
Your house, honey. To get those bonds.
Jack?
Yeah?
You all through work?
Yeah. Not much business tonight. We closed early.
Oh.
Say, what are you doing here? I thought you had a big date.
I had it already.
Oh, how'd it go?
Fine.
Did he go over to Tom's to get the bonds?
Yeah, an hour ago.
Is he coming back here with them?
Just as soon as he gets them.
Ha! Swell. It worked out real good.
You know something, Jack?
What?
I almost hated to do it.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, the boy really had a big yen for me.
So?
It's going to be real disillusioned.
No, ain't that too bad?
I mean it.
Look, you ain't running a Lonely Hearts Club. This guy's coming up here any minute with 88 thou worth of bonds, and we're getting them free.
Yes,
Forget it. Now, you know what to do when he gets here.
Yeah.
Just have him leave the bonds and say you'll see him tomorrow.
I know. Oh, that must be him now. Get in the other room.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, just a minute. Hello.
Is this apartment 407?
Well, that's right.
Man said to bring this package here. You sign it, please?
Oh, surely. There you are.
Thanks.
Jack.
Yeah. Who was it?
Delivery boy. He brought this. Oh, looks like flowers.
Who are they from?
Well, wait till I get it open. There.
Hey, there's a note.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'll read it.
What's it say?
Dear Hazel, many thanks, sweetheart, to you and your real husband for tipping me off where the bonds were. Your loving sucker, Bill.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI promotes security for the nation. Now let's bring this question of security closer to home. Ed, Can you see the title of this chart I'm holding in my hand?
Yes, it reads a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
Right, a fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers prepared by the Equitable Society.
Okay. Facts don't scare me. What's this chart all about, anyway?
Ed, it's designed to open your eyes to your family's financial needs if you should die. Fill in this fact-finding chart, and you'll know how much money it would take to keep your wife and children well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed. Have you ever faced that fact, Ed?
I'm ashamed to say I haven't. It'd be quite a job to figure all that out.
Ed, with this Equitable Society chart, you'll have the answer in 5 minutes flat. Look, you're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures, which illustrate the rock-bottom expenses your family will have to meet. And when you're finished, you'll have a clear, accurate, and complete picture of just what income your family would need during the critical years.
Critical years? What are they?
The years before your youngest child finishes high school. Years during which the home must have a minimum income to keep it together.
I see your point. Where do I get one of these fact-finding charts? And how much does it cost?
Why, it doesn't cost a cent. The Equitable Society representative in your community will be glad to bring you a copy. Sit down with him, you and your wife together. There's no obligation, and get a true picture of where you stand. Phone him tomorrow to bring you an Equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard care of this ABC station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Lady Luck's husband.
The history of the world since time began is studded with crimes. For even in the very earliest days, some men were so overcome with greed and lust that they became the first criminals. From that day on, up to and including this very minute, some men have devoted their time and their very lives to planning and committing the perfect crime. In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you see another example of a pair of criminals who tried the same thing with the same inevitable result. Someday, man will give up that evil dream of committing that perfect crime. But from all appearances, that day will not come soon. Tonight's file continues in the local FBI field office as Jim Taylor has just returned from a trip to the home of Tom Reynolds.
Well, Jim, was that the right Tom Reynolds?
Yes, Frank, it was.
Did he have the bonds?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
He was on the floor, unconscious, when I got there.
How'd you get in?
Front door was open. I guess whoever knocked Reynolds out left it that way.
Where's Reynolds now?
He's at Memorial Hospital. They came and took him away while I was there.
Did he ever regain consciousness?
No, I didn't.
Any lead on who knocked him out?
Well, maybe. I worked up a set of prints that I found on his wall safe and on a strong box that was laying open on the table. I sent them on to the ident division in Washington.
Well, it looks like somebody else knew Reynolds had those bonds.
Whoever did must have had a pretty good grapevine, because the bonds couldn't have gotten to town more than a couple of days ago.
I guess word spreads fast on a deal like that.
Apparently it does.
What do we do now, Jim?
Frank, I think the best thing to do is go home and get a couple hours sleep. We won't get a report on those prints until morning.
Is that you, Jack?
It ain't your boyfriend with the bonds.
Oh, stop beefing, will you?
Go out and get those bonds for me, and I'll stop.
Wasn't my fault we got double-crossed.
Didn't I ask you to stay right with the guy when he did the job? Didn't I?
Yes, you did, but I thought it was better this way.
Every time you do any thinking, we get into trouble.
Did I pick him out and say he was a sucker? No, that was your idea.
The whole thing was set up for you, and if you stayed with him, we'd have the bonds.
Look, you once told me don't cry about losing a bet.
That's right.
You said just worry about winning the next one. Well, we blew a bet.
You blew it, not me.
All right, I blew it. But we're in this thing together. Let's try to figure out how we can win the next bet.
That's a cinch.
All we got to do is find Bill Newton. I was just over to the place where he used to live.
Used to live?
Yeah. The janitor told me he blew with all his bags.
There must be some way to find out where he went.
I called every guy in the mob. If he shows up any place, they're going to call me.
Well, let's stop worrying then. He's got...
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Do me a favor, will you?
What?
Throw out those flowers.
Frank, Frank.
Hi, Jim. I came right over as soon as I got your message. What's going on?
We received a report from Washington on those fingerprints that I found at Reynolds' house. They were identified as belonging to a thief named Bill Newton.
Ah.
I checked, and I found that he lives in this building.
Good.
No, not so good. He's gone.
Oh?
Yeah, I checked out early this morning.
See.
I have a pass key here to his apartment, though. Come on.
Any idea where he went?
No. No, I talked to the superintendent. He couldn't give me anything on him. But he did have one piece of information.
What's that?
He said there was a thin, gray-haired man around here about 2 hours ago, also looking for Newton.
Who could that be?
I don't know. Oh, here's the elevator. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Press number 4, will you?
Right.
You know, whoever that gray-haired man was, it was pretty important to him to find Newton.
Why'd he say that?
He offered the superintendent $1,000 if he could remember where Newton was headed for when he left here.
Sounds like the gray-haired man knew about the bonds.
Yeah. Oh, here's that floor. Go ahead.
Thanks.
It's the last door on the left-hand side. You know, if we get lucky and find a lead, maybe we can catch Newton before he leaves town.
Hello?
Hello, Hazel. Anybody call me?
No. No, where are you?
At the joint.
Oh, you coming home?
Oh, later.
Should I get dressed for dinner? We going out?
I don't know. Right now, I'm not interested in dinner.
Did you hear anything about Newton?
No, nobody's seen him.
Well, he must be someplace.
I know that.
I mean, he's got to turn up sooner or later.
If he turns up later, he's no good to me. I need him now.
But, Jack.
Hold the phone a minute, honey. There's a guy trying to talk to me. What is it, Harry? What? You did? When? Oh, thanks, pal. Thanks. Hazel, listen. How soon can you get our bags packed?
Why?
I just spoke to Harry Marshall. He saw Bill today.
Where?
At the airport. He was getting on a plane for Miami. So pack your bags and I'll pick you up in 10 minutes.
How are you doing in here, Frank?
Not very well, Jim.
Anything in that closet?
No. Looks like Newton had time to pack all of his suits.
Anything in these papers in the wastebasket?
No, I've been through those, Jim. The only thing he left here is an overcoat.
Oh? Well, that could mean he's headed someplace where he doesn't need one.
Unless he left it here to throw us off.
No, I don't think he's that smart. Besides, he didn't know we were looking for him.
That's true. Did you find anything?
No, the laundry hamper in the bathroom is full of soiled monogram shirts, handkerchiefs. There's a laundry box full of clean shirts, also monogrammed, delivered after Newton had skipped.
Those monograms fit in with what it said in his record. Remember him?
Oh, yes. Yes, very fancy dresser. Well, Frank, I think we'd better go back down to the office, see if we can work up some of the lead.
Okay.
There's nothing here except the shirts and that lot. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Frank, I just thought of something.
What?
Let's go back in there and look over that laundry.
What number are we looking for?
1027. Come on. It's down this way.
Are you sure he's in?
Honey, I didn't give that bell captain $20 for nothing.
This I'm going to enjoy. When I think how he
Quiet. That's the room there.
Who's there?
Telegram, Mr. Newton.
Oh,
Step back, sucker.
Well, this is a surprise.
Listen, you...
Lay off. I'll do the talking.
Well, what do you want?
Take a guess.
If it's the bonds, I haven't got 'em.
Don't make jokes. I'm not in the mood.
I'm telling you, I haven't got 'em.
Look, son. You ever seen one of these?
In case you haven't, it's a gun.
Yeah, and that little thing on the end is a silencer. It don't make any noise at all when it goes off. You want me to show you?
No, never mind.
Where are the bonds?
They're in the top drawer over there. I'll get 'em.
Stay where you are. Hazel, take a look.
Okay.
Well?
I'm looking.
In the right-hand corner.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I've got him.
Good.
Here you are, Jack.
Now, the next time, stick to your own racket, Newton. Just crack safes. Don't try to outsmart anybody.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. I'm not finished.
But, Jack,
We can't leave the chump like this.
Now, look, you got your bonds, didn't you?
That ain't enough.
What do you mean?
I'll show you.
Drop that gun.
Huh?
Go on, drop it. Now, turn around slowly.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
What do you want with us?
Those bonds?
We don't know anything about them.
She's right. They belong to this guy.
He's lying, they're hers.
Suppose you tell all this to the real owner in federal court. Now, come along, all of you.
Jack Mayfield and Bill Newton were tried and given a 15-year sentence for violation of the National Stolen Property Act. Jack's wife, Hazel, received a 5-year sentence for her part in the crime. And so, 3 more criminal careers were brought to a close because of the alert observation of a special agent of your FBI. A special agent who remembered that every piece of laundry he had examined had borne the same label. He also reasoned that if Bill Newton was a fastidious dresser, it was likely he would order his new supply of shirts from the same man who had made his old ones. A check at the store revealed that Newton had called before taking the plane and had ordered his new shirts sent to him at the hotel in Miami. That was not a big clue, nor even a seemingly important one, but every special agent is trained to follow every clue, big or small, to its conclusion. For that reason, your FBI was able to close this case and once again to protect you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, one last word about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
Mr. Keating, I've been looking over that chart. My wife and I have been dodging this issue for years. Now we're really going to know how she and the youngsters would get along if anything should happen to me. Believe me, I want one of those charts for myself.
Well, Ed, the man who'll see that you get one of these fact-finding charts is your Equitable Society representative. No charge or obligation, of course. Make a note to phone your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this ABC station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The story of a special agent's search for Santa Claus. Its subject, the Christmas season. Its title, The Return of St. Nick.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Return of St. Nick on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Would you know what to say if your telephone should ring like this?
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
This is your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Oh, sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Just last Wednesday, my equitable representative told me about a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. Believe me, that's one great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Wayward Brothers.
It is the business of your FBI to investigate crime. And in the carrying out of that business, it is necessary that they know as much as possible about the habits of the criminal. Because crime prevention is also a part of the work done by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A recent study undertaken by your FBI revealed a fact which will seem odd to those of you who are law-abiding citizens. There are seasons in crime. Seasons just as there are in every other business. During the winter months, the criminal concentrates on crimes against property. Crimes like auto theft, armed robbery, and arson. But in the spring and summer months, in this season of the year, the criminal's fancy turns to people, and the fashion is to commit crimes against the person. Crimes like extortion, kidnapping, and murder. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small private plane that's flying over the desert wasteland of one of our southwestern states. A young man is seated at the controls of the plane. He speaks to a girl who sits beside him.
Sue,
Yes, honey?
see that mesa down there on the left?
Yes.
That's our landmark.
Oh,
20 minutes more and we're at the ranch.
I'm kind of sorry to hear that. I've really enjoyed this flight so much.
Well, I hope you'll enjoy the ranch, too.
Well, of course I will. Ned,
Hmm?
there's something I think I'd better tell you right now.
Well?
It's about your mother and Dad. Ned, I'm scared to death about meeting them.
Are you kidding? Why, they're the sweetest guys you'll ever...
I know all that. But, well, you're their only son. We're engaged.
And they'll love it.
I hope so.
Oh, Susie, baby, will you please? Hey,
Trouble, honey?
I don't know. Yeah, we got trouble.
What do we do?
Oh, just stay where you are, honey. Keep calm.
I will.
I don't think this motor's coming back. We're now at about 800 feet. I'm going to try to set it down easy.
Well, you've got plenty of landing field. Miles and miles of desert.
Yeah, it isn't as flat as it looks from here. Well, if we're lucky, we'll hit a good spot.
I see.
Tighten your safety belt, Sue.
Sure.
I'm afraid we're losing altitude too fast. I'm going to try to set it down right. If I could just level her off a little more.
Ned, we're going to crash.
Easy, baby.
Ned! Ned!
Hold it, Slim.
Whoa, boy.
There. There's the airplane. I told you I'd seen it fall.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it.
It plowed into the sand pretty deep.
Yeah.
Do you think there's people in it, Chuck?
I don't know. Well, let's have a look.
Oh, it stayed in one piece anyway.
Yeah. This looks like a door right here. I'll try it.
Anybody in there?
Yeah. Yeah, there's two of them. A man and a female.
Alive?
Well, I'll see. The man's breathing. Yeah, so's the female.
Anything else in there?
I'm just looking around. Wait. Here's some bags. I'll pass them on out to you.
Okay.
Here you are.
Here's one of them.
Right.
And, here. Here's the other.
I got it.
There.
What about the people?
What about them?
Don't you want to search them before we go through the bags?
Nope.
Why not?
Well, I'm lifting the people out, too.
What for?
So as we can tend to them.
What's got into you?
Nothing.
Why don't we take what we can here and just leave them be?
Take a look at them bags, Slim. They cost plenty. So does a private airplane.
So what?
Well, these folks must be worth money. We'll get lots more out of being nice to them.
I don't go along with that.
Nobody's asking you to, Slim. That's just how we're doing it. Now, give me a hand.
Some 50 miles away from the scene of the plane crash in an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is about to leave on an assignment.
Say, Jim. Oh, yes, Pat. Where are you going? Following up a report that just came in from the Indian agent down in Tevis.
What about?
Well, there was a murder committed on the reservation last night. A man's body was found early this morning.
What's the story?
Well, the victim was an archaeologist. His name was Adams. He came in from the east about 3 weeks ago. He planned to spend the summer on the reservation.
I see. Did he work alone?
Yes.
How was he killed?
Stabbing.
Was he in a fight?
I don't know, Pat. There hasn't been much evidence collected to date.
When was he last seen?
Yesterday afternoon. He was believed to have been in the company of 2 other men.
Any idea who they were?
Oh, not yet. But I think we have the motive, all right.
What is it?
Robbery. I understand that it was generally known that this man Adams carried quite a bit of cash.
Oh.
And when his body was found, his effects were pretty well ransacked. But ironically enough, the thieves never did find his money.
How was that?
Well, he wore it in a belt around his waist, and his assailant didn't search him that closely.
Well, Jim, these 2 men that Adams was riding with sound like pretty good suspects.
Pat, I can give you a better answer to that after I've been down there.
Take it easy, mister.
Huh?
Just lie still.
Where am I?
In a cabin.
My leg.
I think it's busted.
How did... Wait. Where's Sue? Where is she?
The gal who was in the plane with you?
Yes.
She's right in the next room.
How is she?
Still passed out.
What's wrong? Is she injured? What is it?
I don't know.
Help me up. I'll go in.
I told you that leg was busted.
Who's with Sue? Is anyone taking care of her?
Nope.
Why not?
Look, we took you both from the airplane. Wasn't that enough?
Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. I'm very grateful, too.
No, okay.
This your cabin?
No, but we're staying in it.
Where's my plane?
About 10 miles from here.
How far from a town are we?
About 30 miles.
Who else is here besides yourself?
My brother, Chuck.
Have you a car?
No. Horses.
Could one of you go into town at once?
What for?
A doctor. The young lady who was with me must need one. It looks as though I do, too.
Well, I'll see what my brother says.
Where is he?
Outside.
Oh, please, call him in here.
I'll talk to him first.
Tell him I'll pay him well for his trouble.
I'll tell him. I'll be back.
That you, Slim?
Yeah.
Well, how are they?
The fella's come, too.
Oh?
He asked me to come out and talk to you.
What for?
He wants that one of us should go into town for a doctor.
Did you tell him how far it was?
Yeah. He said he'd pay you well for your trouble.
How much?
I didn't ask. You been going through the bag?
Yeah.
Find anything?
Well, no dough, but I've been reading these letters. This fella's family's real rich.
Where are they located?
On a ranch 30-odd miles from here.
You gonna talk to him about getting a doctor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk. Don't forget, he said it pays. Slim, he's gonna pay. Plenty.
Hello, Pat.
Hi, Jim. Pick up anything down Terrace?
Yes, I was lucky enough to find the knife that the killer used. There were several good prints on the handle.
Say, what about the two men on horseback?
Oh, I just got a general description on them, Pat. Nothing really worthwhile. I'm going to get these prints off to the laboratory at once.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm setting out a set of prints myself.
No? What on?
Well, a call came in right after you left this morning. A family named Robinson. They have a ranch about 20 miles out of town. They reported that their son had left Denver yesterday in his own plane. His fiancée was with him.
Yes.
Well, the plane was to arrive at the ranch early last evening. After it was several hours overdue, searching parties were sent out.
I see.
Early this morning, the plane was spotted from the air. The pilot landed, examined young Robinson's plane, and found it empty.
Well?
He noticed, however, that there were bloodstains in the cabin and numerous prints of horses' hooves around the plane. He returned and reported this to the boy's family.
Pat, where did Robinson's plane land?
On the Indian reservation. That's why the family called here.
Did you go out and look it over?
Yeah.
You find anything?
Just the fingerprints I mentioned before.
Well, Pat, I wouldn't say that either one of us had an easy assignment, so let's go to work.
Go on in, Slim. Okay. Hey, where is he? Huh? He was stretched right out there on that bunk. He's gone.
Well, now, he didn't come out. We was right by the door.
Yeah, but...
Oh, he's probably in the next room with his girlfriend.
But he couldn't walk. That leg of his.
Yeah, he got in here all right. See?
Yeah. Mister, this here is my brother.
Hello?
Hi.
I thought you couldn't walk.
I couldn't. I sort of dragged myself in here. I knew my fiancée would need me.
She's still out?
Yes. What about a doctor? Will you get one?
Well, that sort of depends, mister.
On what?
On what it's worth to you.
Well, that's unimportant. Name your price.
Okay. $10,000.
What?
You heard me.
What? That's sheer robbery.
If that's how you feel, mister, you don't have to pay. We don't have to get no doctor.
Oh, now, look. You can see for yourself this girl is desperately in need of help.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please be reasonable.
She's your girl, mister. Why don't you help her?
Sure. Go get the doctor yourself.
You know that's impossible. You know I can just barely move.
Then it looks like you better pay.
I haven't got it.
You can get it easy enough. Just write a note to your family. I happen to know their ranch is nearby. Tell them to put up the money. Slim here can deliver the note.
Oh, they wouldn't stand for anything like that.
Then I guess the girl don't get no doctor.
Look, you have horses here. I'll go into town myself.
Oh, you just stay put.
No! Let go of me! Let me get out!
Oh, no.
No!
When he comes to, Slim, he'll write his family.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to people on the way up. To the man who will soon phone his wife to tell her good news like this.
Listen, honey, I've just seen the Acme Company. They've offered me the job. And boy, what an increase in salary.
Yes, that's one of the great moments of life. And when it happens to you, when you finally achieve the success you're working and planning for, make sure you have life insurance designed to order for you. Right now, investigate the Equitable Society's special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. A plan for people of all ages who expect to be earning more money 3 years from now than they are today.
Does that mean that this Equitable plan is flexible, considers both my present and my future?
Exactly right. And that's just one of several advantages of this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, You can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
That makes a lot of sense to me. How can I get the whole story?
The easiest way is to get in touch with your Equitable Society representative. Phone him as soon as possible and ask him for full details on the Equitable Plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's Equitable.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Wayward Brothers.
As you have seen, aptly illustrated by tonight's case from the files of your FBI, there is no reasoning with the criminal mind. For there is neither logic nor compassion in the makeup of the criminal. The human being has no dignity as an individual to the criminal because he has chosen to live his life outside the conventions set up and obeyed by his fellow beings. That lack of regard for his fellow man is the basic reason for the lack of success of every criminal. For one thing is as true in crime as it is in every other field of life, and that is that unless we have a common and mutual loyalty, we are doomed. Because no one person is entirely self-sufficient. To rephrase that point, which the criminal can never understand, we are indeed our brother's keeper. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk reading a laboratory report. Finishing it, he jumps excitedly to his feet and calls out.
Pat! Oh, Pat!
Yeah, Jim?
Come on in here a minute, will you?
Charlie. What do you want?
Take a look at this report that just came in from the laboratory.
On the fingerprints you
On the
sent?
prints we both sent them. They're identical, Pat.
What?
Yes, they both belong to the same man.
Well, what do you know? Who is it?
A man named Charles Elgin, also known as Chuck Elgin.
What's his background?
He was arrested about 12 years ago for a bank job. He's also been in trouble with local police in several states.
I see.
He's always worked with his brother. His name is John Elgin, also known as Slim.
Then they could be the two men who were seen with Adams that afternoon before he was murdered.
I would think so, yes. I've got a complete description here on both of them.
They must have come across the disabled plane.
Yes.
And they undoubtedly took young Robinson and his girlfriend along with them.
Right.
Say, does that report have anything on where they can be found, where they live?
No, but they're from these parts originally. The local police can probably help us on that.
Yeah.
Pat, I'll send out an alarm on these men.
Good. While you're doing that, I'll run over and talk to the police.
How is it, Chuck?
Oh, coming around. Hand me that dipper of water.
Sure. His girlfriend was just moaning a little. I think she's coming around, too.
Leave her alone in there. I don't want him to see her again until he writes the note.
Okay.
Give me that water.
Here.
Please, please.
That done it.
I'm still here.
That's right.
Where's Sue?
We moved you out of her room.
Is she still unconscious?
Yeah?
Look, won't you listen to reason? Please, go and get a doctor.
I told you before we'd be glad to.
You still want $10,000?
That's right.
Feel like writing that note now, mister?
Look,
Time's passing, you know.
Okay. I'll write it.
Well, that's better. You got a pencil, Slim?
Yeah. No paper, though.
Well, there's a bag over there. Go get it.
Right.
What will I say in the note?
I'll tell you what to write.
Well, here's the bag.
Okay. Now, you can write it right there on the floor. Here.
Go ahead.
Dear folks, some good people saved my life. I'm staying with them. Got that okay? What's your girl's name?
Sue.
Then say, me and Sue are okay. I want to pay these good people for helping me. Give the man who brings this note $10,000. You got all that?
This note, $10,000. Uh-huh.
Then say, he will tell you, let you know where we are. And don't tell the police about this. Then sign your name.
What about the doctor?
When they pay the dough, you'll get one.
But the whole purpose of writing this note is to get a doctor. Now!
Look, just sign your name.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim. This is Pat.
Oh, yes, Pat. How did you make out?
Well, I spent most of the afternoon here at police headquarters. Been trying to get some line on the Elgin brothers.
Any luck?
Well, someone reported seeing them down near Tevis the day before yesterday.
I see.
And they do have horses. The police say they know the desert country like a book.
Well, then they must be hiding out in that wasteland somewhere. Oh, excuse me, Pat.
Yep.
Hold on a second when your message just came in.
Right.
Hey, Pat, looks like we may be getting some action.
What is it?
This message is from Robinson's parents. They just received a phone call from a man who claimed he's got a note from their son.
Really?
Yes, he told them he'd be right out to see them. Pat, I'd better get right over to their ranch.
What happened, Jim?
Well, I've had a busy 2 hours.
Did you get out to Robinson's ranch in time?
In time to wait.
What do you mean?
The man who called them never showed up.
Oh, that's too bad.
It was one of the Elgin brothers, all right.
How do you know?
Well, when the man didn't appear, I questioned the Robinsons about the phone conversation. They recalled that he said he was telephoning from a blacksmith shop.
Yeah?
Well, there was only one blacksmith in their village, so I went over there.
Yeah, I see.
The blacksmith told me that Elgin had left his horse there to be shod and said he'd be back in about an hour.
When was all this?
About 2 hours ago.
Did Elgin return?
Yes, he came back in 5 minutes. Blacksmith said he seemed highly nervous. Elgin urged him to finish the job quickly, and as soon as it was done, he rode away.
Did the blacksmith learn where he was going?
No, but he did say he had a 30-mile ride.
Oh, that doesn't tell us much.
Pat, it could if he hasn't had too much of a start. I've got an idea. Now, this is what I think we should
do. Sue. Sue, darling.
What?
It's all right, baby. I'm right here with you.
Huh?
I'm right beside you, darling.
Oh, Ned.
Oh, baby.
Ned, where are we?
We're going to be okay, honey.
But the plane, what's happened?
Well, after we cracked up, 2 men came along. Took us here to this cabin.
Oh.
You passed out for a while. That's all.
Oh, Ned, what's happened to you?
I hurt my leg a little, that's all.
Oh, Ned.
There's a doctor coming soon. We'll both be tended to.
But what about the men?
Wait.
Well, she come too, huh?
Yes. What about your brother?
Oh, he's coming back. I just seen him riding down the hill.
Alone?
Yep.
No doctor?
Look, that happens after the payoff, remember?
What's he talking about?
Nothing, honey.
What does he mean, payoff?
I'll explain it all to you later.
Chuck! Come in here. Well, how'd you make out?
No good.
What happened? Wouldn't they pay?
I never delivered the note.
Why not?
I seen this newspaper before I went there. Look.
What is it?
Our pictures right on the front page.
What for?
Knocking that guy off. The FBI found out we'd done it.
Oh.
We got to blow out of here, Chuck. Fast.
Yeah.
What about them?
They stay here.
Ned, what's this all about?
These men wanted money, $10,000.
Why?
So you could get out of here alive, sweetheart, and we didn't get it.
You still can't leave us here like this.
I ain't going to.
But you just said...
I said I was leaving you here. I didn't say how.
Chuck, we're wasting time.
I know.
Wait a minute. What are you going to do?
What do you think?
Put away that gun.
Only after I'm done with it.
But Ned...
Shut up.
Get it over with, will you?
Okay.
Drop that gun, Elgin.
Huh?
Drop it!
Ah!
Now, raise your hands, both of you.
Who are you?
I'm from the FBI.
Oh, thank heaven.
How'd you get here?
We knew you had a 30-mile ride. Inasmuch as planes travel faster than horses, we circled in a 30-mile radius until we picked up your trail. All right, Pat. Let's get these people out of here.
Chuck Elgin and his brother Slim were both tried and found guilty of murder on a government reservation and sentenced to execution. The manner in which these criminals were caught illustrates how little chance the criminal has competing against the forces of law and order. For in this case, the criminals used horses, and your FBI employed an airplane. With every field of science at their disposal, the various agencies of law enforcement, your local police, your state troopers, and the special agents of your FBI have cut the chances for criminal success down to the barest minimum, have proved again and again that crime is always an unprofitable career.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
Or how much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Professional Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor is played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Professional Killer on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned now as contestants try for an amazing $2,000 jackpot on radio's biggest money-paying quiz show, Break the Bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Rain isn't the only thing that can ruin a summer vacation. Worry is another. Worry about the financial future of your family. Well, why not slip some of that burden onto the broad shoulders of the Equitable Life Assurance Society? The Equitable shoulders have the combined broadness of nearly 4 million members who have joined forces to protect one another. For the peace of mind that only well-planned life insurance can give, see your Equitable Society representative. He'll arrange to give you a lifelong vacation from worry. Tonight's FBI file, The Ambitious Widow.
There have been many wise and practical suggestions offered to your FBI and to every other law enforcement agency on methods of curbing the current serious crime wave. Most of those suggestions had merit. But of them all, only one was an absolute preventative. That one was eternal vigilance. Law-abiding citizens have a tendency to forget that crime, like many other things, runs in cycles. Let one crime seem to be successful, and there will be a series of such crimes. Then, because the gap has been filled, those crimes cease, and another type will begin. But there's no way of knowing which new trend will begin. And that is why your FBI tells you that there's only one way for you, the citizen, to help fight the crime wave. That way, to repeat, is eternal vigilance. Tonight's FBI file opens on a rainy day in a quiet cemetery near a large Midwestern town. Two of the mourners are talking as, in the background, a solemn prayer is being intoned as the casket is about to be lowered.
For as much as has pleased Almighty God in his wise providence...
Poor Lou.
Yeah.
You know, Hank, I still can't believe he's dead.
Yeah, I sure went quick.
I saw him the day before he died. He never looked healthier to me.
Uh-huh.
He was a nice guy. I liked working for him.
Yeah, Lou was okay.
Yeah, one good thing about it, he went out legitimate. No guns or nothing.
I wonder who'll take over now.
Hank, that ain't no way to talk.
Why not?
Lou ain't even buried yet.
He's dead, ain't he?
I know, but...
I was thinking. I've been working with Lou for better than 10 years. I'm the logical guy to step in.
Hank, let's talk about it later.
Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Amen.
Amen. Well, let's go over and see Nan.
Okay. Hello, Nan.
Hello, Hank. Ted?
We want to tell you how sorry we are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If there's anything we can do, just say the word.
You're very sweet.
You still gonna live at the hotel?
No, I bought a boat.
Are you going to live on it?
Yes.
Hey, that's a good idea. You can get away for a while. Help you forget.
I don't plan to go away.
Where is the boat?
Tied up at the foot of 14th Street.
You going to keep it there?
Yes.
What for?
Hank, lay off the question.
It's all right, Ted. I'm keeping the boat at 14th Street, Hank, for a very good reason. So many piers near there to steal from.
Hey, Hank, there's a lot of boats tied up here.
It's a public dock. Anybody can come in.
Well, how do you tell which one is Ann's?
Ted, she told me the name. It's the Dolphin. And there it is.
Where?
That black job down at the end, see?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, that's a big boat.
Yeah. Hey, I don't see Nan.
We'll hail her. Oh, hi there. Anybody aboard?
Hey, there she is.
Jump aboard, boys.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Nan.
Hello. It's so nice of you to come down to see me.
As soon as we got the word you were looking for us, we came right over.
It's quite a boat.
Well, I think it should be good to work with. You know, when Lou and I were first married, we spent our honeymoon on a cruiser like this.
Oh?
We stole enough to make us rich.
Stole what?
Stuff off piers.
Nan.
Yes?
Is that what you plan to do again?
Yes.
That's kind of tough for a dame, ain't it?
Well, I'm really depending on Lou's friends to carry me through.
Is that why you sent for us?
Yes. You're the last two boys on my list. I've talked to all the others. They're all coming along with me.
You got definite plans for action?
Yes. Would you care to join us?
Okay.
Good. How about you, Ted?
Anything you say is good enough for me.
Oh, fine. Come on down to the cabin, then I'll tell you about our first job.
When is it?
Tonight. Hank, please cut the motors.
Right.
We'll drift in just right.
Hey, look at those crates of silk.
We should be able to load all of them onto the boat in 10 minutes.
What about the watchman?
We always stays up front.
You cased this thing pretty good.
Lou always said it pays to be careful.
Hey, how much is that silk worth, man?
There ought to be about $30,000 in that load.
That much?
Surely. Silk's back on the market, but it's still difficult to get. Here we are. Tie us up, Hank.
Yeah.
Ted, you and the boys start working.
All right. Okay, boys, up you go.
Wait a minute. Duck, you guys.
What is it?
Someone is coming down the pier.
Can you handle this, Hank?
Sure.
Hey, what's going on here? What are you doing in that boat?
Well, I'll tell you, mister. We sprang a leak, and it looks like this pier. Okay, let's finish loading and get out of here.
The next morning in the field office of your FBI, Special Agent Jim Taylor enters his office to find Elliot Sheridan waiting for him.
Well, hello, Elliot.
Hi, Jim. You look like you've done a hard day's work.
I have. I've been climbing all over Pier 27.
I was hoping you'd come into the office before you went out there.
Oh, why?
Well, when I checked in this morning from Salt Lake City, I finished my report. The boss assigned me to work with you.
Hey, that's fine. Well, there's plenty of work for both of us to do.
Oh, what's the story?
It's a theft from an interstate shipment.
Done with the boat?
That's right.
Yeah, what was stolen?
Over $30,000 worth of silk.
Oh. Any clues?
No, we can't tell yet. Watchman was slugged, but he may be able to help us.
How?
Says he got a pretty good look at one of the men in the boat. He's almost certain he can identify that man.
And where's the watchman now?
He's down at police headquarters looking over pictures. If he finds the man he saw, they'll call us.
What's the next step?
Well, I've alerted all dock owners to be doubly careful, keep their goods well guarded at night.
Any chance of locating the stolen silk?
I've already contacted every silk wholesaler in town.
No luck, though, huh?
Well, none yet. But they're going to call in if they come across any of the loot.
And what do we do now?
Well, there's nothing much we can do, Elliot, but wait until we hear from that watchman.
Jack!
Oh, hi, Hank. Come on, have a drink.
You buying?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, Matt, couple of ryes.
Where you been?
Oh, I went to the boat.
Oh, did you get paid?
Sure.
How much?
Huh?
How much did Nan give you?
5 bills.
500?
Uh-huh.
No wonder she wanted to pay everybody off one at a time.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I spoke to the other guys. They got 100 apiece.
What? Is that all?
Yeah. That's 800 for them and 5 for you. That's 1,300 she's paid so far. Out of 8,000.
She told me she only got 2,000.
I checked up. She got 8 G's in cash. Okay. Well, I'll tell you one thing. She ain't going to pay me off in the dark. I did a lot of work. I arranged for the trucks to pick up the stuff off the dock. I even arranged for the fence to get rid of it.
Well, I guess there's always trouble when you work for a dame.
They don't have to be. Not if you handle them right.
How much you going to ask for?
25%. That's 2 G's.
She won't go for that.
Oh, yeah? Come on over with me. I'll show you.
I can't go right now.
Why not?
I got a date. Look, you go on down to the boat. I'll meet you later.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, Elliot.
Any news from the watchman?
Yes, while you were out, police headquarters called. The watchman definitely identified a man named Henry Davis, alias Hank Davis.
What's the record on Davis?
I've got it right over here. Here it is. Take a look at it.
23 arrests.
Starting, you'll notice, when he was 15.
Yeah, see, one of these arrests was for hijacking.
Mm-hmm.
That would tie him in with this kind of a job.
There's an even stronger tie-in than that down there. See that arrest back in 34? It's down at the bottom there.
34, yeah, here it is. Well, what about it?
I thought I remembered that job, so I checked up on it.
Find anything?
Mm-hmm. Along with Davis, the police also arrested a man named Lou Mercer.
The one who died last week?
Same one. And at that time, Mercer had a gang of river pirates stealing stuff on both sides of the river.
Yeah, that is a strong tie-in, Jim.
Now all we have to do is find Davis. Oh, by the way, you pick up anything down at the docks?
No, I spoke to the watchman on the adjoining dock. They didn't see anything.
No clues of any kind. Huh?
Not a thing. Looks like they must have glided up to the pier with their motors off. They weren't even heard.
Yeah, I guess that's the way they would operate. Excuse me.
Sure.
Special Agent Taylor. Yes, Sergeant. Oh, you have? That's fine. Oh, wait till I get a pencil and I'll write that down. Give me that pencil, will you?
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, go ahead, Sergeant. 721 Oak Street. Room 129. Got it. Yeah. Thanks very much, Sergeant.
Something on Davis?
Yes, that's the call we've been waiting for. We've got Davis's address. I'm going over there now.
Ahoy there! Anybody aboard?
Who's there?
It's me, Nan, Ted.
What do you want, Ted?
I was supposed to meet Hank here.
Come aboard.
Okay. You see Hank?
Yes. Came down here. He's very angry.
Yeah, I know. He was sore when he left me.
Did he tell you what he wanted?
Yeah, more dough. And I gotta admit, he had a point there, Nan.
Why do you say that?
Well, after all, he did a lot of work. And me did, too.
Ted, I got the boat.
Yeah, I know.
And I lined up the job.
Sure, but,
How can you say that you boys did so much work?
well, I should have got more than 500, Nan. After all, you got 8,000 for the stuff.
Well, supposing I did, what about it?
I want a bigger cut.
How much?
Same as Hank.
You know what he asked for?
Yeah, 25%.
That's right.
Did you give it to him?
No.
Well, what did Hank do?
Tried to use violence. Cut me around.
What happened?
Come over to the cabin. Look there. On the floor.
Hank. He looks dead.
He should. He is.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. See that happy-looking chap over there? He's a professional worry lifter.
You mean he goes around cheering people up, giving them good advice and so on?
Oh, he does more than that, Ed. He's a specialist. He lends a sympathetic ear to people in trouble, sure. But he also lends a helping hand. He not only acts, but he talks as well.
Oh, sounds like a man everybody ought to know.
Oh, he is. He's your Equitable Society representative. If fear about your family's future is destroying your peace of mind, you'll find that your Equitable Society representative really knows the answers. For instance, right now, you may be doing some unnecessary worrying, simply because you haven't heard of readjustment income.
As a matter of fact, I never did hear of it.
The Equitable Society's readjustment income plan provides extra income for the widow during the 2 toughest years. The 2 years immediately following her husband's death. Years in which she is adjusting the family way of life to a lowered income. You know, expenses can't be reduced overnight. It takes time. And that's why every life insurance program should provide readjustment income for extra help during the 2 toughest years.
Say, this readjustment income plan sounds okay to me. Is it expensive?
Why, it may not cost you a cent. It may require only a simple rearranging of your present life insurance program. In any event, the man to see is your professional worry lifter, your Equitable Society representative. Look in the phone book for the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Ambitious Widow.
It is not the purpose of tonight's case from the files of your FBI to tell you that the mobs of criminals operating in this country today are being run by women. Nothing could be further from the truth. And yet, women are active participants in the current crime wave. That fact has become more obvious as each year's records are studied. And it is an actual statistic that in the past year, women were so active that of all arrests made for criminal homicide in the United States, the number of women arrested exceeded 10%. One other fact emerges from a study of that same table of arrested persons, and that is that there is virtually no crime or method of operation too difficult for the lady criminal. Yes, in this field, too, women have definitely proven that they are not the weaker sex. Tonight's file continues in the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned from a search of Hank Davis's apartment.
Jim. Find anything up at Davis's place?
No, not a thing.
Any of his neighbors able to help?
They wouldn't if they could.
That kind of a place, huh?
That kind. There's one thing that bothers me, though.
Oh, what's that?
Davis didn't show up all night. I checked this morning before I came in.
He couldn't have gotten in the back way, could he?
No, we've had the building under complete surveillance.
You don't suppose he found out he'd been identified by the watchman, do you?
Well, I don't see how he could have.
You think he skipped town?
No, I believe he's still around.
Well, what's the next step, Jim? Do we wait for Davis to show up?
No, on the way in, I asked the file room to send up that copy of Davis's record.
Uh-huh.
We might get the names of some of his friends from that, start checking on them. I'll get it. Special Agent Taylor. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Well, you have? Yeah, thanks for calling. We'll be right down. That was the morgue, Elliot. They've just identified a body down there. It's Mr. Hank Davis.
Nan! Ahoy there, Nan!
That you, Ted?
Yeah, okay to come aboard?
Come ahead.
I thought you might still be sleeping.
No. Been up for hours.
Did you get rid of the package?
What package?
Hank.
Oh, yes. Tied some weights on him, dropped him overboard.
Right here?
Surely, why?
Suppose he comes up.
Didn't you ever hear of a current?
Oh.
Ted, stop worrying.
Okay. Do any of the other guys know about Hank?
No.
Well, suppose they find out.
Well,
They might not like it.
well, I'm afraid they'll have to like it. It'll teach them that a woman can be efficient, too. Did you call that number I gave you?
Oh, for the truck? Yeah. He'll be here at 6 in the morning.
Good. I called the rest of the boys. They're ready.
Will we go tonight?
At midnight.
Oh, I hope it ain't too soon after the last job.
Ted, just let me do the worrying. Come here. I want to show you something.
What is it?
You'll see. Look under that canvas.
Hey, a machine gun.
And the way it's mounted, you see, you can swing it to cover any angle.
Well, what do you want with a machine gun?
Just in case of trouble.
Oh,
This is going to be your job.
the gun?
Yes. You stay back here from the time we leave until we get home.
Okay.
And I don't have to tell you what to do, Ted. If there's trouble, you use it.
It's over this way, Elliot. Body is right over here. Yeah, here we are.
It's Davis, all right.
Bullet hole in his head.
Must have been dead when he hit the water.
According to the coroner, he was. Davis's personal effects are over on that table. Let's take a look at them, huh?
Right.
Here, sit here a minute.
Okay. I guess these are just the papers and money he had on him.
Yes. All of his clothes are over there. He wasn't carrying much money, was he?
Oh, not for a fellow just pulled a big job.
That key you've got there won't help us. That's the key to his apartment. See the 129 stamped into it?
Oh, yeah, that's his room number, wasn't it?
Mm. Phone number on this slip of paper. I wonder what this is.
Maybe a girl.
Could be. Oh, wait a minute. This exchange is in the business district. Elliot, let's get out of here. I'm going to make a phone call. See who belongs to this number. Elliot, I called that number. It was a trucking outfit.
Trucking outfit?
Mm-hmm.
He could have been in on the job.
No, I checked up on them down at the office. They're legitimate.
Well, what did they have to report?
They picked up some crates of silk from the dock at the foot of 14th Street.
Yeah, but who paid for the job?
Well, they were paid at the warehouse where they delivered the silk.
Oh, I see.
I had the police send a radio patrol car around to the warehouse.
Pick anybody up?
No, there wasn't anyone at the warehouse, but the silk is there.
Hey, the office can find out who owns the warehouse from the tax records. It'll probably turn out to be Davis.
Well, the office is already working on that angle. I don't think Davis was the head man, though.
Oh, why not?
Well, the trucking outfit I spoke to said they got another call just about an hour ago.
With another order?
That's right. To pick up another load tomorrow morning and at the same dock.
Why don't we go down to the dock, pick up whoever's anchored there?
Well, the 14th Street Pier is open to the public. There's always about a dozen boats tied up down there.
Oh.
But I've got an idea. Let's get back to the office and we'll work from there. I know the police will want to join us.
On the river that night, there were 3 large, fast boats manned by special agents of your FBI. Boat number 1, with Special Agent Jim Taylor, was idling in the middle of the river. Boat number 2, with Special Agent Elliot Sheridan aboard, was north of 14th Street. Boat number 3 was to the south. Special Agent Taylor is talking over the two-way radio to both of the other boats.
I see movement aboard a large black boat. There are about 10 men aboard. It's now pulling away from the dock. The boat is headed north. Sheridan on boat 2. Have you spotted her yet?
Yes, Jim. Just picked her up in the glasses.
Fine. Now start up the river yourself and stay in front of her.
Right.
I'll follow her from behind and check with you later.
Jim Taylor.
Come in, Sheridan.
You see what she's doing now, Jim?
She's headed in toward a pier.
That's right.
All right. Stop your motors and stay where you are. We're going to follow her in. Boats 2 and 3. The name on the boat is the Dolphin. It's pulling into Pier 40 now. Come up behind boat number 1 and give me some cover. The Dolphin is now tied up to the pier. They're starting to load. We can nail them in the act. Let's start to close in.
What is it?
How's it going?
We've got one more crate to load and then we're finished.
Oh,
Ted, why aren't you standing by that gun?
I wanted to see how it was going.
Oh, please get back there.
Look,
Wait.
What is it?
Your motors. You boys, quiet a minute.
I hear him, too. If there was only a moon, we could see.
They're coming closer.
Hey, those lights! They're shining right on it.
Stand where you are, all of you.
Nan, it's cops.
Yes.
What do we do? Look, there's more than one boat.
I know.
They got us cut off.
Well, they aren't taking us.
Huh?
Get on that gun.
Oh, Nan, look.
Do as I say.
No dice. They're right on top of us.
I'll handle it myself.
Nan, come back here. Nan, they're alongside.
Keep off of this boat.
Get away from that gun, lady. Jim, look out.
Sorry, lady.
Let go of me.
All right. Elliot, cover the rest of them. I'll bring our lady right over to join you.
All members of the hijacking gang were tried and sentenced to serve long terms in the federal penitentiary for larceny from interstate shipments. Nan Mercer was turned over to local authorities to be placed on trial for murder. And thus another band of criminals was broken up by the cooperative efforts of local police who supplied the launches and of your FBI. Everywhere across America, that kind of cooperation is taking place. And as in tonight's case, every means of communication and transportation is being used to narrow the circle around the criminal, and to keep narrowing it until he is trapped, arrested, and convicted.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
Just 1 second, Mr. Keating. I want to check and see if I'm on the beam about the Equitable Society's readjustment income plan. My understanding is that this plan would give my wife extra income during the first 2 years after my death.
You've got it straight, Ed. Extra cash every month for 2 years to give her time to adjust her expenses to a new standard of living.
Sounds like a mighty fine idea to me.
Then let me suggest that you get in touch with your Equitable Society representative without delay. Let him show you how little it costs to provide your wife with equitable readjustment income. Call your Equitable representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the diamond-studded Double Cross.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The diamond-studded Double Cross on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Did you ever hear of a mortgage that cancels itself if the owner dies? That's the kind of modern mortgage that thousands of American homeowners now have. They've taken advantage of the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. So if you own your own home, be sure to listen carefully to the middle commercial of this program for interesting information on America's finest plan for home ownership, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight's FBI file, The Horoscope Homicide.
The basic quality of crime has not changed materially in the last 100 years. In 1847, men were committing murders and robbing other men and doing the very same things that criminals do today. And crimes were committed a century ago for the very same reasons they're committed today. For revenge or lust or greed. But there is one big difference in the crime picture today. And that is that law enforcement has progressed to the point of being not a business, but a science. In the old days, if the constable of a town did not apprehend the criminal before he fled, the criminal was safe. But today, there is a vast network of law enforcement agencies that makes every career of crime unprofitable. That network begins with your local police and ends with your FBI, the last line of your defense. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small, dimly lighted room. Bruce Holden, a slightly studious-looking man, is seated in one corner of this room, busily writing. A companion nervously paces the floor.
Bruce,
Yes, Wally?
you got a cigarette?
There's some in my jacket there. Help yourself.
Oh, okay. You want one?
No, thank you.
Bruce, does this bother you?
What?
My talking like this while you're working.
No, not at all.
Mind if maybe I watch a while?
No, go right ahead.
Not that I'd understand any of it.
Astrology is really quite simple.
Not the way you work it.
What do you mean?
All them charts and things.
Well, they just look complicated, Wally. Actually, when you understand what the position of the stars mean, what relation they have to the individual, then it's not involved at all.
To me, it is. If I want to know what my fortune's going to be, I'll invest a penny and get my correct weight besides.
You'd be wasting a penny.
Why?
This is a very exact science. Now, look here.
Yeah?
Now, here you see the planets as they are at the present time. The accompanying graph is their relationship to me. Now, this is determined, of course, by the year and day of my birth.
Uh-huh.
Now, I've been working on this chart for a very specific reason, trying to determine what the immediate future holds in store for me.
Well, how are you doing?
Fine.
What'd you find out?
This coming Wednesday will be a most favorable day for us to break out of this jail.
Two days later, in a large city some 50 miles away from the jail holding the two astrology-minded criminals, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is just entering the office of his agent in charge.
Well, Mr. Houston.
Yes, Jim.
May I see you for a minute, please?
Yes, come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, I was going down to the Elton County Jail this afternoon to interview a man named Walter Middleton.
Middleton?
Yes, the local police picked him up down there. But we have a detainer on him. He was involved in the Williams extortion case.
Oh, yes. And we never recovered the money he collected.
That's right, sir. That's what I was going down to question him about.
Why do you say was going down?
Well, I received a call from the warden of the jail about 20 minutes ago. Middleton and another convict just escaped.
Well, how did that happen?
Well, the two men were cellmates. They complained of feeling ill, so they were given permission to see the prison doctor.
Yes?
Once they were in the doctor's office, they overpowered him, used his keys to get out, and what's more, they even stole his car.
I see. When did this break occur?
Just about 1 hour ago.
Any trace of them yet?
Well, the warden hadn't received any word when I spoke to him.
Local and state police have been alerted, I imagine.
Yes, sir, they have.
We have an interest in finding Middleton, too. Send out an alarm on our teletype, Jim.
I've already done that, sir.
Good. Let me know as soon as something breaks.
Relax, Wally.
Huh?
Relax and enjoy the scenery.
Are you kidding?
Look, as long as we stay on these back roads, we're perfectly safe. Believe me, nothing can happen to us.
I know. It says so in the stars.
Exactly.
Look, Bruce, I don't want to put the whammy in your astrology deal, but I'd feel a lot safer if we were holed up someplace right now.
We will be shortly.
You mean if your mother done like you told her?
I'm certain she has.
When did you give her the word?
Last week, when she came to visit me.
What'd you tell her?
That she should find a cabin in some isolated spot.
How do you know she got it?
Wally, I told you. She sent me a note describing the place. Said she'd wait there for company. Company meaning us.
Oh. How far is it from here?
About another 30 miles.
What's the name of the place?
Center Falls.
I never heard of it.
It's about 10 miles from Quincy.
Oh.
You know Quincy, don't you?
Yeah.
In fact, I seem to recall your telling me that you hid that extortion money somewhere near there.
That's right.
How much was that, by the way?
20 grand.
Quite a sum.
Oh, what good does it do me? I can't pick it up while the heat's on me.
Say, I just thought of something.
What?
Perhaps my mother could help you out.
How?
Well, just tell her where the money is. Let her pick it up.
Oh, I couldn't have anybody's mother do a job like that.
Mine is quite exceptional. Just wait and see.
Hey,
What are you turning here for? I see a car parked down on the road there. There's no one in it.
So?
And this doctor's car is pretty hot by now. I think we should work out an exchange.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello there. This is Sergeant Burbank, State Police.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
I worked with you last year on the Collins case.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember you very well. Oh, what's on your mind, Sergeant?
Well, I understand that you fellows are interested in this man Middleton who escaped from the county jail.
Yes. Yes, we certainly are. We have a detainer on him.
Well, we located the car that he used in the prison break. It was found on the outskirts of Quincy.
Abandoned?
Yes?
Any sign of Middleton and the other convict?
No, but a second car was stolen right near the place where they left the first one.
Evidently decided to change cars and take some of the heat off.
Well,
Oh, Sergeant, has an alarm been sent out on the second car?
yes, it has. But they may have gotten quite a start. According to the owner, it could have been stolen any time within the last 4 hours.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Well, if we come up with anything, Jim, I'll call you immediately.
All right, thanks, Sergeant. Goodbye.
Well, here we are.
This is really hidden away, all right.
Let's get out on your side.
Oh, okay. What do we do with the car?
Just leave it here for now. Look. Oh, the lamp in the window. That's Mother's touch. She's such a sentimentalist.
You mean wandering boy stuff?
Exactly.
Who is it?
It's I, Mother. Bruce. Hello, Mother.
Oh, son, it's so good to see you. Come right in.
Shirley, come ahead, Wally.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Mother, this is Wally Middleton.
Hello, Wally.
Hiya, Mrs. Holden.
I've heard so much about you. You were Bruce's roommate, weren't you?
Well, yeah.
Now tell me, how did everything go?
Just fine.
No trouble at all?
Just with the doctor.
Goodness, I hope you didn't use any guns.
No, I just slugged him.
Oh, that's much nicer.
I owe a great deal to Wally, Mother.
Really?
If it hadn't been for his muscular skill, we'd still be cooped up in that cell.
Oh, stop, will you? It was your brains that got us out of there.
Don't forget the astrology.
Oh? Oh, yeah, the stars.
Now, don't get him started on that. Look, sit down, both of you. I've had dinner on the stove for hours.
Hey, that sounds okay. I'm real hungry.
I'm sure you are. I can remember once when Bruce's father broke out of jail. The poor man was starved. Some more pie, young man.
Oh, no, thanks, Mrs. Holden.
How about you, Bruce?
No, Mother, I'm full.
Oh, what a dinner.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm afraid that roast will have to go a long way, though.
Why's that, Mother?
Well, son, I spent practically everything I had on getting here and renting this cabin.
Oh?
I'm afraid one of you is going to have to do a job real soon if we're going to go on living here.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Oh, I got plenty of dough.
Really? Oh, how wonderful.
Mother, Wally is referring to some loot from a former job. He has it hidden away over in Quincy.
Oh.
Well, look, didn't you say before that your mother would go get it?
Yes, but I didn't know if you wanted her to.
Oh, sure I do. If it's okay with her.
What do you say, Mother?
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Wally has $20,000 buried over near Quincy.
Yes?
I can give you the directions where it's hid.
I see.
How would you feel about going over tomorrow morning and getting it?
Where did you get this money, young man?
On a job.
What kind of a job?
Extortion.
Oh, how clever. I'll get it first thing in the morning.
Busy, Mr. Houston?
No. Come in, Jim.
Fine. I'd like to give you the latest report on that escaped convict, Middleton.
Well, let's have it.
Well, as you know, the state trooper called me yesterday. He reported that Middleton and his companion had stolen a second car.
Yes?
Well, they set up roadblocks for it, but nothing turned up all night.
And they've evidently gone under somewhere in that neighborhood.
It would appear that way, yes. However, it's too large an area to do any house-to-house checking.
Have you gone into the background of these men, Jim, to see if they have any friends or relatives living in that vicinity?
Oh, yes, sir, I have. And as far as I could learn, Middleton has no known friends or relatives near where the car was stolen.
I see.
I checked on the man who escaped with him. His name is Bruce Holden.
Yes?
He has a mother who has a criminal record herself. They've always worked very closely together. I put a tracer out on the mother, and I found that she had moved from the last address just a week ago.
Could you learn where she's gone?
Well, I talked to her landlady. She said that her daughter had bought the Holden woman a bus ticket to some place in the vicinity of where the car was stolen.
That sounds like a lead, Jim.
Yes, sir, I know. The landlady's daughter was out when I called. I'm going over there later and interview her.
Bruce? I'm in here, Mother.
Oh,
How did you make out?
just fine.
Did you get the money?
Of course.
Good for you.
Oh, it was the funniest thing. I went... Goodness, what happened to him?
Hmm?
Look at your friend Wally's tied up in that chair.
Oh, that's right.
Who did that to him?
I did. Where's the money, Mother?
Oh, I have it right here in my shopping bag. Oh, Bruce,
Yes, Mother.
why did you tie him up?
Well, to begin with, Mother, according to the stars, his future was very dark indeed.
Oh, poor boy.
Then there was a selfish motive, too. Money.
This money I have here?
Yes.
I see.
Did you have any trouble getting to Quincy?
No. I found a bus that took me right there.
You made very good time.
Didn't I, though? Son,
Yes?
what are you going to do with your friend here?
I've just been thinking about that. I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill him.
Oh, goodness. He seems like such a nice young man.
I know, Mother. But $20,000 can make life very pleasant for us.
Oh, that's true.
Look, Mother, I think I'll get this over with now. It may not be very pleasant. You'd better leave the room.
Oh, don't mind me, son. I'll just stay here and count this money.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
Home. The place where I find rest and relaxation. Where I spend the happiest hours of my life. My own home.
Yes, but there can be a sour note in Home Sweet Home when the shadow of insecurity menaces the family's peace of mind. And that's why the Equitable Society created its Assured Home Ownership Plan, a money-saving plan that has these 4 advantages. First, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. Second, mortgage interest is only 4%. And there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. Third, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Fourth, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years.
Well, suppose I don't use the cash fund for an emergency or to pay off my mortgage.
It's yours. And after you've paid off your mortgage, the cash fund equals about half of the original loan. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
Say, I'd like to know whether I can qualify.
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Horoscope Homicide.
Recently, in a large eastern city, a policeman apprehended two men in the act of committing an armed robbery. In the gunfight which followed, one of the criminals was severely wounded. The other made his getaway. The policeman questioned the wounded thief before he died, but he could get no information. The next day, in recounting the story, one newspaper pointed out that this was the law of the underworld, that this was honor among thieves. But tonight's case from the files of your FBI proves that there is no such thing as honor or decency or loyalty among thieves when there is something to be gained by being disloyal. There are no codes of honor among criminals for one very good reason. There are no honorable criminals. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is talking to the agent in charge.
Mr. Houston, I think we're beginning to get someplace in that Middleton case.
Good. What have you got, Jim?
I told you I was going to check up on Holden's mother.
That's the man who escaped with Middleton?
That's right, sir. I went to the place where she last lived and interviewed her landlady's daughter.
Yes?
She said she bought a bus ticket for the old woman to a place called Center Falls.
I see.
And Center Falls is only 10 miles from Quincy.
Well, that sounds like she's involved, all right.
Yes, I have a hunch that she's the one who set up the hideout.
That's logical.
I contacted the state trooper down there I've been working with and gave him a description of Holden's mother. I asked him to check with real estate men, tourist camps, and find out if she's been seen.
Good.
Mr. Houston, I think I should get down to Center Falls.
I agree with you, Jim. Get going right away.
Ruth?
Yes, Mother?
What are you doing?
Working on a chart.
Oh, and what do the stars have to say today?
They're quite favorable, Mother.
Oh, isn't that nice?
They seem to indicate that a trip is in order.
Good heavens, son, I wouldn't need the stars to tell us that.
They seem to point to either a boat trip or the seashore.
Please, let's make it the seashore. I don't like boats.
Very well. That's what it will be. Oh, did you finish counting the money?
Yes.
How much was there?
Exactly 20,000. Just as poor Wally said.
Fine.
By the way, Bruce, what are we going to do about his remains?
We'll bury him.
Oh, how sweet. When do you intend to leave here, son?
As soon as possible.
Are we going to use the car you came in?
No, that's too hot. I want you to go into town and buy one. Go to a used car lot.
Buy one?
Yes?
Well, it's against my principle, but I'll do it.
Oh, Sergeant. Sergeant Burbank.
Yes?
Hey, I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hello there, Jim.
Got a job finding you. First headquarters to a real estate man.
And he sent you here.
That's right.
Well, it's too bad we both didn't arrive a little sooner.
Why, what do you mean?
This is the hideout, all right, but two of our birds have flown.
Middleton and Holden?
Holden and his mother. Middleton is still here.
Oh, good.
Not so good, Jim.
Hmm?
He's dead.
Oh.
I just discovered the body a few minutes ago.
And is it in the cabin?
No, he was buried out back. I noticed a fresh mound of earth. That's how I found him.
I see. Have you searched the cabin yet?
No, just gave it a quick going over.
Well, let's go in and give a look around, huh?
Surely.
How was Middleton killed, Sergeant?
He was stabbed. The knife was buried with him. I'm holding it for print.
Evidently killed by his Confederate, huh?
Yeah, it looks that way. Well, go ahead, Jim.
Thanks.
There are just two rooms here, Jim. Holden's mother rented it just a week ago.
Well, let's have us a look around.
Right.
They couldn't have left here too long ago.
I know. They didn't take the second car they stole either. That's still parked out in...
Wait a minute, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Well, look here.
What is it?
Newspaper. Dated last May 17th. And, Sergeant, if I remember correctly, May 17th was the day that Middleton's extortion victim paid him off.
Really?
Yes. Notice where this newspaper's folded? It could easily have been wrapped around a package of money. And if he recovered that money, then it could be the motive for his murder.
You mean Holden and his mother used it for a getaway?
That's right. There's something else, too, that might be a lead for us.
What, Jim?
It's a writing pad. I can see the indentation where something was written. Well, I'll get this off to our laboratory. Oh, Sergeant, look, the FBI has no jurisdiction on this murder, but we do want to recover that extortion money, so we're still very much in this case.
Jim?
Oh, Sergeant, I've been waiting for you. I have a report here from our laboratory. It's on that indented writing we found on that pad.
Yes?
The report states the writing was a letter that Holden had sent to a book company requesting they send some astrology books to an enclosed address.
An enclosed address?
Yes. That kind of stymies us. But we can contact the book company, and they should be able to help us. Sergeant.
Yes, Jim?
The book company just called me back.
Yes?
They recall getting that order. It was sent to Ocean City, General Delivery.
In Holden's name?
That's right. I'll check General Delivery down there at once. Well, Sergeant, we've hit a stone wall.
How's that, Jim?
I contacted the Ocean City post office. The package was picked up yesterday.
Oh, that is a tough break.
Yes.
Well, at least we know where they are. We can get the local police down there to help us look for them. Give them general descriptions.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. There may be a quicker way of getting them. I just remembered something.
Who is it?
It's me, son.
Oh, just a minute. Come in.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I had such a wonderful morning shopping. I brought some of the things home with me. I'm having all the groceries. Thanks.
I see.
Son, are you working on one of those charts again?
Yes, Mother.
Don't you think you should quit for a while? After all, we're at the seashore.
Mother, please.
Son, what's wrong?
Oh, it's this chart. I'm quite worried about it.
Why?
It's right on the cusp. I don't know if we're about to be very lucky or unlucky.
Now, don't you go worrying over some little cusp. Put those papers away like a good boy and relax.
Mother, I'd rather...
Oh, that must be the groceries. I'll answer it. Just a minute. Yes?
Mrs. Holden?
That's right.
The grocery store sent me over here.
Oh. Well, where are the groceries?
Oh, I'm not the delivery boy. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
What?
What's wrong, Mother?
He's from the FBI.
Close that door.
Wait on that. Just a minute.
How did you get in here?
That money you took from Middleton was extortion money. All the bills were marked. So you see, you led me here yourself.
Bruce Holden was turned over to the local authorities, tried, convicted, and sentenced to be executed for the murder of Wally Middleton. His mother was prosecuted as an accomplice to the murder in the state court and was given a life sentence. And so another file was marked closed because of the facilities that are available to law enforcement agencies today, like the FBI laboratory, and also because of the fact the special agents of your FBI have trained minds. Minds that remember things like the fact that the extortion money was marked. Those things are not accidents. Your FBI did not win its international reputation quickly or accidentally. It attained the status it now holds because it is made up of men who have dedicated their lives to public service, to the protection of every one of us, every minute, every hour, every day.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting story from the files of your FBI.
You know, Mr. Keating, that assured home ownership plan you were telling me about sounded mighty good to me. I'm going to find out if I can qualify.
I surely hope you do, Frank, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Mysterious Fugitive.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Mysterious Fugitive on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight, the Equitable Life Assurance Society is going to give you some facts about group insurance, a type of insurance that is important in the lives of 50 million Americans. How important? Well, take the Pan American Petroleum and Transport Company. Its president and chairman of the board of its marketing subsidiary, the American Oil Company, Mr. D.J. Smith, says, greatly as we regret the loss in the recent Texas City disaster of valued employees to the company and their families, it is comforting to know that group insurance provided for their families. For further information on group insurance, showing just how it can benefit you, be sure to listen in about 14 minutes to a message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight's FBI file, Merchants of Arson.
This is a nation of 140 million people. And in that number, there are more than 50 million wage earners. Some earn their daily bread in normal ways, working with their hands in factories, driving trucks, or tilling the soil. Others manage to exist because they engage in some bizarre occupation like diving for sponges or riding with smoke in the sky. But of all the various obtuse methods used to make money, perhaps the least understood is a method used by a certain breed of criminal. This perverse system of garnering a yearly income is managed by those criminals who fraudulently go through the process of bankruptcy. In other words, there are those who make their profit by having a court declare them penniless. They never make the page one headlines, and the public rarely hears about them. But like the killers and the thieves who become notorious, these men, too, are criminals. Tonight's file opens on a quiet, tree-lined street located in one of the suburbs in a large eastern city. In the backyard of one of the cottages on this street, an elderly man is expertly hitting a croquet ball through a maze of wickets. Two visitors approach. One of them calls out.
Uncle Ed.
Oh, hello, Ted.
Mind a couple of visitors?
Nope.
Uncle Ed, I hate to interrupt your practice, but I'd like you to know Mr. Bedford. He's a client of mine.
How do you do, sir?
I do.
Uncle Ed, me and Mr. Bedford would like to have a little talk with you.
What about?
Business.
Not interested.
But Mr. Bedford here has a real good proposition for you.
We're tired. Stand away from that wicket there.
Chuck, this looks like a wasted visit.
Oh, no.
But he just said...
Look, Uncle Ed has retired more times than Harry Lauder. Let me handle him.
How?
I got a sure system. Never fail. What? Oh, Uncle Ed.
What is it?
Are you positive you don't want the job?
Yep.
Then would you mind doing me a favor?
What?
Tell me where I can get in touch with Tommy Gillen.
Huh? What do you want him for?
Want to bring him together with Mr. Bedford.
You're going to give that old bungler a job?
Who else can I get? You're the only two guys around.
Mr. Bedford, don't you let him do this to you.
Well, if you won't take the job, sir, it looks like I have no choice.
I'll take it.
Swell.
What's the setup?
It's a warehouse.
Oh, they're tough, boy. Big buildings like that take a lot of work.
This is only a two-story structure.
You work with me, Chuck?
Sure, be glad to.
You know my price, Mr. Bedford?
Yes, Chuck told me. You'll be paid immediately after the job.
Good.
Wait. When can you do the job?
Yeah, when do you want it?
Well, could you do it tonight?
Mr. Bedford, your warehouse will be nothing but ashes by morning. Chuck.
What is it?
Bring me some more rags.
Sure. There you are.
What are you doing with that gasoline?
Well, I was going to pour some in that corner.
Don't let me handle that. You get bad distribution, the place burns uneven. I got my reputation to think of. Here, soak these.
Okay, sure.
Now, I'll just line them neatly along this wall here.
You want some help?
No.
How much longer will we be here?
Oh, about a minute. Yeah. Chuck?
Yeah?
This place is empty. What does Bedford want it burned down for? Where's the profit?
Well, Bedford runs a legitimate business. About 2 weeks ago, he bought $40,000 worth of drugs on consignment.
Oh, where are they?
Well, he had me move them over to another warehouse as soon as they came in.
Oh. Now Bedford's going to say they burned up in this fire and collect the insurance, eh?
No, he didn't insure the stuff at all.
Huh?
He's got a much smarter touch.
Oh? What?
Well, after the fire, he can make the claim that he can't pay for the drugs, that he's broke. So he goes bankrupt and sells the stuff to a fence.
Yeah, that is pretty smart. He deserves a first-class fire. We should just about give it to him.
Are you all finished?
Yep. Hey, let's get over by the door.
You going to light it now?
Uh-huh. And get ready to run, boy. Here it goes.
A few weeks after the warehouse fire in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is at his desk going over a file of correspondence as a visitor approaches.
Jim Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
Vic Norwood. Just got in this morning.
Oh, hello there, Vic. Hi.
Fine, thanks. Say, by the way, Bill Sweet said to say hello.
Oh, hey, that's right. You were in the Salt Lake City office, weren't you? That's nice country out that way.
Nice people to work with, too.
Yeah, I know. I was in that office for a year myself. You've been in to see the agent in charge yet?
Yeah, some first thing this morning. He wants me to work with you on this bankruptcy case, if there's anything there.
Well, I'm just going over the file of correspondence myself, Vic.
Well, what's the story?
Well, we received a letter yesterday from C.J. Crawford and Company. That's a drug house out on the West Coast.
Well, how'd they happen to write us?
Well, they sold a man named George Bedford $40,000 worth of drugs on consignment about 3 weeks ago. Now, Bedford's business is here.
Oh, I see.
There was a fire in Bedford's warehouse right after the shipment arrived.
And then Bedford filed a petition in bankruptcy.
That's right.
How much do we know about Bedford?
Nothing yet, Vic.
Well, have you contacted the fire department for their reports on the fire?
Yes, they're sending them over. In addition to that, I'm going to talk to the inspector who covered the fire and interview him.
Well, that should help. Those fellows are pretty shrewd.
Yeah. Vic, I'll tell you what. You take this file here and read through it, huh? That's the correspondence between Bedford and the Crawford Company.
Good. That'll give me a little more background.
Mm-hmm. And why don't you check and see what you can find out about this Bedford fellow?
All right.
Meanwhile, I'll go over and see the fire inspector, and if he thinks there's any point to it, maybe we'll go see what's left of Bedford's warehouse.
You'll check back here with me?
Yeah, I'll call in by noon at the latest, Vic. And if you've got any dope on Bedford by that time, maybe I'll pay him a visit, too. Uncle Ed.
I'm out here in the back porch.
Oh.
You alone?
Uh-huh. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Wait till I finish up here.
What's all that stuff?
Press clippings.
About what?
Fires. Ones I set.
Is that whole book full of them?
Yep. A scrapbook. Scan it if you like. This one was a pippin. Detroit. 4 alarms.
I'll read it over later, Uncle Ed. I got something to talk up with you about first.
What?
Well, I've kind of got the shorts. I was wondering if I could tap you for a couple of $100.
You broke?
Yeah, real broke.
Well, what about the money you got from Bedford?
Well, I spent it.
So soon?
Well, he only gave me $500.
500?
Yeah, so.
Wait a minute, boy. Wait a minute. He paid you that measly amount after all the things you've done?
Oh, I didn't do so much.
You made it possible for him to steal $40,000 of merchandise.
Yeah, but he thought the thing up.
Well, you done all the dirty work. He should have cut you in for plenty.
Well, look, it's too late for that now.
It's never too late. Wait. Did Bedford get rid of them drugs yet?
No.
Then you're cut in for 50% of them.
By who?
By me.
Oh, now, look, Unc, how can an old guy like you...
Save that talk, boy. Save it. Where does Bedford live?
On 12th Street. Why?
We're paying a call on him tonight.
Mr. Taylor, you say you're from the FBI.
That's correct, Mr. Bedford. Here are my credentials.
I see. Well, what can I do for you?
You were the sole owner of the Bedford Company before it went through bankruptcy. Is that right?
Yes.
We received a letter from the C.J. Crawford Company with whom you did some business.
Yes, I purchased quite a bit of merchandise from the Crawford outfit just prior to the fire that wiped me out.
Yes, I know.
You see, that warehouse was a fire trap, and I could never get any insurance on it, Mr. Taylor. When that Crawford shipment burned, I was wiped out, clean as a whistle.
I went over the fire department reports on that fire this morning.
You did? Why?
Just checking. And I went to the scene of the fire with the inspector who examined the ruins right after the blaze was put out.
What was the purpose of all that, Mr. Taylor? Now, look, I'm a taxpayer, and I'm entitled to know.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Bedford. I went over the reports and over the scene of the fire to try and make sure that the Crawford Company drugs actually burned, as you claimed.
Are you implying that I'm not an honest man?
That's not part of my job, sir. I'm merely checking to make sure there is no fraud connected with your petition of bankruptcy.
What was it you want to know?
Are you absolutely sure that those Crawford drugs were in the warehouse when it burned down?
Certainly I'm sure. I saw them with my own eyes. Why?
The fire inspector's report and an examination of the ruins today failed to disclose any traces of tin or of steel rods.
Tin or steel rods?
Some of the products in that shipment were packed in tin. And every one of the Crawford shipping cases for the past 6 months have been reinforced with steel rods. There should have been some evidence of those things in the ruins.
Mr. Taylor, I gather that you're calling me a crook.
I'm not calling you anything. I just came here to ask you some questions.
You've asked your questions. You're going to arrest me?
No, Mr. Bedford. I don't have anything to arrest you for. Nobody can prove anything. Yet.
If you ever think you can, come back and see me. I'll be right here.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Just a minute.
Hi, Mr. Bedford.
Oh, hello there, Chuck.
You remember my Uncle Ed?
Yes, of course. How are you, sir?
I do.
Come in, both of you.
Go ahead, Unc.
Right.
I'm very glad that you stopped by, Chuck. I was about to call you.
What for?
A man from the FBI came to my office today.
What did he want?
He asked questions about the fire. I gather that they don't think the drugs were there when the place burned.
Oh?
I think it might be wise for me to get out of town for a while, which means that I've got to get rid of the drugs as soon as possible.
You mean sell them?
Yes. You know these men. What are they called? Fences. Get the best deal you can.
Mr. Bedford.
Yes?
What do you figure on paying the boy for this?
Same fee I gave him before, $500.
He's not interested.
Now, just a minute. This is a matter between your nephew and myself.
I'm handling this business now. The job will cost you 50%.
What?
Right, Chuck?
Right.
Well, this is preposterous. I'll get someone else to do the job.
Yeah, hold on there, mister. Let me point out something to you.
Well?
I understand that the warehouse you got the drugs in now is rented in my nephew's name.
That's right. I arranged it that way.
You know what that could mean, don't you?
What?
Chuck here could take everything.
Oh, that's how you're playing it.
Mm-hmm. Does the boy get 50%, Mr. Bedford?
Yes. Of this.
He's got a gun.
That's right. And I'll use it, too, Chuck.
Put that away. You'll hurt somebody.
Get out of here.
Chuck, take that gun away from him.
Don't come near me, Chuck. I'll shoot if you do.
He won't shoot, Chuck. Ain't got the fortitude. Just walk right up to him. That's it.
Keep away from me.
That's it, Chuck. Now, take the gun.
Come on, give me that.
Chuck, take it.
Okay. Give it to me, I said.
Let go. Let go.
I do now?
That's elementary, son. You've got a gun in your hand. Use it.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Now, a 50-second interview on group insurance with a man from Texas City, Texas. Ed, you were in Texas City last April when that ship blew up and wrecked the town?
Yes, I was there. And am I lucky to be talking to you right now? 31 of the guys in my plant were killed in that blast.
Yes, it was one of America's most terrible tragedies, Ed.
Sure was. I don't know what the families of those boys in our plant would have done if it hadn't been for group insurance with the Equitable Society.
I understand those 31 families in your company received a check from the Equitable Society totaling more than $300,000.
That's right, Mr. Keating. What's more, Equitable paid off fast.
Yes, group insurance with the Equitable Society is a mighty good thing for the employee and his family, and it's just as good for the company for 3 good reasons. First, it means satisfied, loyal workers.
Yes. Think of getting life insurance, accident and sickness insurance, and retirement income, plus hospital, surgical, and medical benefits. All in one package from the Equitable Society, without any medical examination.
Second, group insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society decreases labor turnover.
Right. A fellow thinks twice before he walks out on a job which gives him extra insurance coverage at far lower cost than he could buy it as an individual.
Third, Equitable Society group insurance improves quality and quantity of production.
Believe me, I do better work now that I've got rid of worries about sickness and accidents and my wife and kids' future.
Well, I hope every employer in this radio audience hears what you've said, and that every one of them is resolving now to get the facts on complete group insurance protection from the nearest office of the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or write direct to the New York home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Merchants of Arson.
As can be seen in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, the professional bankrupt, the man who makes a living by alleging that he is poverty-stricken, is the true criminal. For his crime contains the very essence of criminality, the taking of something for nothing. That what he is doing is morally reprehensible carries no weight with the criminal. He is not concerned with what his community thinks of him. He is an isolationist who lives in his own little world with his own rules and his own moral code. It is unfortunate that nowhere in that code is there any room for loyalty or compassion. But the absence of those things is what makes him what he is, a criminal. He not only has no desire to live by the golden rule, he doesn't even understand what it means when he sees the words, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." For his motto is different. His motto reads, "Rob and cheat and steal, because people are fools, and there's only one real crime, and that is being caught." Tonight's file continues in the local FBI field office, where Special Agents Jim Taylor and Vic Norwood are comparing notes on the fraudulent bankruptcy.
Jim, I checked on George Bedford every place I could. There's one thing that puzzles me.
What's that, Vic?
How he ever got a $40,000 shipment from anybody on credit.
No, why?
Well, the Better Business Bureau has him marked down as a sharpshooter. Every credit rating bureau in town has him listed as a bad risk.
Well, that figures, I guess.
Oh, I also picked up pretty definite information that Bedford was mixed up in the black market during the war.
Oh?
He was supposed to control the penicillin black market before it became plentiful.
Huh? Nice guy. Making a racket out of people's health.
Now, what'd you get on him, Jim?
I just received a supplementary report from the fire department on Bedford's warehouse fire.
Well, what'd it say?
Well, there is no proof. But there's an awful deep suspicion that the fire was no accident. That the place was empty when it burned down.
Oh, what happened to all those drugs then?
I don't know, but I've notified every wholesale drug company in town to be on the lookout for anyone trying to sell anything on the list that we got from Crawford.
Well, it looks like we're going to have to wait for Bedford to make a move then.
Well, I'll get it. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Lieutenant. What? Oh, where? What's that address again? 26 12th Street. Yeah. Right, I'll be right over. It was Lieutenant Jones down at police headquarters. Bedford was found dead in his apartment a half an hour ago.
What happened?
Shot through the head.
Oh?
Lieutenant thought it looked like suicide. I'm going right over there.
Chuck.
Yeah, Unc.
Let me have that mucilage.
Sure. Here you are. Putting something in the scrapbook?
Yep.
Another fire?
Nope. About Mr. Bedford.
Oh, you mean his suicide?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's a good picture of him. Too bad he ain't alive to see it.
I should have got it years ago. Them legitimate fellas give honest thieves a bad name.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll take a run downtown.
What for?
I'm going to shop around, see if maybe I can peddle them drugs.
Not yet, son.
Why not?
Too hot.
But Bedford's dead.
They'll still be looking for the drugs. When the time comes to peddle them, I'll give you the word.
Okay. I think I'll go downtown anyway.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Don't leave that cigarette burning there. Things like that could start a fire.
Jim, what'd you find out about Bedford?
That suicide story looks like a phony, Vic.
Why?
Well, for a lot of reasons. The living room showed signs of a struggle. There are no powder burns near the wound. The bullet entered at a bad angle. Oh, pick your own reason.
I see. And Bedford probably was doing business with criminals who got rid of him when trouble turned up.
Certainly looks that way.
Yeah, what happened to the drugs, though?
I don't know. But if we had any doubts at all, this kind of clinches the fact that the drugs didn't burn and that bankruptcy was illegitimate.
Yeah. You didn't get any leads at all on where Bedford might have hidden the drugs, did you?
No, just one. I found a key in Bedford's desk that had a tag attached to it, and on the tag was written an address. 171 Front Street.
Front Street?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot, Vic. You don't know this town very well. Front Street is down in the warehouse district.
That might be the key to the warehouse where the stolen goods are.
I hope so. I had Wentworth go over and check on it. He ought to be calling back here pretty soon.
And what about Bedford's office?
Nothing much up there that I could see. The police and Bob Williams came over from our office, and they're going up there now and over his books.
Do you have a secretary?
Yes, I spoke to her.
Get anything?
She told me Bedford had a visitor who seemed to be able to walk right into the private office whenever he wanted to.
What was his name?
She never knew. Said he was a tall, blond fellow, about 26, 27 years old. Excuse me. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Lieutenant. He did. Mr. Horton at the Brooks Company. That's First and Main Street? Yes. Yes, thanks. I've got it. Fine. Thanks for the information. Vic, here's our first lead. That was the police. Somebody just tried to sell the stolen drugs to a Mr. Horton over at the Brooks Company. They're wholesale suppliers.
Did they catch him?
Not quite. They tried to detain him, but he got away. Vic, why don't you hop over and see Mr. Horton? I'll wait for the report in the warehouse.
Hey, who's that?
Me, Uncle Ed.
Oh. Thought you were going to stay downtown for dinner.
I was, but something happened.
Oh, what?
We got trouble.
What is it, boy?
Well, I tried to peddle the drugs.
You what? Look, I told you.
I know. So I made a mistake.
What happened?
Well, the guy I tried to sell the stuff to called the cops.
What did you do?
I ran out.
Anybody follow you?
I don't think so. I circled the block a couple of times, did some fast turns, and then I went to the warehouse and left the car there. What shall we do now?
Only one thing we can do.
What?
Can you get a truck?
Sure, rent one.
And let's get to the warehouse, load the truck, and head for Chicago.
What do we do there?
Get rid of the drugs where the heat's off.
When do we go?
Get the truck right now.
Jim, I got the description of the man who tried to peddle those drugs.
Good, let's have it.
It was that same tall, blond fellow who hung around Bedford's office.
Did he tell Mr. Horton where he had the drugs hidden?
No, he didn't. Horton sent one of the boys out in the office to trail him.
You going to call you here when the boy comes back?
Yes. I take it you had no luck with the key to 171 Front Street.
No, it turned out to be a warehouse, all right, but the key didn't fit any lock in the place.
Well, whose warehouse is it?
Parker and Gordon, the furniture company, owns it.
Oh, yeah.
An old legitimate firm. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, sir, just a moment. I think it's for you.
Special Agent Norwood speaking. Yes, son. Just a moment. That boy from Horton's office, Jim.
Oh.
Go ahead, son. Yes. Yes. That's where you lost him, huh? I see. Well, thank you for the information. Goodbye. Jim. The boy followed our suspect down 7th Street, but he lost him on the Interstate Bridge.
Interstate Bridge. Vic, why didn't I think of that before?
What?
The Interstate Bridge. Come on, let's go.
71 ought to be that next building, Jim.
Okay, Vic. Let's park the car right here. Leave your door open, Vic. I'll slide out that side.
Right.
I think the best thing to do is try this key I found at Bedford's in the office door, Vic. If that doesn't work, then we can try the trucking entrance.
Okay. Can you see all right?
Yeah, fine. Works. Must be the place. Morning, Vic.
Right. I'll turn on my flashlight.
Hold it a minute. I thought I heard something. Oh, it's okay. All right, go ahead. Flash your light.
There's a desk. Should we look through it?
No, no time.
Jim, there's a door over there.
Mm-hmm. Put your light out, Vic. We'll try it.
Right.
Appears to be a passage down into the warehouse. Come on.
Okay.
Listen. Come on, let's see who that is, Vic. Look, it's a truck. And that front door's opening. It's going to drive out.
Look at that man behind the wheel, Jim. Looks like our suspect.
Yes, I'll cover the truck, Vic. You close those doors.
Wait.
Hold that truck! Don't move it! All right. All right, come on. Cut that motor and get out of there.
Better do as he says, boy. He's got a gun.
Looks like I've got a couple of murderers, too. Oh, Vic, never mind closing those doors. We'll all be driving out of here together.
Chuck York and his uncle were given a 10-year term for violation of the Federal Bankruptcy Act in a federal court. They were then turned over to local authorities who tried and convicted them for the murder of George Bedford. And so, because of the timely intervention of your FBI, another crime was solved. Solved because a special agent remembered when he heard that the criminal had crossed the interstate bridge that there was another front street in another community on the other side of the river. In addition to adding to their total number of successfully investigated crimes, your FBI also added to the total value of stolen goods recovered and restored to their rightful legal owners. For that, too, is part of their job. A job so well done that last year the amount of goods recovered and returned ran into millions and millions of dollars. An amount that was a dividend of good law enforcement paid to you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, some more useful facts on Equitable Society Group Insurance. It's a bargain for workers because it enables the company to give its employees the benefit of its wholesale purchasing power. It's a bargain for the management because it builds loyalty and goodwill, decreases personnel turnover, improves quality and quantity of production. For instance, the president of General Oil Sales Corporation, Mr. O.D. Robinson, writes, "The tragic loss of 31 of our subsidiary employees in the Texas City disaster emphasized to our company the dollars and cents advantage of operating with group protection. If your company does not have group insurance, or if your group program is incomplete, get in touch immediately with the nearest office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States."
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case that dramatically exposes the battle between honest law enforcement officers and a corrupt political machine. Its subject, anti-racketeering. Its title, The Sinister Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis, your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The sinister shakedown on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A tour, a cruise, the mountains, or the shore, wherever you are this summer, if you are one of the 12 million policyholders and beneficiaries who own or will benefit by Equitable Society life insurance policies, we like to think that your vacation is especially pleasant. Your Equitable Society policy safeguards you against uncertainty and insecurity. Yes, to enjoy a completely carefree vacation, make sure you have all the life insurance protection you need. See your Equitable Society representative soon. Tonight's FBI file, The Uninvited Partner.
Our civilization is the most advanced in the long history of the world. We who are alive today enjoy advantages of living undreamed of generations ago. And yet, with all of our refinements, if you can pay for it, you can still rent a human being to commit murder. These professional killers have no single base of operations. And they murder not because they hate, but because it's their business. They care not why they kill, nor, in most cases, whom they kill, just so long as they remain employed. Tonight's FBI file opens in an apartment hotel located in one of the better residential districts of a large western city. A young lady who lives in one of the suites in this building is just entering her front door.
Gwen,
Yes, Walter.
did you go to the lawyers?
Well, of course, I told you I would.
What's the story?
They want to have the marriage annulled.
For how much?
10,000.
Not enough.
Walter, that isn't bad.
Honey, what do you think you're playing, Jacks?
Well, it's better
Gwen,
than...
the Conway family is very rich. If they want to have your marriage to their pride and joy annulled, they've got to up that figure. Plenty.
Walter, don't forget, we did frame the guy into marrying me.
That's not true.
Oh, stop. We got him so drunk he'd have married you if you asked him.
Very funny.
Well, what do I tell the lawyer?
About the money?
Yes.
Tell them it's not acceptable.
He said that was their final offer.
Forget what he said. I've got other ideas.
Oh.
Where's your husband now?
On a hunting trip.
Where?
At his camp.
Have you ever been there?
Yeah. Why?
Do you know the way up there well enough to direct somebody to the place?
Oh, sure. Look, what is this?
We're not going to take the 10,000.
Hmm?
And we're not going to have your marriage to Mr. Conway annulled.
We're not?
No. I know how you can get all of Mr. Conway's money.
How?
It's very simple. Instead of being his wife, you become his widow. Answer the door, will you, Gwen?
Okay. Just a minute.
Hello.
Hello.
Is Walter Hughes here?
Oh, are you Russ Moody?
That's right.
Come in, please.
Hello there, Russ.
Hello, Walter.
This is Miss Blair, Mr. Moody.
How do you do?
Hello.
Well, it certainly has been a long time, huh?
Yeah.
You haven't changed a bit, Russ. You look fine, fine.
Walter, let's get down to business.
Oh, sure. I've got a job for you.
I can use one.
The horse has been running bad?
They've been running fine, but too slow.
Can I make you fellas a scotch?
Swell. Scotch and soda for me, honey.
Yeah, I'll have the same.
Okay.
What's your deal, Walter?
I've got a client. I can't tell you his name. He wants to have a certain party disposed of.
For how much?
$1,000 in cash.
Where did you come up with that kind of a client?
Russ, I don't ask you anything about your business, do I?
Sorry. Where is this guy?
He's up in a hunting lodge about 30 miles from here. Miss Blair's drawn a map for you with all the directions.
Okay. When do you want the job done?
As soon as possible.
Tomorrow?
Fine. Oh, one thing.
Yeah?
It should appear to be an accident. A hunting accident.
It will.
Swell. Now, here's the guy's picture, Russ. Don't make any mistakes.
I never have.
Here's your drinks, boys.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Mr. Moody?
Thanks.
I have a toast.
To what?
To Russ. And a successful mission.
The following evening at the local FBI field office, a sergeant of the state police is just introducing himself to Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, I'm Sergeant Hall.
Oh, hello there, Sergeant.
How do you do? Your agent in charge sent me in to see you.
Good. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
Well, Sergeant, what's on your mind?
Well, my regular patrol includes a pretty remote section of mountain country about 30 miles north of here.
Mm-hmm.
There was a hunter found dead up there this morning. He'd been shot through the head.
Oh, I see. Did you identify him?
Yeah. Name's Conway. Ralph Conway. He comes from a well-to-do family here in town.
Sergeant, was this a hunting accident?
I don't think so.
Oh, why not?
Well, there were several factors in the case that make me seem to think he was murdered.
Well, let's hear them.
Well, first of all, examination showed that Conway was killed with a .45 caliber bullet.
Uh-huh.
I've never heard of anyone going hunting with a .45.
Uh-huh. Not unless they're hunting people.
Right.
What other factors have you?
Well, we found a car abandoned not too far from the scene of the crime. It had Oregon plates on it. Our office wired to see if it had been stolen.
I see. Sergeant, you find any trace of the weapon?
No.
How about footprints?
It's pretty dry country this time of year.
Well, Sergeant, what would you like the FBI to do?
I'd like some help on these. That's a shell I found near the body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the bullet the coroner removed from Conway.
I see. Well, I'll have them sent on to our laboratory in Washington and get a check against the National Unidentified Ammunition File.
What's that?
Well, that's a file of guns and ammunition found at the scenes of unsolved crimes. Now, they'll check the markings on this bullet with other .45 slugs they have on file and see if the same gun was ever used in any other crime.
Well, how long do you think it'll be before you get a report?
Well, I'm afraid that depends on how busy they are, Sergeant. However, I'll be in touch with you as soon as I hear from them.
Walter,
Yes, Gwen?
any word from Russ?
No,
Gee, you'd think he'd call or something.
he doesn't have to.
Why not?
He did his job very successfully, too.
How do you know?
I'm just reading the morning papers. They've all carried an account of a very tragic hunting accident.
To Conway?
Of course.
Was he killed?
Naturally.
That's wonderful.
You should read these papers when you get a chance. They gave the story quite a play. One of them even has an editorial warning all of its readers to be more careful when they go hunting.
No kidding. Hey, maybe we did some good with this.
Darling, that was the whole idea, to help the community.
Well, what happens now?
I think you should go to see Conway's lawyer.
Okay.
On your way, stop off at the bank.
What for?
Draw out $900. I want to give it to Russ.
Well, you promised him 1,000.
I'm holding out 10% for my commission.
How can you charge a commission?
You remember, I was very careful to tell him the job was for a client of mine.
Oh, look. How cheap can you get?
Darling, this is merely good business.
Okay. What do I say to the lawyer?
Just tell him you'd like him to make all the necessary arrangements for you to collect your husband's estate.
I wonder how much it'll be.
I'd say at least $250,000.
No kidding. Gee, being a widow is wonderful.
Busy, Mr. Taylor?
Oh, no. Come on in, Sergeant.
I just got your message a little while ago. Have you heard from Washington?
Yes, I received a report on that bullet. Wait, it's in this file here. Here it is. The bullet used to kill Ralph Conway matched two others in the unidentified ammunition file.
Two others?
That's right. In October of 1946, there was a petty racketeer killed back east with the same gun. And in June of this year, the same gun was used to murder a bookmaker.
Almost sounds like the owner is a professional.
Yes. There's one thing that puzzles me, though.
What's that?
Well, the other two known murders that were committed with this gun were killings that involved other criminals.
Yes?
Now, you told me that Ralph Conway was from a well-to-do family. How does he fit in?
I don't know. We checked on him, but he was never in anything that wasn't legitimate.
But if we're correct in assuming that he was killed by a hired gunman, he had to be mixed up in something.
That's true.
Well, Sergeant, I think the first thing to do is go and talk to Conway's family. See if he had any enemies.
Would you mind doing that?
Oh, not at all, Sergeant. I'll get over there right now.
Oh, gee, it's good to be back here.
Oh, hello, honey.
Sure hot downtown.
Was it hot in the lawyer's office?
No, his place is air-conditioned.
That's not what I meant. I mean, how did you make out with him?
Oh. Well, I don't think he likes me very much.
Really? Why not?
I was so charming. Nothing happened.
You mean he didn't go for the widow routine?
Oh, yeah. He admitted I was a legitimate widow.
That's all I wanted to hear. Did you ask about the estate?
Mm-hmm.
How much?
Over $300,000.
Such sweet music. Oh, that must be Russ. Let him in.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Moody. Come on in.
Thanks.
Hello there, Russ.
Hello, Alder.
Allow me to congratulate you. That was a fine job you did.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose you've come here about your fee.
That's right.
Gwen,
Yeah?
did you bring back that cash?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Miss Blair cashed my client's check. As you know, he requested secrecy.
I know.
Here's the money, Walter.
Thanks. Here you are, Russ. Your 1,000 less 10% commission from me, making 900 net.
Okay.
Well, I guess that closes the books,
Not quite.
What do you mean?
Let's review a few of the facts.
Well?
When you first talked to me about the job, I thought I was going to knock off some stale nobody.
So?
And I pick up the papers and find I work on a guy named Ralph Conway who's worth a bundle.
What's your point, Russ?
I'm getting to that. I also find out that Miss Blair here is Mrs. Ralph Conway.
Who told you that?
It's in the afternoon papers.
Oh.
Russ, what difference does that make to you?
I can figure as good as you can. She comes into a chunk of dough now as his widow.
That's right.
And you're going to get a piece of that dough for seeing to it that she became a widow.
I still don't see why it matters to you.
Walter, I did the dirty work on this job. And according to the papers, you two figure to split up about $300,000. Where's the whiskey?
Why?
Well, you two were nice enough to drink a toast to my success when I left for the mountains. Let's drink another toast now. To our new partnership.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file from your FBI. Ed, I've just been talking to a professional worry lifter.
You've been talking to a professional what?
A professional worry lifter. And believe me, I can't think of anyone I'd rather have around in time of trouble. He's not the ordinary garden variety of worry lifter, the kind that's long on advice and short on action. He's a professional who really knows how to go to work and crack down on worries.
I sure could use one right now. But where do you find it?
Oh, that's easy. He's your Equitable Society representative. And believe me, when you're taking a beating from old man worry, when fears about your family's future are keeping you awake half the night, your Equitable Society's man is just what the doctor ordered. Ask him for a full and complete job of worry lifting, including readjustment income.
Say that again, will you?
Readjustment income. the Equitable Society's Readjustment Income Plan provides extra income for the widow during the 2 toughest years. The 2 years immediately following her husband's death. Years in which he is adjusting the family way of life to a lowered income. You know, expenses can't be reduced overnight. It takes time. And that's why every life insurance program should provide readjustment income for extra help during the 2 toughest years.
Sounds swell, Mr. Keating. But are there any strings attached to it? Does this readjustment income cost a lot of money?
Why, it may not cost you a cent. It may require only a simple rearranging of your present life insurance program. In any event, the man to see is your professional worry lifter, your Equitable Society representative. Look in the phone book for the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to our FBI file, The Uninvited Partner.
There is one characteristic of criminals which marks them as being different from the rest of their fellow citizens. And that is that their lives are motivated entirely by greed. The success of one plan, in this case the marriage of the nightclub singer to the young playboy, does not satisfy the criminal. His insatiable greed always drives him on to the next crime, even if that next crime, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, is murder. Tonight's file continues in the FBI field office. Sergeant Hall of the State Police is just approaching Special Agent Jim Taylor's desk.
Hello, Sergeant.
Hello, Jim. Did you contact Conway's family?
I talked to his lawyer. Said he didn't know any enemies Conway might have had who'd want him murdered.
I see.
He did tell me something that might help us, though.
Oh, what was that?
Well, he discussed young Conway's secret marriage.
Yes?
It seems that the marriage was the result of a frame-up for her, so the lawyer said.
Well, why didn't they have it annulled?
Well, the Conway family hates publicity, and they were in the process of dickering with the girl to get her to agree to an annulment.
And what was her reaction to that?
Well, according to the lawyer, she seemed about to accept their offer of $10,000 when the murder occurred.
Oh, I see. She gets the whole estate now, I guess.
That's it. And she's already been to see him about it, too.
I wouldn't say she was exactly in deep mourning then.
No.
Well, who is she? Or who was she before she married Conway?
A nightclub singer. She met Conway in one of the places she was working. According to his lawyer, she got him quite drunk one night, drove him to a justice of the peace outside the city, and then married him.
Did you find out where we can locate her?
Yes. Yes, she lives in an apartment hotel. I checked over there before I came back to the office, and she'd left word at the desk that she wouldn't be back for about an hour.
Can I use your phone?
Sure, Sergeant.
I want to make a report on this to my office.
Okay. I think I'll go over and talk to the widow. We'll meet back here.
Gwen, any word from the lawyer?
No. But while you were out, I had a visitor.
Russ?
No. This was a man named Taylor from the FBI.
What did he want?
Oh, he asked a million questions about Ralph. When we got married, how, who was there.
What else?
Wanted to know if I'd ever heard Ralph talk about any of his enemies.
His enemies? Why'd he ask you that?
He said that they knew that Ralph was murdered, and that it wasn't a hunting accident.
That's not so good.
What do you think went wrong?
How do I know? I'm not working with the police.
Well, I just thought you might have an idea.
Look, don't make me such a big man. You were a full partner when things were going good. Have you heard from Russ?
No, not a word. He said he'd get in touch with us when his money ran out.
Must have had a couple of winners at the track.
I hope he stays lucky. Maybe he won't bother us then.
That's wishful thinking, honey. He'll be back here whether he goes broke or not.
Walter.
Hmm?
Suppose he gets picked up by the cops for the killing. He might decide to talk.
I know.
That'd make everything just dandy.
Wait.
What?
I just thought of something that might cover everything.
What?
Have you got any stationery in your desk?
Yeah.
I want you to write a letter.
To who?
To the FBI. Now get some stationery and write what I tell you.
Oh, I'm sorry to
kept you waiting, Sarge, but I was in talking to the agent in charge about this case.
Well, that's all right, Jim. Did you get to see Miss Conway?
Mm-hmm, I did.
Get anything from her?
Well, that's what I was in talking to the agent in charge about.
About what she told you?
No, she didn't tell me a thing I didn't know before I went to see her.
I don't understand, Jim.
Well, after I interviewed her, I came back here to the office.
Uh-huh.
About an hour later, I got a note from her.
What does it say?
Well, when I was talking to her, I asked her whether or not she knew of any enemy Conway might have had who would go so far as to kill him.
And she said no.
That's correct. Now, in this note here, she says that she used to go with a hoodlum named Russ Moody before she married Ralph Conway.
And she thinks that Moody may have killed Conway?
That's it. She says that Moody was insanely jealous of anyone she even spoke to, and that in some way he found out about her secret marriage to Conway.
Who is Moody?
Oh, we checked up on him. Got a bad record. Fortunately for us, he's wanted by the FBI now for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution.
Are you going to pick him up?
Yes, I'm having a warrant drawn up now for his arrest. Another one so that we can search his apartment, too. Mrs. Conway included his address in her note.
Well, when do you want to go over there?
Well, what time is it now, Sergeant?
3:15.
Well, those warrants ought to be ready by now. Let's pick them up and get going.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Conway. This is one of your partners.
What do you want, Mr. Moody?
Well, it's a long story. I went up to a horse room a little while ago, and I bet on 3 horses that were sure things.
What's that got to do with me?
They lost.
That's too bad.
Oh, it's worse than that. I lost 1,000 more than I got.
You shouldn't gamble.
Look, I didn't call you for any lessons.
Well, what did you call for?
I want another 1,000 today. I got to pay that bookmaker.
Well, can't he wait?
That's not his business. He plays for cash. I don't care how you do it, but dig me up 1,000 by 6 o'clock.
Where am I going to get $1,000?
Call Conway's lawyer. He'll go
I
for it.
can't call him.
Look, I just told you. I don't care where you get it.
Are you calling me from your apartment?
No, I'm in the horse room.
You going home from there?
No. I'm going to stay here until after the last race. Then I'm coming over to your place. I'll be there at 6 o'clock. Be sure you're home. And be sure you have that dough.
Is that you, Jim?
Yeah, I've got the keys. I showed the superintendent the search warrant, and he handed them right over.
Well, let's go in.
All right. Yeah, it does. Go ahead, Sergeant.
Thanks.
Well, we've got one break anyway. We've only got one room to search.
Yes.
Now, let's take a look in that dresser, huh?
Okay.
Let's see. Shirts. Socks. Wait a minute. This might be what we're looking for.
What is it?
Look, it's a 45.
The same caliber gun that was used on Conway.
I know. Sarge, take a look at that firing pin.
Oh, off center, eh?
Mm-hmm. You remember the peculiar markings on the shell you found near Conway's body?
Mm-hmm.
This could very easily be the gun that was used. Well, we'll send it along to the laboratory and let them check. They can tell us for sure. Now, let's look into the drawers.
Give me the gun, Jim. I'll wrap it up.
Okay, here you go.
Anything in there?
No. Well, let's see what's in here.
Mr. Moody doesn't have many possessions.
No. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Something under these handkerchiefs, eh? Oh. Look here, Sarge.
What is it?
A hand-drawn map. Does it look familiar to you?
Yes. That's the territory where Conway was shot.
Mm-hmm.
This ties Moody into it, all right.
I think it does more than that, Sergeant. Let's get back to the office.
Walter, where have you been?
What's the matter?
I got
Fred?
a phone call from our partner.
Russ?
Who else?
Where was he?
In a horse room.
Did he say if he was going home?
No, he's coming over here.
Then your note to the FBI won't work.
Yeah, I know.
Did he say why he was coming here?
Now, I'll give you just one guess.
Money?
Naturally.
When did he say he'd be here?
6 o'clock.
6 now.
Yeah. I called the FBI a few minutes ago. Told them Russ would be here.
When did Russ call?
2 hours ago.
Why didn't you call the FBI then?
Oh, I was too upset. I didn't think. Walter, if he gets here before the FBI does, what'll we do?
I'll handle that.
Do you think we should...
Answer it.
Okay.
Hello?
Come in, Russ.
Thanks. Well, all partners present, huh?
That's right.
I won't waste much of your time. Did you dig me that money?
It's not here yet.
Did you call the lawyer?
Yes, she did. He's sending it over.
Okay.
Oh, well, that must be the messenger now. Let him in, Gwen.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Mrs. Conway.
Oh, come in.
Thank you. I received your message.
That man there is Russ Moody.
What is this?
Stay where you are, Moody. I have a gun.
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. And I've got a warrant here for your arrest for the murder of Ralph Conway.
I'm sure glad you got here before he made any trouble.
I'm grateful to you, too, Mrs. Conway. If it hadn't been for you, we might never have known about Moody.
Why?
We also might never have found the map you drew for Moody to get to your husband's hunting lodge.
What?
I found that in his room. The handwriting matched the note you sent me at the office.
Walter.
There must be some mistake.
I'll give all of you a chance to correct it. I'm taking you in now for questioning.
Russ Moody was convicted in a state court for murder and sentenced to be executed. Walter Hughes was convicted as an accomplice to murder and sentenced to be executed. Gwen Blair, his female companion, was also convicted as an accomplice to murder and given life imprisonment. And thus, 3 more criminals saw their careers ended because of thorough investigative work by a special agent of your FBI. And the important thing about the arrests was that it removed from circulation a professional killer, a man who made his living by murder. His conviction also closed the files on a number of unsolved murders, thanks to the unidentified ammunition file, a little known but very important section of the laboratory of your FBI. In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
Say, Mr. Keating, just one last question about the Equitable Society Readjustment Income Plan you were telling us about. You said extra cash for the first 2 years after the husband's death. Does it have to be exactly 2 years, no more, no less?
No, Ed, this equitable plan is completely elastic. Its purpose is to give your wife extra cash for as long a period as you think she'll need to adjust her expenses to a new standard of living.
I see.
Why not get the whole story from your Equitable Society representative? Let him show you how little it costs to provide your wife with equitable readjustment income. Call your Equitable representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Big Build-Up. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis, your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Big Build-Up on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. this exact moment, your home is one of many millions in which this radio program is tuned in. In the Equitable Life Assurance Society, we feel that this nationwide home listening carries with it a very serious responsibility. Our Equitable radio message must be keyed to home and family problems. Tonight's Equitable Society message is on education. If there are children in your home, you'll be particularly interested in this commercial about the Equitable Education Fund. Don't miss it in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Friendly Frame-Up.
It is a truism in law enforcement circles that no criminal is easy to catch. Each one presents a new problem, demanding a new approach. Some, of course, are easier to apprehend than others. It is simpler to bring to justice the criminal who lives by crime alone, who earns no honest dollar, than it is to trap the species of lawbreakers among us who live a Jekyll and Hyde existence, who operate a legitimate business as a front and a criminal business undercover. Those people are difficult to weed out because, for the most part, they take no active role in the commission of any crime. Mainly, they are the brains and the money behind the operation of a complex criminal machine. A machine which is built to stop at nothing. Tonight's file opens in a smoke-filled gymnasium. 20 fighters are going through their training workouts. One shadow boxing, one working with a sparring partner in the ring, another punching the heavy bag. It's 11 o'clock in the morning as Pete Webb, who manages these fighters, walks through the gym to his office.
Good work, Lefty. Keep going.
Okay.
Nice footwork, Jackie. See me later, will you?
Right. Hey, Mr. Webb.
Hi, Buffalo. No time for you now, kid. Catch me in an hour, huh?
Okay.
Louie.
Right with you.
Louie!
Call back later, will you? Yeah. Goodbye. Good morning, boss.
Who was that?
Bob Hudson.
What do you want?
The job.
Is he kidding? Bum thinks just because I managed him when he was fighting, I should support him for the rest of his life. Let him drop dead. What's come in this morning?
Little Danny's in the jug.
Where'd you get that?
Yancey was in. He just visited Danny, got the whole story.
What happened?
Well, Danny said he met a guy on a train coming east.
What kind of a guy?
A bond salesman. Danny got him loaded, and the guy spilled that he was carrying some bonds.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's perfect for Danny. He's always got those go-to-sleep pills in his kick. So he slipped some in the guy's drink and clipped his briefcase.
Well, what went wrong?
Well, the guy must have come to awful fast. He quick contacted the cops.
They collared Danny in the station?
No, not till he hit his apartment.
What about the bonds?
Well, Danny was afraid he might have a tail on him, so as soon as he hit the railroad station, he checked the briefcase at the baggage counter.
Uh-huh.
Then he put the claim check in an envelope and dropped it in the mailbox.
Who'd he mail it to?
Well, that's what Yancey came up to tell us. Danny mailed the claim check to you.
No? Did it come in?
No, Danny figured we should get it this afternoon. Then he wants for you to get rid of the bonds and get some cash to him for a mouthpiece.
I see. Where'd he check this time?
North Side Station.
Well, when the baggage checks him, then you run over there and pick the stuff up.
Me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
No, why?
There's liable to be 50 cops waiting around that baggage counter.
You just told me that he wasn't picked up till he hit his apartment.
All right, he could have talked since then.
Daddy wouldn't talk.
Then why don't you pick the stuff up?
Well,
For the same reason I got, huh?
Look, we just can't leave the stuff there. It's too good a score for us. We gotta get some... Wait a minute.
What?
I got an idea.
Ellie,
Yes, Bob.
where are you, honey?
I'm in the bedroom.
Okay.
You're home early, honey. Any luck today?
Yeah, I got a job.
Oh, Bob, that's wonderful. Oh, I'm so excited.
Wait a minute, honey. Don't get too excited.
Why not?
Wait till you hear who I'm working for.
Who?
Pete Webb.
Oh, no, Bob.
Well, Ellie, I had to find a job.
Yeah, but not with Pete. Bob, how could you after the things that he's done to you?
I know what he's done to me, but we also have to eat.
But, Bob, there are plenty
Honey,
of
listen.
guys that...
For 2 solid months now, I've been pounding the pavement looking for work.
I know, but...
I found out real quick about my friends. They turned out to be a lot of guys who only wanted to be around while I was winning.
But other people...
Other people? Well, I take one look at this nose and these cauliflower ears and practically come right out and tell me they're not interested in hiring a punch-drunk fighter. That's why I finally called Pete.
I understand, honey. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What are you going to do for Pete?
I don't know, but I told him no larceny.
What did he say?
He said the job was clean.
When do you start work?
This afternoon. I gotta pick up something for him.
What?
A package that's checked at Northside Station.
The same afternoon in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just approaching his desk.
Jim. Oh, Jim.
Oh, yes, Paul.
I've been looking for you.
Oh?
I just left the boss. He's put us both on a case that just came in.
No? What are the details of it?
A man named Lawrence Black was on a train en route here from Cleveland. He was robbed of $21,000 of negotiable bonds.
No? How was the job done?
The thief slipped some knockout drops into one of Black's drinks.
I see.
When he came to, he gave the police at the station a good description of the man he was drinking with.
Uh-huh.
The description was so good, in fact, that the local police picked up the thief within an hour as he was entering his apartment.
Oh, wait, Paul, if they picked him up, what's the case? What are we working on?
The thief didn't have the bonds on him.
Oh, I see. I presume the police searched his apartment.
From top to bottom. But there wasn't a trace of either the bonds or the briefcase they were in.
Well, are the police sure they've got the right man?
The victim made a positive identification.
I see.
Jim, our job is to find out what he did with those bonds between the time he got off the train and the time he got home.
Okay. Who's the thief, Paul?
His name is Newton. He has a long criminal record.
Newton, huh? What's his first name?
Dan.
Dan Newton?
That's right.
Yeah, that could be little Danny. Paul, have you got anything on him here? A description, maybe?
Got a whole file right here, pictures and all.
Swell. Let me have a look at it, huh?
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, that's little Danny, all right.
You know him, Jim?
Yes. Yes, and I think I know where the bonds are.
Really?
Yes, you see, little Danny has always used a regular pattern of operation. He rides trains, picks up a victim, clips him, then checks his load at the railroad station as soon as he gets off.
But, Jim, there was no baggage check found on him when he was picked up.
No, there wouldn't be. His usual procedure is to mail the check either to himself or to a friend. Paul, what station did he arrive in?
The North Side Station.
Let's notify the police and have them send a man to that baggage counter at once.
Hey, Bud, how about that bag? I gave you the check 5 minutes ago. Look, can I get some service here? Oh, brother. Hey, you, is that the briefcase?
Yeah.
Well, it's about time. Let me have it.
Here.
Wait a minute. You better let me have that briefcase.
Who are you?
Police. Here's the badge.
What is this?
Just give me the briefcase, Hudson.
How do you know me?
I used to watch you fight. Now let's have the bag and come along with me.
What for?
This is an arrest. I gotta take you in.
Look, I don't get any of this.
You just claimed that briefcase.
Well, so what? I'm picking it up for the guy I work for.
Hudson, that briefcase was stolen. There's $21,000 worth of negotiable bonds in there.
Well, wait, there must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. I know the briefcase, and I've been waiting an hour to nail whoever picked it up.
Whoever picked it up?
Yeah, now come on.
Wait a minute, I'm being framed.
Come on, I said.
Oh, no, let go of me.
Hey, come back here.
Stop or I'll shoot. Hudson, you hear me?
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim. I'm down at the railroad station. We've gotten a bad break.
Oh, what's that, Paul?
A man picked up the briefcase about 10 minutes ago. An officer attempted to arrest him, but he got away.
With the briefcase?
Yes.
Oh, that is tough.
The police feel they can pick him up pretty quickly, though.
How's that?
The arresting officer recognized the man. Said his name was Bob Hudson, ex-prize fighter.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Hudson was wounded in the getaway. The officer fired 2 shots at him. He certainly hit him at least once.
Any idea where this Hudson lives?
The police are checking that now.
Paul, have them call me as soon as they find his address.
Bob?
Yeah, honey.
Bob. Bob, what's wrong?
Just let me sit down a minute.
Look at your shirt. That's blood.
Yeah,
Darling, what's happened?
a bullet grazed my shoulder.
Oh, I'll call a doctor.
Wait, no doctors, Ellie.
Huh?
The guy with the gun was a cop.
Oh.
I was framed, Ellie. Pete Webb framed
Oh,
me.
no, darling. How?
Well, that bag I was to call for at the railroad station. It was loaded with stolen bonds. $21,000 worth.
And he sent you there knowing that?
Sure, hoping I'd get away clear.
Oh, this is awful.
Oh, you were right about Pete, honey. I shouldn't have taken that job.
Forget about that. Why did the cop shoot you?
Well, it was going to take me in. I couldn't let Pete's frame go that far, so I busted away from him.
Bob, you shouldn't have done that. Pete was in the wrong, not you.
Well, I could never prove that from the city jail.
Bob, you just got to let me call the doctor.
I said no, Ellie.
But I can't
Look,
just...
I wouldn't be here anyway when he came.
What do you mean?
I got a call to make.
What?
I'm going to go see Pete Webb. I'm going right now.
Bob, please listen to me. Your shoulder.
The bleeding stopped.
But you've got to let
Ellie,
me do...
I'm going to go see Pete Webb, and I'm going to make him come down to the cops with me and tell the real story about those stolen bonds.
Just a minute.
Hello, Louie.
Hiya, Bob. Come on in. Pete, it's Bob Hudson.
Oh, hiya, kid.
Hello, Pete.
What took you so long? I was beginning to get a little worried about you.
No kidding.
Hey, what's with the blood?
In my shirt?
Yeah. What happened?
I got shot.
Huh?
By who?
Cop.
What for?
You should know what for, Pete.
I don't get you.
The briefcase. The briefcase that you framed me into picking up.
Oh, I sent you on an errand, that's all.
Stop the routines.
Hey, where is the briefcase?
I haven't got it.
The cops get it?
No.
And where is it?
I put it away in a safe place. It's going to stay there until I take both you guys and the bonds to the cops.
You're going to take us to the cops?
That's right.
Pete, this guy really is punchy.
You did frame me. You got to admit that.
Yeah. I admit it. But only to you, not the cops. I was just paying you back for an old score.
What do you mean?
The time you double-crossed me in Bay City.
I never double-crossed anybody in my life.
Remember the time I had you in a main at Bay City? I bet against you. I told you about it. You turn around and win the fight.
I've tried to win every fight.
You're in one now, you ain't gonna win.
Oh, no. I'm taking you both to the cops right now.
Hold the phone. This gun says different.
That ain't stopping me, Louie.
That's what you think.
No guns, Louie. This is better. Ooh. Louie, take this blackjack. When he comes to, keep using it on him till you find out where he stashed that briefcase.
Well, okay, boss. Where you going?
I want some action. I'm going to the fights.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Tomorrow on hundreds of football fields, boys and girls will raise their voices in the old traditional songs. The same songs you and I sang in our college days.
Well, college wasn't all singing for me, Mr. Keating. I had a swell time, but I took medicine and studied pretty hard at it.
Of course you studied, Harry. And there are hundreds of thousands of others just like you. That's why the average college graduate earns $72,000 more during his working years than the average American. What's more, that extra $72,000 is just half the story. Educated men and women have cultural interests and appreciation that they wouldn't part with for any amount of money. So, for many reasons, everyone agrees college is the wisest and best investment loving fathers and mothers can make for their children.
Well, I certainly hope that my boy will get the chance to go.
If I were you, I wouldn't leave it to chance. Why not make sure he'll go? Make sure with an equitable education fund.
An equitable education fund? Never heard of it before.
It's a surefire plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society, and it includes these important features. First, you start when your children are young and spread their educational costs over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a licking in 4. 2, when your boy or girl is ready for education, the money is ready and waiting for him right there in the Equitable Education Fund. 3, This equitable plan works whether you live or die. If you are totally or permanently disabled, the fund continues to build up without any further payments. If you die, the education fund becomes fully established immediately.
Well, sounds okay to me, Mr. Keating. Where do I get one of those equitable education funds?
The man to see is your Equitable Society representative. Give your children their chance to earn that extra $72,000 by getting in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Friendly Frame-Up.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI illustrates one major point. A point which cannot be stressed too strongly or repeated too often. It is absolutely impossible for a decent, law-abiding citizen to do business with a criminal. The two cannot mix any more successfully than oil and water, because their minds and their hearts are so different. The decent man lives by the credo that he must work for what he gets, and that his fellow man is entitled to the same courtesy and dignity that he himself expects in return. But the criminal regards his fellow men as just so many potential victims, and he looks with contempt on those who work for what they want. Your FBI asks you to remember those things if you're ever tempted to enter into any agreement with a criminal. Remember them and heed them well. Tonight's file continues that same evening at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned to his office where Special Agent Meriden is waiting for him.
Hello, Paul. Any word from the police on Hudson?
Not since I've been here, Jim. Had any dinner yet?
No, the drugstore's going to send up a sandwich and some coffee. That'll hold me for a while.
The note you left for me said you went to Hudson's house. What happened?
Oh, his wife was there. When I questioned her, she told me that Hudson had been given a job just this afternoon by his old manager, Pete Webb.
Pete Webb?
Yes. Webb's a local character who's on the shady side, but nobody's ever been able to get anything on him.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Hudson says that Webb sent her husband for the briefcase.
Did he know what was in it?
Well, she said no. She said that Hudson returned to the house wounded this afternoon after he'd been at the station, and that he'd gone from there to Webb's apartment.
What for?
To make Webb go to the police with him and admit that the whole thing was a frame.
I see.
So I left Hudson's and went over to Webb's apartment.
Yes?
Webb had gone out to the fights, according to a stooge of his named Louis Slater, who answered the door.
Louis Slater. Where do I know that name from?
Oh, he's a petty larceny hoodlum. He said he'd heard of Hudson, but that he didn't know him, and that Hudson had positively never been to Webb's apartment.
I don't trust people who are so positive.
Neither do I, Paul, but I didn't have a search warrant, so there wasn't much I could do except take his word for it. I'll get it. Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Taylor. This is Spencer down at headquarters.
Oh, hello, Spencer.
We've got Hudson again, and this time he won't break loose.
Where'd you find him?
He was unconscious in an alley off Main Street and First Avenue. He's over at City Hospital now.
Still unconscious?
According to last reports, he was. In fact, the doctors say they don't know if he'll ever come out of it.
Oh. Well, thanks very much, Spencer.
Right.
Bye. Hudson is at City Hospital, unconscious, Paul. Come on, let's get up there.
Out there. Kick that left out. Tell him to get you near the ropes. Hiya, Pete. Who's winning?
What are you doing here? Thought you were going to wait for me at the apartment.
Yeah, I was, but something important came up. I came to tell you.
Don't tell me nothing till this round's over. Come on, sailor. Come on, boy. Get in there now. Kick that left out there.
Now, what have you got?
A guy from the FBI was around. He was looking for Hudson.
What'd you tell him?
Well, I said I didn't even know the guy.
Good. What'd you do with Hudson?
I dumped him in an alley.
Alive?
Yeah, just about.
That's bad.
Look, you didn't say nothing about knocking him off.
Okay. Did you find out where you put the stuff?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you mean, fake?
Well, he never came to after you conked him. So I frisked him and I found this key.
What is it?
Well, it fits one of those subway locker boxes. It says so right here. I figured it's probably a box on that station near where Hudson lives. The key's got a number on it. We can check.
That's a good idea. Look, Louis, why don't you go up and see if you're right?
Are you kidding?
No.
Look, that's how Hudson got where he is.
Look, Louis, I want to watch this fight. I'll see you at the gym in the morning.
Calling Dr. Chanchimino. Dr. Chanchimino, report to emergency.
Hi, Jim. How is he?
Oh, he's still unconscious. They patched up the bullet wounds, but somewhere Hudson took an awful beating.
After he was shot?
Must have been.
You think he got the beating at Webb's place?
Could be. I checked on what time Webb got to the fights tonight. He'd have had time to see Hudson and still get to the arena when he did.
Hudson didn't have the bonds on him when they found him, did he?
His pockets were empty, Paul.
What did the doctor think of Hudson's chances?
Oh, 50-50. He might pull out of it, but there's no telling. Oh, comes his wife now.
Hello, Mr. Taylor.
Mrs. Hudson?
The nurse told me you spoke to the doctor.
Yes, that's right.
How is he? Is he going to get better?
Well, Mrs. Hudson, it'll be a little while, probably, before the doctors know any more than they do now.
Here comes one of them now, Jim.
Oh, yes, that's him.
That's Bob's doctor?
Yes.
He's coming over here.
Well, now, be calm, Mrs. Hudson. It'll...
Bad news. I know it. I can see it in the doctor's face. Bob.
Hey, Tiger, did Pete come in his office yet?
Yeah, he's in.
Thanks.
That's you, Louis?
Uh-huh. Pete, I got some news for you.
What is it?
Well, you were worried about me not knocking off Hudson, huh?
Uh-huh.
He died this morning in the hospital.
How do you know?
I heard the rumor from a dozen guys, so I called the hospital.
I see.
They said it was official, and they also told me he died without ever coming to.
That means he couldn't tell the cops where he stashed the bonds.
That's right.
Where's that locker key?
Right here in my kick.
Where do you think we should start looking?
Like I said last night, we go first to the subway station near where Hudson lived.
Okay, let's go.
Pete, the locker should be down at this end of the platform.
Uh-huh. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Train coming.
Oh. It's an express, Pete. It ain't stopping.
Well, come on. Louis, that looks like the locker's down there.
Yeah. Now, let's just hope they got number 2177.
We'll just walk by the lockers and take a gander at the numbers as we pass.
Okay.
Do you see what I see?
Good old number 2177.
Uh-huh. Let's go to work.
Here's the key.
Okay.
Fits, huh?
Yeah. There we are.
What's in there?
Just what we're looking for.
A briefcase. Oh, swell. Let's open it up, huh?
Not here, stupid. Come on, let's get going.
Wait.
What is it?
That guy coming toward us. He's the guy from the FBI.
You sure?
Yeah.
Let's round and make for the other exit. Quick!
There you are, both of you.
Not a chance.
Oh, they're coming your way. I see them.
Wait, Pete, we're blocked off.
All right, you two, don't move.
Nice going, Paul. All right, Webb. Let's have that briefcase.
What is this?
I don't think I have to explain. Well, Paul, let's call the hospital as soon as we can. Hudson will be happy to know we picked these men up.
Hudson's dead.
You just heard a rumor that he was dead. I planted that rumor with a fight mob. I hoped it'd get back to you.
The hospital said he was dead.
They were instructed to say that. Hudson's not only alive, but he told us where the bonds were. He also told us that you probably had the missing key.
This is nothing but lies.
I think you'll change your mind when Hudson's testimony sends you both away for a long, long time.
Pete Webb and his henchman Louis Slater were tried in a federal court and given 20 years for violating the National Stolen Property Act. They were then turned over to local authorities and sentenced to an additional long term for attempted murder. And thus, your FBI performed a double function in tonight's case. First, they apprehended the guilty criminals. And second, they proved the innocence of an accused man. It's the everyday job of special agents to arrest the violators of certain federal laws. And the story of their success in that job is in their record and in their reputation. But the second function performed in tonight's case is even more important. Because the basic foundation of good law enforcement must be public confidence. The knowledge that the public has that it will not be victimized in order to build up an impressive record of convictions. That each individual questioned will be treated as innocent until he is proven guilty. That is why every special agent is instructed when he is appointed a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation that the primary job of your FBI is to protect the American people, and that a major part of that protection is seeing to it that no innocent man be found guilty of a crime he did not commit.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word about the Equitable Education Fund. The outstanding feature of this plan is this. It makes sure that your children will be educated no matter what happens. Whether you live or die, they'll get the education you want them to have. So don't wait any longer. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case that graphically illustrates the fate of a supposedly honest businessman who chooses to consort with thieves. Its subject, fraudulent bankruptcy. Its title, Merchants of Arson.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society broadcast are adopted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Merchants of Arson on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. On tonight's program, it is our pleasure to present Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who will speak to you from Washington, D.C. We have stated that this program is presented by the Equitable Life Assurance Society as a public service. This applies not only to the program itself, but to the commercials. All Equitable Society messages are designed to be of service to you, to point out ways and means by which you can give greater security to your loved ones, to keep you informed on present-day developments in insurance. For instance, tonight's Equitable Society message is on a type of insurance which touches the lives of 50 million Americans. Yet most of the 50 million know little or nothing about it. So it will pay you in just 14 minutes to listen to the message on group insurance from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight's FBI file, The Indifferent Mother.
Every law enforcement agency in the nation is faced with many seemingly eternal problems. And when, as sometimes happens, those problems appear in pairs, then the path to a solution becomes that much more difficult. Juvenile delinquency, always a major problem, has recently become entwined with one of America's most serious crimes, auto theft. In a recent study made by your FBI of the field of crime during the first 6 months of this year, one figure stood out. That figure was the total value of automobiles stolen during those 6 months. And that figure was more than $31 million. Tonight's file opens in an apartment located in one of the residential sections of an eastern city. Alice Roberts, a slim, pretty teenage girl, is just entering her mother's bedroom.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, Alice.
Hey, what are you getting all dressed up for? Are you going out?
Yes, please don't bother me now, dear.
But, Mama,
Alice, stop stammering, dear. What do you want?
Well, I was just hoping you'd be home tonight to help me with my dress.
What dress?
My costume.
Darling, will you stop talking in riddles? What costume?
The costume I'm wearing in the school play tomorrow.
Oh, is that tomorrow?
Well, yes. Oh, Mother, don't tell me you're not coming. Why, I'll die.
Now, Alice, don't be dramatic.
But, Mother...
I have a date to go to a matinee tomorrow with Mrs. Williams.
But you can always see a matinee. But tomorrow's the only time we're giving the school play.
Now, Alice, Mrs. Williams would be very offended if I called at the last minute.
But you knew about the school play a month ago.
Well, I'm sorry, darling. I just forgot about it. Oh, now, don't start that, Alice.
Oh, Mother, please listen to me. Why, everybody else's parents will be there. You've got to come. You've just got
Alice.
to.
Now, how do I look?
Huh?
I asked you, how do I look?
Oh,
well...
you look okay.
Oh, thank you, dear. Well, I've got to be going. You'd better let me sleep late in the morning, dear. I'll be home quite late tonight. Oh, good luck tomorrow, darling, with your play.
All right, children. Just one more ball. Out you go. That's it. All right, children. Come on now. Up to your dressing rooms. You were all excellent. Excellent. Watch the noise, please.
Hi, Alice.
Oh, hello, Flo.
How come you didn't take any bows?
I didn't feel like it.
Honey, that ain't the reason. You got the same trouble I have.
What do you mean?
Your mother didn't show up. Mine didn't either. Isn't that it?
She didn't even send any flowers.
Oh, look, honey, what do you care?
Don't you?
I don't pay any attention to those things anymore. I'm used to them.
But, well, don't you feel funny when your own mother doesn't care enough to show up?
Well, it used to bother me, but I ride with it now. My mother lives her life, I live mine. You want to do the same thing.
I don't understand, Flo.
Well, it's simple. You're a pretty girl, like me. Lots of fellas would like to go out with you.
My mother doesn't let me go out.
Is she going to be home tonight?
No. She's got a date to go someplace to a party.
Well, that's fine. Then why don't you come home with me for dinner? I got a date tonight. I'll have him get a friend for you.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just greeting Ned Hamilton, a policeman attached to the local force.
I'll pull up a chair, Ned.
Oh, thanks, Jim.
Hey, congratulations on winning that pistol shooting contest. You beat some pretty good shots.
Oh, thanks. I've got a problem, Jim, that calls for something more than being a good shot.
Oh, what's your trouble?
You know how many automobiles are stolen every day in this town?
I know it's quite a few.
Well, there's a new angle on it now.
Oh, what's that?
Young kids are stealing some of them.
Oh, but that's always happened, Ned.
Not this way, Jim. In the old days, any car stolen by a kid would be used for a joyride and then abandoned.
Yeah, that's right.
These cars are disappearing.
What?
I've got a list here of motor and serial numbers on cars that have been stolen and haven't turned up anywhere.
Well, then they must be selling them someplace, Ned. But who'd buy a car from a kid?
I wish I knew. That's what I came up to see you about.
You think there's an FBI violation someplace?
Yes, you see, we picked up one of the kids who stole a car.
Get anything from him?
Not much. He's only 16, but he's got that misguided notion about honor among thieves, so he wouldn't talk.
What about his parents, Ned? Have you spoken to them?
Mm-hmm. They asked us to keep the kid in jail.
It's a nice attitude.
To make the story even nicer, the kid was drunk when he was picked up.
Where could a kid that age get whiskey in this town?
He didn't. He got it out at Aunt Clara's.
Aunt Clara? Who's that?
Well, she runs a juke joint across the state line. That's why I can't touch her.
Oh.
But I know that high school kids from all over the town go out there, and the place is one of the biggest contributors to juvenile delinquency that we have.
That name, Aunt Clara, is very deceptive.
So is she.
I'd like to see that place.
I wish you would, Jim. Just run out and take a look for yourself.
Okay, I think I will. Oh, where's that list of serial numbers on the stolen cars?
Oh, here you are, Jim.
Thanks. I'll send out an alarm on these at once.
Aunt Clara.
Hello there, son. Come on over.
Hi, Aunt Clara.
Hello, Ricky boy. Sit down. Sit down.
Thanks.
How about a nice big slice of homemade pie? Made with Aunt Clara's own loving hands.
I ain't hungry, thanks.
Well, what's on your mind, Ricky boy?
Well, I got a date tonight.
That's nice. Anybody I know?
Yeah, Flo Duncan.
Is that the little blonde you had out here Sunday night?
Yeah, that's the one.
Say she's real cute.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Red! Those kids over in booth 4 want more beer. Keep your eyes open, boy.
Aunt Clara.
Yes, son?
I kind of got the shorts. I need some cash. About 50.
That's a nice number.
Can I have it?
From me?
Yeah.
Now, Ricky boy, your account is overdrawn.
Well, that can't be.
You haven't turned in a car in a month. You've given a lot of parties since then.
But, Aunt Clara, I told you, I got a date.
What time is your date?
I'm picking Flo up in front of her house at 8:30.
Well, it's only 6:30 now. Look, Ricky, why don't you be a smart little boy? You got 2 hours. Go into town and steal yourself another car.
Jim, I received word at headquarters you wanted to see me.
That's right, Ned. We got pretty quick action on that list of stolen cars that you gave us.
Oh, what have you got?
Well, the Cleveland office made a raid yesterday and broke up a big stolen car ring that was operating out of there. One of the cars they found in the garage was on your list.
Any idea how they got the car to Cleveland?
No, none so far, but the Cleveland office is working on that. And from what they teletyped to us, it's indicated the ring got cars from local agents all over the country.
Then they changed the car's numbers and sold it.
That's it.
Oh, Jim, did you get out to Aunt Clara's?
Yes, I did. I just looked around, though. The place was teeming with kids, and all of them drinking quite heavily.
Did you see anything that tied in with the stolen cars?
No, I didn't. But if this Aunt Clara is tied in with that racket, she's going to be a difficult one to trip up.
Yeah, I know.
Ned, it'll probably take the Cleveland office a couple of weeks to go through all of the papers they seized when they made that raid. So my suggestion is we keep our eyes open at this end.
Okay.
As soon as you get word on the next car that's reported stolen, we'll go to work.
Hi, Ricky.
Hi.
Hope you weren't waiting long. We didn't finish dinner until...
Who's she?
Huh? Oh, this is a girlfriend of mine, Alice Roberts. Alice, this is Ricky Hill. Very happy to meet you.
Hi. Get in, huh?
Okay, you get in first, Alice.
Wait a minute. She's coming?
Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you. I thought maybe you could get a date for her. Can you, Rick?
Well.
Look, Flo, I really don't care to force myself.
Get in. There'll be guys fighting over you before the night's over.
Flo.
Nice car, Rick.
Uh-huh.
New, huh?
Uh-huh.
Smooth. Where are we going?
Out to Aunt Clara's.
Oh, swell.
Is that the place on the old mill road?
Yeah, a very sophisticated place.
Flo, does he have to drive this fast?
But don't worry about Rick's driving. He's very conservative.
Yeah, but...
Oh, quit beefing, will you?
Sorry.
Where'd you dig her up?
Oh, we go to school together. We were in the school play.
Uh-huh.
I have a program of the play right here if you'd like to see it.
I'm driving.
Well, you might know some of the kids.
Rick, do you hear that?
Uh-huh.
It's a motorcycle siren.
Yeah, it's a cop. Well, he's after us, Rick.
We're not going to stop.
Oh, Rick, don't be foolish. He's bound to catch us.
Not when I open this thing up.
Slow, make him stop.
I can't. This ain't my car.
Oh, Rick, whose is it?
I don't know. I stole it.
What? Oh, Rick, he's pulling alongside. You've got to stop.
Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, Rick. You hit him.
How else could I get away?
Oh, you can't leave him there.
Shut up. We're going to Aunt Clara's.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Now, a 50-second interview on group insurance with a man who's recently had a lot of sickness in his family. Isn't that so, Sam?
Sure is, Mr. Keating. Within 6 months, my kids had mumps and measles. Then my wife caught pneumonia, and all the rest of us came down with the flu.
Oh, that was tough going, Sam. I'll bet you owe a mint of money to your doctor.
No, sir, I don't owe Doc Smalley 1 red cent. Where I work, we've got complete group insurance with the Equitable Society.
And that even covers medical expenses for you and your family?
You bet it does. Well, we had 20 visits from Doc Smalley, not counting the times we went to his office. But checks from the Equitable Society paid the doc faster than he's ever been paid before.
Yes, group insurance with the Equitable Society was a mighty good thing for you, Sam. And it's just as good for your company, for 3 good reasons. First, it means satisfied, loyal workers.
Yeah. Think of getting life insurance, accident and sickness insurance, and retirement income, plus hospital, surgical, and medical benefits, all in one package from the Equitable Society, without any medical examination.
Second, group insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society decreases labor turnover.
All right. A fellow thinks twice before he walks out on a job, which gives him extra insurance coverage at far lower cost than he could buy it as an individual.
Third, Equitable Society group insurance improves quality and quantity of production.
Believe me, I do better work now that I've got rid of all those worries about sickness and accidents and my wife and kids' future.
Well, I hope every employer in this radio audience hears what you've said, and that every one of them is resolving now to get the facts on complete group insurance protection from an Equitable Society expert. Get in touch with the nearest office of the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or write direct to the New York home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Indifferent Mother.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI gradually illustrates how easy it is for the most innocent youngster to get into trouble. How very important it is that every child be given as much parental guidance as possible. Because without that guidance, without that pillar to lean on, any young boy or girl can easily become involved in any one of a series of major crimes. Children don't just grow. They must be helped. And in helping them, you help fight the greatest problem American law enforcement officers face today, the problem of juvenile delinquency. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is studying a later report from the Cleveland field office about the stolen car gang when the telephone rings.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Oh, hello, Jim. Ned Hamilton.
Oh, hello, Ned.
I'm down at the city hospital.
Hey, what happened to you?
Oh, nothing. I came down here to get some information from a patient.
Who's that?
One of our motorcycle patrolmen was chasing a car out on the old post road tonight. As he pulled alongside, the car swerved and knocked him into a ditch.
What happened to him?
Broken leg and severe contusions. But he's conscious. I just spoke to him. He got the license number of the car, and I checked it.
Stolen?
Yes. It was being driven by a young boy. There were 3 kids in the car, and he recognized one of them, the young girl.
Oh, who was she?
She was a girl who sang in a school play out at Washington High School this afternoon. Patrolman saw the play because his daughter was in it, too.
What was the girl's name who was in the car?
Alice Roberts.
Have you sent an alarm on the car yet?
Yes, just before I called you.
Swell.
Whoever the kid was, he stole a car he can go a long way with. The man who owns it had just put 4 brand new tires on it less than a half hour before it was stolen.
Ned, have you got an address on this Roberts girl?
Yes, she lives at 410 North Adams Street.
410 North Adams. I'll go out there right now. And, Ned, when I finish, I'll meet you at the hospital.
Aunt Clara, you got a minute? I've got to see you.
Sure, Ricky boy. What's on your mind?
I had an accident.
What kind of an accident?
I was coming out here with a heap, and a cop started to chase me.
Did you shake him off?
Better than that.
What do you mean?
He was on a motorcycle. I let him get alongside of me, and then I swerved, and he went into a ditch.
Well, what did you do with the car?
I drove it into the basement downstairs.
Ricky boy, are you crazy? You want to get everybody thrown into jail?
What do you want me to do? Stop and get picked up? I want some protection.
Where's your girl?
She's down in the car, and there's another girl with us. What'll I do?
Get back downstairs and wait for me.
All right, Alice, I'm coming. Oh,
Hello.
I thought it was my daughter. She's always losing her key.
Are you Mrs. Roberts?
Yes, that's right.
My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh.
Here are my credentials.
The FBI? What do you want here?
It's about your daughter, Alice.
Alice? Where is she?
I don't know where she is, Mrs. Roberts. That's why I came here.
What's happened to her?
She was seen tonight riding in a stolen car along the old post road.
In a... Oh, that can't be true, Mr. Taylor. She's in the school play at Washington High School tonight.
That school play was held this afternoon.
It was?
Yes.
It's odd. I was sure it was tonight.
Mrs. Roberts, did she say where she was going tonight?
Why, I didn't ask her. I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, can you give me the name of some of her close friends? They might know.
Well, I don't really know any of Alice's friends.
Well, then can you tell me where your daughter likes to go when she goes out?
Why, well, how would I know?
Girls usually tell their mothers about things like that.
Yes, but
especially if the mothers show any interest.
Oh, my poor baby.
A little late for that, Mrs. Roberts. However, if you'll try to help me, we'll do everything we can to find her.
We'll be going home soon.
But I want to go home now.
You'll go home when we do.
Rick, don't you talk to her that way.
I'll talk to her any way I like. Stand the chatter. Here comes Aunt Clara.
Well, what are you doing, Ricky boy, robbing the cradle?
Look, Flo is over...
I mean the other one. What's she crying for, her mother?
No, she felt sorry for the cop on the motorcycle and wants to call the police.
It serves you right, Ricky boy. I've told you a dozen times. It's always better to work alone.
Well, I did the job alone. I picked them up after.
You should have delivered the car before you picked them up.
Well, it's too late for that now. What'll I do next?
What do you do with us?
Please, dear. One thing at a time. Rick, the first thing to do is to get rid of the car.
Okay.
Now, put the girls in my office, and we'll lock them in while you're gone.
Right.
And don't go near the garage with that car. It's too hot. Just take it out on the road someplace and leave it. And when you come back, I'll let you know what I've decided about the girls.
Hello, Ned. Sorry I made you wait this long.
Yeah, that's okay, Jim. I just finished talking to the patrolman's doctor.
Uh-huh. Oh, I went out and saw that girl's mother.
Could she give you any help?
No, not a bit. You know, I can understand why her daughter is out with the kind of company she's keeping. She's just letting that girl grow up by herself.
Yeah, I know the type. One thing puzzles me, though. I spoke to the patrolman's daughter after I spoke to you. She swore this Alice Roberts is a fine girl.
Yeah, if she is with that kind of a mother, it's a miracle. Oh, have you spoken to your office since you talked to me?
Yes, I called them just before I came down to meet you.
Yeah?
They found the car that the motorcycle patrolman was chasing.
They did? Where?
About 5 miles the other side of the state line.
Did you get the exact location?
Yes, I did.
Well, come on, Ned. I'd like to take a look at that car.
Find anything inside the car, Jim?
Just this program from the show that was given at Washington High School this afternoon. It has Alice Roberts' name on it.
Well, it proves she was in the car, all right.
Yeah. Well, the car wasn't left here too long ago, either. The motor's still warm.
Any fingerprints inside?
None that are good enough to help us.
Well, I guess this dent here is where the motorcycle hit.
Yes, it's a fresh dent. The scratches are still clean.
Well, at least we're getting a little closer to whoever did the job. We couldn't have missed him by very much.
Ned, how about the state trooper who found the car? Did he give you anything?
No, I was just talking to him. He didn't see anybody around here.
How'd he happen to be on a dirt road like this?
Well, the farmer who owns that field saw the car and called the state police barracks.
Oh, I see.
Trooper made a complete inspection of the ground, followed a set of man's footprints up the dirt road, but he lost them when they reached the concrete highway.
A set of man's footprints? Is that all?
Yeah. Why?
Well, that means he must have dropped the girls off someplace before he decided to get rid of the car.
Yeah, that's right, Jim.
Come on, let's take a look around the outside of the car. I only went over the inside. Let's use your flashlight, too, huh?
Okay.
Ed.
What?
There we go. Look down here.
Oh, what is it?
Didn't you tell me that these were brand new tires that the owner had just put on the car this afternoon?
That's right.
You see those little bits of blue stone that are caught in the tire?
Yeah. What about them?
They could lead us to that missing trio.
Rick?
Yeah?
Oh, look, when are we getting out of here?
I don't know. Wait till Aunt Clara comes down. She's running the show.
I want to go home.
Oh, quit that, will you?
Lay off her, Rick.
Look, all she's done is beef and cry about wanting to go home.
I want to go home, too. I don't like this any better than she does.
Since when?
Since you hit the cops. I like to have fun, but I didn't know you were stealing cars.
So now you know.
Yes, and I also know enough never to go out with you again.
Well, Ricky boy, you got rid of the car, huh?
Uh-huh.
Look, we want to get out of here.
You're getting out of here.
You letting them go?
No, but I'm getting rid of them.
What do you mean?
You girls are taking a little trip, and I think we should get ready for it right now. Ricky boy, I'll need your help.
Okay.
What is this?
Well, you're going away, that's all. And I have something here that should make you sleep through the whole journey. Hold her first, Rick.
No, keep away from me.
Shut up.
Let go of me.
Leave her alone, both of you.
Who are you?
Special agent of the FBI.
What are you doing here?
I think that's obvious.
Well, how did you know we were here?
The car that was abandoned tonight had blue stones stuck in the tires. I remembered that the driveway here was covered with blue stones.
Ricky.
Can you please take us home now?
Well, there's a policeman upstairs who will take you home. I'm going to drive Aunt Clara here and her young friend down to jail.
The woman known as Aunt Clara was tried, convicted, and given a 10-year sentence for violation of the Motor Vehicle Theft Act. Her young accomplice, Ricky Hill, was sentenced to a reformatory until he reaches majority. And now, This Is Your FBI brings you a message on juvenile delinquency from the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The next voice you hear will be that of Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, speaking to you from Washington, D.C.
My message tonight is directed to the mothers and fathers of America, to all adult citizens responsible for the welfare of our youth. During the war years, when age 17 was leading all other age groups in frequency of arrests, the volume of juvenile delinquency in the United States reached an all-time high. It was disheartening to see thousands of our youngsters caught in the backwash of war. But I had hopes then that the condition was temporary, that after the war, the factors that contributed to delinquency would be removed and corrected. That apparently was wishful thinking. There was an encouraging decline in youthful delinquency immediately after the war, but arrests of youngsters are again on the increase. During the first 9 months of 1947, arrests of boys 18 to 20 years of age increased nearly 27% over the same period in 1946. Moreover, some of the wartime teenage offenders have grown up, and many are now committing more serious crimes. With a major crime occurring every 18 seconds, it is time to pause and examine the problem. I have noted that there is something lacking in the home life of most youngsters who violate the law. Even the delinquents, who are from apparently normal homes, are victims of parental neglect. The parents are either too careless or too busy with their own pleasures to give sufficient time, companionship, and interest to their children. I am convinced that a parent's gravest responsibility is to understand his children and win their confidence. Many fine, law-abiding parents actually do not know what their children are doing or how they spend their leisure time. When they find out, it is often too late. Their remorse does not remove the shame which their negligence has caused. Boys and girls are not hard to please. A little attention given to their problems and pleasure can mean so much. They violate the conventions of society because they are unhappy, because they feel insecure, and because they have not had the love and sympathy due them. Hence, my message is for the parents. Are you, the parents of our young people, doing everything in your power to develop your boys and girls into good citizens? Do you know your sons and daughters? Do you have their confidence? Are you acquainted with their friends? And do you know how they spend their leisure time? If you do not, I suggest that you take inventory and do what is necessary to make your home a place of learning as well as a place of living. A little more attention given to your child today may save the beginning of a life of degradation tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover, for your telling and forthright message.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, some more useful facts on Equitable Society Group Insurance. It's a bargain for workers because it enables the company to give its employees the benefit of its wholesale purchasing power. It's a bargain for the management because it builds loyalty and goodwill, decreases personnel turnover, improves quality and quantity of production. For instance, the president of the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, Mr. E.H. Little, says, Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, together with its employees, has recognized the advantages of group insurance protection. We believe that certain basic group plans are an important feature of a well-balanced industrial relations program. If your company does not have group insurance, or if your group program is incomplete, get in touch immediately with the nearest office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The colorful story of a cross-country quest for a stolen fortune. Its subject, bond theft. Its title, Lady Luck's Husband.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time. For This Is Your FBI. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. One of the great days in a man's life is the day he pays off his mortgage and owns his home free and clear. If you agree, then be sure to listen to the main commercial on this program. Our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society, has some interesting and important information about mortgages. You'll learn about the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, a plan that's a real money saver and a home saver, too. Be sure to listen carefully. Tonight's FBI file, The Frustrated Mice.
In the annual study which your FBI makes of the field of crime, this year's report verified one fact which has been true since the very first survey was started. That fact is that crimes are committed by criminals in line of business. More than 50% of the people arrested in the past year showed records of previous arrests. And a recent study of the prisoners in this country showed that once a person has been to prison, there is better than an even chance that he will again be arrested after his release. Not that regeneration is not possible. Many thousands of prisoners are released every year who go out and live a decent, law-abiding life after serving their time. But mostly they are people who committed their single crime because of circumstances. They did not commit their crimes for profit or as a business. The hard fact is that once a man has been convicted of having committed a crime for profit, he will probably go on being a criminal until the very end. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small apartment located in the downtown section of a large Midwestern city. Wally Franklin, the occupant of this flat, is just ushering in a woman visitor.
Throw your coat on that chair, May.
Okay,
If you want a drink or something, help yourself.
thanks.
Working on a little problem here. It's called a fifth at Belmont Park.
I saw the Duke today.
Yeah? How is he?
I'm worried about him, Wally.
Why? What's the matter?
Staying all alone up in that cabin's beginning to get the guy.
Honey, not the Duke.
Look, hiding out in a place for 4 months all alone will show on the Duke or anybody else.
Why? What's he doing?
Well, about a month ago, when I came up with his food, he asked me to bring some rubber boots next time I came.
What do you need with them?
Said that he wanted to explore the streams around the cabin.
What's wrong with that?
Wally, in the old days, Duke Calvert would take a cab if he was going from here to your kitchen.
So now he's a Lamister. He's got nothing else to do.
2 weeks ago, he asked me to bring up some lanterns. Said he wanted to explore an old abandoned mine near the cabin.
What's the rap on that?
Would you go down in a mine?
If something was running down there, yeah. Look, honey, you still haven't proved your point.
Just wait till you hear what he asked for last week. I brought him out today.
What?
White mice.
Huh?
6 of them.
White mice?
Yeah. Now, do you think the joint's getting it?
Yeah, that don't sound too good.
Wally, we got to get him out of there.
Honey, the cops are still looking for him, remember?
I don't care. Look, he asked me to bring you out tomorrow. Will you come?
Sure.
Between the two of us, maybe we can talk him into doing something normal again, like robbing banks.
Is that you, May?
Yeah.
Just a minute. Good evening, May.
Wally's with me.
Well, hello there, Wally.
Hiya, Duke.
Come in, both of you.
Go on, May.
Yeah.
Wally, I welcome you to Dismal Villa.
Yeah, it's a good name for it.
Just hang your wraps on that hook on the wall.
All right.
What's that?
What?
A big box laid out on the table there.
Ah, a very interesting project. Come along, take a look at it. The idea was suggested to me from one of the science magazines you brought out, May.
Yeah?
I just finished it this morning.
Duke, what is it?
Well, I guess you'd call it a miniature labyrinth.
What's that mouse doing in there?
He's getting a lesson in frustration.
He acts like he's crazy running around like that.
He isn't yet, but he will be.
Huh?
You see, I put cheese in that center enclosure. I let him find it several times. Then I closed the entrance. He'll keep looking for that entrance until his nerves break down completely.
There, Wally, what'd I tell you?
Yeah.
What did you tell him, May?
That this place is getting you. You gotta get out of here.
My dear girl, this is what keeps me sane.
Look, I'm serious, Duke. You gotta get into action.
I'm going to.
When?
Right now, tonight. That's why I had you bring Wally out here.
Duke, you mean you got a touch lined up?
Yes.
What is it?
Take a look at this newspaper. That girl's picture there on the front page.
Oh, let me see it.
Yeah. Queen of Spring Festival. Alice Marshall, daughter of prominent socialite, is chosen festival queen by local florist group.
Well, so what?
So, she's our action. $25,000 worth.
How?
That's what her parents will pay to get her back.
You mean we snatch her?
Yes.
Oh, kidnapping's a tough rap, Duke.
It's a quick touch. That's what I'm interested in. Getaway money.
What's the setup?
I worked the whole thing out. Go make us some coffee, May, and I'll tell you all about it.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Huh?
Look at that mouse. See how he's acting? Didn't I tell you he'd go crazy?
2 days later, in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is approaching his desk. A visitor greets him.
Jim Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Detective Sergeant Grafton, attached to headquarters.
Oh, hello there.
Hi. I've just been in to see your agent in charge. He told me to talk to you.
Oh, fine. Sit down, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
We received a report last night about 9 o'clock from a man named Marshall. He's a prominent local banker.
Yes.
He told us that his daughter had disappeared early yesterday afternoon. She'd last been seen leaving her class at Westside High School.
I see.
We got a complete description of the girl and sent out an alarm. Nothing came in on her last night. But this morning, her parents contacted us. They'd received a note saying the girl was being held for $25,000 ransom.
What?
I gave the note to your agent in charge. He's forwarding it to your laboratory in Washington.
Mm-hmm. Sergeant, was this note mailed to the parents?
No, it was left in their mailbox.
Have you been able to establish where the girl went after she left school?
Well, we contacted one of her classmates this morning.
Yes.
You see, this Marshall girl had been chosen Queen of the Spring Festival.
And?
Her classmate said a woman approached Alice Marshall near the school, said she was a photographer on a national magazine, and asked to take pictures of her.
Mm-hmm.
They drove away in the woman's car.
And that's the last that was seen of her?
Yes.
Any description on this woman?
None.
Has any of this been given to the newspapers?
No, the parents have requested that there be no publicity.
That's good. Now, did the kidnapper suggest any means of contacting them?
Yes. They asked that an ad be placed in the personal column of the Morning Star.
I see. Well, Sergeant, I gather that the FBI will merely be observers in this case. That is, until it's established that they've crossed a state line with the girl, or until the ransom money is paid.
Yes, but we would appreciate your unofficial help.
And we'll be glad to give you that. Well, tell me, have the parents consented to take that ad in the paper?
Yes.
Fine. Sergeant, all we can do now is wait for the kidnapper's next move.
I'm out here in the kitchen.
Well, what are you doing?
Establishing some improvements in my labyrinth.
What for? We'll be out of here tomorrow night.
Well, I enjoy it, May. It was too simple before, though. The mice broke down much too quickly.
Where's Wally?
He went into town.
What for?
Buy a paper to see if they ran that ad.
Huh?
Yes, he just called a few minutes ago.
Did they run the ad?
They did.
Good.
How's the girl?
She's awake now. I just left her.
I think I'd better go in and have a talk with her.
What for?
I've written a second note, the one telling her parents where to leave the money. I want her to sign it. Make some lunch, will you, May?
Okay. Got a key to her room?
Yes. Good morning. I'm your host here, Miss Marshall. I hope you're comfortable.
I want to go home. When can I leave here?
Well, that more or less depends upon your parents.
What do you mean?
How promptly they pay for your release. Oh, now, that won't do any good.
Keep away from me. Don't touch me.
Now, stop cringing. Let me assure you right now that this is strictly a business proposition.
Please get out of here.
We have some business to take care of first.
Oh, leave me alone.
You're just as annoying to me as I am to you. I have a paper here that I want you to sign. Just put your signature on it, and I'll get out of here fast.
Jim, you busy?
No. Come on in, Sergeant.
Well, we've gotten results from the ad.
Oh?
Marshall's just received the second note.
What did it say?
It instructed them to put the $25,000 in a bag, all small bills.
Hmm.
Then they're to put the bag in the trunk compartment of their daughter's car.
Yes, go on.
And they're to keep the trunk compartment unlocked. Leave the car in a parking lot at the corner of 4th and Main Street at 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
Then they've obviously gotten a description of the car from the girl.
Yes. Oh, incidentally, the girl signed the note herself, so we can assume that she's still alive.
Oh, I certainly hope so. Oh, by the way, we just received a teletype from Washington on that first note.
Oh? What's the story?
There were no fingerprints on it other than the girl's parents. The handwriting didn't check with anything in the files.
More or less figured, I guess.
They also sent a report on the ink. It was manufactured by Carlton Company in 1944. The paper was a cheap variety that sold in countless 5 and dime stores.
Doesn't give us much to go on.
Yes, I know. Oh, tell me, Sergeant, have the girl's parents decided to pay the ransom money?
Yes.
Good. Now, look, please assure them that no action will be taken by any of us until their daughter is returned safely to her home.
Is that you, Wally?
Yeah.
Just a minute. How did you make out?
Okay.
Did you get the note to them?
Yeah.
How about the newspapers? Did they have anything on the kidnapping?
No, not a word. Well, I guess they ain't gone to the cops, huh?
Oh, of course they have. Evidently, they want it kept quiet.
Oh. Well, what's our next move, Duke?
We wait until tomorrow night, then pick up the money.
Do we all go in for it?
No, that will be May's job.
What's that?
You're to collect the ransom money.
Well, thanks.
It'll be easier that way, May.
What if I'm picked up?
They'll be too smart to do that. Don't forget we warned them. If there was any hitch, they'd never see the girl again alive.
Well, what do I do with the money when I get it?
You call here, then come out and pick us up.
What about the girl?
What do you mean?
When do you release her?
We don't.
Huh?
Oh, that'd be a sucker play, my dear.
You mean when we blow, we take her with us?
No, stupid. She stays here.
Yeah, but then she could tip off the cops.
She won't tip anyone off, Wally. She'll be dead.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
Home. One of the most beautiful words in our language. A word that paints a picture of happiness and contentment, peace and security.
And it is to guard that security, to protect that home, that the Equitable Life Assurance Society created its famous Assured Home Ownership Plan.
What's that, Mr. Keating?
It's an insured mortgage plan. You see, in the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan, you get these 4 advantages. First, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. Second, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security.
You mean if I get hard up or lose my job, this cash fund takes care of the mortgage payments for me?
Yes. For instance, at the end of 5 years, the cash fund would be sufficient to carry your mortgage installments for nearly a whole year. You see, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years. Finally, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
Well, how can I find out if I qualify, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Frustrated Mice.
As is proven by tonight's case in the files of your FBI, one crime leads to another in a criminal's career. And no crime is too brutal if it serves his purpose. Here it is the plan to compound kidnapping with murder, with the willful taking of a human life. That callous disregard for other human beings, that sudden decision to murder this one and spare that one, is all a part of the criminal's ego. He feels power because he can decide on whether someone shall live or die. And his pitiful inferiority feeds on that power. Whether his name is Hitler, Mussolini, or the criminal in tonight's case, Duke Calvert, he never realizes that there is a consistent record behind every such quest for power. And the record shows that in every case, lust has proven self-destructive. Tonight's file continues at the kidnapper's cabin. 24 hours have elapsed. Duke Calvert and his confederate are seated at the living room table.
Wally, look at this.
Huh?
Just watch that mouse. He's completely frustrated.
Duke, if you don't mind, I'll just read this magazine, huh?
Oh, does this bother you?
Yeah.
Why?
I just can't help betting on the mouse.
Look at that little devil.
I wonder how she's making out.
Huh? Oh, May?
Yeah. She should have collected that dough by now.
Oh, nothing can go wrong.
I hope you're right.
Relax, Wally, relax.
Hey.
I'll get it.
Think that's May?
I imagine so. Hello?
Duke,
Oh, yes, May.
I got the dough.
Any trouble?
None that I know of.
Where are you now?
In a lunch wagon just outside of town.
Get out here as fast as you can.
Right.
How'd it go, Duke?
Fine.
Where's she?
On her way out here.
Oh, good.
Now, Wally, I think it's time we took care of the girl.
Duke, you're really going to kill her?
Of course. Where's your key?
Oh, I have it right here. Wait a minute.
Well?
Oh, it was in his pocket. Yeah, wait a second. Maybe it's over. No.
Have you lost it?
Oh, I got it here someplace.
Never mind. There's an extra one on the shelf.
I couldn't have lost the whole ring of keys.
This will let us in. Wait.
Huh?
That other door, the back door, it's open. The girl's gone.
Gone?
Yes.
How could she get out that door?
There's your answer.
What?
Your bunch of keys. They're in that lock. She got them and opened it.
Yeah, I don't get it. Look, how could she get out the...
When did you see her last?
I don't know.
Think.
About an hour ago?
There's no telling how far she's gotten, you stupid fool.
Look, Duke, I couldn't help it. Duke, everybody makes mistakes.
But you're not making any more.
Jim, the girl's in this room. Motorist brought her here to headquarters about 20 minutes ago.
Good.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks.
Miss Marshall,
Yes.
this is Mr. Taylor. He's a special agent of the FBI.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Marshall.
Do you feel well enough to tell us your story now?
Yes.
Fine.
I was being held in a cabin. There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. I was kept locked in a room all the time I was there.
Cabin was across the state line, Jim.
I see. Go ahead, Miss Marshall.
Tonight, one of the men came in my room and forgot his keys. When he left, I used one of the keys to open the back door.
Mm-hmm.
I ran out, kept running until I came to a highway.
And that's when the motorist picked you up?
Yes. Where are my father and mother?
They've been notified that you're here. They're on their way over.
Oh, thank heaven.
Miss Marshall, can you give us a description of these 3 people?
Yes, I'm sure I can.
And how about the cabin? Do you think you could lead us to it?
Yes, I believe I could.
Good girl. Sergeant, let's get a description of the people, send out an alarm, and then we'll try and find that cabin.
That you, May?
Yeah?
Just stay right in the car.
What's the matter?
Turn around quick.
Duke, what's wrong?
Do as I say.
Okay. Now, what is it? What's happened?
The girl got away.
What? How?
Our dear friend Wally left his keys in her room.
Oh, brother, when was this?
Oh, a couple of hours ago, I guess.
Jerk, where is he now?
Back in the cabin.
You left him there?
I wasn't interested in bringing a corpse.
He's dead.
Yes, my dear, he's very dead.
That's kind of rough, Duke.
I refuse to put up with stupidity.
I see what you mean. Where do we go now?
Just keep heading down the hill.
Then what?
When you hit the highway, head south.
Don't you think the cop...
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Down to the bottom of the hill. 2 sets of headlights, 2 cars coming up.
Yeah.
Stop the car.
Why?
No one but cops would be coming up this private road. The girls evidently led them here. Now, where's the money?
Well, the bag's right there on the floor.
Is there a flashlight in the car?
Glove compartment.
Get it.
Okay.
I'll take the money. All right, come on.
Where are we going?
Up this hill.
You can't go that way. That's sheer cliff.
Just follow me.
The cops are bound to come along.
May, listen. Do you remember that abandoned mine I told you about? You brought me the lantern so I could explore it?
Yeah?
One of the passageways in that mine cuts right through the hill. It opens onto a lake. We can pick up a boat there.
Oh, I get it.
All right, then. Hurry.
Sergeant, slow the car down. There's another car up ahead.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, the cabin's right up there.
Oh, good.
The car's blocking the road. We'll have to stop.
Miss Marshall, get down on the floor, please. We may have some trouble.
Oh, surely.
Huh. I don't see anyone in that car.
Come on, let's have a look.
I'll tell the boys in the car behind to cover us.
Right.
Cover us, boys.
Okay.
I got my flashlight. Come on, Sergeant.
Certainly looks empty.
Yes, the door is open.
Uh-huh.
There's no one in it.
Jim.
Yes?
The motor's still warm.
And this must be the kidnapper's car. They were probably making a getaway when they saw our headlights.
Right.
Sergeant, look here.
What?
Footprints. A man and a woman's, and they lead up the hill.
Yeah.
Sergeant, tell your men to take Miss Marshall with them up to the cabin. I think we'd better follow these footprints.
Duke?
Yes, what is it?
Hold that flashlight. Still, I can't see where I'm walking.
Very well.
You sure you know where you're going?
Of course, I've explored this place a dozen times.
How can you tell which passage is the right one? We've gone past at least a dozen of them.
Are you trying to confuse me?
Of course not.
Well, then please be quiet. Oh, wait.
What?
We've come to a dead end.
Huh?
I'd have sworn this was the right way out.
You mean we're lost?
I don't think so.
You said you knew the way.
Well, let's go back. It must be the last turn.
But you're not sure.
Let's go back, I said. Come on.
Jim.
Yes, Sergeant?
I think I have an idea where these footprints are going to lead us.
Really?
I'll know for sure as soon as we get up this little hill.
Oh, good.
Yeah, just as I thought.
What?
Flash your light over there.
Okay. Well, it looks like the entrance to a mine.
It's just what it is. It was abandoned many years ago. I used to play up here when I was a kid.
Look, those footprints lead right into it.
Yeah, taking quite a chance going in there. It's quite a labyrinth.
Sergeant, do you remember it well enough for us to follow them?
Yeah, I think I do.
Good, then let's go.
Well, where is it?
What?
The passage, the one you missed.
It should be right here. Right around this corner.
Oh!
Oh, what is it?
Big rat ran right ahead of us.
Oh, please stop being so jumpy. Come on.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
What now?
There are 4 different ways to go here. I don't know which one to take.
Look, I thought you said
We'll follow this one on the left. Come on.
Duke.
Oh, what do you want? What do you
Don't
want?
go so fast, please.
You want us to get out of here, don't you?
Yeah?
Well, then we've got to move. Keep moving. Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Oh!
Duke, you hurt?
Oh, my ankle.
Oh, where's the flashlight?
I dropped it.
Oh.
Oh, it's right here someplace.
Yeah?
Let me look for it, May.
Yeah?
You hear me?
I can't see.
Have you any matches?
No.
Oh, now we're really in a fix. Can't even see. We're lost in this darkness.
Duke, stop it.
How are we going to get out of here? Can't even find the place we came in.
Look, you're acting like one of those mice in that labyrinth.
Yes. That's what we are, May. We are those mice.
Duke.
We're trapped just like they were.
All right, Dennis, there we are.
Who was that?
Gotta get out of here.
Don't move, either one of you.
Stop that car.
I've got to get out of here.
Stay with me. Duke, what do we do?
Take the girl, Sergeant.
Right.
I'll bring this man along with me.
Duke Calvert was sentenced to life imprisonment for kidnapping, and then turned over to state authorities for prosecution for the murder of his Confederate. His girlfriend, May, was sent to prison for life for her part in the kidnapping. In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you have another example of how weak even a strong criminal is, of how little chance there is for anyone to succeed in a life of crime. Because his plans went wrong at one point, the entire structure also fell. But even if everything had gone the way he planned, he would not have escaped. For your FBI does not allow kidnapping cases to remain unsolved. That is part of their credo. And what is even more important, that is also part of their record.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
I've been doing some thinking, Mr. Keating, and I've decided to see if I qualify for one of those assured home ownership plans.
Let's hope you do, Henry, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Fugitive Traveler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Fugitive Traveler on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. By rail, by bus, by car, plane, or ship, Americans are on the move. It's vacation time. 12 million of these Americans are policyholders and beneficiaries who own or will benefit by Equitable Society life insurance policies. We like to think that these folks are enjoying extra peace of mind on their holidays thanks to the extra security they have gained through the Equitable Life Assurance Society. To make your own vacation carefree, take care to have all the life insurance protection you need. See your Equitable Society representative. Tonight's FBI file, The Big Build-Up.
In many ways, the world of crime is an accurate reflection of the customs and the conditions of the country. For one thing, crime flourishes in economic times like the present, after a war when money is loose. But perhaps the way in which the criminal population has most completely mirrored our civilization is that this, for them, too, has become an age of specialization. A time when one man does one job well. Whatever his field of crime, be it arson, blackmail, or swindling, once he finds a formula that works, he does not deviate. That is true of almost every type of criminal, but is especially true of one specific type, the criminal known as the confidence man. Tonight's FBI file opens in a motor court on the outskirts of a large Midwestern city. There, in one of the cabins, confidence man George Thompson is present as his two partners, Mr. and Mrs. Jack Milford, engage in a family fight. George, trying to stop it, speaks.
Oh, Gloria, why don't you just relax, honey? This isn't getting us any place.
Shut up.
But I'm trying
Look,
to...
you're not doing any better than he is. A fine pair of con men.
Oh, Gloria, lay off.
We've been here 5 days now, and the only people we've met are bartenders.
That's a lie.
Sure, we've been at every meeting at that convention since it started.
It was your idea to come to the convention, not mine.
But you were with us when we heard that this loyal order of Lemrods was loaded with rich guys.
I know.
And we've been working on them, too. We even learned their secret handshake.
Sure, and we got badges that say we're loyal sons of the Lemrod. What more do you want us to do?
The convention ends in 3 days. I want to see some action.
Look, we've dropped the wallet 5 times already. And every time we do, the sucker is either too rich or too honest to go for.
Yeah.
Oh, don't con me. There aren't that many honest people in the whole world.
Okay. You know it all. You take over.
That's just what I intend to do. Come on, let's all get dressed and go into town. I'll find a sucker tonight if it kills me.
Hey, Gloria, you want to dance?
We didn't come here to dance.
Oh, I thought we could case the room better from the floor.
I'm looking. If anybody live comes in, I'll see him.
Okay. You run it the way you want.
Thanks.
Only do me one favor, will you? Stop nagging all the time. Hey, what are you staring at?
Hey, don't round now, but I think I see our man.
Where?
The next table right behind you. It's okay now. Take a gander.
Oh, yeah. How do you figure him?
Well, for one thing, I saw him slip the head waiter a fin when he sat down.
Uh-huh.
Saw him look at the wine card and order a bottle of high-class Fino.
Oh.
And he's wearing his badge from the Lemrods. Yeah, better put yours on.
Yeah, okay.
How do you think we ought to make them?
You just leave that part to me.
All right. But don't let this one get away.
Good evening, Brother Lemrod.
Hello, son.
I can't quite read your name on that badge in this light, but my name is Milford.
Glad to meet you. My name's Sheldon. This is Mrs. Sheldon.
How do you do?
So nice to meet any of Wilbur's lodge mates.
It's nice to meet you, too. Gloria.
Yeah?
Come here a minute, will you? And this is Mrs. Milford, Mr. and Mrs. Sheldon, dear.
How do you do?
How are you?
This is Gloria's first convention, and mine, too.
Oh, my, I stopped counting years ago.
Yes, Mother and I have been coming ever since the children grew up.
Gives us something to do, you know.
Well, we've certainly had a lot of fun all week.
Oh, so have we.
Say, I've got an idea.
Huh? What's that, son?
Why don't we move our tables together and make it one big happy party? All right, now, hold it, everybody. Hold it.
What is it?
What for?
The girl's going to take another picture of it. Now, everybody put on their paper hats.
All right.
Here you are, Mother. Put this on there.
That's it. Okay, now. Hold it. That did it.
Goodness, I haven't had my picture taken this many times in my whole life.
And you haven't been to this many nightclubs, Mother, either.
No, I haven't.
Oh, hey, look at Jackie's under the table.
Hey, what's the matter? Passed out there?
Oh, no. I didn't pass out. I just felt this with my foot.
What is it?
The wallet.
Yeah. And look at this. It's loaded with cash.
Who does it belong to?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, wait till I see. Oh, here's a card. George Thompson.
But it doesn't say where he lives.
No.
Hmm.
Well, I guess the best thing to do is turn it over to the head waiter.
Oh,
Yes.
I think
That'd be the honest thing.
I beg your pardon. Did you find that wallet here?
Well, yes, I did.
Oh, brother, believe me, I'm very grateful to you.
Oh, is it yours?
Yes.
Can you identify yourself?
Oh, certainly. My name is George Thompson. Oh, right here. I've got my signature on my cigarette lighter.
Any signature in the wallet?
Yes.
I'll write my name here. This should be proof. There. How's that?
Oh, it's okay. Here's your wallet, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, thank you very much. And here, I'd like to give you a reward.
Oh, no.
Well, I wish you'd take this cash.
No, thanks. Maybe I'll be that lucky next time I lose something.
Well, do you mind if I do something for you?
Oh, you mean like buying us a drink?
No, I'd like to do more than that. Look, I hear of a good horse every now and then. Tell you what I'm going to do.
Well, what's that?
Well, I was going to give you $200 for returning my wallet, but suppose I just bet it for you on a horse tomorrow and give you the profits.
Oh, that's all right with me, except that all 4 of us should be partners on that bet. Okay, Mr. Sheldon?
Well,
I'll speak for him, Mr. Milford. We think it's fine.
Good. Well, where can I get in touch with you people?
Well, contact Mr. Sheldon. You folks are at the Central Hotel, aren't you?
Yes,
It
that's
is.
right.
Well, that's fine. I think I'll be contacting you there tomorrow evening with your profits.
Meanwhile, in that same city at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Adam Preston is just entering the office of his fellow agent, Jim Taylor.
Jim, Mr. Weaver said I was going to work with you. What's it all about?
Well, Adam, we just received a wanted circular from the Chicago office on 3 swindlers.
Chicago thinks they're headed this way?
Yes, their lead is that the trio was headed here by car. In fact, they should already be here in town now.
What's the racket?
Well, they've been pulling the old wallet gag and tying it up to another old horse racing swindle.
How does that work?
Well, the wallet gag is worked when one swindler finds a wallet full of money in front of the victim. The swindler's partner then steps up and claims the wallet. He offers a reward, which the swindler refuses. Then, in gratitude, he says he'll make a free bet for the swindler and the victim on a sure-thing horse.
And the horse loses?
Oh, no, the horse wins. But instead of paying any money, the man with the wallet says he'll bet it back on another horse.
I see.
Now, that horse wins, too. Well, by now, the swindler and the victim theoretically have a profit of, say, several $1,000s.
What happens then?
Then the man with the wallet says he'll give them their profits. But before he does, they have to prove that they would have been able to pay that much had they lost.
I see. And the victim draws his money out of the bank to prove that he could have paid.
That's it. Whereupon, Swindler and his confederate take the victim's money and leave.
And people fall for that kind of a swindle?
Oh, yes, indeed they do, Adam.
What do you think ought to be our first step in this case, Jim?
Well, let's start a check on every hotel and rooming house in the city. Maybe we can catch them before they build up another victim.
Can I fix you something to drink, Miss Milford?
No, thanks. Oh, why don't you try one of those sarsaparilla drinks?
Oh, no, thank you. Jack should be here any minute. I just hope I'm not inconveniencing you hanging around like this.
Well, of course not, child.
He said he was seeing that Mr. Thompson, didn't he?
Yes. He was going to collect our winnings.
How much have we won all together now?
Over $4,000.
Oh, good heavens.
sit down,
Wonderful.
Miss.
Answer the door, Father.
Yes, dear.
Hello, Mr. Sheldon.
Well, hello, son. Come in.
Hi, Miss Sheldon. Hello, dear.
Hello, honey.
Well, folks, we won again today.
Good.
No.
How much?
Our total is now $12,000.
Oh, but that's $6,000 apiece.
That's right. But there's one small hitch.
Oh, what is it, son?
Well, Mr. Thompson won't give us the $12,000 unless we show him $12,000 of our own money. He says he wants to be sure that we could have paid this much if we had lost.
Oh.
And then he'll give us the money?
Oh, yes.
Well, that sounds fair and square to me.
Yes, but where am I going to get $12,000 to show him? I've only got about $6,000 myself.
Oh, well, we can help you there, son.
Oh?
Why, after all, we're partners.
Yes, that's right.
You put up $6,000, and we'll put up the other $6,000.
Yes.
Oh, swell.
When does Mr. Thompson want to see this money?
Well, he said he'd meet us here at the hotel tonight at 9.
Up here in this room?
Yes.
Well, you get your money, and I'll go get ours. And we'll all meet back here.
Jim, I hope you had better luck than I did.
Not much, Adam. I went to the clerk at every hotel and rooming house on my list, but none of them recognized any of the pictures.
Yeah, same thing happened to me.
I did pick up what might be a small lead, though.
What's that?
I had a hunch they might go to work on some of the people who were in town for the Limrods convention.
And did they?
Apparently they did. I checked with the convention chairman, and he said that several members had told him they'd been approached with the old wallet gag.
And none of them went for it?
Fortunately, no. Chairman said he'd warn the other delegates at the next meeting.
Well, that ought to stop them there.
Then I went over to the city desk at each paper, gave them the story with pictures of the 3 swindlers.
Are they going to print the pictures?
Yes, with stories, too, warning the people about the racket.
Well, I guess they'll have trouble pulling anything now.
I'd still like to nail them, though, before they leave town.
What do you think we ought to do?
Oh, I received a teletype from the Chicago office just before you came in.
About the swindlers?
Yeah, it said they just learned the trio had lived at a motor court in one of the suburbs of Chicago.
Do you think they're following the same pattern here?
I don't know, Adam, but let's try and find out.
Gloria.
What is it?
Before we get to Sheldon's room, let's check up on our routine.
What is there to check?
Have you got our $6,000?
Right here in my purse.
You know the procedure.
Yeah. I flash our money first.
Right. Well, here's their room.
Hey, what What time did you tell George to get here?
In 10 minutes.
Oh.
Good evening.
Hello, Mrs. Sheldon.
You've come in, both of you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Sheldon.
hello,
How-
Mr. Sheldon.
How are you, Mr.
Yeah, no sign of Mr. Thompson yet.
Well, he's not due for another 10 minutes. Did you get your money?
Yes, sir.
6,000?
Right.
Did you bring your money?
Mm-hmm. Here it is.
Oh, goodness, all those bills.
Well, there's our half, folks. Could we see yours?
Oh, surely. Show it to the mother.
Very well. There you are.
What? A gun?
That's right.
Hey, what is this?
My dear boy, you didn't think we were going to fall for that old racetrack swindle, did you?
Huh?
Mom's right. I'd advise you to get yourselves a new racket.
Either that or pick your suckers more carefully.
Jack, do something.
Don't move, son. I can use this if I have to. Father, pick up their money.
Yes, Mother. Yeah. Let me have it, my dear.
No, keep away.
Dear girl, please remember this gun.
Gloria, give him the dough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, what happens now?
We're just going to put you both in the closet and leave.
What?
But first, I have some advice for you.
Well?
For the sake of our profession, please go into some legitimate work.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Tom, how would you like to meet a professional worry lifter?
Professional worry lifter? Well, that's a new one on me.
Well, a professional worry lifter is a man whose business it is to make other people's worries vanish. For instance, an amateur worry lifter may give you plenty of sympathy and nothing else. A professional worry lifter really does something about it. Actually works hard to make your worries disappear.
Say, he must be a popular man.
He's your Equitable Society representative. And if you are haunted by thoughts of what might happen to your family if you were no longer there to take care of them, let me suggest that you see an Equitable man right away. You'll find he doesn't miss a single trick. His plan will include everything, even readjustment income.
Readjustment income? What's that?
The Equitable Society's readjustment income plan provides extra income for the widow during the 2 toughest years, the 2 years immediately following her husband's death, years in which he is adjusting the family way of life to a lowered income. You know, expenses can't be reduced overnight. It takes time. And that's why every life insurance program should provide readjustment income for extra help during the 2 toughest years.
Sounds like a mighty good idea. Does it cost an awful lot?
Why, it may not cost you a cent. It may require only a simple rearranging of your present life insurance program. In any event, the man to see is your professional worry lifter, your Equitable Society representative. Look in the phone book for the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Big Build-Up.
Statistics are available on almost every field of crime. You can learn how many murders there were in any period, or the number of armed robberies, or the value of every stolen automobile. But in one field of crime, the figures are inaccurate, and that field is swindling. The figures are inaccurate here because in many cases the victims prefer to take his loss and not admit that he has been duped. It is safe to say, however, that the American public every year is swindled out of millions and millions of dollars. That was true last year, and it'll be true this year. There's one way, and only one way, in which you can protect yourself. In doing business with strangers, don't expect to get something for nothing. Tonight's FBI file continues in the hotel room of the Sheldons. Gloria and Jack Milford are still locked in the closet. Jack is trying to break down the door.
They must have built this closet as an air raid shelter.
This is a good time for jokes.
Well, I'm tired. I've been banging away at that door now for 10 minutes.
What do you want? Sympathy?
No. Just be your usual charming self. If you think it's so easy, take a crack at it yourself.
Not me. You got us in here.
I did. Who picked out the sucker? Remember?
Well, if you hadn't been so stupid, you'd have recognized them.
I'll get back. I'm going to try this again.
Oh, there, now I can reach out and unlock the door. There. Come on. Hey, they're gone.
Naturally. Did you think they'd wait for us?
Oh, shut up.
Well, where do you think they went?
How do I know? They didn't tell me. Oh, that must be George. I'll get it.
Okay.
Come in, come in.
What's been going on in
We
here?
got stuck up.
Stuck up? Who did it?
Our two suckers.
Huh?
We asked to see their dough, and they asked to see ours first. When Gloria flashed it, the old lady came out with a Betsy.
Oh, that's great.
Well, there's only one thing to do. Let's try to find them and get our dough back.
Okay, well, let's split up. I'll see what I can find out here at the hotel, and I'll meet you at the Crystal Bar in an hour.
Mother,
Yes, dear.
what's that you working on?
Some embroidery. It's a pillow.
Pillow. With writing on it?
Of course, it's a souvenir pillow. Giving it to Cousin Kathy for a wedding present.
Oh. What's it say on the pillow?
The motto. Honesty is the best policy.
Ah, that's very nice.
Mm-hmm. What time is this train due in Cleveland, Father?
About an hour now.
What kind of a convention are we attending?
Undertakers.
Well, that sounds very enjoyable. Never contacted undertakers before.
I know, Mother. Change will do us good. Huh? What's the joke?
I was thinking about those youngsters and their racetrack swindle.
Yes, they were very, very crude.
I know. But, Father, they do make it hard for the rest of us. The way they work, they'd make anyone suspicious.
Yeah, make people honest, too.
Oh, heavens, don't say that. People are getting more honest right along as it is.
No, Mother. Don't start talking yourself into one of those moods. Just remember this. If there's someone dishonest around, we'll find them.
Where have you been, Jim?
Looking at tourist cabins. I located the place where our swindling trio was staying.
Was staying?
Yeah, they checked out several hours ago. I searched the cabin, though.
Did you find anything?
Yes, this picture here. It's taken at the 907 Club.
That's Milford and his wife, all right.
I also know that old couple that's with them.
You do? Who are they?
Well, that's what I've been trying to think of. I came back here to check their picture against the files. I have a strong hunch they're wanted, too.
Are they also swindlers?
I think so, Adam, yes.
You think they might have all been working together?
No, that's pretty hard to tell.
Did you get any lead on where the gang had gone?
Well, the manager of the outer court said that Milford made a phone call from the office.
Did he know who he called?
Yes, it was a Central Hotel, but he wasn't sure who he talked to at the hotel.
No idea at all.
Well, he didn't remember for sure. He said it might have been Shelburne. Wait, I remember now who that old couple is. That's Mom and Pop Sheldon.
Then they must be the ones at the Central Hotel.
That's right. Let's get over there right now.
Look, if Jack doesn't show up here in a few minutes...
Here he comes now.
Well, I didn't get much, but I got something.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, nobody at the hotel knew where the Sheldons went, but I picked up some information from the bartender here.
Well, don't keep it a secret.
We got taken by two of the slickest con merchants in the business.
Huh?
Mom and Pop Sheldon.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them.
I give the bell captain at the hotel a double saw, and I got to call him later to see if they come back for their bags.
Well, what do they want with their bags? They got our 6 Gs. Hey, isn't the bartender waving to you?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
The Sheldons, huh? Well, honey, you really picked a couple of daisies when you took over.
Well, let's not go into that again.
You weren't satisfied to let me and Jack run things.
Well, what do you want me to do? Kill myself? All right, so we got outsmarted. Next time we'll know better.
Yeah, there might not be a next time unless we get our 6 Gs back.
I think I got it.
Got what?
I told the bartender there was 50 in it for him if he could find out where the Sheldons went.
Yeah, did he know?
No, but they were in here drinking last night, and the other bartender served them.
Oh, when did they come to work?
We don't have to wait. This guy called them at home.
Oh.
And he remembered hearing them say that their next stop was Cleveland.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Adam, over here.
Jim. Sheldons have skipped without paying the hotel bill.
Well,
Did you find anything in the room?
not a thing except the smashed closet door.
You think there was a fight?
No, hardly. The Sheldons are too old to fight. My guess is they locked someone in that closet and then left.
Could it have been the Milfords?
Could have been. The elevator boy remembers taking them up there. He identified them from the pictures I showed him.
It sounds like everybody was double-crossing everybody else.
Oh, why?
Well, the desk clerk looked at the pictures and said that Milford was here looking for the Sheldons.
Trying to find out where they went?
Yes.
Well, that is odd. But I think there's one thing we can be sure of, Adam.
What's that?
If we can find the Sheldons, we've got a good chance to grab all of them.
Yes, but there's not a single lead on where the Sheldons went when they left here.
Oh, there's only one.
What's that?
The bell captain told me that during the week, old man Sheldon sent him out to buy a book on embalming.
On embalming?
Yeah.
What would he want that for? From the record, the Sheldons don't get mixed up in any murders.
I know. Their record shows that they... Hey, wait a minute. I've got a hunch. Let's get to that out-of-town newspaper stand. I think we might find out where the Sheldons have gone.
Mother, pass me the butter, please.
Surely. Here you are.
Thank you, dear.
This is a wonderful idea, having dinner served in the room.
Yes, gives us a chance to rest.
You know, every time I walk into a hotel dining room, it's like work. Always looking for a prospect.
Me too.
This ought to be a wonderful convention.
Yes, there are a lot of rich undertakers.
Mm-hmm.
There's some more coffee, dear?
No, thank you. When I get a good night's sleep. Convention opens at 9 tomorrow morning, you know.
Yes.
I must be the waiter coming back to the table.
Yeah, are you all finished,
Yes,
dear?
let him in.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Sheldon.
Mr. Milford.
That's right. Back up and let us in.
Father? Who's that?
It's us, Mrs. Sheldon.
Oh,
George, keep that gun on him.
Right.
Now, don't move, either one of you. We've got the gun this time. Now, all right, now, where's the dough?
we haven't got it. We put it in the bank.
You're lying.
Look, we've never killed anybody before, but we wouldn't mind starting on you, so get it up.
All righty. It's in that wallet, inside pocket of my coat.
Father.
There's one on that chair.
Get it, Gloria.
Okay.
And it better be all there, too.
It is.
So you took us for chumps, huh?
You were very clumsy.
Is it all there, Gloria?
Yeah. Looks like more than we gave him.
Oh, that's fine. Who's that?
That's the man from room service for the table.
Okay. George, open the door and let him in.
Right.
But remember, you two, don't get out of line. That gun kills waiters, too.
Drop that gun, Thompson.
Huh?
Go and drop it. Adam, see if any of the others have guns on them.
Right.
Oh, who are you?
Special agents of the FBI.
Goodness.
Now, you're all coming along with us.
All 5 swindlers were tried and convicted for violating the National Stolen Property Act and sentenced to long prison terms in a federal penitentiary. And thus, 5 criminals engaged in confidence games were removed to a place where they will not be able to swindle anyone for quite a while. Now, this case in the files of your FBI was closed because a special agent, hearing that a confidence man had bought a book on embalming, remembered that the confidence man always worked conventions. A study of out-of-town newspapers showed that there was to be a convention of undertakers in nearby Cleveland. Putting those 2 pieces of information together closed the case, and once more protected you, the American people, from a criminal enemy.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
Mr. Keating, I've been thinking about that Equitable Society readjustment income plan. And the more I think, the better I like the idea of fixing it so my wife would have extra income during those first 2 years.
That's right, Tom. That extra cash every month for 2 years would give her time to adjust her expenses to a new standard of living.
Okay, I'm sold.
Then let me suggest that you get in touch with your Equitable Society representative without delay. Let him show you how little it costs to provide your wife with equitable readjustment income. Call your Equitable representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Ambitious Widow.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis, your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Ambitious Widow on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you taking a vacation this month? Here in the Equitable Life Assurance Society, we like to think that the 12 million policyholders and beneficiaries who own or will benefit by Equitable Society life insurance policies will have a specially enjoyable vacation. Holidays unmarred by fears and worries. Through life insurance with the Equitable Society, they have safeguarded their homes, provided secure futures for themselves. So, for a carefree vacation, for a worry-free holiday, better get in touch with your Equitable Society representative before you go. Tonight's FBI file, The Unhappy Hijacker.
Last year, there were more than 1.5 million major crimes committed in the United States. Of the people arrested for those crimes, more than half had previous arrest records. And some of those arrested had records which covered many pages, many states, and many years. They are the professional criminals, the ones to whom a previous sentence is merely an interruption of their careers. They're driven on by many complex usages, but the basic ingredient behind their continuance as criminals is that they are sure they won't make the same mistake again, the mistake that resulted in their previous capture, arrest, and imprisonment. They're confident that their experience has made them smarter than all the police in the world. And when they have achieved that state of illusion, no crime is beyond them. Armed robbery, arson, or even murder. Tonight's FBI file opens in a comfortable frame house located in a large city in one of our Midwestern states. One of the occupants of this dwelling, a Mrs. Johnson, is just answering the front doorbell.
Yes? Hello, Mrs. Johnson.
Hello.
I'm Mildred Phelps. Remember me?
Yes.
I talked to Mr. Johnson before I made an appointment to see him.
I know.
Well, can I come in?
Come ahead.
Thanks.
He's out in the greenhouse. Follow me.
Okay. I haven't seen you for a long time, Mrs. Johnson.
I know.
How have you been?
My husband's in here. George?
Yes, Mama.
Here's your company.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Hello there, Mildred.
Hey, this is really a layout.
The greenhouse?
Yeah, look at those orchids.
I have over a dozen species here. This is my hobby. I spend a great deal of time with them.
No wonder nobody sees you anymore.
Well, I'm pretty much out of action these days.
Completely out?
No. Excuse me a second, Mildred. This orchid needs a little attention.
Mr. Johnson, I have something I think will interest you.
What is it?
Did you read this morning's paper?
Uh-huh.
See the story about a truckload of whiskey being hijacked?
Yes, I did.
That's why I'm here.
Well, what's the story?
I know who knocked it off. And I know where it's stored.
Well?
If I told you how you could get it, how much would the information be worth?
You want me to take it from the person who hijacked?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, would it, George?
No.
There's 300 cases, high-grade scotch. What's my cut?
Well, in the past, I've always paid $10 a case.
You've got a deal.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to find out a few things first. Where is the stuff? How do I get it?
I'll call you this afternoon, give you all the dope.
Who am I taking it from?
Does that matter?
Yes.
Look, I'd rather not tell.
Oh, Mildred, I have to know who did the job.
Okay. It's Paul Carter.
What? Well, he's your boyfriend.
He was my boyfriend.
Oh, so that's it.
Yeah.
Dirty pool, Mildred.
He deserves it. Does it bother you?
Not at all. In fact, I'd like to hand Paul one myself.
I figured that. Well, how about it?
I'll be glad to do business with you.
Well, Paul, that's the story.
And the sucker fell for it, huh?
Real big.
Good.
Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
Well, to coin a phrase, I'm killing two birds with one stone.
What do you mean?
That truck I hijacked was awful hot. I got to get rid of it. So I'm going to let Mr. Johnson take it off my hands.
But, honey, what about the whiskey?
I've already taken that out, but I've left the empty cases.
Oh. Where is the stuff?
I took it to that building I rented over on 12th Street.
I see. What's the other bird you're killing?
George Johnson. I've owed him one for a long time.
But how are you getting even? He still winds up with a truck.
He winds up with trouble.
How?
I know pretty much how he operates. When he gets his truck tonight, he'll drive it right to his house. It'll be too late for him to unload it until morning. By that time, I'll have called the cops.
Oh. And they pick him up for the hijack.
Right.
Oh, that's very cute. What do I say to the guy when I call him?
I give him the address where the truck is. Say he can get in through a window at the back. Tell him nobody will be there between 10 and 12 tonight.
Okay.
Oh, and one other thing.
Yeah?
He promised you $10 a case?
That's right.
Say you'll come around to his place at midnight to collect.
Wait a minute. Suppose he finds out the truck is empty.
Honey, it's all locked up, believe me. Won't find out till the morning. Meantime, he pays us $3,000 for the privilege of going to jail.
In the same city at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just entering the office of the agent in charge.
May I see you, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, come in, Jim.
I've been waiting for you to come back to the office.
Well, I've been caught all day. What's on your mind?
I don't imagine you've had a chance to read the report on a hijacking that occurred last night.
No, I haven't.
A liquor truck was waylaid just across the state line. Just one man did the job.
Oh?
He overpowered the driver when he stopped for a traffic light on a lonely stretch of road.
I see.
The driver was severely beaten and left by the side of the road.
Uh-huh.
However, he managed to make his way to a nearby filling station and report the crime.
What time did all this happen?
Well, the hijacking occurred at approximately 12:30 a.m. The driver reported it to the police about 2 hours later.
Any leads?
Yes, sir. The police checked with the toll booth on Midway Bridge as soon as they received the report.
And?
And they remembered the truck. It had passed through about an hour before.
Then it came here to the city.
Yes, sir. So they immediately sent out an alarm on it here.
Any results?
Well, a truck very much like it was spotted driving through the West End about 3 a.m. It disappeared, however, before it could be picked up.
Any report on it since?
No, sir. But we've set up a procedure that may bring some results.
What's that?
Well, the section where the truck was last seen is at the tip of that peninsula that juts out into the river.
Yeah?
Now, going on the theory that it found cover there someplace, we've blocked out the whole area.
Fine.
The police are cooperating with us, and we're going to search every building.
Good. What about the driver?
He's in a hospital, sir.
Could he give any description of the hijacker?
No, not too good a one. Police have brought some pictures down to the hospital to him for him to look at.
Fine, that's fine.
I'll let you know, sir, if we get any results.
George,
Yes, Mama.
are you getting ready to go out?
Yes.
You promised to take me to the movies tonight.
Oh, that's right, I did.
Well,
Mama, I'm afraid we'll have to make it some other evening.
why?
Well, tonight I have to go out on some business. I have a chance to make a very nice score.
Mm-hmm.
I heard of a truck full of liquor that's been hijacked. I was tipped off how to pick it up. I got to go over there right now.
Wait a minute. Who tipped you off?
Mildred Phelps.
How did she know about it?
Well, Paul Carter did the job.
She goes with Paul Carter.
She used to, Mama. That's all over. She's very mad at him. That's why she gave me the information. Now, I have to go
Wait.
over there.
Sit down.
But, Mama...
Sit down, I said.
Very well.
Now listen to me. I don't like that Mildred Phelps. And I don't trust her.
Mama...
Let me finish. Paul Carter's been an enemy of yours for years. It sounds to me as if they put their heads together and have come up with some scheme to get you in trouble.
Well, how can that be? She told me where the truck is.
I know.
Well, then what can be wrong?
George, take my word for it. They're up to something.
Mama, I've got to go over there. This is too good to pass up.
Very well. Go ahead. Be stubborn. But do me one favor.
What's that?
Check every detail of her story before you take that truck.
Any news, Jim?
Oh, hello, Mr. Morgan.
I didn't think you'd be here this late. Any report on the hijacked truck?
No, sir, not yet.
What have you got there?
Oh, this is a detailed map of the peninsula where the truck was last seen.
Oh?
Now, those white pins indicate every possible building in which the truck could have been stored.
I see.
And the blue pins here indicate places that have already been checked by the police.
Uh-huh. How many men have they got on the job?
A detail of over 24, sir.
Good.
They've been calling in every hour all evening, giving their reports.
Well, you're certainly doing a thorough job, Jim.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, say, did the driver look over those pictures of suspects?
Yes, sir. He picked out 5 men that might possibly have been his assailant. The police are rounding them up now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Surely.
Special Agent Taylor. Oh, hello there, Sergeant. Yes. Oh, good work. Will you let me have that address? Got it. Thanks a lot. I'll be right over. Well, sir, they found the truck.
Fine.
It's in a small garage on West Street. I'm going right over there.
Just a minute. Hello, Mrs. Johnson. Come in. Thanks. Mr. Johnson get home yet? Yes, he's here. George,
Yes, Mama.
your company's here again.
Oh. Hello there, Mildred.
Hiya, George. How'd everything go?
Just fine.
No trouble, huh?
No trouble at all.
Oh, that's swell. Well, you can pay me off then, if you will, and I'll be on my way. What's your hurry? Well, it's pretty late, you know. Let's have the dough, huh, George?
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, Mildred.
What?
There isn't going to be any payoff.
What are you talking about? You got the truck, didn't you?
No.
I thought you said everything went okay. It did. But not the way you planned. What is this?
Well, before I went over for the truck tonight, I told my wife the whole story.
So?
Well, I don't like to say this, but at times, Mama has a very suspicious nature. She didn't believe your story.
Now,
Let
look.
me finish. She warned me to proceed very cautiously, so when I went to the garage, I decided to examine the truck before I moved it out.
Tell her what you found.
There was no whiskey. The truck was empty.
Well, I don't understand that. I think you do. Tell her the rest, George.
Well, I realized then that Mama was right. Something was wrong.
Look, I don't want to hear any more of this. He hasn't finished. I don't care. I'm getting out of here.
Just stay where you are.
Now, George. Finish your story.
Very well. You see, I decided to wait around the garage. I figured if it was a trap that Paul might drop by later to see if the truck was gone. That's just what he did.
Paul came in?
Yes.
What happened?
We discussed the matter, and then I left him there.
Left him?
What he means is, your boyfriend Paul is dead.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Did you ever hear of a professional worry lifter?
What in the world is that?
I mean a man whose life work is lifting the burden of worry from other people's shoulders. Not just a man who says, cheer up, everything is going to be all right, but a man who actually does something about it.
Well, sounds like a man worth knowing.
He is. He's your Equitable Society representative. You'll find that if you have fears about your family's future, your Equitable Society representative will leave no stone unturned to do a complete job of worry lifting. For instance, lots of husbands worry because no one ever told them about readjustment income.
Readjustment income? What's that?
The Equitable Society's readjustment income plan provides extra income for the widow during the 2 toughest years. The 2 years immediately following her husband's death. Years in which she is adjusting the family way of life to a lowered income. You know, expenses can't be reduced overnight. It takes time. And that's why every life insurance program should provide readjustment income for extra help during the 2 toughest years.
As a matter of fact, the thought of those years has worried me. How much does one of those readjustment income plans cost?
Why, it may not cost you a cent. It may require only a simple rearranging of your present life insurance program. In any event, the man to see is your professional worry lifter, your Equitable Society representative. Look in the phone book for the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Unhappy Hijacker.
Occasionally, there comes along a criminal who is so publicized as to make the public believe that they understand him. And understanding him, they'll want to sympathize. If you have ever been a victim of that kind of thinking, you have been experiencing the wrong emotion. The only feeling you should have for the professional criminal is one of revulsion. He is not a person whose mind you can understand, because his life is built on moral standards that you know nothing about. Moral standards which not only condone but approve lying, cheating, and above all, double-crossing. As you can see from tonight's case from the files of your FBI, they're all treacherous, evil people, and they want none of your sympathy or your friendship. Because to the criminal, you, as a decent citizen, represent only one thing: his next victim. Tonight's file continues the following morning at the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is just making a report.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, morning, Jim. Did you complete your investigation on that hijacking case last night?
Well, no, sir. I'm sorry to say I didn't.
Oh, what happened? I thought the police had located the truck.
Oh, they did.
Well?
That only led to further complications.
How do you mean?
Well, let me give you the whole story.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I arrived at the garage, I learned that the police had found the body of a man named Paul Carter in the back of the truck.
Paul Carter?
Yes, he was a small-time racketeer and thief.
Oh.
One of the 5 suspects that the truck driver had identified from those pictures.
Obviously, he was the right one.
Yes, but that only complicated the case.
How's that?
The whiskey had been removed from the truck. Now, we searched the premises completely, but couldn't find any trace of it.
Oh. Any lead on who killed Carter?
No, sir, not yet. We found a window in the back of the garage that had been jimmied open. That was evidently how the killer came in.
I see.
There was a peculiar matted substance on the windowsill. It appeared to have come off the intruder's shoe.
A matted substance?
Yes, it resembled moss. I sent it on to the laboratory last night. We should have a report on it soon.
Uh-huh. Say, this killer could have taken the whiskey, and that would keep us in the case.
Yes, I know.
Have the police checked on Carter's associates or enemies?
Well, they're doing that now. They're also trying to learn where Carter lived, and as soon as they have any information, they'll get in touch with us.
Good morning, Mildred. Oh, gosh, I forgot you can't talk with that gag at your mouth. Here, let me untie it for you. There we are. Did you have a good night?
Now, what do you think?
Oh, must be pretty uncomfortable.
You can say that again. Why are you keeping me here?
Well, Mama and I had to have a little talk. We had to decide what we should do with you.
Well?
We're going to let you leave here.
Oh.
On one condition.
What's that?
If you tell us what Paul did with that whiskey.
I don't know.
Oh, Mildred, you must.
He didn't tell me anything about it.
Now, please, tell the truth. You'll only make Mama mad at you all
Mama,
over.
Mama, haven't you got anything to say around here?
Of course.
Well, I haven't noticed it. Everything you do is an order from Mama.
That's not true.
George.
Yes?
Why do you let her run your life? Why don't you get smart? You're clever, attractive. Why don't you act like a man?
Mildred.
I mean it. Look, baby, if you just let me leave here, I'll...
Mildred, pick on somebody your own size.
Mama, I've just been asking her about the whiskey.
Leave me alone with her. I'll get the information.
Well, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Jim.
A report just came in from the laboratory on that substance I found at the scene of the killing.
Oh, what was it?
Well, they describe it as a plant called fern root. It's a species of moss.
I see.
They also said that it's not native to this section. It's found mostly in the eastern states.
Oh, that's strange. You say you believe it came from the killer's shoe?
That's right, sir. There was a suggestion of a heel imprint on it. That's where I got that idea.
You keep coming up with puzzlers on this one, don't you?
Oh, by the way, a list of Paul Carter's enemies just came in. There's 22 names on it.
Ooh, quite a roster.
Mm-hmm. Won't be easy to pick any individual out of that.
No.
Police are cooperating with our agents, checking up on the men, finding out about their backgrounds, when they saw Carter last, and...
No, excuse me, Jim.
Certainly, sir.
Morgan speaking. Yes, he is. Yeah? Yes. Jim,
sir.
Copy down this address.
All right.
Go ahead. 228 North Adams Street.
I have it, sir.
We have it. Yes, he will. Goodbye. That was police headquarters, Jim.
No?
That address I just gave you is where Paul Carter lived. I told the police you'd be right over there.
George,
Yes, Mama.
you can come in here now.
Very well. How did you make out?
I got the information.
Good for you. What did you do to her?
Never mind. Found out where the whiskey is.
Where?
Tell him. Tell him, I said.
It's in a building over on 12th Street.
Give him the address.
Number 741.
300 cases are there?
Look at her. Isn't so pretty now, is she?
Mama, I never thought she was pretty.
You could have, if I hadn't come in.
Oh, stop. I'll go get the stuff right away.
That's a good idea.
What about me? Can I go now?
No.
But you said
You're staying here until my husband gets back with the whiskey. I want to be sure you told us the truth.
Mr. Morgan, I'm a little ashamed to be coming in like this again.
Well, what do you mean, Jim?
I have to report another failure.
What is it this time?
Well, I went to the place where Carter lived. It was a small apartment downtown.
Yeah?
The police had already arrived there. They'd searched his effects. They found a rental receipt for a small building over on 12th Street.
In Carter's name?
That's right, sir. We went over there and found that it was the place he had used to store the liquor.
Had used?
Yes, by the time we got there, it was gone.
Well, how did you know it had been there?
Well, there were several boxes and a few broken bottles of the same brand that Carter had hijacked.
Oh. Well, does that mean he moved it to another place before he was killed?
I don't think so.
Why not?
A truck had just recently been driven into the building. We could still smell the exhaust fumes.
Oh.
Mr. Morgan, I have an idea that whoever killed Carter is the same person that came and took away the whiskey.
What do you base that on, Jim?
Well, I found several particles of what appeared to be that same matted substance that I picked up on the windowsill back at the garage.
The fern root?
Yes. I dropped it off the laboratory. They're going to make a quick comparison for me.
You say a truck was used?
That's right, sir.
Were there any tire impressions?
No, sir, there weren't. It was a concrete floor. No moisture.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Tom?
I have a report from the laboratory. It's for Jim.
Oh, let me have it, huh?
Here you are.
Thanks, Tom.
Right.
Is that a report on the second fern root sample, Jim?
Yes, sir. It's the same substance. Something else, too.
What?
Laboratory says that fern root is used in the growing of orchids. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, what are you looking for?
That list of Carter's enemies, I think it'll tell us who the killer is.
That you, George?
Yes, Mama.
Right in here.
Uh-huh.
How'd you make out?
Fine.
How many cases were there?
300, just like she said.
What'd you do with it?
It's out back in the shed. Oh, I'm tired. This has been a busy day.
Yeah.
Did you keep supper for me?
It's all ready.
Good. Oh, where's Mildred?
Next room.
Well, I guess you can let her go now.
Are you serious?
Well, that's what you promised her.
Only to find out where the liquor was. You can't let her go. She'd tell the police about your killing Paul.
Oh. Oh, that's right. What else can we do with her?
That's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Kill her, too?
Of course.
I see. When?
Right now.
Before supper?
Yes.
Very well. You set out the food. This won't take...
What was that?
My greenhouse. Someone broke a window.
George.
My orchids, Mama, my orchids. Oh, look, the glass door is broken.
I had to break it, Johnson.
Who are you?
Special agent of the FBI.
What?
I want to talk to you about a case of whiskey and murder.
George Johnson was turned over to state authorities, convicted of first-degree murder, and sentenced to be executed. Mrs. Johnson was given a life sentence as an accomplice. And thus, another cluster of criminal careers was brought to a close, mainly because of the fine work done by your FBI's Special Laboratory. 1947's crop of criminals includes those who have taken advantage of modern inventions. And no law enforcement agency could cope with them unless it, too, used the aid of science in its investigations. Tonight's case involved the use of the spectroscope, one of the many machines which are at work even now at Washington, D.C., in the laboratory of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. At work for you and for your FBI.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
Now, Mr. Keating, let me see if I have this Equitable Society Readjustment Income Plan straight. As I understand it, this plan would give my wife extra income during the first 2 years after my death.
That's right, Jim. Extra cash every month for 2 years to give her time to adjust her expenses to a new standard of living.
Well, knowing my wife was going to get that would surely take a load off my mind.
Then let me suggest that you get in touch with your Equitable Society representative without delay. Let him show you how little it costs to provide your wife with equitable readjustment income. Call your Equitable representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Red-Headed Blackmailer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Red-Headed Blackmailer on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. At any time in the next half hour, while you're listening to this program, your telephone may ring.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's, This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative was telling me about a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. Believe me, that's one great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give you full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Juvenile Shakedown.
Your FBI is composed of men who have made a career of crime prevention. And to that end, they recently completed a nationwide survey which showed that in the United States last year, there were committed the appalling number of 1,600,000 crimes. Far more disturbing to your FBI than that total number of major crimes, however, was the fact that the number committed by boys and girls in the 17 to 21 age group was out of all proportion. That means that America is raising a new bumper crop of criminals, a crop which will make the current crime wave seem puny unless something is done. Something is done and done quickly. Whether you have a child in that age group or not, this is your problem, because you are an American. And if nothing is done to alleviate the present condition, you will also be making it easier for new criminals to be born. New criminals whose victim could be you. Tonight's FBI file opens in a city in upstate New York. Two teenaged boys have just left a large department store.
Well, Curly, I guess that takes care of our shopping for today.
Yeah. What'll we do now, Rip?
I don't know.
Can we, go to the movies?
Well, let's get rid of this stuff first.
What do we score for?
5 fountain pens, those 2 silver money clips, and them cufflinks.
Hey, that's good, huh?
Not bad.
Just a minute, boy.
Huh?
What?
I want to talk to you.
Now, what about?
I was watching you in that store.
We didn't do nothing.
I saw you lift those pens.
Rip, you're crazy, mister.
I also saw you steal some cufflinks.
Rip, let's blow.
No, you don't.
Let go of me.
I'm not a cop.
Huh?
I just want to talk to you. Let's walk.
I don't get this.
I have a proposition that you might be interested in.
Is this a trap or something?
No. As long as you boys indulge in larceny, I think I can put you next to something big.
What do we do, Rip?
We'll talk to him. What can we lose?
Fine. Now, I have a candy store a few blocks from here. Let's go over there right now, huh?
Hey, Rip.
Yeah?
This is fun, huh?
Fun? Riding on top of a freight train?
Oh, sure. It's something I always wanted to do.
We didn't come here for no joyride, Curly. We got work to do.
Hey, tell me the plans again.
Well, the candy store guy said we should stay here until we come to a water tower. Then we go into action.
Still don't see how we get down in the car.
Look, how many times do I have to tell you? You hold onto my legs, I reach down, break the seal, and open the door. And we just swing in.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. And then we throw out the boxes, and Mr. Brown comes along in his truck and picks them up.
Right.
Don't nobody guard these trains?
Sure. Just got to keep our fingers crossed that nobody spots us.
Hey, you know...
Hey, wait a minute. Huh? There's the water tower. Come on, let's get started.
Oh, okay.
Get around here and grab my legs.
Well, sure, Rip. How's that?
Okay. Hold on tight.
Oh, I will, Rip, honest.
Here I go.
Can you reach the seal? Do you hear me, Rip? Can you reach it? Rip!
Okay. Pull me up, Curly.
Okay.
There.
Did you open it?
Yeah. Well, let's swing in. And watch yourself, Curly. It ain't too easy.
Ah, look, anything with muscles I ain't afraid of.
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
Well, here I go. Come on, Curly.
That was a breeze.
All right. Now, let's get to work.
Hey, do we throw out all these boxes?
No, just about 20 of them.
Rip, you want some candy?
Put it away.
They're good. Mr. Brown gave them to me.
Let's get going on these boxes.
Hello, Bill.
Hi there, Jim. Been looking for you.
I've been out doing a little road work.
Well, judging by those shoes, it was a muddy track.
It was. The case came in this morning. The Albany office reported it to us.
What's it about?
A freight car was broken into. 20 large cartons of cigarettes were stolen, worth about $1,500.
In our local freight yard?
No, while the train was en route from here to Albany. The job wasn't discovered until they arrived there.
Well, what could you do with this then?
Well, I worked with the railroad police. Tried to establish where the stuff had been thrown off.
Did you find anything?
Yes, we located the spot. It's about 20 miles west of here.
How'd you arrive at that?
Well, one of the cartons was found near the roadbed. It had broken open, so the thieves didn't bother to take it, I guess. We also found indentations about every 20 yards where the other cartons had landed.
Any leads on who the thieves were?
Well, a brakeman said he saw two boys jump off the train a few miles past the place where we found the broken cartons, so I imagine they did the job.
Did the Albany office have anything?
Well, they're out now examining the freight car.
What else did you get?
We found some tire markings, truck size. Also some footprints. And they appeared to be a man's prints, not a boy's.
Then they had a Confederate pick the stolen goods up.
I would think so. We took an impression of the tire treads and the footprints. We also measured the length of the men's stride. I'm sending these off to the laboratory now.
Hiya, Rip.
Hi, Curly.
Did you see Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
Did he give you the dough?
Uh-huh.
How much?
I didn't count it yet. It's in this candy box.
What's it in there for?
Didn't want anybody in the store to see the payoff.
Oh. Can we open the box now?
Let's go in this alley.
Okay.
This'll do.
Hey, maybe there's candy in there, too. Need any help?
No. Here we are.
What's in there, Rip? How much?
Well, let me count it, will you? 15, 20. And 10 is 30.
Is that all?
It can't be. Let me look under this paper.
Any more?
No. Not a dirty, cheap punk. That stuff was worth 50 times as much.
Well, let's go back there, Rip. Let's go back and I'll let him have it.
No, that won't do any good.
Look, if I belt him a few times, we'll get more.
Really, don't all the time think about using muscle. What else can we do? Leave him alone for now. We'll go back there later.
Why wait?
Because I've got an idea.
Jim,
Oh, yes, Bill?
you came in just in time. This teletype's for you.
Oh? What's it about?
It's from Washington. Looks like a laboratory report on those footprints you sent down there.
Good.
Here you are.
Thanks. Footprints and length of stride indicate man about 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing close to 200 pounds.
Jim, have you heard anything from Albany?
Yes, they found several fingerprints on that freight car seal that might mean something.
Anything else?
Yes. Several candy wrappers were found on the floor of the car. One of them here. Here you are.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a taffy wrapping.
Mm-hmm. I've already contacted the company that makes this candy, and they said they distribute it to about a dozen stores here in town.
Well, if the boys who broke into that car live here, that might be a way of identifying them.
Yes, I know. The candy company is sending me a complete list of those stores as soon as they can check on their records.
What have you done with the fingerprints?
Well, I forwarded one set to Washington, and because youngsters are involved, I also sent another set to the local police. I'm hoping that that'll bring us some results.
Go ahead, Curly.
Right.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Oh, hello there, boys. Just closing the store.
We want to talk to you.
I'm afraid we'll have to wait till tomorrow.
We want to talk now.
Well,
It's about that dough you gave us, Mr. Brown.
what about it?
It wasn't enough. We want more. Lots more.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah.
Boys, you were paid exactly what you were worth. That's all you get.
Now, look.
Shirley, I'll handle this. Mr. Brown, we want another $100.
Please get out of here. I'm closing now.
We ain't leaving here till we get it.
Now, look. I don't want to make any trouble for you, but if you don't get out, I'm calling the police.
And what'll you tell them?
That you're thieves. You came in here to shake me down.
Will you tell them why we're shaking you down?
I'll say that you stole some goods from a freight car. Tried to sell it to me.
And you think they'll believe you?
Yeah. I'm a respectable businessman.
I've got some news for you, Mr. Brown. That story won't stand up for nothing.
Why not?
Because I'll have a story, too. That'll make a bum out of yours.
Tell it to him, Rip.
Sure. I'll tell the cops that we're just kids. Poor kids. You got a hold of us and poured evil thoughts in our ears. You threatened to do all kinds of things to us if we didn't go out and steal for you. I'm telling you, I'll really lay it on, Mr. Brown.
Huh? They'd never believe you.
They would the way I tell it. I got a lot of talent. I can look sad. Real sad. And I can cry, too. Real tears. Look, watch me. He made us do it, Your Honor. He made us become bad boys. He made us steal that stuff from the freight car. He was the one, Your Honor. He was the one. Do you like that, Mr. Brown? That's just a sample. I pull that on a judge. We get let free, and you do 20 years. Now where do we stand?
I'll get you the money.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to men on the way up. To the man whose friends or business associates talk about him like this.
That Jim Ward is a man to watch. I hear he's had 3 raises in the past 3 years. One of these days, he'll be going into business for himself.
And when that day comes, Jim Ward has the kind of life insurance program that can be adjusted to fit his new status in life. Years ago, his Equitable Society representative picked Jim as a coming man. So he advised Jim Ward to invest in an equitable life insurance plan for men on the way up. A special plan for people whose earning capacity can be expected to increase as they become more experienced in their business or profession.
I may be fooling myself, but I think that's a pretty good description of me. So how about telling me a little bit more about this plan?
Well, this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up has 3 major advantages. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, This equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
To me, that's a brand new angle on life insurance, Mr. Keating. How can I get the whole story?
Just get in touch with your Equitable Society representative and ask him about the equitable plan for people on the way up. Why not phone him soon? Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Juvenile Shakedown.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is shocking because it shows the evil machinations of an adult in making criminals of youngsters, and thereby effectively hampering any chance they might have had of becoming decent, law-abiding citizens. The depth to which human beings can sink, apparently, has not yet been reached. But each year, new evidence is uncovered that somewhere a human being has done something which is unspeakable. It is obvious that there is great need for people to examine their morals, because we may currently be headed in the wrong direction, headed in the direction which has led to the downfall of every civilization yet built by man. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is working at his desk.
Say, Jim.
Yeah?
What's happening on that freight car job?
Oh, I just heard from the local police, Bill. They've identified one set of fingerprints as belonging to a boy named Ralph Sterling. His nickname is Rip.
What's his record?
Well, he spent 2 years in reformatory. He was convicted for a series of petty thefts.
When was he released?
About 2 months ago.
They have an address on him?
Yes, they checked with his parents, but he disappeared from home about 10 days ago. Hasn't been seen since.
Well, that certainly doesn't help much.
Yes, I know. Bill, there's another angle on this case that I've been giving quite a bit of thought to.
What's that?
The man who drove that truck. Now, the local authorities tell me there's been a series of thefts lately by youngsters here in town.
Yeah?
And the articles that were stolen weren't the usual thing that kids would take, or for that matter could dispose of easily. So it's highly possible that the man who drove that truck could be operating an organized gang of boys.
You know, in that case, finding this Sterling boy really becomes important.
Exactly. Oh, I've got that list of candy stores here. I'm going out now and check them.
Hey, Rip.
Yeah?
How's our dough holding out?
We got about $20 left.
Oh, we spent that much?
Sure, we got these closed, didn't we? That took most of it.
Guess we better think about doing another job.
We don't have to.
But, Rip, we gotta get dough. I wouldn't like it being broke again.
We'll get dough.
How?
From Mr. Brown.
He already paid us.
That was only a down payment.
I don't get it.
We got that guy where we want him. He's a real good shake for us. All we have to do is drop in on him once in a while, remind him of that story I gave him, and we never have to work.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Yes?
Here are my credentials.
I see.
I'm looking for information, and it's possible that you can help me.
Well, I'll certainly try.
Thanks. I have a candy wrapper here. Do you sell this brand of candy?
Let me see.
Here you are.
Yes, I sell quite a good deal of this brand.
Do you know a boy named Ralph Sterling? His nickname is Rip.
Sterling? Why, no, I don't believe I do.
I'd like you to look at this picture.
Surely.
Have you ever seen that boy?
No, sir, I never have.
He was involved in a robbery.
What makes you think I might know him?
Well, candy wrappers similar to the one I just showed you were found at the scene of the crime.
Oh?
I'm trying to establish where that candy was purchased.
Well, I certainly wish I could be of more help to you.
Well, thanks anyway. Oh, let me have a package of those cigarettes, will you?
Surely. Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, you can keep that picture. And if young Sterling should come in here, please get in touch with us at once.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Well,
We thought we'd drop in and see you.
what do you want?
We kind of got trouble.
That's your affair.
It's yours, too. We got money trouble.
What do you mean?
We're fresh out of it.
I've already paid you.
Yeah, but we spent it.
Well, that's your misfortune.
It's also yours. We want more.
Oh, I see. You're going to make a steady habit of this, I presume.
Only when things get tough.
We want $50, Mr. Brown.
I haven't got that amount in the store.
Look, don't stall.
Mr. Brown, you want I should do my crying act again?
No.
And get it up.
I can't give it to you now. Come back later.
Is this a brush off?
No. Come back here at 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock. You told us the other day you close up at 9.
Well, I live in the back of the store. Just rap on the door. I'll hear you.
Okay. See you later.
Bill, are you busy?
No, not very, Jim. How'd you make out?
No luck.
Cover all the candy stores?
Yes, I went to all 15 of them. They'd never seen young Sterling. Oh, has there been any word from the local police?
No.
Bill, would you mind doing a little tabulating with me?
No, not at all.
Okay. Now, every package of those cigarettes that were stolen had a New York State cigarette tax stamp on them. Now, those stamps are numbered, and I have a list of all the numbers here.
Quite a list it is, too.
Yes, but our job won't be too complicated. Each candy store I went into, I bought a package of the same brand of stolen cigarettes. I have them all here.
Are the numbers on this list all consecutive?
That's right.
Okay, read them off.
Right. Now, this first pack was bought at River Street Stationers, number 11324.
Let's see. 234. No.
Okay, next pack bought at Wilson's Candy Store, number 13356.
Wait a minute now. Should be on this page. Yeah, here we are. Oh, that's a blank, too, Jim.
Here's the next one. Bought at Brown's Candy Store, number 14195.
Well, that might get us something. There's a list here of 1-4s. Let's see. 14195?
That's it.
It's right here on the list, Jim. Look.
Wait. Yes. Brown's Candy Store. Bill, let's check the Motor Vehicle Bureau at once. Find out if Mr. Brown has got a truck.
I don't think he's in there, Rip.
Wait, the light just went on. Here he comes.
Oh, swell.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Come in, boy.
Okay. Go ahead, Curly.
Right.
Come this way. My living quarters are back here.
When you didn't answer the door, we thought you were handing us one. Didn't we, Rip?
Yeah. You got the dough, Mr. Brown?
I'm getting it for you. Right in here. Go ahead.
Right.
I'll put on the light. There.
Hey, what happened?
What do you mean?
All your furniture turned over. All them papers scattered around the floor.
Was you drinking, Mr. Brown?
No, I'm quite sober.
Look, even that window's broken. How can you live in a joint like this?
It isn't like this usually. I arranged it just for you.
What do you mean?
Well, inasmuch as frame-up seemed to be in order, I thought you boys deserved one, too.
What's he talking about?
I have my dramatic moments, too, Rip. You see that broken window?
Yeah.
You boys did that.
Huh?
You broke in here to rob my store. I found you. There was a struggle. That accounts for the scattered furniture. And then what do you think happened?
What?
Just as things looked bad for me, I was able to get my gun. This gun.
What is this?
It's self-evident. I had to shoot you both in self-defense.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Brown. You must be kidding or something, huh?
No, I'm quite serious.
Look, we'll go away from here right now. We'll never bother you again, will we, Curly?
No, Mr. Brown, honest.
Please put down that gun. Please.
Sorry, boys.
No, don't.
That gun down, Brown.
What do you...
Come on, let me have it.
What? Well, you're the man from the FBI.
That's right.
Well, I'm certainly glad you're here. That's the boy you're looking for. I just caught him and his friend in the act of rifling my store.
That's a lie. He's trying to frame us.
I know. I followed you into the store, and I overheard your whole conversation.
Well, you had no right
This
to come...
warrant says I had.
What?
Yes, it's for your arrest, Brown. You see, there was a tax number stamped on those cigarettes I bought here today, and they corresponded with one of the cigarette packages this boy stole.
Well, I had
We've
nothing
also
to...
established that your truck was used to pick up the boxes that were thrown from the freight car. Now, I think we'd better continue this at my office.
Frank Brown, the illicit storekeeper, was sentenced to 5 years in a federal penitentiary as a receiver of stolen goods. The two boys were tried, convicted, and sent to a federal reformatory. In connection with tonight's case from the files of your FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has this to say to you listeners. I quote, "In those communities providing our youngsters with the wholesome, creative influence of boys' clubs, special attention is being given the very worthwhile program of the Boys' Clubs of America as part of the observance of National Boys' Clubs Week. The tremendous increase in crime that this nation has experienced in recent years is a stern warning to the adults of the land. They have the responsibility of providing youth with the facilities and opportunities for preparing themselves to take their places as the citizens of tomorrow. If this responsibility is recognized, we can expect better citizens in the future. If it is disregarded, as it has been too often in the past, chaos will result. I hope for the day when every week will, in fact, become a week of observance and one of adequate provision for the youth of our land, when boys' clubs will flourish in every community in the nation, and when crime will no longer menace our nation as it does today."
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Unfortunate Daughter.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time, when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Unfortunate Daughter, on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned now for radio's biggest money-paying quiz show, Break the Bank. Tonight's jackpot contains an amazing $3,450. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. This afternoon and this evening, all over the country, Equitable Society representatives have been calling their friends on the telephone.
Hello?
Good evening, Mr. Long. This is Frank Morris, representing the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Mr. Long, I just wanted to remind you to listen to the Equitable Society's program tonight. This is your FBI.
Yeah, I know. I listen every Friday.
Well, tonight the Equitable Society has an announcement that is going to interest you personally. The Equitable Society has just issued a new and enlarged edition of its famous fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Don't miss the middle commercial. Find out how to get your copy of the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Tonight's FBI file, The Happy Honeymooners.
Crime in the United States today is at an all-time high. And the figures gathered by your FBI and by other law enforcement agencies are enough to shock even the most complacent into a realization that the time to fight the crime wave is now. There is an average of more than 2,000 thefts committed in this country every day, or more than one every minute around the clock. That fact is serious enough. But even more serious is the companion truth that crime, like any disease, spreads quickly when it remains unchecked. We are all about to enter a new year. If we all do our part to help fight that crime wave, it can be a year to be remembered with pride. If we fail to do our part, then the same crimes we suffered this year will be repeated, with one difference. There will be more of them. Tonight's file opens on a remote country lane in one of our Midwestern states. It is early afternoon, and a young boy and girl are riding along the river road in a brand new convertible.
Isn't this nice, honey?
Oh, it's lovely, Eddie. Just lovely.
Happy?
Very.
Oh, look at that view. You can see 10 miles up the river.
Uh-huh. Oh, gee, I wish we could sometime settle down in a place like this. I hate to keep traveling all the time.
Well, I don't like it too much myself, dear, but
I
you
know. Business comes first.
That's right. Well, this is where we get out.
What do you mean?
Look through those trees. You see that cabin?
Uh-huh.
It's ours.
What?
I rented it this morning.
Oh, Eddie, you didn't.
I've got the keys right here. Come on.
Oh, Eddie, this is such a wonderful surprise.
I hoped you'd think so.
Gee, it's just what I've always dreamed about.
Honest?
Honest. It's perfect. I just wish now that...
You wish what, honey?
Well, I don't want to have to leave this.
So you don't?
You mean we're going to settle down? Stay in one place?
Yeah.
But what about work?
Oh, well, we'll keep working. In fact, we got a job tonight. We're sticking up a jewelry store. Go ahead, honey. Ring the bell.
Okay. Gee, what a rain.
Yeah.
You think anybody's home?
Oh, yeah, I checked.
Yes?
Good evening, Mr. Mitchell.
Good evening.
I'm sorry to trouble you, but my car broke down outside your door. I was wondering whether I might use your phone to call a garage.
Certainly. Right in.
Oh, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay.
Who is it, dear?
A young couple. Their car broke down and they want to use the phone.
Oh. Well, Howard asked them to take off their coats. They must be drenched.
I'll keep mine on, Mrs. Mitchell. I'm going right out again. In fact, your husband's coming with me.
Oh.
What?
Howard, he's got a gun.
What is
Now,
this?
don't get excited, folks.
Howard, this is a holdup.
If it is, he's wasting his time. We have nothing of value here.
We know that, Mr. Mitchell.
Then
My
what?
husband wants you to take him down to your jewelry store. Then, if you don't mind, he'd like to have you open your safe.
I won't do it.
Mr. Mitchell, this gun here says you got him.
Howard, you better do as he says.
She's right, Mr. Mitchell.
All right, Mary. I'll go with him.
Oh, swell.
What happens to my wife?
Oh, my bride won't mind staying here with her, will you, Lucy?
Of course not. I just love to visit.
She'll stay here till I get the jewelry. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes?
she has a gun, too. Well, come on, sir. We better get going.
Very well.
Wait, Eddie.
Huh?
It's such a nasty night out, honey. Ask Mr. Mitchell if he'd mind bringing an umbrella.
That same evening in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk just finishing a report on his last case.
Busy, Jim? Oh, hello, Doug. What are you doing around the office this late?
The boss called me at home and asked me to come in.
Huh? Something special come up?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Will you wait 1 second while I sign this report in the Fulton case, and I'll be all finished here.
Yeah, I'm certainly glad that file is closed.
So am I. I don't want any more of those tough cases. I'd like to work on a simple one for a change.
We don't get any simple ones.
I guess not. Well, what have you got, Doug?
Well, about 2 weeks ago, 2 youngsters stuck up a jeweler in Memphis, and we just got word from the Memphis office about it.
Memphis thinks they're headed this way?
That's it. The switchboard is working now, covering every hotel in town. But I doubt that it'll do any good.
Oh, why not?
Well, the descriptions aren't good enough. Too general. But all we know is that one is a girl, and that both the girl and boy are blondes.
Mm-hmm. Anything unusual about the robbery?
Yes. They went to the home of the jeweler at night, forced him to ride back to the store and open the safe.
Well, that's a no wrinkle. You know, I wish people would pay more attention to robbers when they're held up. Not 1 in 20 can give you any kind of a description at all.
Well, this jeweler in Memphis claims he was so scared he forgot everything.
Hey, how'd they get into the jeweler's house?
Oh, phony story about the car breaking down outside the door.
I see.
What do you think we ought to do first, Jim?
Well, let's see. It's 7 o'clock now. I guess all the jewelry stores are closed by now, aren't they?
Well, I imagine so.
Well, we'd better get a list of the home phone numbers of every jeweler in town.
You know, I think I know where I can lay my hands on that kind of a list, Jim.
Fine. Get the list, and we'll split it up and make the calls ourselves. Doug, how long will it take you to get the numbers?
Oh, about 15 minutes at most.
Good. I'll wait right here for you. When you get back, we'll go to work.
Gee, Mrs. Mitchell, I wish you'd stop that crying. Everything's going to be all right. I know it is. Look, worrying isn't going to do you a bit of good. I know from experience. When I first started dating Eddie, he used to do jobs all by himself, and I used to just worry myself sick about him. But he always came home safe and sound.
Oh, please leave me alone.
Well, I'm only trying to be sociable. I'm only trying to point out that you shouldn't be so unhappy. In fact, if I was you, I'd be glad. My gosh, you've got a beautiful home here. You don't have to travel. You've got lots to be thankful for, Mrs. Mitchell.
Why did you have to pick on us?
Huh?
There are other jewelers in the city. Why did you pick on my husband?
Well, you know that's a funny thing. We went window shopping one day, and we passed your husband's store, and I saw a ring in the window that I was just nuts about. So right then and there, I said, Wait, Mrs. Mitchell, before you answer it, I'll have to ask that you don't let on that anything's wrong, and make the conversation very short.
Very well. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mitchell? May I speak to my wife, please?
It's for you.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, honey. Everything's fine down here. Mr. Mitchell was very cooperative.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'll be leaving here in a few minutes. I'll see you back at the cabin.
Well, how are you going to get there?
Oh, in Mr. Mitchell's car.
Well, that's nice of him. All right, dear, I'll meet you in about half an hour.
Oh, fine. I love you, honey.
I love you, baby. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mitchell, but I've got to go now.
Oh, thank heaven.
Before I leave, though, please be a lamb and let me tie you up.
Hi, Jim. How you coming?
Made my last call a minute ago. How about you?
I just finished.
Well, that'll be tough for them to pull that same stunt on any jeweler around here.
I don't think so.
Hey, any numbers on your list that didn't answer?
Yes, 2. Say, how about the newspaper?
I've already called them, Doug. They'll use the story tomorrow. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Mr. Taylor, this is Sergeant Drew down at headquarters.
Yes, Sergeant.
We just got a call from a Mrs. Howard Mitchell in Springtown.
Mm-hmm.
She says a young couple came into her house tonight, made her husband go down to his store and open the safe.
Sergeant, is Mr. Mitchell a jeweler by any chance?
That's right. How'd you know?
We've been looking for that couple, Sergeant. Have you got any descriptions on them?
Not very much. Mrs. Mitchell was too excited to tell me more than just the bare facts.
You say this Mr. Mitchell was brought into the city from Springtown.
That's right. That's across the state line, Mr. Taylor. That's why I called you.
That makes it a kidnapping case. Sergeant, what's Mrs. Mitchell's address?
169 Bedford Street, Springtown.
169 Bedford. And the address of her husband's store?
1218 Fifth Avenue.
1218 Fifth. Thanks very much, Sergeant. We'll get on it right away. Doug, we've got some work to do.
What's that, Jim?
Our young couple has already pulled a job.
So I gather.
A local jeweler was taken from his home to his store. Here's the address of the store, Doug. You check there. I'm going out to the man's home.
Who's there? Oh, just a second. Oh, baby, you're soaked.
I know.
Oh, gee, why didn't you blow the horn or something? I would have come out with Mr. Mitchell's umbrella.
Oh, that's okay. Let me get this coat off.
Sure, let me help you.
My gosh, I never saw such rain.
Yeah, I know.
Eddie,
Huh.
where's the jewelry?
Oh, right over there in that bag.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
Okay. Eddie?
Yeah?
Isn't that Mr. Mitchell there in the corner?
Mm-hmm.
What's he doing here?
Oh, I brought him back with me.
Looks like he's tied up.
He is. Here, take a look at this stuff.
Oh, Eddie.
Real nice, huh?
Oh, it's beautiful.
And look here, honey. Remember this?
It's a ring I like so much.
Uh-huh. I had Mr. Mitchell make a special effort to put that in.
Oh, honey, you're so thoughtful.
Oh, that's okay.
Eddie,
Yeah, dear.
what made you bring Mr. Mitchell home with you?
Oh, I had a reason.
We only have one bedroom.
Well, he can sleep where he is tonight.
What was your reason?
Well, I figured he could afford to give us a little more money.
Oh.
Well, I called his wife and told her we were going to keep Mr. Mitchell until she gave us $20,000.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI promotes security for the nation. Now let's bring this question of security closer to home. Mac, you're a father. Did you ever see a chart like this before?
A fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. What's it all about, anyway?
This fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers has just been published by the Equitable Society to perform a very useful service for a man like you.
Go on, I'm listening, Mr. Keating.
It was designed to show you how much money your family would really need to keep going if you should die. Fill in this fact-finding chart, and you'll know exactly what income will be required to keep your wife and children well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed.
Hey, that's something every man with a family ought to figure out.
Well, with this Equitable Society chart, you'll have the answer in 5 minutes flat. Look, you're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures, which illustrate the rock-bottom expenses your family will have to meet. And when you've finished, you'll have a clear, accurate, and complete picture of just what income your family would need during the critical years.
Critical years. What's that mean?
The years before your youngest child finishes high school. Years during which the home must have a minimum income to keep it together.
Okay. I'm going to buy one of these fact-finding charts tomorrow.
Now, they're not for sale, Mac. They're free. The Equitable Society representative in your community will be glad to bring you a copy. Sit down with him, you and your wife together. There's no obligation, and get a true picture of where you stand. Phone him tomorrow to bring you an Equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Happy Honeymooners.
according to the most recent figures available, there are approximately 7.5 million persons with arrest records in the United States today. And like any other group of people, they have certain things in common. But there is one thing which each criminal has that is his and his alone, his appearance. No two criminals look alike, any more than any two decent citizens look exactly alike. It has been a popular misapprehension that you can spot a criminal by watching him. Experts in the living habits and movements of criminals, like the special agents of your FBI, will be the first to tell you that nothing could be further from the truth. There is absolutely no way to tell a criminal from a law-abiding person until one of them commits a crime. For that reason, your FBI advises extreme caution in dealing with any strangers. Do not assume that every stranger is a thief. But by the same token, being careful may save you from becoming another victim of America's current crime wave. Tonight's file continues in the FBI field office. Special Agent Taylor has just returned to the office from his interview with Mrs. Mitchell.
Well, Jim, I see you got soaked, too.
Yeah, to the skin. I don't think I ever saw it rain this way.
Well, I certainly hope your trip was more productive than mine.
Nothing at the store at all, huh?
Not a thing. The police had already arrived when I got there, and they went over everything.
How about the safe?
Oh, it was wide open and empty.
No fingerprints?
None at all. I imagine that Mitchell must have opened the safe himself, but if he did, he was wearing gloves. How about Mrs. Mitchell?
Well, she was all right until she got a phone call from the man the girl called Eddie. Eddie said he was holding Mr. Mitchell for $20,000 ransom.
Mm-hmm. They didn't kidnap the jeweler in Memphis.
No, they just robbed him. This is something new.
How is Mrs. Mitchell going to contact them?
Oh, she's not. When Eddie called, she said that she didn't have $20,000, so he said he'd give her a little while to dig it up. That he'd call her back.
Well, any call out to Springtown is a long-distance call, Jim.
I know. The phone company is going to trace any call made to the Mitchell's number.
We'd better sit right here until they call.
Yeah, that's about all we can do.
Could Mrs. Mitchell describe the couple?
Only very poorly. She was practically in hysterics when I talked to her. She couldn't... Oh, pardon me. Special Agent Taylor.
This is Sergeant Drew again.
Yes, Sergeant.
Mrs. Mitchell got another call from the kidnapper.
How long ago?
About 5 minutes ago.
Operator, trace it?
Yes, she said the call came from Centerville. Centerville 842.
Centerville 842. Thanks, Sergeant. We'll get on it right away. That was our call, Doug. Mitchell is being held at a house with the phone number Centerville 842. Let's check that number and get out there as fast as we can.
Oh, yes, honey?
I was just listening to the most wonderful program on the radio. All about a woman who forgets her name and she can't remember where she lives.
Look, dear. I'm trying to make a rough estimate on these jewels. Tell me later, huh?
But, Eddie, the announcer broke into the middle of it.
Oh? What'd he say?
He said that the river was rising.
Okay.
He said it'll flood the whole valley, that everyone will be marooned here after tonight.
Hey, that's not so good.
What do we do, honey? We're practically next to the river.
Yeah. I think maybe we'd better get out of here.
Oh.
Look, if we're marooned here, we'll get picked up for everything.
Well, what do we do with Mr. Mitchell?
We'll just have to leave him here.
How about the $20,000 from Mrs. Mitchell?
I think we better settle for the jewels. Are your bags still packed?
Yes.
Well, you better get them, and we better get going.
Well, can't we wait about 10 more minutes?
What for?
I want to hear how that program comes out.
Take a look at that river, Jim.
Yeah, it's really roaring.
I don't think I've ever seen it that high.
It's flood stage, all right.
Think the bridge will still be open?
All we can do is hope.
Well, if it's closed, we don't get across.
I know.
Look, Jim.
Huh?
There's a man with a lantern in the road.
Yeah, I see him. Coming around on my side. I'll roll my window down, Doug.
Sorry, sir. The bridge is closed.
We're both special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials. Is there any chance of us getting across?
Well, I wouldn't suggest it.
Oh? How bad is it?
There's no telling. But you can gamble if you want to.
Doug?
Any way you want it, Jim.
Well, let's take a chance.
Okay with me?
We're going to try it.
Well, good luck. I sure hope you make it.
Thanks.
Left a little, Jim.
Okay.
Hold it.
Huh?
What is it?
Railing's down. Suppose that means anything?
Well, let's find out.
The water looks pretty deep up ahead.
I think we can keep the wires dry for... Go for it slow. Okay, now, this is the end of the bridge.
Yeah.
Now, let's go find our couple.
That looks like the place. Go ahead, Jim. I'll keep you covered. All right.
Come on, Dick.
All right, Tom. Think they're gone?
I don't know. Might be a trick. Keep your gun out, Doug. I'm going to try the door. Wasn't locked. Come on, let's go in.
Here's the light switch.
Hold on.
Looks like they've gone, all right.
Look, there's Mitchell tied up over there in the corner.
Yeah. How is he, Jim?
He's breathing, but he's unconscious. Come on. Come on, it's in time. Get him to a doctor and then come back here.
Daddy. You know, I was just thinking
About what, honey?
about how nice it must be to live like Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell.
What do you mean?
You know, with a nice home and pictures on the wall, and a place where you can have your friends over for dinner.
Hey, you're not sorry you married me, are you, honey?
Oh, Eddie, you know I'm not. Oh, it's just that I wish you weren't a traveling man.
Oh, but you knew what business I was in when we got married.
I know, dear. I'm not complaining, honest. What are you stopping for, honey?
Well, there's a fork in the road. Take a look at the map and see which way we go, huh?
Oh, Eddie, I forgot it. I left it in the cabin.
Oh. Well, I'll take a chance on this right turn.
Where are we going, honey?
To Chicago and sell the jewelry, and then on to New York.
Come on, Doug. I want to see where this door leads to.
Right. What's there, Jim?
It's a shed attached to the cabin. It's been used as a garage. Mitchell's car is here.
They must have used their own car for a getaway.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got there?
A map. I wonder if it was theirs.
Is that a route marked on it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the road between here and Chicago.
Well, it still doesn't help much. We don't know what kind of a car they were driving. We don't know what they looked like.
Mm-hmm. Aside from that, everything's under control.
Not much point in setting up a roadblock if we haven't got a
Wait a
description.
minute, Doug. Well, look here. Look, this can give us one lead on that young couple. Come on, let's get to the phone.
Take a right turn here, Jim.
I know.
Got about 5 more miles to go.
Uh-huh.
You spoke to Mitchell's wife.
Yes, I called her from the doctor's home. I told her he'd be okay.
I hope that roadblock has been set up.
I just hope it was set up in time.
There's a line of cars up ahead, Jim.
That's the beginning of the roadblock.
Like 100 cars or more.
I was hoping there wouldn't be that many.
What are they all doing out in weather like this?
They're probably trying to get into the city before both bridges go out.
Do we start at the head of the line?
No, Doug. We'll park it here and walk up.
Only about 20 more cars, Jim.
Well, we can't get any wetter. That's one consolation.
That's true.
Well, let's take a look at this convertible.
Okay.
Doug?
Yeah.
Shine your flashlight closer, will you?
How's that?
Yeah, that's fine. I think we may have something here.
I wonder how long they're going to keep us waiting here.
Oh, a man said it'd be only a couple of minutes. He said they were fixing the road.
Well, this is certainly a silly time to be fixing a road. That's all I can say.
Well, maybe the storm washed some of the gravel away.
Eddie.
Huh.
Look, here on my side.
Well, what is it?
2 men standing there.
Oh, maybe their car got stuck.
They're looking in, Eddie. Maybe they're cops. We better get out of here.
Hey, that's what we're going to do.
Look out, Eddie. They both got guns.
There you are. One of them. Special agents, the FBI.
What do you want?
We want you for armed robbery and kidnapping.
Oh, you must be mistaken.
No. Your car left its signature in the dirt floor of the garage by your cabin.
Huh?
Your left rear tire had a deep gash in its diamond-shaped tread. That's all we had to look for, but it was enough.
Mister, can you close the door? I'm getting soaked.
Now, don't worry about that, lady. Both of you are going to a place where you'll be dry for a long, long time.
The wanton young couple was sentenced to 25 years and 15 years, respectively, for kidnapping and violation of the National Stolen Property Act. And thus, by careful investigation and hard work, your FBI thwarted the get-rich-quick scheme of another pair of criminals. A pair who proved they would stop at nothing. A pair who, though young and innocent in appearance, were as completely criminal as any murderers on record. That their well-laid plans came to nothing is a tribute to the thoroughness with which two special agents followed every clue and kept following them until they achieved the two goals of your FBI in every kidnapping case: the safe return of the victim and the capture of the criminals.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, back to the news we announced in our middle commercial. The new and enlarged fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers, just issued by the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Mr. Keating, let's see if I've got this straight. The purpose of this chart is to give me a true picture of the minimum income required to give my family a decent standard of living if I should die.
That's right, Mac. And the man who'll see that you get one of these fact-finding charts is your Equitable Society representative. No charge or obligation, of course. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Meanwhile, your Equitable representative wishes you a very happy New Year.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case involving the operations of a gang of professional thieves. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, The Sorrowful Safecracker.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis, your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Sorrowful Safecracker on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight, would you know what to say if your telephone should ring like this?
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's, This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's the Equitable Life Assurance Society. I listened to this Equitable program last week. Heard about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
My Equitable Society representative brought me a copy. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
In about 15 minutes, I'll be back with full information about the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Tonight's FBI file, The Sorrowful Safecrackers.
There are fashions in crime, just as there are in any other field. And while there are some who go against the trend, most criminals, like most legitimate citizens, follow the current fashion religiously. Some years ago, for instance, if a criminal wanted a quick reputation among his fellows, or if he wanted the biggest possible loot, he planned to rob a bank. In those days, bank robbery was almost a common crime, for banks were poorly protected. But today, all that has changed. Few criminals will undertake the tremendous risk involved in robbing a bank. In one 6-month period last year, for instance, there were only 21 bank robberies attempted. Thieves have turned to attacking easier targets. That is, most of them have. But despite the overwhelming odds against them, there are still some criminals who believe that they can succeed where so many others have failed, who believe that they are smarter than the law. Tonight's file opens in a small furnished room located in the downtown district of a large western city. Harry Wheeler, a lean, hungry-looking young man, is reading a book when there is a knock at the door.
It's open.
Hiya, Harry.
Oh, Frankie.
Hey, it's getting cold out. You got a drink handy?
Yeah. Here's a bottle. Help yourself.
Thanks. Yeah, what are you doing, reading?
Yeah.
What are you wasting your time with that for?
I ain't wasting my time. This is very special reading.
Hit me with it.
Well, I don't know quite now how to tell you this, Frankie, but well, for the last couple of months, I ain't been getting no fun out of my job.
Hey, what do you want with fun? You get money, don't you?
Oh, sure. But in the beginning, every time I cracked the safe, I got a big jolt. Now it's nothing.
That don't make sense.
Well, maybe it don't to you, Frankie, but it does to me. That's what made me go to a psychiatrist.
A what?
Well, them doctors make you talk.
You mean like that guy in the picture with Ingrid Bergman?
Yeah, that's right.
What do you need with one of those guys? You going crazy?
No, of course not. I went to him because I needed to get straightened out. I did. That's why I'm not doing any more jobs.
What about tomorrow?
You and Rip have to get another guy.
Now, look, Harry, we got...
My mind's made up.
But what about tomorrow?
The doc says I should never been a thief in the first place.
What does he want you to do, get a job in a grocery store?
No, he thinks I ought to get away from the city. So I'm gonna.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna take his advice and get me chicken farm.
Now, look, Harry, the job is all set for tomorrow. Where is Rip gonna get another guy that quick? The job has got to be done on a holiday when the bank is closed. You know that?
Frankie, I made up my mind. No more jobs. Nora,
Yeah, Rip.
fix me another drink, will you? Here's my glass.
Rip,
What is it?
you know what I saw downtown today?
What?
The most beautiful gabardine suit with a long skirt and those narrow shoulders. You'd love it on me.
All right, you just got a new dress and 2 new hats.
Yeah, but this suit's a bargain.
How much?
300.
Wait till after the job tomorrow.
Then will you get it for me?
I don't know yet. Answer that, will you?
Sure. Just a minute.
Hiya, Nora.
Sure, Frankie, come on in.
Rip, we got trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Harry is pulling out of the job.
What? When did that happen?
Just now. I just left him.
What's the matter with him? He want a bigger cut?
Nah, he went to some doctor, and the guy told him he shouldn't do no more jobs.
What kind of a doctor is that?
I don't know. He told me, but I don't remember.
I better go talk to him.
Talking do no good, Rip. He says he's finished.
All right, don't get excited.
Don't we have to do the job tomorrow?
We'll do it tomorrow. And we'll do it with Harry.
But I'm telling you, Rip, talking will do no good with him. His mind is
Wait a
positive.
minute. Honora. Yeah? You want to get that gabardine suit?
Oh, honey.
Not so fast. First, you got a job to do.
What kind of a job?
Harry Wheeler's always been a little strong for you, hasn't he?
I think Harry likes me.
Don't con me, honey. This is important.
So he has a yen for me. It's not my fault.
I'm not blaming you. I just want you to throw some charm at Harry. That's all.
I think maybe she can do it.
I know she can.
Do what? What are you two talking about?
Nora, Harry wants to pull out of the job tomorrow.
Huh?
You get him to go along with us, and you got your suit.
Honey, you just made a deal.
2 days later, in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk when Agent Don Brooks approaches.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, when did you come back to work?
I checked in this morning.
How do you feel?
Oh, I'll be all right. I was 3 weeks in the hospital, straightened me out fine.
Hey, you look great. What are you working on?
Well, the boss asked me to work with you on that bank job that was pulled yesterday.
I'm glad he did. It's a tough one.
Oh, what's the story?
Well, the robbers, whoever they were, rented the store next to the bank a month ago. Then they dug a tunnel from the store under the bank and into the bank's basement.
Well, how come they didn't set off the alarm?
The trap wires don't run underneath the vault, and I guess they knew it.
You think they might have had some inside help?
No, I kind of doubt that, Don. After all, if they'd had inside help, they probably wouldn't have had to rent the store and dig the tunnel.
Yeah, that's true. How much did they get?
About $55,000.
All of it in cash?
Yes, they didn't touch any of the bonds that were in the vault.
Once they got inside, of course, they turned off the alarm.
That's right. Then they had an expert who blew that safe. I was down there this morning, and whoever did that job really knew what he was doing.
Now, what time was the job done?
During the day, according to the clock on the vault, it was blown at 11:14.
How come there wasn't anybody in the bank at that time in the morning?
It's closed, remember? The mayor declared a holiday yesterday because it was the city's 100th birthday.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Whoever planned this job planned it to happen just as the parade was passing the bank. I spoke to some people who were standing in front of the bank. They didn't hear a thing.
Well, how did they get away?
Well, imagine they came back through the tunnel and out of the store. After that, they could meld into the crowd in a minute.
Any fingerprints on the vault?
Not only no fingerprints, but not a single clue anyplace.
Who rented the store?
The man who gave his name is William Adams. Paid cash for the first 2 months' rent.
I guess William Adams is not available.
Correct. He gave the landlord a fake address, so it probably isn't his right name either.
Any description on it?
No. The renting agent couldn't remember much about him.
You were right when you said this was a tough one, Jim. But what do you think we ought to do for a start?
Well, Don, I think the best thing to do is get out the file of known bank robbers and take their pictures out of that renting agent. If he recognizes any of them as Adams, we start to look for him.
And if he doesn't?
Well, if he doesn't, we'll try somewhere else. But for now, let's get those pictures and go to work.
Okay. Hold it a minute.
Hello, Rip.
Hello, Frankie. Come on in.
Hey, the job went okay, huh?
Yeah, of course. I told you there wouldn't be trouble.
Where's the dough?
I rented a safe deposit box. Put it in there this morning.
At the bank?
Sure, it's safer there. When we get ready to blow, we take it out.
When do you think you want to be moving?
Oh, I don't know. A week, 10 days, then we go back east, do another job. It's all cased out.
Yeah? What kind of a job?
Same thing. A job.
Oh. Hey, who do we get to fill in for Harry?
We don't need anybody. He'll be there.
But he told me he was going to take the move from this job and pay for that chicken farm.
How can he pay for the farm if he ain't got the dough?
Well, his hand will be more than the farm cost.
I'm not giving him a dime.
Oh, now, Rip, what'll that prove? Then he'll only get sore and never do another job.
Yes, he will. He'll be back.
What's going to make him?
Nora.
Oh.
After we went to the bank this morning, I sent her down to see Harry. She's going to throw some charm at him.
And make him stay with us?
That's the idea. Then with Harry, all we got to do is 4 or 5 more jobs like this. We can all quit with plenty of money in the bank.
Don?
Yes, Jim.
While you were out, we got a break.
Here, take a look at this picture.
Well?
The blow-up of a section of yesterday's parade. The newspaper photographer who took it just brought it in. Take a look at that background. See the bank?
Mm-hmm.
And the store next to the bank?
Hey, there are 3 men coming out of that store.
That's right. Here, take a look at this through this glass here, those bundles they're carrying.
Yeah, it must be the money.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, only one face shows up in the picture. He's been identified, though, as a thief named Joe Stewart.
Well, what are these other pictures?
Oh, well, those are a gallery of everyone who was ever arrested with Stewart.
They ought to come in handy. Say, did you notice the suit on the one who's holding the door open for the other 2? Well, the one whose back is turned to the camera?
Yeah. It's a pretty loud stripe to show up so clearly in a picture taken at that distance.
Yeah. Who took the picture, Jim?
One of the regular photographers in the Morning Dispatch. He just went up to the second floor of a building to get a better angle on the parade.
Has it appeared in the paper?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, you mean because it'll warn the bandits that we know who they are?
Uh-huh. They'll really go under.
Yes, but by the same token, we also have a whole city full of helpers now. If anybody sees this man anyplace, they'll call the police.
That's true.
And if they stayed in town thinking they had done a perfect job, they'll have a tough time getting transportation out. Every bus line, railroad station, and airline ticket counter has been alerted.
Good. Well, what do you think we ought to do now, Jim?
First thing to do is find Joe Stewart. Let's take another look for his record and see if we can get a lead.
Take it easy. Take it easy!
Oh, Rip.
What's the matter with you?
I'm glad you're still here.
Why?
Don't you know what happened?
What are you talking about?
You ain't seen the paper yet.
No, they got a story about the job?
Story nothing. They got your picture.
What?
Yeah.
Let me see that paper.
Yeah.
That's the 3 of them.
Yeah. But your face is the only one that shows. You're the one who takes the rap.
How do you like that?
Yeah. What do we do now?
We can't blow town. They'll be looking for me in the rocks.
Well, we can't stay here, Rip. One of these bellboys or somebody will turn you in for sure.
Yeah. It's true. You take it, Frankie.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Frankie. This is Nora.
Oh. It's Nora, Joe.
Let me talk to her.
Yeah.
Nora,
Yeah?
you still with Harry?
Uh-huh.
You better get back here right away.
Can't, Joe.
Why not?
Harry don't want me to.
That's all off now.
But you asked me to talk him out of buying that chicken farm.
I know I did.
Well, I did what you asked me to do. He's not going to buy the farm.
I don't care about the farm now. Get up here as fast as you can. We got to make a quick move.
You mean because your picture was in the paper?
Have you seen it, huh?
Yeah.
Well, then get back here. We got to go under.
Joe.
What?
You'll have to go by yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, instead of buying the chicken farm, Harry's going to Florida. And I just promised him that I'm going with him. Goodbye.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter, Rip?
Nora and Harry. They're double-crossing us, Frankie. They're going to go to Florida together.
What do you lose? Just another stupid dame.
Just another stupid dame, huh? That stupid dame happens to have the other key to my safe deposit box.
What?
And all our dough is in that box.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI promotes security for the nation. Now let's bring this question of security closer to home. A year ago on this program, the Equitable Life Assurance Society offered a special fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. The response was overwhelming. Thousands of charts were distributed by Equitable representatives, and the supply was quickly exhausted. So this year, the Equitable Society has prepared a new and enlarged edition of the fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. It's ready now.
Just what does this chart do that makes it so popular, Mr. Keating?
Well, Tom, it was designed to open your eyes to what your family's financial needs would be if you should die. Fill in this fact-finding chart, and you'll know within $1 or $2 how much money would be required to keep your wife and children well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed.
Come to think of it, that is something I ought to know.
Tom, with this Equitable Society chart, you'll have the answer in 5 minutes flat. Look, you're guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures, which illustrate the rock-bottom expenses your family will have to meet. And when you've finished, you'll have a clear, accurate, and complete picture of just what income your family would need during the critical years.
Hold on a bit, Mr. Keating. Just what are these critical years?
The years before your youngest child finishes high school Years during which the home must have a minimum income to keep it together.
You sold me, Mr. Keating. Where do I buy one of these fact-finding charts?
You can't buy them, Tom. They're free. The Equitable Society representative in your community will be glad to bring you a copy. Sit down with him, you and your wife together. There's no obligation, and get a true picture of where you stand. Phone him tomorrow to bring you an Equitable fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers. Or send a postcard care of this ABC station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Sorrowful Safe Cracker.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI graphically proves one important point about the alleged loyalties of one criminal for another. It proves that these loyalties are entirely legendary. The criminal who pursues his livelihood outside the common decencies does not have any loyalty nor anything else that is not for sale. You may hire his talent, his mind, or his muscles, but only for the money, never for anything else. By the very nature of his chosen career, sentimentality to the point of loyalty would be a liability. Because while it is true that a criminal may plan his every action, there is no way of his foretelling one important thing, and that is who is going to double-cross him next. The only more important element in his plans is who can I double-cross next myself? Tonight's file continues in the hotel apartment of Joe Stewart. He is seated in an upholstered easy chair, running his fingers nervously through his hair.
How could she do this? I spent every dime I had on her.
I know.
Why would you want to leave a guy like me for a mokes like Harry?
Yeah, the dirty crooks have probably emptied that safe deposit box by now.
Well, even if they have, they're not going to swing with my dough.
Hey, Rip.
What?
How come you give Nora one of the keys to the box?
In case I get into a jam and I couldn't go get the dough myself. I never figured she'd double-cross me.
Well, we still got to get out of here.
How can we move without dough? You carrying anything?
Yeah, about a yard.
I got 200.
Hey, Rip, I know where we can go.
Where?
Out to Harry's chicken farm.
You know where it is?
Yeah.
Okay, let's pack and blow out the back way.
Don, here I am.
Oh, fine, Jim.
Clerk at this hotel recognized Stewart's picture and called the office. That's why I left that note for you.
Uh-huh. Is Stewart living here?
He was, but by the time the clerk called, Stewart had already sneaked out of his room. We didn't miss him by much, though. I found a cigar butt in one of the ashtrays. It was still warm.
Any leads at all on where he might have gone?
The manager gave me this list.
Oh, what is it?
The list of the phone calls Stewart made for the past 2 weeks.
That might give us a lead. Was there anything at all left in Stewart's apartment?
No, he cleaned it out pretty well. The only thing in the place were these 2 library books.
Oh, what are they?
How to Raise Chickens, and this other one is Those Golden Eggs.
What was Stewart doing with books like that?
I don't know, but it kind of ties into something I picked up at the switchboard.
Oh, what was that?
Operator told me she cut into Stewart's last phone call by mistake and heard some woman mention a chicken farm.
Was that all she heard?
Yeah. You know, maybe Stewart is using that farm as a hideout.
Could be. Were the library books taken out in his name?
I don't know. There's no card in either one of them.
I don't suppose we can check with anyone from the library at this hour.
No, I tried from the phone up in Stewart's room. There won't be anyone there until 9 in the morning.
And by that time, Stewart can be wherever he's headed for.
Well, John, the only thing we can do now is go back to the office and start checking these phone numbers.
Yeah.
If they don't give us anything, we'll check with the library first thing in the morning.
Frankie. Frankie, get up!
Oh.
Come on, get up.
Okay. You're all dressed, huh?
I haven't been to bed yet.
Why not?
Those chickens, they drive you daffy.
I kind of like it.
Are you kidding? Look, I've been thinking how we can get our dough.
In the safe deposit box?
Yeah. I remember that when Nora called me yesterday afternoon, I looked at my watches. It was exactly 4:15.
Well?
Banks closed at 3 o'clock. That means they couldn't have gotten the dough yesterday.
Hey, that's right.
Nora will go to the bank as soon as it opens this morning.
What did you say?
I said Nora will go to the bank as soon as it opens this morning.
Oh.
Now, I want you to get dressed and meet her.
Huh?
Will you get dressed and get out of here?
Harry,
Yes, dear.
what time's the plane leave?
Let's see. 1 hour and 12 minutes.
We got plenty of time then.
Oh, sure. It won't take us 10 minutes to get the money once we get to the bank. We'll have his cab wait for us.
Happy?
Gosh, yes.
Will you miss that doctor?
I should say not. You're just what the doctor ordered.
Oh, Harry, that's sweet.
Do we go much farther?
No, the bank's right ahead.
Well, it ought to be open by this time.
Sure. That's the building driver on the right-hand side. Come on in with me, honey.
Here, now, let me help you out.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, Nora.
Frankie,
What are you doing here?
Joe sent me. I'll wait for you.
where is Joe?
You'll find out. Let's go in and get that dough first, huh? Don't rumble. This gun in my pocket might go off.
Okay, I just got back here myself.
Who's this Harry Wheeler who lives here, Jim?
I don't know, but he's the one who took those books out of the library.
Oh, I see.
I came over here right from the library, but Wheeler was gone. Landlady said she didn't know when he was coming back.
Oh, that's why you wanted this search warrant.
That's right. Let's go in and take a look around his room.
Okay.
Go ahead, Don. Wheeler's room is on the ground floor. It's first door down there on your right.
This one, Jim?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it, number 3.
Have you got the key?
Yeah, right here. Go ahead.
Right. Oh, not much to search in here.
It doesn't look that way.
Jim, how does this Harry Wheeler fit in anyway?
I don't know, Don. This is the only lead we've got right now.
I see. Hey, Jim, I think I found something.
What is it?
It's a lease on a poultry farm.
Oh, looks like we came to the right place.
Well, this still doesn't hook Wheeler into the bank job, though. All it proves is that there's some connection between Wheeler and Stewart.
Don, come here.
Huh? What is it, Jim?
Look in this closet. I think this is all the proof we need.
Who's that?
It's me, Joe. I got company with me.
Did you nail him?
Yeah, I got him all right. Here's the dough.
Joe, honey.
Shut up. Frankie, what'd you bring him back here for?
Well, what else could I do? Knock him off in the bank?
He brought us here against our will. Nora and me wanted to go away.
That's not so.
Huh?
I didn't want to go away with you at all.
Nora.
You got me into this, Joe. You made me force my attentions on him. I did it all for you.
Joe, she's breaking my heart.
You stay out of this. Joe, honey, I was only doing like you asked me to do.
Frankie, let's get out of here.
Joe.
Come on, Frankie.
Right.
There we are, Stewart.
What?
Who is that?
Don, see if any of them are loaded.
Right.
Cops, huh?
Special agents of the FBI.
Frankie, you let him tail you here.
We didn't have to. We found the lease to this place in Wheeler's room. We also found the suit that he wore when you 3 did the bank job.
That suit with the loud stripe?
That's right. The next suit for all of you will have stripes, too. Now, come on, let's get back to town.
Joe Stewart was sentenced to 25 years. His confederate Frankie, 20 years. Harry and the girl, 15 years each, on charges of bank robbery. And thus, because of careful investigation and the determination to follow every clue to its logical conclusion, your FBI was able to check the careers of 4 criminals and also was able to return the stolen money. Stolen money that formed part of an aggregate total of more than $36 million, which was returned to you, the citizens of America, after it had been stolen. That, too, is part of the protection which you receive from your local law enforcement agencies and from your FBI.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, for a moment, let's get back to the Equitable Society's fact-finding chart for fathers and mothers.
I've been looking over that chart, Mr. Keating. The way I figure it, it's going to take a load off my mind. From now on, I'm going to stop taking chances with my family's future. And as a first step, I'm going to get one of these charts for myself.
Well, Tom, the man who'll see that you get one of these fact-finding charts is your Equitable Society representative. No charge or obligation, of course. Make a note to phone your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard, care of this ABC station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The dramatic story of a cunning killer's attempt to outwit the law. Its subject, extortion. Its title, The Unwilling Hostess.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Unwilling Hostess on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Has anyone ever phoned you to check up on the radio program you've got tuned in? It happens like this.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Oh, sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. The Equitable Society has a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. That's one great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Henpecked Swindler.
There nothing remarkable about the fact that there are various classes of criminals. Because in any group of 6 million people, there would have to be different shadings of character and mentality. Rated on top are bank robbers, mob leaders, and killers. They are in the business of crime, and they engage in their work for profit. Their standing in the criminal community depends almost entirely on their degree of success. But there is one type of criminal to whom everyone else in the crime world looks up, because he or she makes his living by his brains. And that criminal is the swindler. Tonight's FBI file opens aboard a transcontinental train that is heading westward. In the club car, a distinguished-looking gray-haired man is sipping a tall, cool drink. In a chair beside him, an attractive young woman dressed in black is nervously twisting her kerchief.
I beg your pardon.
Yes?
Could you tell me the time?
Why, certainly. It's exactly 3:27.
Is that Central Time?
Oh, no, Mountain Time. We've just entered the new zone.
Oh, that always confuses me.
Well, that's very natural, my dear. Is this your first trip west?
Oh, no. I lived in Colorado when I was a child. I haven't been back in years.
I'm sure you'll enjoy your return. It's a glorious country.
This is not a pleasure trip.
Oh? Oh, good heavens. Please forgive me, dear child. I just noticed you were wearing mourning.
Quite all right.
Someone near and dear to your heart?
My father.
I'm sorry. You're returning for the funeral?
No. He died back east. I'm visiting his lawyer to settle the estate.
I see.
I sure wish I knew more about such things.
Why, my dear? What's your problem?
Well, here's a letter I received from the lawyer. I can't make any sense out of it. Here, see if you can.
Surely.
All that stuff there about options, mining properties. I just don't get it.
Well, now, this is all quite clear. Such payment. Your father has had the right to exercise his option on some rather valuable mining property.
But, what's that stuff about $10,000?
Well, that's what it will cost you if you care to exercise the option.
Oh.
Say, I see that this lawyer's in Colorado Springs.
Yes, that's where I'm going.
So am I.
Oh?
Oh, dear. That's the first call for dinner. I'm afraid I shall have to cut short this delightful chit-chat.
Are you walking back this way?
Well, I'll follow you a few paces. My compartment is in this car.
I think it's wonderful that we're both going to the same place.
Indeed it is.
I hope I'll run into you there.
I'll be at the Central Hotel. If I can be of any assistance to you, give me a ring.
But I don't know your name.
Heavens, that's right. We neglected to introduce ourselves. I'm Colonel Lansing.
I'm Rose Dixon.
Pleasure, Miss Dixon.
Thank you.
Well, this is my compartment here. I'm afraid I shall have to say good day.
Oh, well, good day, Colonel. I will call you.
Splendid. Greetings, my love.
Where have you been?
I have just had a most delightful experience.
Well?
A little lady just tried to promote me out in the lounge. Is that wonderful? Someone playing me for a sucker?
I'm not surprised.
What do you mean?
It's been so long since you've made a score yourself, you're beginning to look square.
Now, Edith.
I thought you were going to sit in the lounge to do some promoting yourself.
I intended to, but the little lady's technique intrigued me.
Look, you'd better get intrigued with making a buck for us. Because I'm telling you right now, if you don't get some action at Colorado Springs, I withdraw my financial support.
Edith, what a ghastly thing to say before dinner.
In the Denver field office of the FBI, Special Agent Jim Taylor is reading a teletype that has just come in.
Jim, you looking for me?
Oh, yes, Carl. We've just been given an assignment.
Oh, what is it?
Well, most of the story's right here in this teletype. Let's go into the office here and review it, huh?
Right.
Go ahead, Carl.
Thanks. Well, what have we got?
A swindle, Carl.
So far, it's been worked exclusively on transcontinental trains.
Yes?
And briefly, the operation is this. A young woman dressed in mourning clothes contacts victim on train. Victim is usually gullible male.
Naturally.
She explains that she's on way to settle father's estate. She flashes a letter which reveals that Pop has an option on some valuable mining property.
I see.
That's all that happens on the train. She and victim wind up in the same town. She contacts victim, says father has only left her $5,000, and she needs $10,000 to exercise option. Will victim put up the additional $5,000?
Now, does a phony lawyer turn up?
That's right. Girl and victim each give lawyer their $5,000, and then swindling couple disappears.
I remember a similar operation when I worked out of Boston.
I know. It's a pretty familiar pattern, Carl, but unfortunately, it never is to the victim.
And what's our assignment? Those people here in town?
No, but they're on their way. Chicago office sent this teletype. The couple boarded a train yesterday, bound for here.
Any description on them?
Yes, very complete.
When are they doing?
Hey, their train arrives in half an hour. We should be getting down to the station right now.
Is that you, Albert?
Yeah.
Well, gee, where have you been? I've been worried about you.
When did you get here?
About 2 hours ago. I thought you were going to meet me at the train.
I didn't say anything of the kind. I told you to come right here to the hotel.
Oh,
Well, how'd you do?
okay.
You promoted a guy?
Yeah. He's a very nice man.
What's his name?
Oh, well, let's see now. I think it was Colonel Lansing.
You think it was?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
I got it written down someplace.
Did you show him the letter?
Yeah?
Did he go for it?
Well, he said I could call him.
Where?
One of the hotels here.
Which one?
I got that one written down, too.
Oh, how can anybody be this stupid?
Please, Albert, don't start picking on me.
Then why don't you tend to business?
I am.
You didn't even remember the guy's name or where he lived.
Well, I can't remember everything.
Do you know that you've messed up the last 3 suckers in a row?
But I didn't.
That little bird brain of yours is sending us right to the cleaners. Oh, now don't start that.
Well, I can't help it.
Oh, Rose, will you cut it out?
Well, then you stop being mean to me.
Okay. Where's the paper with the guy's name and address?
In my purse.
Well, get it. We're calling him right now.
Edith!
What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't know you were resting.
What did you want?
I just received a phone call.
Well, what's exciting about that?
It was from that young dame who tried to promote me on the train.
How did she know where to find you?
Well, I told her I would be staying here.
You mean you had the
Oh,
nerve?
now, just a minute. Let me explain. I'm familiar with her pitch. That's why I wanted her to call me.
Look, when are you going to work?
I am working.
You're what?
Let me tell you this girl's proposition. She's using the option swindle. We each put up $5,000, give it to her lawyer.
That old bromide.
Darling, I think we can put it to good use.
What do you mean?
Well, while she's so busy trying to get our $5,000, I think I know a way to get hers.
That's very unethical.
Edith.
There's enough legits around. We don't have to clip anybody in our own business.
But she approached us.
Money you get that way never does you any good.
Look, you've been nagging me for weeks to get into action. Now that I've got a live proposition, you back down.
I just don't like it.
$5,000, my dear. A very tidy sum.
Oh, I know.
We can have it in our pockets before the day is over.
What makes you think it would be that easy?
Oh, they're completely vulnerable. We know their game. They don't even suspect us.
What's the setup?
The girl asked me to meet her in front of her hotel. She said that she would then take me to see a Mr. Albert, a lawyer. He lives at the hotel, too.
And when does all this happen?
1 o'clock. Now, what do you say, darling? Remember, I guarantee results.
You're to bring your own 5,000.
That's right.
And who supplies that?
Well, you do, my dear.
That I don't go for.
Look, I merely use it to impress them. They never get their hands on my money.
But I...
Darling, this will be the quickest turnover we've ever made.
Any conductor?
No, I'm afraid not, Carl.
Did you interview the conductor?
Yes, I described the girl to him. He said he remembered her very well, but she got off the train at Colorado Springs.
Well, how about the man who works with her?
Well, the conductor didn't remember anyone answering to his description. I don't imagine he was on the train anyway.
Why not?
Well, their pattern in the past has been for her to work the train alone and meet him at whatever town they're using for the swindle.
Oh, I see.
However, the conductor did recall her talking to a very distinguished-looking gray-haired man in a club car.
Oh, you victim?
Could be. Carl, it looks as if we're going to have to take a quick trip to Colorado Springs.
Ah, there you are, my dear.
Hello.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss Dixon.
Thank you. Well, are you ready to go see my lawyer?
Oh, not just yet, my dear. Let's tarry here in this delightful garden for a few more moments.
Okay. Would you like to sit down?
I'd love to.
Did you bring the money?
Yes, my dear, I have it right here. You see?
Oh, swell.
Have you your 5,000?
Oh, sure. Right here in my purse. Look.
Splendid. You look very lovely today, my dear.
Honest?
I'm so glad that you called me.
Really?
I had hoped that we'd meet again.
See.
Miss Dixon.
Colonel.
Yes?
Call me Rose.
That would be a great privilege. Incidentally, my given name is Frederick.
Oh, that's cute.
Rose, let's have lunch before we go to see your lawyer. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Just a minute. Yes?
Is your name Mr. Albert?
That's right.
You're a lawyer.
Yes,
Have you got a client named Rose Dixon?
I have. Who are you?
Well, my name is Lansing. I'm looking for my husband, Colonel Lansing. I believe he had a date here with you earlier today.
He had a date, all right, but he never showed up.
What?
Neither is my client.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to pull?
Pull?
My husband came here with $5,000.
I tell you, he never arrived.
Look, you might as well know this now. I'm hep to the fact you're running a store here. So is my husband.
What are you talking about?
We knew all about your swindle. That's our business, too. Now, what did you do with him?
Look, for the last time, lady, I tell you that the guy didn't show.
Well, then where is he? He's got my $5,000.
Well, if it's any consolation to you, Rose has got $5,000 that belongs to me. Yes?
Telegram.
Just a second.
Here.
Thanks.
Look, I want to know...
Quiet, lady. I want to read this. It's got to be from Rose. She's the only one who knows I'm here. Yeah, it is from her. Listen to this. By the time you get this, Colonel Lansing's wife will probably be at your place looking for him. If she is there, here is a message from me and the Colonel for both of you. Drop dead.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to men and women on the way up. Imagine yourself leaving your boss's office, walking on air.
Thanks again, Mr. Baldwin. Oh, boy, a raise. And a chance to go to the home office. Oh, wait till I tell Peggy.
Yes, I'm talking to that 1 man in 10 who has confidence in himself and in his future. If you're that man, then be sure to get life insurance that's designed to order for you. Investigate the Equitable Society Special Life Insurance Plan for men and women on the way up. A plan for people of all ages who expect to be earning more money 3 years from now than they are today.
You're talking my language, Mr. Keating. I'd like life insurance to take my future success into consideration.
That's exactly what the Equitable Society Plan for Men on the Way Up does. It gives you these 3 advantages. First, it provides you and your family with needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable Plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this Equitable Plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
That sounds like the plan for me. I'd like to look into it.
Okay. Identify yourself as a man on the way up by asking your Equitable Society representative for full information on this plan. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Henpecked Swindler.
The victims of the swindle in tonight's case from the files of your FBI could not go to the police and complain because they were criminals themselves. But this case does point up an important object lesson to every law-abiding citizen in the country. Every year, Americans are swindled out of hundreds of thousands of dollars by various types of confidence men. Confidence men who are more successful than they should be because the great majority of their victims do not report the crime to their local police. People who have been swindled keep the matter a personal secret because they feel that to make it public would subject them to ridicule. But those victims do not realize that by their silence, they enable the swindler to carry on his career. So your FBI wishes to pass on this bit of advice. If it should be your misfortune to become the victim of a swindle, immediately do your part in stopping the swindlers from working on anyone else. Notify your local police. Tonight's file continues in a hotel lobby in Colorado Springs. Special Agent Taylor is standing near the newsstand as his fellow agent Carl Maywood approaches.
Jim.
Carl.
Did you come up with something here?
Yes, I've just spoken to the manager, Carl. I described the man we're looking for. He recognized him as someone who checked in 2 days ago.
I see.
This man described himself as a lawyer. He engaged in the adjoining room for a girl who arrived last night.
But did the manager see her?
Yes. She was wearing mourning clothes.
Well, this certainly sounds like we came to the right place.
Yes. And then this morning, the so-called lawyer withdrew $5,000 that he'd been keeping in the hotel safe.
If they're about to use the cash, then they're approaching the kill.
Right.
Where are they now?
They're both out.
Too bad we can't find out who the victim is.
I have an idea it's that man she was talking to on the train. At least one of the bellhops saw the girl out in the garden this noon, talking to a distinguished-looking, gray-haired man.
You know, Jim, they may be out permanently.
Yes, that may be.
In fact, if they've already scored, they may be on their way out of town.
Yes, I know, Carl. Look, you drive over to the railroad station, see if they've bought transportation. I'll hop down and get a search warrant to examine their rooms.
How'd you make out?
I just talked to the ticket seller.
Well?
You say your husband is tall, gray-haired, a flowing mustache?
That's him.
Well, he bought 2 tickets for San Francisco. A woman who looked like my wife, Rose, was with him.
San Francisco, huh?
That's right. Now, where would he go when he got there? Have you any idea? Now, look, this is important. Don't you want to get your dough back?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I just remembered something. We're not going to San Francisco.
Rose,
Yes, Frederick?
another bonbon?
Gee, thanks. Mmm.
You know something, my dear?
What?
I can't tell you how pleased I am about us.
I think I know what you mean. Nobody picking on us, huh?
Exactly.
I sure would have liked to have seen Albert's face when he got that wire.
I think Edith would have been an interesting study, too.
You know, Albert used to all the time tell me how stupid I was.
Really?
Yeah. He used to say that I did everything wrong.
Edith's complaint was that I never did anything. So we take them both for $10,000.
Yeah. Frederick,
Yes, my love.
do you think I'm stupid?
Of course. I wouldn't have you be anything else.
That's the sweetest thing I ever heard.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hello, Carl. Where are you?
Down at the railroad station.
I searched the swindler's room. It looks like they've checked out.
I found that out down here.
No, how?
The girl was here earlier today, accompanied by a tall, gray-haired man.
Hmm?
From his description, it sounded more like the victim than the other swindler.
Yes.
They bought 2 tickets for San Francisco over 2 hours ago.
I see.
About an hour later, the male half of the swindling team turned up here.
Oh?
The ticket seller said he was very anxious to find out about the girl, and he acted quite upset when he heard he'd missed her.
Carl, did he buy a ticket, too?
No. It sort of looks like she's run out with the victim, don't you think, Jim?
Well, he isn't exactly a victim.
Well, what do you mean?
I checked with the police. Gave them the gray-haired man's description, hoping to save him from being taken. They tell me he's an old-time swindler himself, that they have a warrant for his arrest on an old charge.
Well.
So it looks like some sort of double cross is in the works, Carl.
Yeah.
Look, now that our original team is separated, I think we should concentrate on tracking down the girl. At least we know she's headed for San Francisco. Now, she'll have to change at Denver, so I'll call our office and have them pick her up.
Tell that chauffeur to take it easy, will you?
Okay. Driver, ease up on the turns, will you?
How much further to Denver?
Oh, I'd say about another 20 miles.
How long did you rent this car for?
Just for the day. Look, what makes you think that Rose and your husband will be in Denver?
My husband is a creature of habit. He always follows the same pattern.
So?
So, whenever he's been hot in the past, he always bought a ticket to some far-off place, and then he'd get off at the first stop along the way.
Well, supposing he still does that. Denver's a big city.
He'll still follow his pattern. He's always stops at the same hotel. I know the one he'll go to in Denver.
I hope so.
Look, our happy little families will be reunited before the day is over.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, come on in, Carl. Hotel manager let me use his office.
Did you get the call through?
To our office?
That's right.
I've already gotten a reply.
And did they get the girl off the train?
No, they were too late.
Did she get on the San Francisco train?
Nope.
That puts us right back where we started.
I know, but inasmuch as we've lost track of her, I think we should concentrate now on the other half of the team.
Oh.
Well, I have an idea, Carl. Now, here's what I think we should do.
Rose, my dear.
Yes, Frederick?
Well, how do you like your new quarters?
Oh, this is a wonderful room.
I'm just across the hall, so you can always feel that I'm nearby.
Swell.
Tired?
No, not really. I'd like to get a good night's rest, though, because I want to get up early and do lots of shopping.
I had the very same thing in mind. Would you believe it, Edith didn't buy me as much as a necktie in the past 3 years?
Albert was just as stingy.
Well, you can rest assured that we will... Oh, that must be the drinks I ordered. Just a moment.
Hello, sucker.
Edith.
Surprised?
What are you doing here?
Now, what do you think?
Where's my wife?
Oh, why,
Frederick, who is it?
It's me, Rose. Your husband, remember?
Oh, golly.
Well, get out of the way and let us in.
Now, just a minute.
Stand aside.
How did you know where we were?
Oh, that was a cinch, sweetheart. I knew this husband of mine would be lazy enough to follow the same old pattern.
And I knew you'd be stupid enough to go along with it.
Frederick, what do we do?
Well,
Well, for openers, you're giving us back our dough.
Oh, no.
Come on, get it up, both of you.
Now, see here. This whole thing is very unethical.
Quit stalling. Give us our dough. Sorry to intrude on this little family party.
Who are you?
A special agent of the FBI. What are you doing here? We've been looking for all 4 of you for months on charges of violating the National Stolen Property Act.
How did you know where to find us?
I found you because of your husband. I knew he was looking for you, so I checked all means of transportation out of Colorado Springs. When I found he had hired a car, the rest was easy.
Well, Albert?
Huh?
Who's stupid now?
All 4 suspects were sentenced to long terms in a federal prison for violating the National Stolen Property Act. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI, which closed the careers of all 4 notorious criminals, illustrates again the great value of the training received by every special agent before he becomes a qualified member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During that period of training, the potential special agent is taught how to evaluate bits of information, and also taught that the second investigation of any clue will often turn up some information that was not available the first time. Because of that training and that diligence, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has become one of the most successful law enforcement agencies in the world. And that should make you proud, because this governmental organization belongs to you. It is your FBI.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
Or how much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Wayward Brothers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Wayward Brothers on This Is Your FBI.
Last week, $4,050 was won on Break the Bank. Stay tuned as contestants try for another fabulous jackpot on Break the Bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This program was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In 2.5 years, this program has grown to be one of the most popular on the air. Millions of homes tune in every week. To this great home audience, we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society feel a special responsibility. Our equitable messages must be keyed to home and family problems. Tonight's equitable commercial concerns the education of the coming generation. Are there children in your home? Then don't fail to listen for valuable information on the Equitable Education Fund. You'll hear it in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Innocent Witness.
There is a feeling shared by many citizens that the current crime wave, the most serious and widespread in the history of the nation, is the concern of local police departments and other law enforcement agencies. In part, that is true, because it is their problem. But it is not their problem exclusively. The crime wave is also your problem, and it is shared with you by every other decent, law-abiding American. Because any study of the 5,000 major crimes committed in this country every day shows that the great majority of victims are innocent people. For that reason, it is to your best interest to see to it that your local police department is as strong as possible and as free from corrupt political influence as it can be. In that way, you'll be helping to protect everyone in your community, including yourself. Tonight's FBI file opens on the crowded west side of a large eastern city. In a hall in this modest neighborhood, a small dance band is playing music for a Saturday night dance. One of the couples on the floor, young Nick Gonzalez and his girl Peg, are paying much more attention to each other than to the music.
Peg,
Yes, Nick?
what do you think I did during lunch hour today?
What?
I went looking at furniture.
Oh? What'd you see?
Oh, a living room suite, all covered with that plush stuff, just the way you wanted it.
Was it very expensive?
Honey, everything is expensive.
Well, yes.
Look,
but...
if we're gonna get married, we gotta have furniture.
I know that.
Well, then let me worry about the money end.
Hey, Nick. Nick.
Huh?
Over here.
Hey, honey, look who's there. It's Phil.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, let's dance over to the edge.
Okay.
Hiya, Nicky, old boy.
Hiya, Phil.
Long time, huh?
Yeah. Hey, you remember Peg, don't you, Phil?
Sure. Hello, Peg.
Hello.
You know, the last time I saw you, honey, you were playing with dolls.
Hey, now, wait a minute. She wasn't that young. When we were in the 8th grade, she was in the 4th, remember?
Nicky, I was just kidding. Still sucker for a rib, huh?
I guess so. Hey, what brings you back to the neighborhood, Phil?
Well, to tell you the truth, kid, I came here to see you.
Oh?
It's, kind of a private matter.
Well, Nick, I'll let you two talk.
Hey, wait, Peg. Phil didn't mean that.
It's private, Nick.
I'll go powder my nose. I'll
Peg.
meet you at the soda fountain as soon as you're free.
Okay.
Let's sit down over here, huh? Yeah, we'll grab this booth, Nick.
Right.
Sit down over there.
Okay.
I'll fill you in on why I'm here.
Go ahead.
Last Sunday, there was a shooting down on 12th Street.
Mm-hmm.
According to my information, there was one witness to that thing. You were it, Nick.
That's right.
I also understand that a guy paid a call on you the other day and tried to get to change your testimony.
Yeah?
You, chased the guy away.
Sure.
I work for the same fellow who sent him.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm here for the same reason.
Wait a minute. Phil, you mean you're mixed up with that...
Kid, let's stay with the business at hand, huh? You see, my boss knows I went to school with you, and he asked me to tell you it's very important to him that you forget what you saw.
I couldn't do that, Phil.
Not even for an old pal?
Not for anybody. I saw a poor guy got shot down in cold blood. I saw the two men who gave it to him. They deserved a book thrown right in their faces.
Oh, but, kid, you don't
Look,
have...
I don't want to hear any more of this. I gotta find Peg. I'll see you around again sometime. Just a minute.
Hiya, kid.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Can I come in and see you a minute?
Sure, come ahead.
Thanks. Nice. Nice little room you got here.
Well, that's okay.
I just dropped by, kid, to see if you changed your mind since last night.
No, Phil, I haven't.
I didn't think you would. Hey, nice picture of Peg.
I tinted it myself.
Yeah? Nice. Say, what's this I hear about you two?
What do you mean?
You're gonna get married, is that true?
Yeah?
Well, why don't you let a guy know these things?
Well, I haven't seen you in 4 years, Phil. Where can I get a hold of you?
That was a rib, kid.
Okay.
When are you getting married?
Next month.
Big church wedding, I suppose.
Yeah.
All kinds of preparations.
Uh-huh.
You know, it'd be a shame to spoil all that, wouldn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, have something happen that would upset everything.
What are you talking about?
That shooting you were a witness to.
Well?
Remember there was a third guy, the guy who got away, the guy nobody saw?
Yeah.
I just got the word this morning on who that third guy was. It's Peg's brother.
What?
Her brother, Jimmy.
No, wait. Is this another one of those ribs, Phil?
No, kid. This time I'm leveling. The boss himself gave me the information. Told me to pass it on to you.
Oh, I see.
He also said to tell you that if you testify that you recognize the two killers, they'll turn around and blow a whistle on Peg's brother.
Oh.
I hate to hand you one like this, kid.
Oh. What can I do? I can't change my testimony.
Oh, you can go away. In fact, I got a place all picked out.
I could never get away with that.
Look, you stay under till the trial's over. Then you cop a plea. Amnesia. It's worked before, kid, plenty of times.
Well, when do you think I should go?
Right now.
Several miles away in the same city at the FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk working. A visitor interrupts him.
Jim Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Sergeant McAllen, police headquarters.
Oh, hello there, Sergeant. How are you?
Fine, how are you? Your agent in charge told me to come in and see you.
Oh, I see. Well, sit down, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I wonder if you remember reading about a shooting that occurred a week ago Sunday. It happened on West 12th Street.
Yes, I do. I believe the victim was shot in the back by two gunmen who were later picked up by the police.
That's right. We have him in custody now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's sort of an inside story to that shooting, Jim.
Really?
Yeah, the victim was a bit of a civic crusader, a champion of clean politics and good government, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've got reason to believe that he had compiled some pretty damaging information about a corrupt political leader named Smith.
I see.
And indications are that Smith had this man killed.
Well, can you prove it?
Unfortunately, no, but we did have a strong case against the two gunmen.
Did have?
Yeah, you see, the killing was observed by a single witness, and that witness is now missing.
Well, what's the story on that, Sergeant?
Well, the witness is a young man named Nick Gonzalez, and to the best of our knowledge, he's honest and reliable.
Mm-hmm.
And he was supposed to appear at the DA's office yesterday afternoon, but he didn't show. Well, we went to his rooming house, and he wasn't there. We set up his surveillance, and he didn't come home all night. In fact, he's still missing.
Did you check his place of business?
Yeah, I hadn't reported for work this morning.
Sergeant, look, tell me, you think this man Smith could have gotten to him and bribed him to go away?
I don't know. Inasmuch as it's only supposition that Smith is involved, there's no basis for questioning him.
No, that's right.
Well, in any case, we believe that there could be an FBI angle.
You mean unlawful flight to avoid testimony at a criminal trial?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you checked on Gonzalez's background, his relatives, his friends?
Well, he has a girl. He's supposed to marry her next month. Her name's Peg Martin. I'm going over to question her now.
Fine. And, Sergeant, let me know what you find out.
Phil? Hey, Phil.
What do you want?
Huh?
I said, what do you want?
Where's Phil?
He's gone back to town.
Who are you?
I'm in charge here.
In charge?
Yeah.
What are you running here, a prison camp?
Very funny.
What time is it?
Little after 2.
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
Hey, how did I sleep so late?
How do I know?
Where is this place, anyway?
Just look out the window.
I can't see anything here but trees.
So you're near trees.
Look, what I meant is, how close are we to the city? What town are we in?
What are you asking me for? You drove here yourself last night.
I was blindfolded.
Phil blindfolded?
Yeah.
Well, let him tell you where you are.
But you said he's gone back to the city.
Look, stop bothering me, will you?
Okay. Can I get something to eat?
Yeah, there's food in the kitchen.
Swell. Think I'll eat and then take me a walk.
Oh, no. No walk.
Huh?
Phil's orders, you don't leave here.
Well, is there a phone here?
Yes. But you don't use it.
Now, wait a minute. Phil promised me I could get in touch with my girl, let her know where I am.
You don't use the phone.
But she'll be worried.
Oh, ain't that too bad? You just stay put here till Phil comes back. You got any beefs? Tell them to him.
You busy, Jim?
No. Come on in, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Did you get to talk to the Gonzalez girl?
Yeah, I just left her.
Did she give you anything?
Well, no, she hasn't seen him either. She was pretty worried about him. She said they had a date last night, and he didn't show up.
You think she was telling the truth?
Yes, I do.
Well, could she contribute anything as to where he might be?
Well, she did give me one lead, yeah.
Oh, what was that?
Well, they went to a dance Saturday night, and a guy named Phil Dayton showed up there. He'd gone to school with Gonzalez.
And?
Well, they went off in a corner and talked, and when Dayton left, the girl said Gonzalez was quite upset.
What about?
Well, she gathered that Dayton had tried to persuade the boy not to testify.
Oh, I see. Oh, Sarge, have you ever heard of this man, Dayton, before?
Oh, yeah, he's a stooge for the politician, Smith.
Well, that certainly ties in.
Yep.
Sergeant, look, before we can get in this case, we must be sure the witness has fled and then consult the United States Attorney. Meanwhile, I'd certainly advise you to question this man, Dayton.
Hello?
Hello, Peg?
Oh, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick, where are you?
Well, I can't tell you that.
What do you mean? Oh, what's happened?
I had to go away.
But where?
It's not far, honey. Just 1 hour's ride from town.
Nick, the police were here looking for you today. They questioned me for almost an hour.
What for?
It was about you. They think you've run away because of the trial. Nick, did Phil Dayton have something to do with your going away?
Phil Dayton? Why should
you
he...
told me at the dance that he asked you not to testify.
Sure, but I told you then it didn't make any difference.
Look, you've got to come home at once.
Peg, I can't.
Well, listen to me. My family know about this. They think you've run away, too. If you don't come back, it can mean the end of our marriage. Of everything.
No.
Honey, that's what my father said.
But he can't do that.
I'm telling you.
Look, Peg, I'm doing this for you.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't want to tell you, but I've got to.
What?
I did run away.
Oh,
I ran away because Phil told me your brother Jim was the third man in the killing.
Jim?
Yeah, that's why I'm in hiding. Look, honey, I can't talk much more. I had to sneak this phone call. Maybe the guy who's watching me is asleep.
Nick, wait a minute. That killing was a week ago Sunday night, right?
Yeah.
Well, Jim was home here all night. We all were.
Are you sure?
My Uncle Ben was here, too, and he's a policeman. That should be evidence enough.
Well, sure it should. Peg, Phil lied to me. He must just...
Give me that phone. Told you not to make no calls.
Wait, I just found out something.
Get back in your room.
Oh, no, I'm getting out of here.
You're what?
I'm getting back to town.
No, you're not.
Oh.
You're staying right here.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. To every college man, there is no music ever written that can compare to the songs he sang in his student days, on victorious football fields, or gathered round the piano in the old Union House.
Well, I guess I did my share of singing, Mr. Keating. But I majored in physics. I also had to study pretty hard.
I'm sure you did, Jack, and there are plenty of others like you. That may be why the average college graduate earns $72,000 more during his working years than the average American. What's more, that extra $72,000 is just half the story. Educated men and women have cultural interest and appreciation that they wouldn't part with for any amount of money. So for many reasons, everyone agrees college is the wisest and best investment loving fathers and mothers can make for their children.
You're right. I've decided that my boy is going to college if it's the last thing I do.
Well, if that's the way you feel, Jack, you'll be interested in an equitable education fund.
Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's a surefire plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society, and it includes these important features. 1, you start when your children are young and spread their educational costs over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a licking in 4. 2, when your boy or girl is ready for education, the money is ready and waiting for him, right there in the Equitable Education Fund. 3, this equitable plan works whether you live or die. If you're totally or permanently disabled, the fund continues to build up without any further payments. If you die, the education fund becomes fully established immediately.
That all sounds like just what the doctor ordered. How do I go about starting one of these funds?
The man to see is your Equitable Society representative. Give your children their chance to earn that extra $72,000 by getting in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Society.
That's Equitable.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Innocent Witness.
Tonight's case in the files of your FBI makes one point which is well worth bearing in mind. And that is that you aid no one when you shield a criminal. The history of the various law enforcement agencies like your FBI throughout the country shows that the number of unsolved crimes is relatively small. So that your condoning the actions of a criminal and obstructing the course of justice does not help him to escape, because there is no escape. All you do is to make it easier for him to commit another crime before his apprehension, and thus you become a partner in that crime. As a decent citizen, you enjoy many privileges. But because you enjoy those privileges, you also have a moral responsibility to your fellow citizens. And the only way to discharge that responsibility in a situation like the one in tonight's case is to call your local police and give them the facts. They will do their part, and you will have done yours. Tonight's file continues at young Nick's hideout. His old schoolmate, Phil, has just arrived from town.
Larry? Right with you, Phil. I'm glad you got here.
Why?
I've been having trouble.
Yeah, what happened?
I caught the guy using the phone.
Oh, that's great. I thought I told you.
Look, I couldn't keep watching him every minute.
What'd he call?
I don't know, but I stopped it quick.
Did you hear the conversation?
No.
Where's the kid now?
In his room. I had to belt him.
What for?
He wanted to blow out of here. Now, look, what's this all about? Why we got him here in the first place?
Oh, he was a witness that killing last Sunday. The big guy paid to have it done. The boys who did the job declared that unless they beat the rat, they'd talk.
I get it.
Now I better go in and see Nick. Find out who he talked to.
Okay.
Hiya, Nick.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. I thought I'd come out and see if there was anything you needed.
I need to get out of here.
Oh, now look, kid. Larry just told me what he did to you, and I'm giving him strict
That
orders.
had nothing to do with it. You lied to me, Phil.
About what?
About Peg's brother, Jim. I spoke to Peg on the phone. She said Jim was home all that Sunday night. She had witnesses.
Really?
Yeah. You just gave me that story so I wouldn't testify.
Oh, now that ain't so, kid. I only told you what the big guy told me.
You both lied. Now let me out of here.
Oh, kid, please, don't make me call on Larry again. Next time he'll use a gun. You stay here until the trial is over.
Do you think I'll keep quiet even then? If you do, you're crazy. Look, you can't keep me here forever, Phil. When I do get out, even if it's 5 years from now, I'll blast you and your boss wide open.
Well, thanks for the tip. I'll be talking to you later.
Jim.
Yes, Sergeant.
Gonzalez' girl called me a few minutes ago over at headquarters.
Oh?
She said that Gonzalez had just phoned her. He told her that he'd run away, all right, but he did it to shield her brother.
To shield her brother?
Yeah.
Well, what has he got to do with it?
Well, this Phil Dayton had handed him a story that the girl's brother was mixed up in the killing.
And he fell for it?
Well, he's just a kid, Jim. The brother had been in trouble before, so I suppose he thought he was being noble about it all.
Oh, I see. Well, did she straighten him out?
Yeah. But in the middle of the conversation, she heard a man's voice shout something about get off the phone. Then the receiver was hung up.
Did she hear from him again?
No.
Well, did he get a chance to say where he was?
Not specifically. The only thing he told her was that he was 1 hour from town.
Mm-hmm. And did she try to trace the call?
Uh-uh.
It's going to be a difficult one to locate, Sergeant. Oh, by the way, did you locate this man, Phil Dayton?
No, not yet. We're looking for him, though.
Well, now that Gonzalez knows the truth, you'll want to come back. But that man who grabbed the phone may prevent that.
Yeah.
We may have to go looking for him, Sergeant.
Have you got any suggestions?
Yes. Let's get a map. Now, if he was, say, 1 hour from town, that should cover about a 50-mile radius.
Yeah?
I will draw a circle at that point and contact every telephone exchange. See if they have a slip on anyone who's called that girl's number.
Hi, Nick.
What do you want?
Hi. Just went into town. I saw the big guy.
Your boss?
Yeah. I told him the whole story. I kind of hated to do it, kid, but after all, I worked for the guy.
Did you tell him I'd talk no matter how long you kept me here?
Yeah. He didn't like that much, but he figured out a way to keep you quiet.
He'd better forget it. It won't work.
Oh, don't be too sure, kid.
What was the big plan?
I'll show it to you. Larry.
Yeah?
Bring in our company.
Okay.
Peg, what are you doing here?
I brought her out with me.
Oh, honey.
Oh, darling.
We'll be okay. Want me to break him up, Phil?
Oh, of course not. Leave them alone. They're friends of mine.
Peg, why did you come here?
Oh, Phil called me. He said you wanted to see me.
That was a trick. He just wanted to get you here, too.
What do you mean?
He wants to hold us both.
What?
He's right, honey. You see, Nick wanted to make a lot of trouble for the man I work for, and I want you to convince him that'd be a big mistake. Now, I'll leave you here with him until he changes his mind.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Did you get anything yet from the telephone company?
No, I got a map full of pins here, but nothing's turned up.
I just went to see Peg Martin.
Gonzalez's girl?
Yeah. She'd gone out about a half hour before.
Mm-hmm.
Her mother told me that she'd gotten a phone call from Phil Dayton just before she left.
Uh-oh, that's not so good.
Yeah, I know.
Look, did she tell her mother where she was going?
No, as soon as she got the call, she ran right out of the house.
Sounds to me like they want to trap the girl, too.
Yeah. Dayton and Smith are pretty desperate men, Jim. There's no telling what they'll do with those kids.
Sergeant, you better get right over here. I've only got a dozen more exchanges to call. We may get something from one of them by the time you arrive.
Larry?
Huh?
How long would you say they've been in there?
Over an hour.
Oh, that's time enough. Let's go in.
Okay. We use any muscle?
Don't be so anxious. Go ahead.
Right.
Well, you two talk things over?
Yeah.
What's the verdict?
I want Nick to testify just as he planned.
You sure of that?
Look, we've made up our minds.
It's too bad. Now, I guess we'll have to handle things the way the big guy wanted it in the first place.
What do you mean?
His orders were that we should kill you.
What?
I was against it. After all, Nick and I are old pals. I asked the big guy to let me try to reason with you, but that didn't do any good.
Look, is this another one of your ribs?
No, kid, I'm sorry to say I'm leveling.
Oh, Nick, you can't be serious.
Honey, believe me, I am.
You'll never get away with a thing like this.
Why not?
The police know I'm missing.
So what? Next they'll find out you're dead. They won't be able to prove who killed you.
Well, you're wasting time.
Yeah. Well, who wants it first?
Nick.
Easy, honey.
Take care of him, Larry.
Oh, he's gone, Nick.
All right.
Hey, what is this? We'll be right in, Miss Martin.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant. Thank heaven.
Thank Mr. Taylor, too. He did the shooting.
All right, Sergeant, hop in there. We'll get those men ready for a trip down to headquarters.
Phil Dayton was tried, convicted, and given a 20-year sentence for assault, battery, and intimidation of a witness. His confederate, Larry Hudson, received the same sentence. Both terms were imposed in state court. And so another file was marked closed, and another crime was solved. Tonight's case was closed because a special agent knew what course of investigation to follow, and followed it despite the fact that it was slow, hard work. Now, that is part of the training given to every special agent when he applies to become a member of your FBI. Training which covers a number of months of intensive study in crime solution and also in crime prevention. That ability on the part of every special agent to analyze the ingredients in each case is the keynote of the success of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Success which has brought your FBI recognition as the finest organization of its kind anywhere in the world.
just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
Mr. Keating, what's the best time to start an equitable education fund? My baby's just a year old now. Is that too young?
No, Jack. The sooner you start, the lower the cost per year will be. So don't delay. Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Big Shot.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Big Shot on This Is Your FBI.
This program came to you by transcription. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight, while you're listening to this program, you might be called to the phone to answer an easy question.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative was telling me about a special life insurance plan they have for men and women on the way up. Believe me, that's one great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give you full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Curious Patient.
In studying the criminal records of the 6 million people in the United States today who have been arrested on charges of having committed a major crime, your FBI learned that less than 50% of those 6 million committed only one crime and then stopped. That is true despite the fact that they were caught and punished for that first crime. Because in the commission of their second one, they were buoyed by the optimistic thought that they had learned enough by then to commit a crime and not be apprehended. No class of people are given to such undue optimism as the criminal, because optimism is necessary to feed his ego. And so he goes from crime to crime, committing grand larceny one day, kidnapping another day, and the next day, murder. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small town in one of our northwestern states. A car drives swiftly down one of the quiet, tree-lined streets in this village. It stops in front of a large white house. A man hurriedly leaves the car and walks quickly to the front door.
Just a minute.
Yes? You, Dr. Crawford.
That's right.
Well, I'm a stranger here in town, but the fellow in the drugstore told me to come here.
What about?
Oh, it's my wife.
Yes?
Yeah, she's going to have a baby. She needs some help right away.
Where is she?
In a cabin about 10 miles out of town.
Has any other doctor been taking care of her?
Yeah, back home. But we've been on a trip. And she's not going to be able to make it back there.
I see.
Doc, can you come right now?
Well, I have several other calls to make.
She needs help bad.
Very well. I'll get my car out and follow you.
We haven't got that much time. You ride with me. That's the cabin right there.
You certainly picked an isolated spot.
Well, you know what housing is. It's the only place we could find. Let's go.
Surely. Is this your wife's first child?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else here with her?
No, she's alone.
Well, I may have to send you back to town to contact my nurse.
Anything you say, Doc. Here we are.
Is that you, Whitey?
Yeah, open up. Go ahead, Doc.
Thank you.
Is he a doctor?
Yeah.
Well, he'd better get right to work.
Is this the woman who's expecting a baby?
No.
But you said your wife was here alone.
Doc, that whole wife routine was a phony.
What?
You've got a real job to do.
What do you mean?
There's a guy in the next room with 3 slugs in him, and you're going to fix him up.
Whitey, you're wasting time.
Okay, Doc, get to work.
Now, see here, I didn't come out to
I've got a gun, Doc. Do like I say.
But you have no right...
Look, the guy's in real bad shape, so get started. I better tell you this. If he kicks off, you go too.
Some 30 miles away at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just finishing a long-distance call.
Yes, I see. Well, thanks a lot, Warden. I'll get down there right away. Goodbye.
Calling it a day, Jim?
Oh, no, Leo, I'm afraid my day is just starting.
What?
Yes, it was a call from the warden at the county jail. A prisoner broke out down there several hours ago.
Who was he?
A man named George Brooks.
What was he in for?
He'd just been convicted on a big payroll job. Over $40,000 was stolen.
Was that the one down at Salem?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, I remember it. Brooks worked with a partner. The partner was killed.
That's it.
As I recall it, the money was never recovered.
No, Brooks evidently managed to hide it away at some point before he was apprehended.
That's probably the reason for his breaking out.
Yes, I know.
And why were we called in, Jim?
Well, we have a detainer on him. And it's important that we find him, too.
Did you get any details on the jailbreak?
No, not much. The only thing the warden told me on the phone was that he was sure Brooks was wounded by one of the guards.
Have the state police been alerted?
Yes, all authorities have been notified. They've already set up an extensive roadblock. Leo, I'm going down there now. I'll give you a more complete story when I return.
Gene, will you quit that?
What?
Walking up and down. Relax, will you?
Oh, sure. That's a cinch.
Look, there's nothing else you can do.
No. You think we could go in there?
No.
Is that doctor any good?
He's okay.
How do you know?
The drugstore guy in the village said he was the best doctor in the county.
Oh.
Gene.
Yeah?
You still go for Brooksy, don't you?
Are you kidding?
Well, what have you got the jumps for?
I want him to live for the same reason you do. So we can find out where he planted that dough.
Are you sure that's all?
Oh, baby. We were washed up before he was sent away.
He didn't know that.
Well, you knew it. I hope.
How do I know from James?
Honey, if you don't know about you and me by now, turn in your suit.
Okay.
Now can I walk somewhere?
Sure.
Oh.
Doc, how is he?
I extracted the bullets.
Is he going to live?
I believe so, yes.
Swell.
Can I talk to him now?
No, he's still unconscious. Now, with your permission, I'd like to leave.
Wait a minute. You're staying right here.
You asked me to save a man's life. I believe I've done that. I have no further obligation.
Oh, yes, you have.
I have other calls to make.
They can wait, Doc. We ain't satisfied with a guy that's just going to live. We want one who can talk.
Are you still here, Leo?
Oh, yes, Jim. I'm working nights this week.
Oh?
How did you make out?
Well, I picked up a number of details on the jailbreak, but Brooks is still at large.
How did he make the break?
Well, the warden said he had a woman visit him last week. She was his girlfriend. Her name is Jean Dodge.
Yeah?
It's believed that she managed to pass him a gun. He used that gun to subdue a guard, then used the guard as cover and managed to get through the front gate.
Yeah, just like that.
That's it. As soon as he was outside, the guard eluded him and immediately gave the alarm. There was some shooting, but Brooks got away.
And that's the last that was seen of him?
Yes, but his trail was picked up. He headed through a patch of woods, and judging from the bloodstains that were found along the way, he must have been rather severely wounded.
Well, surprising, then, that he escaped.
Well, he had a car waiting for him. Tire tracks were found showing where it had parked, and his trail led right to it.
The car got away before the roadblock took effect.
I'm not so sure of that.
What do you mean?
I have an idea there was a hideout all ready for him, not too far from the jail.
Why do you think so?
Well, Leo, that's sparsely settled country. There's not many roads. And less than a half an hour after the break, every car was stopped within a 50-mile radius.
Oh, I see.
And there's another factor that may help. If Brooks was badly wounded, he's going to need medical attention and fast. So the warden's alerting...
Wait a minute, Jim.
What?
Something came in a little while ago that ties right up with this.
Oh, what is it?
There's a doctor missing over in Quincy.
Really? What's the story?
Well, his wife reported it. A stranger came to their house about 6 o'clock this evening and told the doctor his wife was going to have a baby. They left in the man's car, and the doctor hasn't been heard from since.
Did his wife see this man?
No, she was in another room. She just overheard the conversation.
Well, did she know where they went?
No.
I'd better get all the details from her at once.
Look, baby, it's coming up daylight.
Yeah.
Don't you want to get some sleep?
No, I couldn't.
Well, Doc. He's conscious.
You mean he can talk?
Yes. Oh, nice going, Doc.
Now may I leave?
I'm afraid not.
Why? You promised...
I can't have you blowing a whistle on us. Gene, go on in and talk to Brooksy.
Okay.
You've got to let me go.
Sorry, Doc, I'm tying you up.
Now, see, you...
Gene, you know what to say to him.
Yeah.
I'll take care of the doc.
Hello, darling.
Oh. Hello, Gene.
Don't move, honey. Just lie still.
Okay.
You want anything?
No.
George,
Yeah.
I think I know you pretty well. What you like and what you don't like.
Uh-huh.
What you like best is the truth.
That's right, baby.
Well, that's why I'm going to tell you this then.
What?
That doctor who's been taking care of you, I just now talked to him. Talked to him about you.
Uh-huh.
What he said ain't going to be so nice for you to hear.
Well, come on. Let's have it.
He said you're not going to live.
Oh.
Maybe I did wrong in telling him this, George, but...
No.
Oh, darling.
Gene, don't, Gene.
Sorry.
Where's Whitey?
In the next room.
Does he know?
Mm-hmm. George, I know this sounds corny, but is there anything you want done?
I don't think so.
What about that dough?
Dough?
The dough you buried. If there's anyone you want to have it, you can tell me where it is.
Well, I got a sister. She could use it.
Oh, I'd be glad to see that she gets it, George. Just tell me where to find it.
Okay, honey. There's a big red barn. It's on Route 18, 10 miles north of Salem.
Uh-huh. Go on.
The dough's in a box, buried right behind the barn.
Well.
You'll make sure my sister
Oh,
gets
of course, George.
it. But you don't even know her name. Of where she lives.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, I'll get a pencil and write it all down.
Hold it. Call Whitey in here. I'd like to tell him about it, too.
Sure, honey, sure. Whitey?
Yeah, honey.
You got the dock all tied up?
Uh-huh.
Then come on in here. George wants to see you.
Okay. Hello, George.
Hello, Whitey.
Jean told you, huh?
Yeah.
Tough going, kid.
Whitey, there's something I want to tell you.
Go right ahead, George.
I told Jean where I buried the dough.
Good.
But it was a bum steer.
What do you mean?
I just wanted to see how far you phonies would go.
George.
Just stay where you are, both of you. Now, wait a minute. Put down that gun.
Look, you. The doc already told me where I stand. He said I'm doing fine. What's more, I know what you two are up to.
What are you talking about?
I got the word when I was away about both of you.
Those were lies.
No.
Whitey, look out.
Too late, baby. Honey, you were crying over the wrong corpse.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to men and women on the way up. To men who are confident that one of these days the boss will be calling them into his office to say,
"Well, Joe, we like the way you've taken hold here, so we're going to promote you to Jenkins's old job. Of course, that means a substantial increase in salary, too."
Did you know that there is a special life insurance plan for men like that? For men who expect to be filling a bigger job and earning more money 5 years from now than they are today? It's the Equitable Life Assurance Society plan for men and women on the way up.
Maybe I'm kidding myself, but I think that means me. So how about telling me a little bit more?
Well, this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up has 3 major advantages. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this Equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
Sounds okay so far, Mr. Keating. How can I get the whole story?
Demonstrate that you consider yourself on the way up by getting in touch with your Equitable Society representative and asking him about this plan. Phone him as soon as possible, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, The Curious Patient.
It was the immortal Bobby Burns who first said that the best laid plans of mice and men oft go awry. And as is proven by tonight's case in the files of your FBI, that is true for criminals as well as for everybody else. This case is the perfect example of the lengths to which the criminal mind will go. The complex plans it conjures up in the mighty effort to get something for nothing. The criminal mind is incapable of realizing that the only thing you get for nothing is nothing. And because of his failure to realize that obvious truth, he goes on stealing, lying, cheating, and killing. He lives in shadows, and he trusts no one. And he has one major goal in life. He wants to commit the perfect crime. And he never finds out until too late that there can be no perfect crime. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Special Agent Stewart.
Hello, Leo. Jim Taylor.
Oh, hello, Jim. Where are you?
I'm out at Dr. Crawford's house.
Have you interviewed his wife?
Well, the doctor himself just came home about 10 minutes ago.
Well, then I sent you on a wild goose chase.
No, not at all, Leo. I'm very glad that I came here.
And did his disappearance tie in with Brooks?
Very much so. He was taken to a cabin where Brooks was hiding out.
Oh, I see.
The man who brought him there threatened him with a gun and made him take care of Brooks's wounds. After he patched him up, the doctor was then bound and thrown into a closet.
Well, how'd he get away?
Well, there was a fight. Brooks shot and killed his confederate.
The man who drove the doctor out there?
Yes. Then Brooks and his girl, who was also there, left the cabin and drove away.
Well, how did Brooks manage to move? I thought he was badly wounded.
Well, the girl practically carried him out. After that, the doctor managed to loosen his bonds and get out of there himself.
Has the doctor any idea where Brooks and the girl have gone?
No.
Could he describe their car?
Yes. He gave me everything but the license number. I've already passed it on to the state police.
Oh, what's the next move, Jim?
Can you get away from the office?
Yeah, Williams just came in.
Then get right over here, will you? The doctor will lead us out to the cabin.
Doctor, is this the room that Brooks was in?
That's right, Mr. Taylor.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here that'd tell us where they'd gone.
Jim?
Oh, in here, Leo.
I took an impression of the tire treads from Brooks' car.
Good.
Did you get anything in here?
No.
I think we should arrange to get the coroner out here. If we get the bullet from the dead man's body, it might be helpful to us.
Oh, Leo, I just remembered. I think I know who that man is.
Really?
Yes. Doctor, you say they called him Whitey?
Yes.
Well, I think I recall a petty thief called Whitey Floyd. There was a wanted circular on him. I looked at it just last week. We'll check on it as soon as we get back to the office.
Right.
Gentlemen, I wish I could have been more helpful to you.
Doctor, after what you've been through, we appreciate your even coming out here.
I wish they'd been careless enough, Doctor, to let you overhear where they were going.
Say, wait. There was one thing. I heard that man Brooks say, I don't think it means very much.
Oh, what was it?
He remarked that they'd only travel at night to lessen their chances of being found.
I see.
Jim, they undoubtedly have a specific destination.
Oh, yes. I think I can guess where it is.
Oh, where?
The place that Brooks hid the money he took on the payroll job.
And all we have to do is to find where he hid it.
Yeah. Well, Doctor.
Yes?
Can you recall anything else that Brooks said? Anything at all, no matter how unimportant?
Well, I didn't get much chance to talk to him. As soon as he regained consciousness, I was tied up.
Well, did he say anything to you at all?
Let me see. He did speak once, but not to me.
Oh, what do you mean, sir?
Just as he was regaining consciousness, he mumbled something about R.I.P., beloved wife, Abigail.
R.I.P., beloved wife, Abigail.
Yes, he repeated it twice.
Well, that's really cryptic. Anything else?
No, I'm positive that was all.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Leo, I think we'd better get a coroner out here, then head back to the office.
George,
What?
don't you think you should try to get some sleep?
No,
Why not?
I don't trust you.
Oh, look, do we have to go over that whole thing again? I wasn't double-crossing you with Whitey. He made me tell that story about you dying. He said if I didn't do it, he'd kill me.
No, kid.
Look, you gotta believe me.
Stop yelling, will you? We parked this car out here in the woods to avoid people, not attract them.
I'm sorry. George,
What is it?
if you feel like you do about me, if you still think I was handing you one, why didn't you shoot me, too?
Because I needed you.
Honest, honey?
Just to drive the car. If I could move myself, you wouldn't be here. I also need you to dig up that dough.
We're really going to get it?
Yeah.
Oh, what's so funny?
What a checker game this is.
What do you mean?
You're still alive because somebody's got to dig up that dough for me. I'm still alive because you wouldn't dare to slug me until I get that dough. What a setup.
George, that's not true, and you know it.
No. Wait till you get your hot little hands on that money box. Then what a rat race that'll be.
Oh, stop it. Look, how much longer do we have to park here?
As soon as it gets dark, sweetheart, we're on our way.
Jim, the coroner was just here. Gave me the bullet he took from Floyd's body.
Good.
I'm sending it right to the laboratory.
Oh, any word from the state police on Brooks?
No, nothing yet. How are you making out?
Well, I've been going through Brooks's complete record. So far, I've only come up with one thing out of his past.
What's that?
Well, as far as I can tell, he isn't married, never has been.
Well, then who was his beloved wife, Abigail?
And that remains a mystery.
Well, what's that file you're reading?
Oh, this is a complete report on the payroll sticker.
Oh, well, you go right ahead. I'll go downstairs.
Wait.
What is it?
There's a description of how and where the police apprehended Brooks.
Well?
I think it clears up the identity of Abigail.
Really, Jim?
Yes, and if he travels at night, as the doctor heard him say, I think we can catch up with him this evening.
I can't say I like this very much.
What do you mean?
Driving in a cemetery at night, it gives me the creeps.
Make you think of Whitey?
No.
Turn left here.
Okay. Now what?
You see that big monument right ahead there?
Yeah.
Well, stop when you get past it.
Why did you pick a place like this to bury your dough?
I didn't have any choice.
Why not?
The cops were chasing me. I came in here to duck them. When I saw they were closing in, I quick buried the money.
Oh, is this the place?
Huh? Yes, yeah. Oh.
Now what?
Well, you see that little tombstone right over there?
Yeah.
Get out and see what it says on it.
Oh, fine.
Come on, move, will
All
you?
right. What should it say?
R.I.P. Beloved wife, Abigail.
R.I.P. Beloved wife, Abigail.
Well?
This is it.
Oh, good. Good, the box is buried right behind the stone.
What'll I dig with?
Use your hands. It's right under the grass.
Oh. Hey,
What's the matter?
there's a hole here.
What?
Somebody's already dug it up.
Don't give me that.
Honest, George.
You know I can't move. You're trying to cross me again.
No, I'm not.
Telling you the truth, George.
Huh?
Don't move, either one of you.
Who are you?
Special agent of the FBI.
How did you know we'd be here?
Brooks here tipped us off to that.
What?
Yes. The doctor heard you mumbling about the inscription on this tombstone. We couldn't piece it in at first, but when I learned that you'd been arrested here, the rest was easy.
Oh, you stupid fool.
Brooks, I think a cemetery is a fitting place to tell you that the police want to talk to you about your friend, the late Whitey Floyd.
George Brooks was turned over to the local authorities. He was tried and convicted for first-degree murder. His girlfriend was sentenced to a long term in the federal penitentiary. And thus, your FBI thwarted another attempt to continue a career of crime. That the two criminals were caught is to the credit of your FBI, because this was a case that called for trained investigation of every clue, and the added ability to weigh the value of each scrap of information. It is no accident that a special agent arrived at the correct conclusion. For the special agents of your FBI are given long courses of study in the art of investigation before they work on a single case. That is done so that you may be better protected. You, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you are what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Juvenile Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Juvenile Shakedown on This Is Your FBI. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Here in the Equitable Life Assurance Society, we never lose sight of the fact that our Equitable radio messages go into millions of homes. Because of this, we feel that it is our responsibility to key these Equitable commercials to home and family problems. Tonight's message concerns education. Are there young children in your home? Then you'll be interested in getting the facts on the Equitable Education Fund. For full details, listen carefully in just 15 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Melancholy Mind Reader.
More than 1.5 million major crimes are committed in the United States every year. And they are committed for a variety of reasons. Some are the result of passion or temper and are usually unpremeditated. Some are the result of an overwhelming desire for revenge. But for the most part, crimes are committed because the criminal is overcome with greed. That type cannot wait until he has earned what he desires, because waiting, to his point of view, is needless. Take what you want when you want it is his personal credo. And in order to live up to that, he will stop at nothing, not even murder. Tonight's FBI file opens on the grounds of a large carnival that's playing an engagement in a Midwestern city. A stroll along the midway reveals the usual assortment of candy butchers, drink purveyors, pitchmen, and, oh yes, the mind reader. His tent, larger than the rest, bears a huge sign reading, Carey, the Mental Marvel. In the rear of this tent in the living quarters, Carey, the Mental Marvel, in person reclines on a cot. His wife is discussing his work.
That was a great little show you just did. Great.
What, baby?
I'm talking about your performance. It's a wonder we weren't booed off the stage.
Oh?
Look, will you put down that bottle for a minute and listen to me?
Go ahead, May.
Do you realize what a fool you made of yourself out there tonight? And what a bigger fool you made of me?
Oh.
You were so drunk you blew 50% of the answers.
That's many?
Yes, that many. I have an object here in my hand. It belongs to someone near and dear to the owner. Identify the object, please. What do you come up with? A black sedan.
Gotta laugh, didn't it?
What's the use?
Look, baby, quit steaming, huh? It's just a two-bit carny. Who cares how we do?
You'd better care. And you'd better start right now. Whether you realize it or not, kid, this is last stand Nebraska for you.
Well, thanks.
And I mean it. You and that bottle have taken us down a real fast slide.
May, you'd better change that billing.
What do you mean?
Put yourself in that act.
What are you talking about?
You're the little girl that brought me and the bottle together.
Are you kidding?
Just think back, May. It adds up awful easy.
Oh, you're not going to start that old routine again. How I've run around with other guys, how I made a sucker out of you, how I drove you to drink. Honey, that's every drunk's excuse since bums laid on their backs and squeezed it out of grapes.
In my case, it happens to be true.
Ha!
I can prove it to you, May. I can show you where I...
Wait. Lancaster's on.
Yeah, the great Lancaster.
He is great. He's magnificent. Look at him. Watch him ride that motorcycle on nothing but a wire. There he goes. Oh, that's a man.
I think I'll really get drunk.
Can I come in, Roy?
Huh? Oh, sure, May. Come ahead.
Aren't you through packing?
Oh, just about. When does the train leave?
About an hour. I thought you were wonderful tonight, honey.
You watched?
Yeah. Scared to death, too.
About me?
Yeah.
You mean that I'd miss?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, sweetheart, I ain't blown a trick in 5 years.
Oh, Roy. When that motorcycle turns upside down in the air, my heart does the same thing. I just can't help it.
That's on account of the guy who's riding it. Am I right?
You are right.
Come here. How'd you get away so early?
We didn't do our last show.
How come?
Frank was fractured.
Oh. I thought he was on the wagon.
He was for a fast 5 minutes. He started drinking again this morning.
Oh, May, why do you put up with that guy?
He's the only wheel in town.
That ain't so. You got to deal with me, honey, anytime you want it.
What would that prove?
Hey, look, you go for me, don't you?
Sure.
Well, then why ain't we together?
Because I made a little deal with myself. The only move I make is in the direction of money.
Well, that don't belt me off.
I'm afraid it does, Roy.
I get $100 a week from this outfit. And look at my billing.
I'm talking about real money. In lumps.
That why you hooked up with Carrie?
Mm-hmm.
That bum has money?
Well, he did have when I met him. He was a big star then. Just my luck he started down the day I married him.
Oh, that could happen again.
Oh, no, it couldn't. I'll be smarter with the next guy.
Look, if I have to get dough to get you, I'll get dough.
How?
I don't know, and I don't care. But don't worry, I'll get it.
Honey, if you really don't care where you get it, I think maybe I can help you out.
Several days later, in an FBI field office, Agent in Charge Newton is just greeting a visitor.
Sit down, Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you, sir.
As I understand it, the local police sent you here.
That's right. They told me that my case came under your jurisdiction.
Yes, I've heard enough of the facts to believe it does. I wonder if you'd mind giving me the whole story.
Well, as you already know, I'm the owner of a carnival called the Pomeroy Wonder Show.
Yes.
We just finished playing a week's engagement in Cleveland last night.
I see.
Then we packed and moved on here to Detroit. We have our own private train.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sir, last night, somewhere between Cleveland and here, a money car was broken into. The safe was cracked and over $30,000 was taken.
When did you discover this?
Not till the train pulled in here this morning.
Did you keep a watchman in the car?
Yes. He was slugged from behind. He was still unconscious when I found him. He had no idea who gave it to him.
Did you immediately notify the police?
Yes, sir. They came right over, searched the car. They didn't seem to find any clues at all.
I've sent one of our agents over to help them on the search.
Good.
You say this was a special train, Mr. Pomeroy?
Yes, sir. Nobody travels on it but our performers and crew.
It's very likely, then, that this is an inside job.
Mm-hmm. That's how I feel.
Have you checked to see if anyone is missing from the show?
Yes, I did. Everybody is accounted for.
Well, if a thorough search of the money car doesn't give us any clues, I'd like to assign an agent to your show. Give him a job. Let him mingle with the people.
That'd be fine.
I'll have to look in our avocation file for a man who'd be qualified for the job. Suppose you come back here this afternoon, Mr. Pomeroy. I'll have that agent ready.
Roy, can I talk to you?
Oh, yeah, sure, May. Come on over to my tent.
Okay. I see you got your wire up early.
Yeah. Pomeroy asked me to do an extra show. He's expecting big business.
Uh-oh.
How's Carrie?
Still drinking?
Any work today?
Just about.
Go ahead, May.
Right. Roy, you did it.
Yeah.
How much did you get?
Over 30,000.
Honey, that's wonderful. Did you have any trouble?
No, it was a breeze.
I hear the watchman's in the hospital.
He'll be okay.
Oh, you're terrific. Where's the money?
In that repair box.
Well, that's no good.
Well, I don't know what else to do with it. You got any ideas?
You better let me take it.
Where'll you put it?
In with my costumes.
Oh, but May, that's
Now,
not a
look,
good place.
I lined this job up, didn't I? It was me that made it come off.
Oh, yeah, but I took all the...
Honey, let me handle the money.
Oh, okay.
I'll take it over to my tent right now.
Hey, wait a minute. What's our next move? How long do we stick it out here?
Not long. A few days at the most.
Oh, now, May, we can't leave that soon. They'd know we have the money.
Not the way I'm laying it out.
What do you mean?
Come to my tent after the show's over. You'll see what I mean.
You sent for me, Mr. Newton?
Oh, yes, Jim. Come on in.
All right, sir.
I'd like you to meet Mr. Pomeroy. Pomeroy, this is Special Agent Taylor.
Hi, Mr. Taylor. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Pomeroy is the owner of a carnival called the Pomeroy Wonder Show.
Oh, yes, sir. Just reading a report on that.
Then you know all the details on the robbery.
Well, everything that's come in, yes, sir.
Good.
Is this the young man you had in mind, Mr. Newton?
Yes. Jim.
Sir?
According to our avocation file, you once worked for a carnival.
That's right, sir. I worked one summer while I was on vacation in school.
Whose show was it?
Paris Brothers.
Oh, yeah. I know them well.
What was your job with the show, Jim?
I started out doing almost everything. But before the summer was over, I had a steady job spieling with a geek show.
What in the world is a geek?
That's a character who eats little tidbits like razor blades, broken light bulbs.
Oh, yes. So that's what they're called.
Were you a good spieler, Mr. Taylor?
Well, the jury is still out on that one.
Give Mr. Pomeroy a sample, Jim.
Oh, now, wait.
No, I'm serious. If you qualify, he'll give you a job.
Oh, I see.
So you see it's in the line of duty.
Yes, sir. Well, here goes.
All right, step right up, folks. It's the new show, the thrill show, the biggest show on the Midway. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Young man, you can report to the lot tomorrow morning. You're hired.
Is that you, Frank?
Yes, May.
Well, where have you been?
I just took a little walk. To that last show, I had to. I thought I was going to faint right on the stage, May.
Yeah. I noticed you had the jumps pretty bad. Why don't you lie down?
Huh?
Stretch out. I'll get a cold cloth for your head.
Well, thanks, May.
Pomeroy was in here looking for you.
What do you want?
Well, he was pretty sore about the way you've been drinking, missing shows.
Can't say I blame him. What'd you tell him?
I said that you were very sorry, that you knew you'd been doing wrong, and was trying to straighten out.
I am, May. I am trying.
Sure.
You know something? If you just keep on being like you are now, it's be the easiest thing in the world.
I'll try, Frank. I'll try. Here's the cloth.
Huh? Oh, well, that feels good.
How many drinks have you had today?
Only half a dozen since noon. Pretty good, huh?
Oh, honey, it's too good.
What do you mean?
I don't want you counting little pink things. You just can't stop that quickly.
Well, I'm just trying to taper
But
off.
you're going too fast. Here, have a drink.
Well, you're the doctor.
That's right.
Thanks.
Honey, I've just been thinking about Mr. Pomeroy. You know what you ought to do?
What?
Write him a little note, an apology note. That should help square things.
All right, man. I'll do it first thing in the morning.
Oh, Frank, I know you. If you're going to write it at all, you write it now.
Yeah, but May,
One paper right over here.
very efficient woman.
Here you are, dear. Just to spoil you completely, I'll even tell you what to say.
Ah, gee, May.
Dear Mr. Pomeroy.
Huh?
Start writing.
Oh.
Dear Mr. Pomeroy, I am sorry for what I did.
Oh.
Got that?
Yeah.
I was drinking.
I...
Well, go on, write it.
I'm trying to.
Okay. Please forgive me. You got that?
Please forgive me. Yeah.
Now, just sign your name.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's enough.
Very well. May.
What?
May, I feel funny.
Really?
I gotta...
Can I come in?
Huh? Oh, sure, Roy. Come ahead.
Hiya, Carrie. Well, he's passed out, huh?
No. He's dead.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. How those grand old college songs take you back. Back on a magic carpet to ivy-covered walls and carefree college days.
Yes, I'll never forget the good times I used to have.
Ah, but you've got more than memories out of college, Ed. Those 4 years were worth money to you. Plenty of money. Do you realize that the average college graduate earns $72,000 more during his working years than the average American? Of course, there are exceptions. People of outstanding ability who go far with very little education. But that doesn't alter the fact that college is the best investment loving fathers and mothers can make for their children.
Believe me, I hope there's nothing to prevent my kids from going.
Nothing can prevent them, Ed, if you start an equitable education fund now.
Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's a surefire plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society, and it includes these important features. 1, you start when your children are young and spread their educational costs over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a licking in 4. 2, when your boy or girl is ready for education, the money is ready and waiting for him, right there in the Equitable Education Fund. 3, this equitable plan works whether you live or die. If you are totally or permanently disabled, the fund continues to build up without any further payments. If you die, the education fund becomes fully established immediately.
Sounds swell, Mr. Keating. Whom do I see about starting one?
The man to see is your Equitable Society representative. Give your children their chance to earn that extra $72,000 by getting in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Melancholy Mind Reader.
Criminals, in the very nature of their business, are professional optimists. Because despite the overwhelming evidence to prove that criminals do not escape the web of the law, they continue to practice their illegal behavior. No criminal ever expects to pay for his crime. And the fact that other criminals do does not deter him. For his ego tells him that he is not only smarter than his fellow criminals, but also that he is smarter than any policeman in the world. To protect that ego and to prevent his capture, he will sacrifice anything or anyone, be that person brother, sister, wife, or husband. There's not the slightest strain of loyalty in any criminal, because he lives by one rule, which says, do anything you want to do, but don't get caught. Tonight's file continues the following day at the Carnival grounds. FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is entering the office of Mr. Pomeroy, the owner of the show.
Oh, come in, Mr. Taylor.
Thanks, Mr. Pomeroy.
Were you over in Carey's tent?
Yes, I just finished a preliminary investigation.
Not a great deal to investigate, was there?
What do you mean?
Well, he sent me that note saying he was sorry, asking me to forgive him.
And?
Part of the stolen money, still in one of our cash wrappers, was found in one of his pockets.
That's right.
Carey obviously committed the robbery, got remorse, wrote me the note, then committed suicide.
Well, it's all very logical, Mr. Pomeroy, but I don't believe any of it.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mr. Taylor. I don't like to dispute you, but I happen to know Carey's handwriting. He did write that note.
Oh, I'll concede that, but I still question the circumstances under which he wrote it.
And won't you concede that he had a motive?
What motive?
His wife. She was carrying on with Lancaster. Stealing the money was his chance to make himself a big man in her eyes.
Am I allowed to rebuttal?
Surely. Let's have it.
All right. First of all, over $30,000 was stolen. Now less than 1,000 was found in Carey's pockets.
Well, he could have hidden the rest.
Oh, possibly. But I have a second and even stronger point. I found an unmailed letter in Carey's coat pocket.
Yes?
It was addressed to a friend in New York. In it, Carey stated that he could not pay back the $50 he owed this man as he didn't have it. He promised to pay him as soon as he got his hands on any cash.
Well?
Well, that letter was written the night after your money car was robbed.
Oh.
Now, if Carey really had that money, he wouldn't have written such a letter.
Well, there is something to that.
So, you see, I want to wait for the autopsy and find out more about how Carey died. Meantime, Mr. Pomeroy, this case is far from closed.
Who's there?
Me, Roy.
Oh, come in, honey.
Are you alone?
Yeah, finally.
I thought you were coming over to my tent.
I couldn't.
Why not?
Well, there's been 45 investigators here this morning, including one from the FBI.
Any of them suspicious?
Why should they be?
Well, May, after all, you and I...
Shut
have
up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know as well as I do, Roy. Frank stole the money, then committed suicide.
Yeah. May, where is the money?
I've got it hidden.
Oh, they're liable to search this place.
I'm not worried.
Well, look, hadn't I better keep it for a while?
No. Hey, isn't it time for you to go on?
Well, I've cut my first show.
What for?
Well, if you must know, I was too nervous.
Why, you stupid...
Look, I take chances on that motorcycle. When I got the shakes, I missed that wire.
I thought you never missed.
I haven't.
Well?
Well, I've never been mixed up in anything like this before, either.
Stop being such a baby. Go on back to your tent. I'll see you later.
Mr. Newton, I'd like to bring you up to date on that carnival case.
Well, Jim, I read your report just a while ago.
No.
I gather you don't hold with the suicide theory.
No, sir, I don't.
I agree with you. Did any more of the money turn up?
No, not yet.
How about the coroner? Did he make his report?
Yes, that came in just a little while ago. Carey died of poisoning, all right. Coroner gave me the name of the poison used. It's not too common.
I see.
Having a check made now on all drugstores to see if they've sold any in the last few days.
Jim, from your report, Carey's wife doesn't sound like too sterling a character.
Well, from all I could gather, she isn't.
Did you question her at all?
No. I preferred to have her think that I went along with that suicide theory. Now I'm very glad that I did.
Why is that?
Well, as you saw in the report, it's common gossip around the carnival grounds that she was carrying on with a performer called the Great Lancaster.
Mm-hmm.
He does a pretty spectacular stunt on a motorcycle.
I see.
Now, to the best of my knowledge, a stuntman working as he does would be liable to use rosin, wouldn't you think?
I would think so. Why?
Well, when I sent the stolen money that was found in Carey's pocket to our laboratory, they reported finding numerous particles of rosin in it.
I'd say that ties in, Jim.
Well, Oh, excuse me, sir.
Certainly.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes. Yes, Sergeant. Well, it's a big help, Sergeant. Thanks a lot. Now, goodbye. That was police headquarters, sir. They had a report from a local drugstore.
On the poison?
That's right. It was bought late yesterday by a woman whose description exactly fits that of Carey's wife.
Well.
I'm going back to the carnival at once. Well, Mr. Pomeroy, that's the story.
I see.
Has it changed your mind any about the suicide?
It certainly has.
And when Mrs. Carey gets here, will you talk to her as I asked?
I'll be very glad to.
Fine.
By the way, has Lancaster ever seen you?
No, that's why I'm hoping this plan will work.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Pomeroy.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Carey. Come in.
Thanks. You sent word you wanted to see me.
That's right. Oh, by the way, this is Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, we've already met.
Yes, hello, Mrs. Carey.
Hello.
I've sent for you, Mrs. Carey, to tell you that the case is closed. That is, all but the recovery of the money.
Mr. Pomeroy, I'm terribly sorry about the whole thing.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure Frank was, too. I'm certain that if he hadn't been drinking, he never would have stolen the money.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
To show you that I've forgiven him, I want you to take his body home.
Oh.
He lived in Texas, didn't he?
Yes.
I'll arrange for your railroad tickets at once.
You shouldn't do this.
I insist. Now, you wait right here until I make the arrangements.
Hello there.
Hi.
My name's Taylor.
Yeah?
You the great Lancaster?
That's right.
I'm your new spieler.
Oh, they're finally putting on an extra man, huh?
Well, I was originally hired to work for that guy who killed himself. What's his name?
Carey.
Yeah, that's the guy. Now that he's dead and his wife's going away, where there's no job there.
What did you say?
I said now that he's dead.
No, I mean about his wife.
Oh, she's going away.
Where did you get that information?
Oh, she was just in the main office. The head guy gave her some railroad tickets.
Are you sure of that?
Yeah, sure. It's for Texas. I heard her say she was going right back to her tent to pack. I guess what with her husband being dead and all, Hey, where you going?
May!
What is it?
I'm just in time, huh?
For what?
To nail you.
What are you talking about?
I'll stop the routines. What are you putting in those bags? Laundry?
No, I'm packing. I'm going to Texas. I'm taking Frank's body back home.
That's a lie. You were going to run out on me.
Oh, stop. As soon as I finished packing, I was going to come over and see you.
As soon as you finished packing, you were going to walk out on me, and you know it.
Now, why would I do that?
For $30,000. $30,000 that belongs to me.
Stop yelling.
I'll yell all I want to. I stole that money, and you're not beating me out of it.
Roy, will you listen to me? I'm not running out on you. You've got to believe me.
The last guy that believed you is dead.
Will you shut up?
Hey, you don't like to hear that, huh? You don't like to hear that you poisoned a guy.
Roy, that's enough.
It's too much, Mrs. Carey. You both said too much. Just as I hoped you would.
What are you doing here?
He's from the FBI.
Now I'd like to start arranging for a trip for both of you.
Roy Lancaster was sentenced to 20 years by a federal court, then turned over to state authorities who found him guilty of attempted murder and gave him a life sentence. May Carey was also turned over to state authorities and sentenced to life imprisonment for murder. Now, tonight's case in the files of your FBI was solved because of one important factor. A special agent knew in advance how the minds of two criminals would react when confronted with a given situation. That, too, is part of the training given to every special agent before he becomes a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Your FBI has the force with which to combat force. But it has found that in many cases, the trained minds of the special agent was more than enough to protect you, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Remember, fathers and mothers, the finest investment you can make for your children is an equitable education plan, an investment they can never lose, regardless of inflation or deflation, an investment that enriches their personality and increases their earning power. Don't delay. See your Equitable Society representative soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Night of Terror.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Night of Terror on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Homeowners, attention, please. Have you heard about the assured home ownership plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society? If not, be sure to listen carefully to the middle commercial. Find out why this Equitable Society plan is both a money saver and a home saver. Find out why the Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. Tonight's FBI file, The Reluctant Thief.
Every study made into the field of crime by your FBI in recent years has shown that juvenile delinquency is the number one problem facing law enforcement agencies all over the nation. The most recent study, covering all crimes committed in the past year, is no exception. Year by year, America is producing more and more junior criminals. Youngsters who will, unless headed off, keep the crime wave mounting. For example, and this is only one of the frightening statistics produced by the study, the number of youngsters arrested in 1946 between the ages of 18 and 20 was 24% higher than in 1945. That is a jump of almost 1/4. And as if to prove the inevitable consequences of the juvenile delinquents who grew up through the war years, arrests in the age bracket of 21 to 24 rose more than 64%. The time to do something about the juvenile delinquency problem is now, for tomorrow may be too late. Tonight's FBI file opens in a modest frame house located in the suburbs of a small eastern city. A stout, middle-aged woman is tidying up the living room of this dwelling. As the front doorbell rings, the woman hurries to the door and opens it.
Hiya, Mom.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Oh, son, it's so good to see you. Oh, goodness, let's not stand out here. Come in, son, come in.
Okay, Mom, sure.
Oh, now let me have a good look at you.
Look okay?
Wonderful.
One thing I can say for the school, they sure fed me good.
They must have. Goodness, how you've grown.
Well, it's been almost a year, Mom.
That's right, it has.
Hey, where's Joey?
Oh, he's out playing.
Well, didn't he know I'd be home this afternoon?
Well, yes, he did.
Well, what's the matter? Didn't you want to see his own brother?
Son, Joey is... well, I've been having quite a bit of trouble with him lately.
What about?
He just refuses to pay any attention to what I tell him.
Oh, wise guy stuff, huh?
Not really. After all, he's only 15.
Well, that's old enough to know better, Ma.
He'll learn, Eddie. Right now, he just doesn't seem to understand.
Well, look, will you let me have a talk with him?
Oh, I wish you would. Oh, heavens, son, you must be starved. Now, you go inside and get washed, and I'll set out your dinner.
Wait, Mom, why don't you let...
Is that you, Joey?
Yeah, Mom.
Well, come on in here. Eddie's home.
Oh. Hiya, Joey. Hello, Eddie.
Well, Joey, aren't you going to say you're glad to see him?
Glad to see you, Eddie.
That's better. Joey, where are you going?
In my room.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I want to talk to you. Well? Joey, Mom says you've been giving her trouble while I was away. How? Not minding her. That ain't so. Look, kid, Mom just
Now,
told me.
just a minute, both of you. I didn't say that Joey didn't mind me. It's just that he's slow. He doesn't understand.
I can't help that.
You certainly can, son. People aren't born thieves. It takes a lot of thought, a lot of practice.
But I don't like stealing. Get him. I mean it. I'd rather be doing things like other kids do. How square can you get?
Now, don't pick on him, Eddie. I know how the boy feels. His Uncle Ben was the same way when he was a kid.
So what?
So, when my mother finished with him, he turned out to be the best safecracker this side of the Mississippi.
Well, he ain't no Uncle Ben.
He can be. Now that you're home again and can work right with him, he'll pick up things in no time.
Maybe.
Say, you must have picked up some new tricks at the reform school that you could teach him.
Yeah.
Then, starting tomorrow, you can take your brother right under your wing.
On the outskirts of the same city, at the local police pistol range, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor has accepted an invitation for an afternoon of practice.
Jim Taylor.
Yes?
Hello there. You remember me?
Sure, you're Tom Guilford.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Swell.
Hey, you were at the police academy last year when I was taking my refresher course.
Right. When did you get into town?
Several days ago. No, I've been temporarily assigned to our local field office here.
Say, how about having dinner with me one night this week?
Why, sure.
Now, how's Friday night?
Friday's fine.
And, do you mind if I mix a little business with the food?
Not at all, Tom.
Our police chief has just assigned me to head up our juvenile delinquency bureau.
Oh, I see.
I know you fellas are interested in the problem. I had to call on you for some advice.
Well, I'll be glad to help you with anything I can, sir.
Swell.
Say, there's a target free now. Let's do a little shooting, huh?
Mom! Oh, Mom!
I'm out here in the kitchen, son.
Well, dinner'll be ready. Boy, I'm starved.
Yeah, we'll eat just as soon as these potatoes boil. Where's Joey?
Oh, he stopped off at the candy store.
Oh, did you work with him today?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Oh, he's coming along. Still kind of stupid, though.
Eddie, you've just got to be patient with the boy. Now, what did you have him do?
Well, I took him to the five and dime store, had him lift a few things, novelty stuff, you know.
Yes?
Well, he'd done that clean enough.
What else?
Oh, he snatched a purse right out of a dame's hand while she was parking her car.
Any trouble?
No, he lost himself in the crowd pretty good.
Well, that sounds like he's doing fine. Why do you say he's still stupid?
Well, Mom, because you can see he ain't getting no kicks. It's like work to him.
Oh, he'll get over that. Just wait till we get to the big city.
What big city?
New York.
When are we going there?
Tomorrow night, if we're lucky.
Huh. What do we use for money?
You and Joey are going to get it.
Oh.
I've got a job all cased out for you.
Yeah? Well, what's the setup?
A big house out in Brentwood. A friend of mine worked out there. She nailed the combination to the safe.
She gave it to you?
Yeah. The people who own the place are out of town, and there's no one there but a caretaker.
Oh, boy, that sounds like a breeze.
Well, it'll have to be a daytime job. Caretaker naps every day from 2 to 4. That's when you and Joey move in.
What do we need him for?
Well, you'll need a lookout. Besides, he can use the experience.
Well, okay. Well, what's in the safe, do you know?
Cash and jewelry.
Hey, that should take us to New York real good.
Oh, yes, that's what I've always lived for. Once my 2 boys get on the big time, I know they'll go right to the top.
Eddie? What? Where's the safe? It's supposed to be right behind this picture. There's a catch here someplace. Find it? Yeah, here it is. Look, you stay by that door. Okay. Eddie, what is it? Did you open it yet? Of course not, stupid. These take time. Oh. Hey. What, Eddie? Give me one of them cigarettes. Where are they? On the table there. Oh, okay. Do you need matches? Oh, you stupid! I couldn't help it, Eddie. I caught the lamp with my elbow. Shut up. Get back by the door. Listen for that caretaker. Okay. You hear anything? No. Still better hurry with this thing. Eddie. Huh? Someone's coming downstairs. Listen.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Stay put.
But we can't.
Get behind the store and shut up.
Someone here? Who's behind that door? Come out. I've got you covered.
Let's get that safe open.
Have some more coffee, Jim?
No, thanks, Tom. Go on with your story.
Well, as I told you, wall safe was robbed and the caretaker was slugged. I questioned the caretaker just before I came over here. He said the two youngsters did the job. One about 17, the other about 14.
Did he know them?
No, I'd never seen them before.
Well, could he give you a description of the boys?
No, he couldn't.
What was taken from the safe?
Money and jewelry. Worth about 5,000, you know?
I see. Tom, is there any interstate angle?
No, unfortunately, there isn't.
Did you pick up any fingerprints around the safe?
No, none at all. These kids work like pros.
Well, Tom, you don't seem to have much to go on.
Well, I did pick up one clue.
Oh, what was that?
Now, this class pin. I found it on the floor near the safe.
You see, huh? Thanks. Class of 1950, huh?
Yeah, that was issued at Northside High School.
Well, then it's pretty safe to assume that one of the boys goes there.
Yeah.
Tom, what time this afternoon did that robbery occur?
Approximately 3:15.
And how far is Brentwood from Northside High?
It's over 15 miles.
Well, let's see. If school was out at 3, then the boy who did the job must have skipped school today.
I've already covered that angle, Jim. I contacted the principal. He's going to gather a list of all absentees in the class 1950.
Good.
I'm going to check up on those boys tonight.
Eddie,
Yeah, Mom.
are you all finished packing?
Uh-huh. My bags are out in the hall. Where's Joey?
In his room. He's packing too, I guess.
I wonder if he can even do that right.
Eddie, you've complained enough about him.
Mom, I'm only beginning. When I think of the jam he almost got us in today, we could both be in the clink right now.
He couldn't help what he did.
Mom, I'm not talking about knocking the lamp over. I mean when he kicked that door.
The poor boy was nervous. He had stage fright. It was his first big job.
Mom, I'm telling you right now, you're wasting your time with that guy. He just ain't got no talent.
Son, let's not start that again.
Why do you bring him to New York? Why don't you send him to live with Aunt Mary?
Oh, Eddie.
Why not?
And have him wind up working in the bank. Your Aunt Mary is so honest, she'd... Oh, that must be Mrs. Carson. She's lending me an extra suitcase. Just a minute. Oh, yes?
Mrs. Clinton?
That's right.
I'm Detective Sergeant Guilford. In my badge.
Well?
I'd like to talk to you a minute, please. Can I come in?
Of course. Come ahead.
Who is it, Ma?
A detective.
Huh?
What can I do for you, mister?
You have a son named Joe?
That's right.
Is he at home?
No.
Where is he?
Out playing.
Do you know why he didn't go to school today?
Why, what are you talking about? Joey went to school.
Not according to the records, Mrs. Clinton.
I'm going out back a minute, Ma.
Hey, just a minute, son.
Huh?
Are you Joe's brother?
Yeah, that's right.
Is your name Edward?
Yes,
I believe you just completed serving a sentence in the state reformatory.
that's right.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to find out where you were today, too.
Look, what's this all about?
There was a robbery out in Brentwood, Mrs. Clinton. 2 boys were involved.
Oh, goodness.
One of them dropped this class pin. It's from Northside High School, class 1950. That's your son Joe's class.
Well, I know that Joey didn't have anything to do with...
I finished packing, Mom. Now should I... Who's this guy?
He's a cop, Joey.
I thought he was out playing.
He must have come in the back way.
I want to talk to you, son.
What about?
This pin. You ever see it before?
Why?
It was found on the floor in a house out in Brentwood that was broken into this afternoon. 2 boys did the job.
I don't know nothing about it.
Where were you today?
I was in school.
Not according to the records.
Yeah. That's where I was, I tell you.
You're lying, son?
Look, I don't know anything about that robbery.
Then where were you this afternoon?
I was... Eddie, Mom, help me.
I'm asking you, son.
Leave me alone.
Where were you this afternoon, Joey?
Please.
Answer me.
Eddie, help me.
Sure, kid.
Oh, Eddie, my boy, I'm proud of you.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
We worked and saved to buy the house we live in. It shelters us from the wind and the rain, witnesses our joys and sorrows. Our home.
The more home means to you, the more interested you will be in the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. It's a money saver, it's a home saver. It's America's finest plan for home ownership.
Sounds like it was made to order for me.
That's right. There's no plan for homeowners like it. Just listen to these 4 advantages. First, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Second, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years. Third, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. Fourth, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage.
You mean my wife would inherit our home?
Yes, she
free
would.
and clear?
Yes, she would. And interest charges stop the day of death. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
Well, how can I find out if I qualify, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Reluctant Thief.
There may be those of you who are listening to this program who doubt that any mother ever existed like the one in tonight's case in the files of your FBI. In a book entitled The Story of the FBI, recently published by E.P. Dutton, you will find in text and picture